Sun Woon ascends to godhood and must now select his initial starting race. Initially, he considers the frogmen, given his acquisition of insect-related powers. However, he soon abandons that notion. Their numerous tribes exceed 500, and managing such a vast population would prove too challenging at present. Consequently, he seeks a smaller, struggling race instead. He then spots a contingent of exiled lizardmen. They are ideal. These individuals appear frail, drained, injured, and predominantly aged. Having been expelled from their territory, all hope has vanished for them. Sun Woon considers this an optimal beginning for his world conquest. Prior to these events, Sun Woon had been an unrivaled participant within the strategy titled Perished World over numerous years. Then, following a conclusive game, he found himself abruptly transported directly into the game world. Others accompany him too. Elite champions pulled across various dimensions share this fate. They face a straightforward task: governing societies like deities while guiding those followers toward absolute conquest. Whoever survives until the end transforms into the sole deity of the realm, claiming all rewards. Complete annihilation awaits any defeated competitors. Returning focus to the reptilian tribe. Considering their desperate situation, Sun Woon could effortlessly claim the role of their deity. Achieving this merely requires one divine act. He opts to target the most vulnerable and injured lizardmen struggling to remain with his group. While the famished and hurt lizardmen push onward across the desert, they suddenly halt, stunned by the sight of an injured creature lying defenseless on the earth, seemingly presented for their consumption. These ravenous lizardmen immediately pounce upon the unaware victim, without hesitation, becoming utterly frenzied, each desiring the entire meal. Those frail and ailing at the rear experience profound despair, realizing no food would remain for their sustenance. The robust lizardmen quickly consume all the meat and desirable portions, leaving only skeletal remains. This avaricious group even chooses to gnaw upon the remaining bones, until a compassionate lizardman intervenes and halts. The kind lizardman then collects all the leftover bones, presenting them to the ill and elderly for consumption. The less fortunate individuals appreciate even these scraps, consuming them ravenously, as if it were their final sustenance. However, the healthy lizardmen resent their compassionate companion's action. They believe allowing the aged and infirm to consume meager portions is pointless, arguing these individuals will not last much longer. Their injuries have deteriorated, making their current survival astonishing. Yet, the kind lizardman recalls for them a past instance where an injured member, Rockrak, endangered himself protecting them from a saber-tooth. He urged them to show gratitude, not selfishness. Nevertheless, the healthy lizardmen remained convinced that the wounded and unwell would inevitably perish. Their dispute continued until darkness fell, and eventually everyone succumbed to sleep. Though others rested peacefully, Rockrak endured agony from his festering shoulder wound. Amidst his pained sounds, a blue butterfly caught his attention, acting as though it wanted his focus. Rockrak finally gets to his feet, trailing after the lovely creature. Spotting his departure, several tribe members figure he is deserting their camp permanently. However, pure intrigue actually motivates Rockrak. Catching sight of a strange detail overhead, he desires to investigate the mystery further. Perhaps his vision is deceiving him, given that nobody else showed any response. Despite the possibility of a mirage, he still needs visual confirmation. So upon reaching that higher elevation, he discovers a massive feast composed of clustered insects. Stunned by this luck, Rockrak recognizes that this bounty will satisfy the entire tribe. Due to this initial epiphany, Nebula edges closer toward gaining his own species. The provided swarm of insects provides sufficient nourishment to sustain the camp for several days. It catches Nebula off guard how smoothly these individuals distribute the food without any arguments, proving the impressive integrity of the population. Ultimately, Rockrak chooses to trust the divine presence that provided their meal. He designates the entity as the Nameless Beetle God. This title catches Nebula off guard once more, since he anticipated a divine moniker tied to butterflies instead. Regardless of that, securing a loyal followership pleases him, particularly regarding this promising leader known as Rockrak, this benevolent lizardman who selflessly distributed the blessing among all, impressed Nebula. Nebula felt certain this individual would prove vital for his civilization's development. Several days elapsed, and the lizardmen at last located their safe haven. Rockrak's persistent injury also mended. He attributed this recovery entirely to the Nameless Beetle God's blessing, or so he firmly believed. He even sought to persuade others regarding the benevolent entity that had bestowed these gifts. For him, his injury's overnight recovery provided ample evidence. Furthermore, black scales, resembling a beetle's carapace, now covered his shoulder scar. Empowered by these blessings, Rockrak felt self-assured and desired to hunt buffalo. Wishing to demonstrate his fresh power and the blessing's might, which his companions doubted, he adopted a posture and hurled the spear with maximum force, completely destroying the designated tree. Absolute disbelief gripped the entire audience upon witnessing such staggering might, which completely defied normal lizard man limitations. To grasp their arrival at this location and Rakrak's absolute obsession with tracking down a large beast, the narrative shifts to a previous time. The warrior tracks those familiar mirage-like manifestations once more, prompting his companions to hope for another massive insect discovery. The tribe enthusiastically pursues the route revealed solely through the guide's sensory perceptions. However, Rakrak cautions that freezing weather approaches, noting the prey emerges directly where chilly gusts originate. Advancing further along this trajectory risks fatal exposure to the elements. This warning triggers anxiety among his fellow lizardmen, causing them to question the wisdom of continuing down a trail dictated by these hallucinations. Even Rakrak lacks certainty regarding whether his mind points toward a real sanctuary. Lacking any other choice, he must trust the mental images and advance forward. Ultimately, this internal hesitation exists because Nebula lacks sufficient spiritual devotion. Without the warrior's cooperation, Nebula assumes his divine influence would vanish entirely. At present, his sole option involves relying on Rakrak's continued trust. Such devotion remains necessary to guide the population toward an incredible destiny. Disregarding his ignorance about their destination, Rakrak pushes forward regardless, and the travelers eventually discover a safe haven. Finding this sudden refuge instantly amplifies communal reverence, credited entirely to the entity they worship. Consequently, Nebula achieves an advancement, reaching level 2. His regional domain expands simultaneously. Reaching this milestone grants access to insect sanctification. This power empowers Nebula to select an official religious leader, and naturally no individual matches this position better than Rakrak. This divine favor granted to the warrior enables him to propagate their deity's doctrine. During the night, while Rakrak rests quietly alongside his tribe, an unknown voice utters his moniker, causing him to enter a surreal dreamscape. Inside this realm, he encounters an enigmatic entity that offers an open palm. The moment Rakrak makes contact, a large bovine cranium materializes within his grip. An innate realization guides Rakrak on his next move. Lifting the heavy bone structure, he crowns the mysterious figure with the artifact. Through this gesture, the nameless beetle god materializes directly in front of Rakrak, marking their very first encounter, and at dawn, he describes the bizarre vision to his tribe. Consequently, the listeners inquire about the divine entity's desires, questioning his certainty regarding the deity's demand for a buffalo offering. Tracking such prey forces them into uncharted territory, representing an incredibly perilous endeavor. However, they must remember that the entity requesting this creature also provided their current refuge. Nonetheless, a specific tribesman maintains his objections, arguing that such an undertaking demands full mobilization, risking every life in camp. Ultimately, Rakrak concedes that risking the whole community is a sacrifice he cannot make. Despite this, the hunting expedition proceeds, though he undertakes it solo. Returning to the current moment, following Rakrak's demonstration of his recently acquired power flowing within him, a force capable of destroying entire trees, the whole lounge area reacts with delighted astonishment. Even the venerable elder lizard expresses doubt at the complete unlikeliness of the situation. Rakrak had previously been a person near demise due to a festering injury. Yet currently, he's demolishing timber using thrown javelins. Fortuitously for them, Rakrak observes a full group of buffalo below the slope. This is finding buffalo in this location was truly astonishing. Buffalo herds typically move to familiar territories, so this group's presence, having strayed, defied all logic. Rakrak disregarded intricate details and then charged ahead, resembling a famished creature seeking sustenance. His sole focus remained on the hunt, providing for those important to him. A single powerful swing connected, directly impacting a buffalo's skull, bringing it down immediately. Rakrak acted as the pioneer for the lounge, instilling confidence in everyone to assault the area with their armaments. That day, later on, the entire lounge assembled, piling up every buffalo skull, and suspended a whole buffalo inverted as an offering. Once preparations were complete, Rakrak initiated the prayers. All participants joined, requesting the kind, unnamed beetle god to receive their offerings. From above, Nebula observed the entire scene. The offerings seemed rather incomplete, yet their genuine sincerity held true importance, and the vast quantity of devotion Nebula had just acquired validated this point. Consequently, Nebula expressed no complaints. Truly, it was quite good for a new priest. Nebula certainly merited that substantial faith increase, particularly given the extensive time and energy he had invested in these lizardmen. Currently, the actual challenge involved determining how the lizardmen would support themselves. Because Nebula did not oversee vegetation or wild areas, he could not make plants sprout or conjure water from nothing. However, remember that he governs insects. Before he utilized insects, primarily grasshoppers, these creatures were employed by him to devastate grasslands and draw the buffalo from their mountain habitat. Currently, the lizardmen possess no understanding of animal rearing. Instead of nurturing young buffalo, they consumed them. However, Nebula recognized that anticipating livestock management skills at this point was excessive. Furthermore, this oasis lacks the capacity to sustain a significant future population. The lizardmen's survival will be limited to mere years if their current situation persists. Presently, their ignorance of agriculture and animal husbandry darkens their prospects. Naturally, expertise and abilities are not acquired instantaneously, and providing direct instruction would violate established rules. Progress will require patience, yet Nebula feels confident they will ultimately find the correct path. He commences this undertaking through granting a minor favor to his present priest. On the subsequent day, following the offering, Rakrak inspects the altar constructed from buffalo bones. The previous night, he experienced a profoundly troubling dream, which seemed indistinct yet profoundly disquieting. Zayal, his friend, inquired more about the dream. Rakrak recounted how the altar in his vision had shaken dangerously. He described their oasis drying, no fish remaining to be caught, and the land being too depleted for further cultivation. Zayal, however, felt they had no cause for concern, convinced their deity provided for them well. Rakrak, too, held profound faith in their god, possessing great trust. Yet he pondered if the dream's events were true warnings. Should they misinterpret these omens and neglect proper action, it would equate to defying their god's desires. This thought was precisely what frayed Rakrak's composure. While positioned on the altar, he observed something troubling and summoned Zayal to investigate. Distantly, a group advanced directly toward their oasis. Rakrak instantly understood the reason for the altar's tremor in his dream. Their arrangement and the rising dust suggested that these approaching lizardmen spelled trouble. Rakrak and his companion instantly identified them, their scales' blue hue, their massive stature, and the creatures they rode. These characteristics identified the Blue Leather tribe. This was the tribe which had seized their former dwelling, compelling Rakrak's group into exile. It appeared these invaders sought another place to occupy and devastate. Because the oasis was not visible from a distance, their march had coincidentally led them here. Rakrak could only wish they would pass by unobserved. This was their belief, until a boisterous scout from the oasis yelled toward the Blue Leather tribe, instantly capturing their attention. An error occurred, yet Rakrak does not interpret this as bad luck. This might prove advantageous. Perhaps their deity wishes them to undertake a specific mission. Its aim is to incorporate the lizardmen seized by the Blue Leather tribe. This task involves merging the Blue Leather tribe with his people. It must be the god's will. Otherwise, their deity would not have driven their old rival directly toward the oasis. And when Rakrak spots those familiar blue butterflies drifting nearby, his doubt transforms into certainty. This is divine will, and he dares not question it. His duty is simple: fulfill his role as the god's apostle. Meanwhile, Nebula observes everything unfold. Nebula feels immense pride for Rakrak. Rakrak needs to win against the Blue Leather tribe and incorporate them. This would boost population growth and initiate new advancements. Rakrak's decision-making process particularly intrigues Nebula. Rakrak selected this course independently. This demonstrates Rakrak possesses a strong will. Furthermore, Rakrak has already reached level 14. Despite confronting an opposing group, he considered forming an alliance. Such determination positions him as a leading contender for future leadership. Nebula's current task involves reinforcing Rakrak's faith sufficiently to guarantee his choices naturally coincide with Nebula's objectives. Shifting focus to the Blue Leather tribe's leader, the corpulent leader sneers, inquiring if the oasis was their property. The lizardmen retort with intensified contempt, instructing the intruders to vacate their territory. The corpulent man posed a further foolish inquiry, wanting to know its particular significance. Rakrak advanced, stating with composure that their deity dwelled there, identifying it as the nameless beetle god's domain. Predictably, the leader sneered once more, expressing his disbelief that a deity would communicate with a savage such as Rakrak. His conversation concluded, Rakrak received an immediate command to depart. Should they withdraw without conflict, he assured them no dire repercussions would follow. Rakrak retorted with complete certainty, emphasizing that the Blue Leather tribe lacked the power to overcome them, regardless of their numerical strength. Naturally, the leader considered Rakrak deranged for disregarding the immense handicap he confronted. Yet Rockrak maintained his impertinent, self-assured grin and merely issued a challenge to the chief rather than expending words. Predictably, the headman grew enraged upon receiving a challenge from an individual he deemed inferior. Rockrak, in turn, labeled the Blue Leather tribe as lost sheep, lacking any place to call home. Therefore, he extended an opportunity, a prospect of existing beneath the gods' favor. The corpulent leader burst into laughter as though Rockrak had uttered the most amusing jest. He completely rejected any talk of a god. For him, power was the sole authority, and Rockrak faced overwhelming odds. Still, Rockrak's resolve remained firm. He assumed his fighting posture, declaring he would not yield, especially with his complete faith in his god. His patience exhausted, the Blue Leather chieftain advanced on his mount, intending to defeat Rockrak with a single strike. Rockrak implored his god for the necessary power to overcome the adversary before him. With the creature drawing near, Rockrak's soul armament utterly breaks, and the creature's paw swings down a second time, aiming to crush him. Precisely then, Nebula gets a system alert regarding the conflict of two civilizations. A subsequent alert arrives, formally identifying these lizardmen as Nebula's tribe, given his close care and their long residence within his territory. This unforeseen event grants access to a completely new ability, an absolute turning point for the ongoing conflict. Upon Nebula's activation, the scene returns to Rockrak right before the blow connects. However, immediately prior to the collision, Nebula enters Rockrak's form. The creature's limb strikes hard. The blue-clad chieftain finds this amusing, believing Rockrak was flattened. However, his delight vanishes immediately as he sees Rockrak standing at a distance, having evaded the strike just in time. Nebula's presence within him now provides a significant power increase and agility previously unknown to Rockrak. The leader initiates another assault once more, stating he would not miss this attempt. Nebula engages his predictive vision and assesses the corpulent lizard's statistics. Although arrogant and self-important, the chieftain's numbers appear remarkably average, sufficiently weak for Rockrak to manage even without Nebula's aid. However, a complication arises. The creature he rides will prove difficult to manage, particularly when also engaging the chieftain. That creature bears the name Monandrake. This situation precisely explains Nebula's possession of Rockrak. This ability bestows upon Rockrak a fresh stat, Divinity, identified by the letter D. Each D provides 200 attribute points. Because Rockrak possesses 3 Ds for every attribute, all his attributes, even strength, increase from 30 up to 630. This explains Rockrak's lightning-fast sprint toward his foe and how he overturns the enormous drake using only his bare hands, effortlessly. Spectators watched in utter astonishment. This response was precisely what Nebula had foreseen. The corpulent chieftain, too, felt disbelief and refused to accept the reality before him. A trick, he believed, was at play. After he crawled from under the fallen drake, he charged at Rockrak, a dagger pointed at his chest. However, Rockrak ended the fight with a humiliating, ego-shattering slap to his face. The slap was immensely powerful, instantly causing the chieftain's knees to buckle. Following their commander's defeat, Rockrak challenges the remaining survivors to advance if they possess sufficient courage. Exactly as Nebula anticipated, the entire crowd disarms themselves and submissively yields to Rockrak. After the conflict concludes, Rockrak reestablishes physical self-control, completely unable to believe his recent actions. The sole logical conclusion remaining involves the idea that a divine entity temporarily commandeered his actions. Before long, the integrated lizardmen assemble near the sacred shrine to partake in a meal. Deep surprise strikes the newcomers upon discovering Rockrak's faction represents those forgotten travelers who disappeared into the wasteland ages ago. Severe environmental hardships triggered a visible transformation in their external coloration. The Ashen Lizardmen enthusiastically share their odyssey, explaining how the nameless beetle god provided direction, delivering them safely to this haven. Without that intervention, starvation would have claimed them gradually out in the barrens. Having a protective deity genuinely intrigues the azure reptiles. Frankly, such claims would seem completely absurd to them had Rockrak not demonstrated that monstrous power, which obviously surpassed ordinary capabilities. Shifting focus to Rockrak alongside his companion Zal, the partner expresses deep anxiety regarding these developments with the captive faction. Due to this group integration at the sanctuary, their community size has skyrocketed, expanding by nearly 6-fold. Under these conditions, localized assets will quickly deplete, threatening to drag them right back into the terrible hardship they previously fled. However, Rockrak seemingly comprehends their necessary next steps. Their departure from this haven is inevitable. Naturally, Zal despises that proposition. Roaming the wasteland once more without a definite objective seems entirely unfeasible to him. Even so, Rockrak remains convinced their deity communicated an explicit directive. This solution to Zal's concerns depends entirely on their integrated kin, who function as the driving force to reveal their path through collective cooperation. Morning breaks shortly afterward. A group of gray lizardmen attempts to subdue this creature belonging to the Blue Leather tribe's former chief. Incidentally, a large lizard man named Yuri is present. Even with their considerable efforts, they cannot manage to control this wild creature. At that moment, Rockrak makes his appearance, causing the drake to show distress from his known presence. The beast remembers being incapacitated by one strike. This unsettling recollection causes the animal to tremble and retreat. However, Rockrak's sole purpose is to nourish this large beast. He presents the animal with some roots for consumption. Naturally, the beast shows some reluctance, yet it ultimately begins to consume the roots. This action surprised everyone. They had put immense effort into taming the creature. However, with Rockrak nearby, the beast immediately became docile, acting as if they were old companions. Rockrak subsequently provided additional radishes for consumption. The god's decision to preserve this animal implied its importance. Rockrak held this conviction. Thus, he respected his deity's wishes by providing sustenance and attention to the beast. Once it consumed all the food, the animal searched for additional portions. However, Rockrak refused to yield to Manon's demands. The creature needed to develop patience. The animal acknowledged this with a nod and hesitantly retreated, complying precisely with its new owner's instructions. Following this, Rockrak departed, instructing his companions to notify him should Manun create further disturbance. Yuri appeared to gain insight from the event, yet chose to express it at a subsequent time. Rockrak proceeded to question a blue lizard man. It was discovered that this blue individual possessed weapon crafting abilities. His progress had been impeded by their leader's unusual and strict regulations. With adequate resources, he stated he could have produced superior weaponry. A shortage of wood presented the present challenge. Residual timber served as his fuel source for weapon production. Once information regarding the armaments and supplies was collected, Rockrak then released the individual, vowing to provide a conclusive answer the following day. Subsequently, an elderly lizard man, lacking his left hand, approached. He identified himself as a transient, one who roamed between locations, seeking a permanent dwelling. His journeys taught him to recognize routes. He found territories possessing ample natural provisions for existing inhabitants. He remains uncertain if these areas remain vacant. Other nomads or groups likely occupy them. Rockrak remains unfazed. Should any occupants prove aggressive, he intends to conquer them and seize their territory. The nomad accepted Rockrak's choice, prepared to believe in his intentions. Rockrak then posed a further query, inquiring if the wanderer would similarly place faith in his deity. The nomad answered, indicating the heavens. His belief rests with celestial bodies. During darkness, he clarifies, that by tracking constellations properly, straying off course becomes entirely impossible. Rockrak pledges to trust this celestial navigation as well, provided the navigator demonstrates its accuracy over the upcoming period. Following this, the navigator dedicates hours to instructing Rockrak regarding cordage techniques. After concluding his explanations on stellar orientation, he requests that Rockrak track the night sky simultaneously 24 hours later. At that exact instant, Yuri approaches the commander. An obvious purpose brings him here, causing Rockrak to initially anticipate issues regarding Manun, which proves incorrect, although Yuri reveals a fascinating detail, noting that while Manun appears displeased with his rations, providing timely sustenance keeps the beast perfectly submissive. Instead, gossip concerning an impending mass departure from the oasis prompted Yuri to seek this meeting. Such an expedition requires stockpiling provisions to avoid starvation throughout the trek. Earlier, Yuri observed the effortless manner in which Rockrak subdued a predatory drake, treating the monster like a common domestic hound. This realization triggered a brilliant concept within his mind. The community could attempt domesticating those massive bovines to guarantee a consistent meat source. Following this breakthrough, Rockrak's faction unlocks an innovative preservation method, livestock farming. Historically speaking, mankind relied on two primary survival mechanisms. Cultivating crops represents the initial method, while herding animals constitutes the alternative approach. Had Nebula been forced to select one, crop cultivation would be his preference due to its superior permanent sustainability. Past events validate this, as ancient societies consistently established themselves alongside waterways. Nevertheless, the unique population under Nebula's control differs from humanity. These lizardmen possess robust bodies alongside innate resilience against harsh climates. Consequently, the lizardmen are bound to find greater success managing herds compared to farming land. Additionally, achieving further progression requires them to master the creation of sophisticated implements. And, presently, a particular blue lizard man, possessing smithing abilities, attempts to craft an iron weapon. Nebula feels pleased that primitive iron tools are now within their production capabilities. Despite its inferiority to bronze, it currently serves its purpose. Indeed, this represents a significant advancement for a tribe which had solely depended on stone materials. Something else that captured Nebula's interest was the individual possessing astronomical expertise. Even though the lizard man's understanding of astronomy remains rudimentary, Nebula anticipates the stargazer will significantly advance his expertise. That evening, Rockrak gazed skyward, happily confirming the stargazer's accuracy. Indeed, celestial bodies truly function as a divine navigation tool. He now fully grasps astronomy's importance and its potential to direct their path forward. Some time passed, all assembled near the altar, as Rockrak shared disheartening information. He began by recalling the duration since the Benevolent One guided them to this territory. Furthermore, the Almighty had also brought together their additional brethren. The Benevolent One opted to rescue their kin, rather than allowing them to perish wandering in the wild. The god recognized power in solidarity, or else he would not have welcomed them to his refuge. Nonetheless, Rockrak considers it now appropriate for them to depart this area and broaden their reach. He then summoned Stargazer and Rockrak present Stargazer to the assembled group, acknowledging his significant assistance in comprehending celestial patterns. Furthermore, Rockrak verified Stargazer's knowledge as genuine. Therefore, the Lizardman chieftain bestowed upon Stargazer the role of their tribal guide. Henceforth, Stargazer would serve as their exclusive leader, tasked with guiding the entire group toward a new settlement. Rockrak then requested Stargazer to inform the populace of their upcoming destination. The sagacious reptilian individual lifted a digit, indicating a specific course. With the first light of day, their southward trek would commence. This expedition would extend for 10 complete days. During this period, they would encounter a putrid body of water, and following an additional 3 days of travel, they would cross barren peaks and depressions. Should they adhere to Stargazer's planned route, he guaranteed guidance to an expansive woodland. This area teemed with feral creatures and housed diverse life forms. In essence, the forest offered optimal conditions for their present numbers to flourish. After Stargazer finished speaking, Rockrak politely dismissed the wanderer before he recaptured everyone's focus. From his position above the altar, he questioned Yuri, asking why they must refrain from slaying every buffalo caught. Despite Yuri's large stature, he visibly suffered from stage fright, stammering as he spoke. He explained that by keeping their hunted animals alive, they could utilize them during periods of severe hunger. Rockrak, naturally, openly commended Yuri for his forward-thinking approach. He acknowledged Yuri had controlled his impulses, and rather than consuming the buffalo immediately, considered their future needs. To reinforce this concept, Rockrak presented Yuri with an iron weapon. A collective gasp arises upon seeing a weapon crafted from iron. Rockrak's generosity extends beyond Yuri. He also compensates individuals who curb their hunger and save their catch for future needs. Witnessing these rewards, other lizardmen start desiring similar armaments. Rockrak's plan appears successful. This straightforward act motivates others to conserve provisions for optimal benefit, instead of yielding to immediate cravings and impulses. At that moment, Rockrak seizes a buffalo skull and places it upon his face, resembling a sacred battle mask. He calls for the fighters to advance. Yuri responds to the summons initially, and Rockrak bestows upon him a skull of his own. Individuals displaying these skulls become designated skeleton warriors. Warriors committed to Rockrak's service, tasked with enacting their god's desires upon the world. Remaining on this sacred land is no longer an option for them. Their deity insists on their advance and compliance. They are to leave promptly, searching for the subsequent sanctuary. With the initial signs of twilight appearing, Rockrak utters the name of their deity, the nameless beetle god, instructing each warrior to embed that name deeply within their being. The path ahead promises no mercy, and the challenges will be relentless. Yet, they are compelled to persevere, just as they had resisted the urge to consume the water buffaloes. Their hardship serves as their tribute. Their determination constitutes their adoration. Their iron spears were held aloft, and everyone pledged to advance. Rockrak observes the twilight of a fresh day, a novel journey, a new genesis. He seeks his god's pardon for his audacious words, for employing the deity's name to inspire others, and for utilizing the guise of divine will to unite all. The aforementioned deity observes these events, showing no concern whatsoever regarding Rockrak's conduct. Truly, possessing Rockrak in this sacred position brings immense satisfaction to the deity. Ultimately, the commander exerts an incredibly beneficial influence over his subordinates, simultaneously uplifting community spirits and hastening societal advancement. Having achieved a recent breakthrough, Yuri serves as a perfect illustration of this progress. Even Rockcrack upgraded his own unique capabilities. None of the outcomes achieved by this chosen leader have ever failed to satisfy Nebula. Nevertheless, the genuine challenge starts at this moment. Unforgiving obstacles await Rockcrack in the upcoming journey. Beneath an oppressive sun, the unified Lizardmen Legion slowly marches across the Barrens. This intense temperature becomes so overwhelming that Manun ultimately faints from exhaustion. Seeing this, Rockcrack calls for a temporary halt. While the travelers recuperate, it gives them time to reflect on their current situation. They begin doubting whether they'll even reach the place they're hoping for after surviving this grueling desert. Rockcrack, too, seeks an explanation for their progress, having journeyed for 3 days. Fatigue grips the whole party, and conditions are worsening. Their provisions are perilously scarce. Trusting in a further divine intervention is something Rockcrack strongly wishes to avoid. Just then, Yuri rushes in bearing troubling information. A different species has been observed far off. These are orcs, entirely agitated and prepared to plunder the lizardmen they noticed. However, upon nearing the complete legion, the small group of orcs becomes astonished. Their faces streamed with perspiration. Before the skeleton warriors could attack, the clever orcs let go of their rock implements and yielded instantly. Prior to any discussion, the lizardmen provided the green-skinned individuals with sustenance. The orcs initially conveyed their thanks, then started detailing their circumstances. A monster's invasion of their home had forced them to roam the wild. Their previous dwelling was among the hills. While not a utopia, it offered sufficient provisions for survival. However, following a specific monster's takeover, they were compelled to escape. Nebula's interest is sparked by the monster's mention, prompting him to quickly survey the vicinity, where a huge centipede is found protecting a square structure upon its back. This being is identified as an abomination, a classification with numerous variants. This particular variant is named the Ancient Coleoptera. Furthermore, it possesses triple D in all attributes, granting an extra 600 points to each. Further information on these abominations: the game perished. World's narrative mentions beings reportedly created by the deceased ancient gods. With the gods' disappearance, these creatures roamed the planet unguided. These entities are now infamous as abominations. Their distinguishing characteristic? They have poisonous fangs. To summarize, Nebula ought not to interfere with this situation, particularly given his civilization's current power level. When the creature contorts and struggles, the whole ground trembles, causing distress for the lizardmen. Despite this, the green orc calmly explained the creature was only sleepwalking, presently dormant. Rockcrack started considering his choices while time remained. The Wanderer had indicated that re-entering the wilderness and tracking the mountain range would extend their trip by 8 additional days. The prospect of consuming 8 days' worth of provisions for a mere diversion caused Rockcrack's hesitation, yet confronting the enormous creature directly appeared equally unfeasible, particularly since his followers were gripped by fear. Rockcrack remained suspended, caught within an intricate predicament. Concurrently, Zale observed the towering cliffs and the enormous rocks positioned near their brink. Her intentions were quite apparent. This was precisely her reason for proposing combat instead of the extended path. Zale's suggestion of a confrontation was well considered. Her intellectual capabilities, after all, significantly surpassed those of a typical lizardman in this region. The warrior has already determined a strategy to exploit the surrounding terrain effectively. However, executing her strategy requires that the group discover an efficient method for dislodging massive rocks down the precipice using negligible physical exertion. Memories surface of a specific apparatus previously utilized by the metalworker, a bellows, which forced additional airflow into the forge to intensify the heat. In a comparable fashion, the team needs an ingenious system to displace those immense stones productively. Following careful deliberation, the workers successfully develop a functional fulcrum system designed to launch the stones over the edge. Through unified strain, their endeavors ultimately culminate in shifting the heavy hazards into their designated spots. Nebula commends his society for engineering a straightforward yet powerful tactic to eliminate a massive threat like this colossal insect. Even so, guaranteeing success requires that they release the entire rock slide simultaneously. Before long, the team dislodges the initial stone, which tumbles over the precipice at a lethal velocity. The colossal insect perceives the danger with insufficient time. Striking the target accurately, the heavy projectile impacts the abomination, yet inflicts negligible harm. The fighters have merely fractured its outer plating, an outcome that simply infuriates the creature. Ascending the rock face, the predator rushes toward their position, intent on destroying the attackers. Although ordered to discharge the subsequent payload, the secondary squad of skeleton soldiers falters, missing their window. Nebula finds himself compelled to intervene personally. Entering Rockrak's form, he then propels the stone using his might. As the next rock approaches, Zale insists they release the third, but re-engaging the lever is impossible. Thus, Rockrak, the formidable lizard, exerts himself fully, moving the giant rock through sheer physical power. His physique straining, veins prominent, he forces it from the precipice. Yet Nebula perceives this action may still fall short. At that moment, Rockrak seizes his weapon and jumps from the edge. He propels the weapon downward, resembling a powerful meteor, which then impacts the centipede at a vital location. The creature emits a shriek of pain, and at that instant, a descending rock appears, crashing directly into its skull. Subsequently, the last rock impacts its visage, utterly destroying it. Rockrak returns to firm ground, observing the creature's descent. Seated once more on his throne, Nebula at last breathes a sigh of relief. The system then reports the complete defeat of an abomination. Nebula's faith grows from this accomplishment. Additionally, the system grants him a novel item, Abomination Essence, a substance Nebula had wished for. As is known, Nebula generates unique resources for his civilization using faith points. However, crafting items not found anywhere requires specific components, and Abomination Essence proves essential here. Using it, Nebula may forge sacred beasts. These creatures exist solely to disseminate their deity's will globally. Their statistics can also improve, and advancing them to greater levels bestows new classes like Apostle or Incarnation. Currently, Nebula anticipates discovering the type of sacred beast he can generate. Shifting focus to the lizardmen, they won't permit the monster's remains to be wasted, intending to consume them for nourishment. However, an awful stench emanates. Zale attempts a taste, discovering its flavor resembles actual refuse. To improve the flavor, the group resolves to mix in alternative ingredients to render the meat consumable, despite falling short of premium quality. Zale recommends incorporating aromatic vegetation before grilling the portion. This adjustment eliminates the carcass's foul stench. Implementing her suggestion, Rockrak experiences utter surprise upon sampling the result. The meal proves surprisingly palatable. Zale details this practice, defining it as cooking, where seasoned foliage and open flames transformed the food. Fascinated by the effectiveness of this novel method, Rockrak demands that she instruct him in the craft. Amidst the meal, Zale notes that the orc chief possesses a successor. This observation prompts a suggestion that Rockrak ought to seek a partner as well. The leader's mind freezes completely. Zale maintained a serious demeanor, noting their advancing age. She explained that a new generation was a natural requirement. While Rockrak entered a state of profound thought, Zale conveyed her readiness to become his partner. Before he could give an answer, a gleaming object positioned behind Zale captured his attention. This was an ancient relic. The item had been fastened onto the monster's dorsal structure. Yuri, the playful one, attempted to consume it, but quickly understood it lacked edibility. The Wanderer disclosed that the material was metallic, identifying it as gold. Zale mentioned having encountered a comparable metal previously, as the blacksmith had presented her with different types. Polishing it thoroughly causes it to reflect illumination and gleam splendidly. Moreover, its hue remains constant, and it resists degradation through the ages. This particular metal possesses significant worth among human populations. However, to individuals like Yuri, such metallic objects represent mere hindrances that offer considerable weight without any nutritional value. Changing the subject, the explorer encourages Yuri to track localized deer, describing them as antlered, hooved creatures possessing remarkably flavorful flesh. According to details provided by the orcs, a group of these targets roams the immediate vicinity. Reinvigorated, Yuri departs to search, whereas Rockrak remains completely absorbed in contemplating the unique material. Twilight arrives shortly afterward. Yet, rather than consuming the captured venison laid before his feet, the leader remains preoccupied. Assuming gold resists natural decomposition, what motivation drove the ancient artisans to engineer an object impervious to environmental degradation? This mystery intensifies his desire to comprehend the message inscribed upon the artifact. Zale arrives to report that the community has finished preparing for their evening slumber. It startles Rockrak that she located his position despite his secrecy regarding this destination. Simple visibility favored her, as those distinctive pelt garments stood out clearly. Indeed, she originally recommended that he don this apparel, an ideal choice for an individual destined to act as commander. Darkness falls completely, and the captured venison before Rockrak starts rotting away. Nevertheless, he remains motionless, attempting to decipher the true intent behind this artifact. Suddenly, luminescent insects catch his eye as they generate glowing streaks, attempting to fashion glyphs. Initially, Witnessing such strange phenomena leaves Rakrak utterly astounded. However, the authenticity of these apparitions is irrelevant. The crucial detail is how the insects mimic the engravings etched upon the slab, signaling that Rakrak has unlocked the breakthrough he desperately sought. This object was created to embody an eternal concept, something immune to natural degradation or chronological erasure, and its precise meaning is finally clear to him. Dedicating the entire evening to translating the symbols, he watches the early sunlight emerge. He immediately approaches Zale and rouses her from sleep, eager to demonstrate his latest revelation. To reveal the secret ahead of time, the warrior has mastered the fundamentals of literacy. Utilizing a small branch, he sketches a glyph that denotes a male lizard man. Right next to that mark, he illustrates a separate sign signifying a female lizard man. Following this, he places an equivalence indicator connecting both drawings, which collectively demonstrates the partnership binding these two individuals together. Furthermore, this creation was not random. He employs these markings to communicate his agreement to her earlier suggestion, confirming her status as his life partner. By this moment, Zale has grasped the meaning behind these characters as well, adding a circular boundary encompassing his sketches while wishing that Rakrak interprets her intent correctly. As it turns out, the commander comprehends the significance perfectly. The same applies to the audience, witnessing how Nebula's people integrated text into their society. This development represents a truly magnificent milestone. Its development into a contemporary tongue will require several generations. With Rakrak having selected his partner, the marriage ritual can commence. This requires both the man and woman to seek out and capture the largest creature available, and then offer it to their chosen mate. And it appears Zale has already surpassed Rakrak's efforts with her capture. Regardless, Nebula feels relief, knowing he can now anticipate an heir. The scene then returns to the animal's remains, already meticulously dismembered. At this moment, Rakrak engages in conversation with the orc leader. The orc individual literally begins to well up in tears as Rakrak delivered the welcome news. The lizard men would not claim their territory. This meant the orcs could remain in their homes. The leader expressed profound gratitude to Rakrak, acknowledging his act of slaying the monster and his kindness in preserving their territory. The highly appreciative orc chief subsequently presented his son, designating him as their escort due to his extensive knowledge of the region. The orcs warned that the territory beyond contained many massive creatures and considerably larger tribes residing in closer proximity. Nevertheless, they expressed certainty that a commander such as Rakrak would effortlessly conquer any impediment encountered. While Rakrak and his companions surveyed the dense woodland, they noticed peculiar tracks on the ground. After the traveler examined them more closely, he identified them as the tracks of frogmen, beings able to move bipedally. Benevolent frogmen exist occasionally, though rarely. Tracking parties operating around this territory clearly demonstrates that these entities possess practical military scouting expertise. Evaluating the accumulated tracks left behind, a minimum of 5 scouts inspected this location, suggesting their community size potentially dwarfs the lizardmen population considerably. Concluding their surveillance, the intruders head back toward their base as nighttime falls completely. The chief commands his forces to patrol various sectors. Implementing this wide dispersion successfully projects a false impression of immense military strength. Zal additionally recommends deploying extra sentries along the perimeter for constant vigilance. Following several days, this deceptive layout yields positive results, keeping their territory entirely free of amphibian encounters. Throughout this period, the lizardmen focused heavily on securing long-term resources. Prioritizing animal husbandry above other tasks, they also dramatically advanced the architectural stability of their residential shelters. Among these minor milestones, the development that fascinated Nebula most profoundly involved the rapid pace of literacy adoption within the community. Utilizing basic geographical sketches alongside fresh textual combinations integrated with traditional tracking indicators, the population swiftly embraced graphic communication. Furthermore, Rakrak enforced a policy requiring everyone to document their gathered resources every day. This shared data sparked intense rivalry across the workforce, pushing individuals to outdo each other. Meanwhile, regarding Nebula, his plague of locusts multiplies consistently within the mainland interior, while the separate insect hive down towards the southern zone expands its population simultaneously. Consequently, his specialized authority over bugs hits level 4. To clarify the situation, 3 distinct swarms previously belonged to Nebula, which he deploys to alter various localized conditions. Great satisfaction accompanies his reflection on these current achievements. Typically, 0 competitors would risk accelerating development so drastically within this limited time frame, an outcome enabled solely by his favorable geographic positioning. His initial birthplace occupied a secluded eastern territory, shielding him against rival users and powerful factions throughout that difficult beginning phase. Nevertheless, these accomplishments merely scratch the surface, as future obstacles present unimaginable perils. Shifting focus to Rakrak, Yuri abruptly arrives carrying critical updates that demand urgent intervention. The amphibian forces have arrived. Shortly afterward, the formal meeting with the frogmen commences. Representing the tribe, our senior leadership gathers to receive these unexpected visitors. Straight away, the initial detail that draws Rakrak's focus involves an unexpected reptile positioned right beside the frogmen, an arrangement that completely baffles him. Moving forward, the commander of the visiting party identifies himself as Shunin, whose father is the prominent leader Oloi. To begin, he openly declares their purpose, stating that hostilities remain completely outside their goals. This polite demeanor exhibited by Shunin catches Rakrak entirely off guard. Courteously, the commander provides his own name in return, identifying himself as Rakrak, the tribal leader, while mirroring that peaceful sentiment by stating his reluctance to brandish arms against them. Following these opening courtesies, the messenger advances to state their primary objective, explaining that the reptile community has crossed into frogmen land holdings. Naturally, Rakrak challenges this claim, questioning how such vast terrain could pertain exclusively to a single faction, particularly given the total absence of physical landmarks delineating ownership. Even so, the chieftain conveys his total lack of interest in violating sovereign borders, offering a formal apology for the oversight. Nevertheless, he civilly informs Shunin regarding their plan to occupy this zone temporarily due to a complete lack of alternative settlements. Additionally, Rakrak steers the dialogue in his favor by offering praises to the offspring of Chief Auloi. A handful of strategic compliments suffices, and Shunin readily accedes to the conditions outlined by Rakrak. Meanwhile, two massive warriors remain positioned in the background, maintaining a completely stoic silence. Their presence indicates an assignment intended purely to prevent Shunin from committing any foolish errors. Regardless, the true function of the captive reptile accompanying the delegation continues to elude Rakrak, though he expects clarity to emerge shortly. Seeking that information, he extends an earnest banquet invitation to the noble descendant of Chief Auloi. Ultimately, achieving an amicable understanding between two factions without violence serves as a superb justification for hosting a celebratory feast. Shunin intends to embrace the proposal, but stammers after his bodyguard murmurs an objection. He politely declines, citing their unestablished relationship, though Rakrak persists by stating that denying hospitality violates tribal honor. Alternately, he suggests that Shunin consume food right at the border if entering the outpost causes discomfort, a compromise that the descendant accepts once his bodyguard provides an affirmative gesture. Consequently, the commander initiates a dinner composed of grilled provisions alongside the visitor, providing an ideal scenario to investigate the exact arrangement connecting the amphibian delegation with their reptilian follower. Nevertheless, Rakrak avoids raising these pivotal questions immediately, fearing such inquiries might expose his strategic interest. He opts instead to guide their dialogue gradually, starting with an arbitrary query regarding the meaning behind the plumage decorating Shunin's collar. The items originate from a cockatrice. Naturally, Rakrak lacks any familiarity regarding this particular beast. Unaware of the manipulation, Shunin enthusiastically shares information, describing these avians as hazardous predators nesting throughout adjacent woodlands. These creatures are bipedal and enormous. Beyond their immense stature, their venom poses a significant danger. They also possess rapid reflexes. Consequently, the Frogmen tribe frequently dispatches scouts to this location, ensuring no cockatrice approaches close enough to threaten them. Given the apparent difficulty of hunting these birds, Rakrak inquires about the Frogmen's preferred weaponry. He wonders if they use javelins. However, Shunin believes javelins prove inferior and ineffective. He summons his pale white lizardman companion, instructing him to retrieve a bow and arrows, a weapon type entirely unknown to Rakrak. Shortly thereafter, the pale white lizardman delivers the armament Shunin had asked for. Subsequently, he receives the task of positioning a wooden board against a tree for a target. After its completion, Shunin discharges his initial arrow, striking the target with precision. Rakrak commends both the implement and its wielder for their remarkable accuracy. Shunin states he intends no boasting, yet asserts his position as one of his tribe's finest archers. They have mastered this weapon from a young age. This green individual clearly craves affirmation, as he feels flattered whenever Rakrak praises him. Up next, when their chief voices his wish to test the weapon is cheerfully given to Rakrak by the frogmen. He spends some time manipulating it, attempting to grasp its correct handling and operation. During this process, he discerns the weapon's significant superiority over javelins. Transporting numerous arrows presents no difficulty, and its velocity and precision prove exceptional. Rakrak fires multiple arrows, yet not a single one hits the intended mark. Shunin subsequently instructs his lizardman associate, Owen, to retrieve the projectiles. While Owen moves quickly to gather them, Rakrak asserts he will retrieve them personally, explaining he had discharged them. Naturally, this serves as a mere excuse to approach Owen, beyond anyone's hearing. When Rakrak lowers himself beside Owen, his initial observation is the individual's evident distress. Upon the chieftain inquiring about the young lizardman's association with the frogmen, Owen offers an uncertain reply. He explains that a shared community unites the two distinct races, functioning through mutual advantages that satisfy both factions. This declaration strikes Rakrak as completely ridiculous, yet Owen reinforces his statement, cheerfully maintaining that absolute peace defines their coexistence. Expectedly, Rakrak demands clarification regarding the mechanics of this partnership, prompting Owen to clarify that the amphibians offer security, whereas the reptiles manage everyday labor. Additionally, aquatic exploration falls to the deep-diving frogmen, while tree climbing and gathering fruit remain strengths of the lizardmen. Trading these exclusive goods simplifies daily survival for both sides. Still, Rakrak maintains that reptiles possess ample combat skills to survive without external preservation, though Owen highlights the severe hazards hidden within the woods. Allegedly, only Aloy's faction, the dominant force around, possesses enough power to endure here, leaving independent reptiles so destitute that basic existence became impossible without amphibian assistance. Having collected the necessary intelligence, the chieftain halts his interrogation for the moment. He rigidly commands Owen to maintain absolute secrecy regarding their dialogue. Soon after, the hosts present seasoned venison cutlets to their noble visitor, Shunin. Sampling the initial piece, his expression shifts to pure, childlike ecstasy. Deer was not new to him, but an herb-seasoned one was. He was thoroughly convinced, and to further entice, Rakrak then offered more temptation by bringing up buffalo meat. Understandably, Shunin's interest was rekindled. Consuming buffalo was a rare event for them. He hadn't eaten it in a very long time, and his previous experience involved only a tough portion. However, joining Rakrak's camp meant access to succulent, new buffalo meat, as they possessed some. However, his large, muscular friend began glaring fiercely, which left Shunin no option but to refuse, given the severe coercion. Rakrak, equally impudent, attempted to intensify Shunin's FOMO further. Shunin maintained that he would visit their camp, but only once greater confidence had been established between them. Fortunately, Aloy's tribe members do not harbor animosity toward lizardmen. Owen, along with other lizardmen residing among frogmen, served as clear evidence. Shunin summoned Owen and requested that he clarify for Rakrak how their respective tribes had provided mutual assistance since cohabitation began. Predictably, Owen commenced reciting the prepared lines he had evidently learned from his superiors, but Rakrak perceived the deception entirely. He perceives that Owen formulated every single remark in advance, specifically tailoring them for this scenario. As the twilight begins projecting an amber glow, Shunin determines it is time to depart, expressing sincere appreciation for their hospitality. Predictably, the visitor civilly declines when Rakrak extends an invitation to tour their settlement in the future. The delegates representing each faction exchange parting gestures prior to moving away. At that point, the prince treats Owen with extreme hostility, an interaction that the watching chieftain observes immediately. He confirms that these enslaved reptiles actually maintain a highly strained relationship with their amphibian masters. Immediately upon reaching his home settlement, Shunin alongside his guards viciously assault Owen. As it happens, the prince detected the previous conversation held with the rival leader, ordering the captive to disclose the entire discussion. The terrified victim stammers helplessly during his failed attempt to fabricate a story. He asserted his sole role was to instruct the chieftain in archery. However, this weak justification only led to further punishment, as he himself lacked archery skills, making his claim of teaching the chieftain unbelievable. Yet Owen persisted, arguing that revealing the truth to the chieftain would have aroused suspicion. Consequently, Owen requested compensation for providing shooting instruction. The chieftain replied that he had no valuable items for payment. Ultimately, Shunin accepted the narrative, beginning to respect Owen for his remarkable negotiation abilities. Given Owen's outstanding performance, Shunin vowed to save his child, whose sacrifice was planned for this very day. It appears these individuals hold numerous lizardmen imprisoned, all designated for ritual offering. This is precisely why Owen readily complies with every order Shunin issues. He intends to deceive Rakrak and his people using all available means. As night fell later, Owen found himself by the pond's edge, contemplating the poor choices that brought him to this point. He wished he had recognized the frogmen's true nature sooner, having enticed them under a guise of kindness. A significant portion of the lizardmen residing there had already been sacrificed. The approximately 200 survivors lacked the courage to rebel against 1,500 frogmen. The frogmen possessed not only greater numbers, but also a creature they revered as a god, believed to be divine, a fearsome two-headed monster capable of consuming anything in one strike. This entity alone held dominion over the frogmen, and consequently, it controlled the lizardmen. Owen felt convinced that the black-scaled lizardman chieftain encountered was undeniably a strong person. However, his tribe numbered merely 600 and lacked the ability to use weapons. Therefore, Owen intended to draw them to this location for an initial sacrifice. This strategy would grant his own people a brief extension of life. He would stop at nothing to extend his son's existence, even if it requires enticing the rival faction into this ambush. Morning breaks, and Yuri flaunts the captured water buffalo outside, driving Shunin completely wild with envy. The chieftain capitalizes on the opportunity to boast about their prize as well. Since Shunin has witnessed the beast firsthand, Rockrak proposes bartering the animal to acquire the weapon known as a bow. At that moment, Owen intervenes, suggesting that mutual outpost inspections precede significant commerce. He argues that establishing familiarity represents the proper approach, pledging that the bow will follow as an offering of friendship. Numerous days elapse in this manner. Rockrak, alongside Zale, evaluate the weapon variant they manufactured independently. However, their initial model fails to launch projectiles across significant distances. The commander attributes this flaw to the cord quality, though the pair remains uncertain regarding which animal sinews yield the necessary elasticity. It is revealed that the upcoming encounter with the frogmen marks the 5th such occasion, and its occurrence is imminent. The frogmen show intense eagerness to discover more concerning the tribe. Despite Rockrak's suspicion regarding their inquisitiveness, he remains convinced they conceal something malicious behind a facade of amity. The difficulty lies in his inability to pinpoint their exact scheme. It appears the moment has arrived to deploy Owen. This action will additionally allow Owen to demonstrate his value and faithfulness. The scene shifts back to the frogmen. They are once more engaged in suffocating the unfortunate individual. Dissatisfaction plagues them due to their lack of advancement in approaching the tribe, despite adhering to Owen's directions. Owen acknowledges that the black-scaled chieftain proves considerably more astute and wary than anticipated. Regardless, Shunin demands Owen accelerate their efforts. Chief Owloy imposed a time limit for them to deliver the offerings, and failing to meet it is not an option. Owen demands to understand the strictness of the deadline. He feels convinced they conceal vital information, which he must learn. Therefore, he queries Shunin regarding the matter. Shunin clarifies that his father and the elder's health is declining, making any postponement of the sacrificial ritual impossible. A spreading illness induces intense itching, with symptoms worsening progressively. Although Shunin acknowledges this information is not for any lizardman, he views Owen as a special case. He emphasizes the illness's severe peril. Should a frogman become affected, their skin will not just itch, but also develop a sticky white mucus coating. This coating cannot be removed and steadily grows. Eventually, the mucus impedes proper respiration, leading to the victim's suffocation. Currently, one priest has already succumbed to it. Owen finds it astonishing that Shunin chose to reveal such confidential information to a lizardman. He can only conclude Shunin is subjecting him to a trial. Thus, he conceals his feelings, and vows not to disseminate this knowledge among the lizardmen. He reasons that if they discover such vital facts, they will perceive the frogmen as considerably vulnerable. Such a revelation would incite rebellion. Since this information cannot remain concealed indefinitely, Owen proposes disseminating false reports that the sickness also affects lizardmen. For the tale to gain credence, he further explains that certain plants, when crushed, yield a white foam, suitable for simulating the mucus. Owen offers himself as the initial infected individual. Once this arrangement was finalized, Shunin again felt admiration for Owen's consistently brilliant strategic designs. However, Shunin also desired Owen to apply that same ingenuity to attract all the black-scaled lizardmen to this location, promising that only then would Owen's son be spared from the ritual sacrifice. Naturally, the trapped lizardmen expressed immense gratitude for this act of kindness. As Shunin prepared to depart, having outlined every detail, Owen halted him, asking for a supply of bows for deployment against the black-scaled lizardmen. Yet Shunin's reluctance to part with his valuable armaments without resistance was evident. The following day dawned, and the frogmen presented numerous items to the lizardmen as offerings. It appeared Rockrak had delivered a substantial quantity of herbs intended to alleviate itching. Rockrak expressed his hope that this considerable collection would suffice to acquire at least one bow. Predictably, Shunin rejects the proposal. From his perspective, mutual reliability remains paramount prior to exchanging military gear. Consequently, Rakrak is utterly exhausted from listening to this repetitive justification being constantly recycled. Ultimately, he consents to cultivate stronger relations between their respective factions, precisely as the noble offspring of Owloy requests. Before proceeding, however, he plans to conduct an isolated meeting with Owen. Before long, Owen accompanies the leader to a secluded spot. Immediately, Owen reiterates the identical rehearsed narrative. He describes how the alternative reptilian clans previously conducted a fraternal ceremony alongside the amphibians before unifying their factions. This custom fundamentally demands that each group meticulously evaluate the other. Because of this, Rakrak must disclose comprehensive details regarding his followers, which will prompt Owen to reveal corresponding data concerning the frogmen. He argues that discarding their mutual suspicion to foster real integration is long overdue. At that exact moment, the recognizable azure insects enter the area, with a single specimen alighting directly on Owen. Rakrak instantly comprehends his god's message. He fully concurs with Owen's view. The moment had arrived to cease their mutual distrust. Rakrak intends to disclose all information Owen seeks. Some time passed, then Shunin and his group went back to their settlement. On this occasion, Shunin felt immense joy upon discovering they had collected extensive data regarding the black-scaled lizardmen. His greatest excitement stemmed from their success in persuading those individuals to come to their village. Furthermore, these supposed simpletons willingly guided Shunin through their settlement. The frogmen now held precise knowledge of the lizardman village's position and its population size. Shunin promptly attributed all praise to Owen, who had assisted them in securing an advantage against the tribe. Owen felt pleased by this, even as he cautiously recalled the commitment Shunin had given. Shunin, the clever individual, certainly recalled his pledge, yet Owen strongly suspected he would not uphold it. As dust began to settle, a familiar scene unfolded. Owen was by the pond, anticipating a return to shared life with his child. Regarding Rakrak and the settlement he led, Owen felt the chieftain's lack of insight would ultimately cause his ruin. To reveal the precise discussion that occurred, the narrative shifts to an earlier moment. Rakrak endeavored to teach Owen about various symbols and characters. Using a twig, he sketched specific marks, clarifying their significance. One cross signified decline, while another mark conveyed falsehood. Owen, possessing a keen intellect, rapidly grasped the concepts. Furthermore, he combined these two symbols, creating a novel expression. For instance, placing the symbol for falsehood beside the cross created no lie, signifying truth. Rakrak was deeply astonished by Owen's rapid comprehension. Such innovative symbol usage had never occurred to him. Owen recalls Shunin's similar compliments regarding his intellect, prompted by the current praise. Owen wonders why Rakrak specifically instructs him on symbols, given these topics are absent from frogmen discussions. Rakrak appears to sense his thoughts. Rakrak clarifies his sole motivation for teaching is to establish trust. Rakrak seeks trust not from the frogmen, but from Owen. He already understands that information about the frogmen is false, and Owen holds many untold narratives. Rakrak and his kin have experienced suffering, enabling them to identify it in others. He readily distinguishes between predator and prey, and has already identified Owen and his group as the hunted. Rakrak perceives the suffering etched onto Owen's expression. Nevertheless, the youthful lizardman continues to refute all claims, yet the chieftain possesses full awareness. After the flashback concludes, Owen considers his current circumstances. Owen understands the black-scaled tribe's chieftain is self-assured and powerful, yet he cannot prevail against frogmen weaponry. The assertion regarding the eradication of a monstrous beast strikes Owen as entirely absurd, particularly given the absence of advanced weaponry among the squad. Additionally, he views Chief Rakrak as exceptionally reckless for revealing their unique linguistic characters. Consequently, Owen views himself as unworthy of such leadership-level confidence, defining his identity merely as a transactional agent focused entirely on personal survival. Morning arrives shortly afterward, signaling Rakrak's scheduled inspection of the amphibian outpost. Upon their arrival, Shunin enthusiastically greets the arriving party. Following these introductory remarks, Rakrak expresses regret for coming heavily armed, explaining that avoiding a potential ambush by a cockatrice necessitated full combat readiness. Naturally, Shunin raises no complaints, privately mocking the reptiles for assuming basic wooden pikes could damage a cockatrice. Furthermore, open combat remains outside Shunin's agenda, as he intends to contaminate the banquet rations instead. Next, Rakrak searches the area to locate Owen, prompting Shunin to clarify that festival arrangements currently occupy the servant. Moments later, the group observes him organizing chairs for the visitors, while Shunin spots the slave scratching characters into the dirt with a small branch. The individual remains unaware and believes Owen is indicating guest seating. Rock receives a signal to approach Owen personally, while Shunin departs to inspect the meal arrangements. As Rock draws near, Owen directs attention to his carved marks, feigning that they designate the lizardmen's seating. However, the emblem he inscribed signifies deception. Rock instantly grasps their intended actions. He then motions for Yuri to commence the operation. With that, the true feast commences. Yuri firmly positions himself, adopting his posture, then hurls the spear using his full might, thereby slaying an armed frogman immediately. Rock subsequently commands his fighters to annihilate the frogmen, thus commencing this unequal slaughter. Time elapses, and Rock's group completely secures the zone, incurring no losses. Many frogmen had already escaped, Shunin among them. Their next task involves readying for combat against the bowmen. Rock's sole hope rests on their contingency strategy succeeding. He swiftly faces Owen, assigning him a vital assignment, a mission he must not botch. Meanwhile, among the frogmen, Shunin seethes with rage, clenching his jaw, assuming he possesses teeth. He believes Owen orchestrated everything. He instructs his subordinates to assemble all village warriors. An immediate assault on the lizardmen is required. Regarding the captured gray lizardmen, their role involves delaying Rock's contingent until the frogmen fighters are prepared. Before long, the frogmen launch a volley of projectiles directed straight at the lizardmen. However, Rock anticipated this. Their contingency involved shields. Every lizardman lifts their shield, intercepting the approaching arrows. The flimsy projectiles deflect immediately upon impact. Yuri feels thrilled witnessing their effectiveness against arrows. Concurrently, Shunin swiftly modifies the tactical approach. He instructs the frogmen to shoot solely as the lizardmen move forward. Yet, that strategy likewise fails when a dense cloud of smoke starts engulfing the whole vicinity, impairing everyone's sight. Accurate aiming becomes impossible. Who is causing this smoke? It is Owen, having ignited the frogmen's dwellings. His fellow lizardmen gaze in astonishment, observing him perform such a daring deed. Briefly, they assume Shunin must have commanded it. Owen then disclosed the actual situation, stating he was following directives from the black-scaled chieftain. He implored his companions to place their faith in him solely for this occasion, promising them Rock would defeat the frogmen. In due course, his fellow soldiers grabbed their torches and began setting fire to their surroundings. When Shunin comprehended the encampment was ablaze, it was past the point of no return. He determined a withdrawal was necessary for the moment, particularly as the lizardmen serving them had already turned against them. Their intention was to re-engage in combat once their ultimate weapon, Warrior Oboy, appeared. Yet Shunin remained uncertain if they could reverse their fortunes. He had no reservations about Oboy's power. He fears a single strong warrior won't suffice. He contemplates seeking assistance from the creature residing within the water. Concurrently, Warrior Oboy is informed of Shunin's withdrawal to the lower settlement. The 10 fighters positioned at the banquet hall and the 5 sent to investigate were all slaughtered. Oboy tallies the 5 fighters present on the island and the 10 accompanying him. With all personnel accounted for, their warrior force totals 45. This figure instills confidence in him. They maintain their superior position. A single frogman produces a spear, coats its tip with toxic frog mucus, then readies to launch it. However, the earth abruptly begins to shake. Warrior Oboy is seized by a chilling apprehension. The sensation in his chest mirrors what he felt on the day he confronted the cockatrice. A disaster's approach is evident to him. In time, a volley of arrows is released by them. However, Drake Manoon makes their assault ineffective. The frogman trembles with terror from his immense size. Zal rides the creature, observing Manon's increased size from their previous journey. It is quite amusing that the arrows, meant as the foe's deadliest arms, are merely becoming Manon's light refreshments. Manon consumes whatever approaches his maw. A fierce roar escapes him, prepared to consume additional sustenance. These frogmen will soon be his feast. Oboy faces a grave predicament, as their most powerful weapon has utterly disappointed them. Should he attempt to strike Manon's weak points, the beast moves too swiftly for accurate targeting. Ultimately, Manon surges ahead, then crushes a single Manon's powerful jaws, then crush one frogman. Oboy now understood this creature was beyond their capabilities. Realizing no tactics would affect this complete predator, Oboy chose to exploit its inherent power. He threw the toxic toad directly at Manoon, who, predictably, consumed it immediately. The remaining frogmen likewise started launching their venomous toads in his direction, and Manon effortlessly caught each one in his mouth, ensuring not a single tasty treat was lost. Zale, meanwhile, found it odd that their foe was offering Manon actual food. Thanks to Nebula's favor, particularly one of her 3 boons, they possessed immunity to poisons. Oh boy, yet again, understood much too late that their plan had utterly failed. Manun offered a pleased grin at his upcoming meal, then tore Oh boy's head from his torso. The scene returns to the burning settlement. An enemy marksman attempts to assassinate Rakrak using a venomous projectile, though the mighty commander effortlessly shatters the incoming dart with a powerful tail whip. Yuri immediately crushes the shooter's skull, scattering fragments everywhere. Once this final combatant falls, absolute victory is achieved. Shunin previously fled the outpost to seek refuge at the interior encampment situated on the river island. Following the total annihilation of the main garrison, the subjugated reptilian tribes also revolt against their former masters. Surveying the widespread ruin and the catastrophic losses inflicted upon the defending forces, Rakrak questions the mysterious absence of their supreme commander, Owloy. In reality, Nebula has secretly eliminated Owloy beforehand. This execution involved a contagion possessing an incredibly lengthy, unpronounceable scientific designation. The disease stemming from this pathogen proves exceptionally lethal. When Rakrak had chosen to depart from the Holy Land, Nebula found a sickness many kilometers distant. By means of insects, he conveyed the illness across the entire distance to this location. After the prominent frogman leader Oloy contracted the infection, losing his revered, powerful status, that fool, near his demise, conducted numerous rituals, during which he offered unfortunate lizardmen offspring, presenting them to the two-headed monster. He thought this represented the sole method for his sickness to be healed. Rakrak's group finished clearing the frogmen from the vicinity. Owen then approached him urgently, pleading for immediate action to cross the lake and reach the central island. Young lizardmen were on the verge of being sacrificed to a two-headed fiend. Despite the direness of this news, Rakrak noted Owen's information arrived too late. Crossing the lake was now impossible, as frogmen had already departed for the island in their vessels. Attempting to reach it by swimming would prove suicidal. Once in the water, they would simply serve as targets for frogmen archers. Owen plunged into deep despair. With hands clasped and eyes filled with sorrow and desperation, he implored Rakrak to intervene, stating his son was held captive there. Upon hearing about the son, Rakrak became enraged and struck Owen across the face. He berated the foolish man for not informing him sooner. He expressed profound disappointment that Owen had never trusted him initially. Rakrak was convinced that had they possessed this knowledge from the outset, he would have already prepared to defeat that so-called god. Owen's actions now jeopardize his son, who faces a needless end. Owen himself starts to regret his past choices. Yet, when all hope appears gone, the two-headed fiend finally answers the frogmen's ritual. The creature appears to take the sacrifices. The frogmen devotedly call out their god's name, pleading for him to receive their offerings. Owloy also implores his god to eliminate the black-scaled lizardmen who menace the lake. Meanwhile, Owen remains by the lake's edge, powerless, only able to observe. Rakrak and Zal are occupied assessing the abomination. A primary observation is that the creature's size slightly exceeds the coleoptera they defeated with boulders. An opportunity to overcome it exists, though probability favors their failure heavily, particularly because the current environment creates a massive handicap for them. Serious injuries remain unavoidable. At that moment, a divine transmission reaches Rakrak from his deity. Following this specific instant, the entire situation shifts. Rakrak commands Owen to direct his gaze forward, challenging him to deny the existence of supernatural phenomena. Looming right ahead, an enormous praying mantis emerges, representing an undeniable divine intervention. Returning focus to the foolish frog commander offering prayers to the double-headed monstrosity, he persistently implores the beast to accept the advancing reptiles as an offering. However, an external presence has clearly captured the creature's focus. As Owloy turns his head to identify what attracted the monster's curiosity, the gigantic mantis meets his gaze. The frightened frogman's thoughts could only conceive one term once the mantis was observed: God. This being truly represents a deity. Nebula brought this entity into existence, utilizing an abomination's core essence. Significant contributions came from other elements, such as his Dominion Level 4, Divinity Level, and accumulated faith. Lacking these, he would not have received the power to generate a sacred beast. Nebula believes few players currently own a sacred creature. Concurrently, the two-headed fiend attacked the mantis, attempting to bite it. However, the mantis seized the creature's jaw using an uncovered hand. The beast writhed, trying to break free from the mantis's hold. While it was being moved forcefully, numerous frogmen met their end beneath the fiend's enormous frame. Its other head then struck, yet the mantis displayed no pity, severing it completely, causing gore to splatter widely. The entity previously revered as a deity received a harsh lesson. It was merely a repulsive rodent. The mantis resolved to present this humble being to its powerful originator. In one swift motion, the mantis ripped the monster's head from its torso, liberating the unaware creature from its miserable life. As the two-headed fiend lay deceased, the mantis stood erect, celebrating its triumph. The lizardmen burst into cheers, yet Owen struggled to suppress his emotions. One had to concede, the mantis's arrival generated immense excitement. Nebula shared this sentiment. Although the fiend possessed remarkable statistics, it never managed to activate its small dominion. As previously established, Nebula gained the essence from the two-headed fiend's downfall. A fresh alert permitted him to acquire the small dominion, initially without full understanding. It was only once he had claimed it, Nebula then discovered the dominion consisted of seawater. This explained the monster's non-use. Only freshwater sources existed locally, rendering the seawater dominion impractical. Control of rivers would prove more advantageous, as Nebula himself found no use for ocean water in this location. Nevertheless, he remained convinced of its future utility. The focus then returned to Chief Owloy, who watched their deity's effortless defeat in complete shock. Witnessing his father's profound distress, Shunin started to grasp the actual cause of the frogmen's collapse. He perceived that his father and their people had not weakened from illness, but rather from excessive reliance upon that two-headed creature. The whole tribe grew complacent. Training ceased as they trusted their two-headed god to protect them indefinitely. Consequently, the frogmen became mere cowards, unable to resist their adversaries. The great mantis reported the abomination's destruction to its creator. Nebula expressed pride in his creation, allowing it to recuperate until its next summons. The great mantis stood ready to appear whenever its presence became essential. Concurrently, the frogmen were observed by Rakrak and his group as they crossed the river, heading for the village's outskirts. Since the village was deserted, Rakrak saw a chance to swim over and save the young lizardmen. Rakrak spoke to the village's prisoners, his voice loud and commanding. He declared his presence was to achieve triumph against the frogmen that day, inviting anyone brave enough to assist him in this effort to come forward. Owen promptly offered his help, prepared to aid him in achieving this win. The remaining wounded lizardmen, finding their resolve, also demanded to participate, at last recognizing Rakrak as their leader. However, Rakrak maintained that those wounded should remain and recover. A courageous lizardman declared he was a past fighter, understanding precisely when to recuperate even amidst peril. Despite feeling no pride in eliminating frogmen non-combatants, a fighting spirit had been rekindled within them, urging them to struggle for personal liberty. This resurgence was ignited by Rakrak and his group's determination, their unwillingness to dread frogmen combatants. Rakrak perceived that their vigor truly stemmed from profound animosity and wrath directed at the frogmen. The ex-warrior confessed this readily. He stated that the moment had arrived to unleash this intense animosity, hoping it would finally quell the rage within them. They had suffered the loss of friends, offspring, and descendants. Without retaliating against the frogmen for these injustices, inner calm would remain elusive. In truth, Rakrak desired precisely that outcome from them. He again elevated his voice, which resonated sharply as he instilled a sense of resolve in all present, a resolve to pursue retribution against their tormentors. Let's briefly revisit an earlier period. This occurred during the time Shunin assisted Rakrak in archery. Shunin, impressed by Rakrak's rapid learning, was sure he'd soon match frogmen warriors. Rakrak's main current flaw: slow arrow release. He argued that striking vital spots was better than hitting non-crucial ones. Shunin then explained that real battle targets are always moving, making quick, accurate shots essential. Remember this small detail, folks. It will soon become relevant in the narrative. After imparting more knowledge about the weapon, Shunin also pledged to teach Rakrak how to craft a bow, but only once their bond strengthened. He reassured him that lizardmen could easily acquire the necessary materials for bows. Back then, Rakrak felt a strange, ominous sensation when Shunin mentioned the materials being easily accessible. It was a morbid feeling, one he would eventually comprehend directly from Shunin's own words. I have a strong suspicion why Rakrak experienced that chilling premonition, but I won't reveal the surprise. Currently, he is swimming toward the island with the other warriors. Immediately upon landing, the ashen reptiles rush forward to embrace their captive families. Owen embraces his son Ian with maximum strength and affection. Rakrak subsequently assigns Yuri the duty of assisting the children in leaving the zone. He directs the lizardmen, those with gray and brown scales, to relocate behind the outer village, aiming to disorient the frogmen. Yuri understands that an assault is imminent, designed to trap the adversaries between two fronts. Rakrak verifies this strategy. After the adversary's focus shifts entirely to the village's entrance, his intention is to traverse the lake and initiate an assault from that position. Despite Yuri's worry for his chieftain, Rakrak assures him of his safety. noting that the opposing force's strength has diminished significantly. Furthermore, the lizardmen recently acquired an additional divine favor. Their dark scales now gleam, resembling undulating waves reflecting the moon's light. Shifting to the frogmen settlement, its inhabitants are in disarray, attempting to flee due to the invaders' presence. Precisely then, Rakrak and his group launch an assault from the village's opposing flank. Yuri and his companions had already begun causing chaos, and Rakrak immediately joins their efforts. The frogmen's grand chieftain implores the two-headed fiend to appear and save him from the disaster. He believes, given his numerous offerings to that two-headed god, this intervention is the minimum he should receive. Rakrak silenced the chieftain's mouth using a solitary spear thrust into his skull. This act caused immediate demise. The relentless slaughter persisted, consuming each remaining frogman. Currently, the lizardmen's shouts indicated their search for Shunin. He remained hidden within a small shack. He felt profound astonishment. The frogmen's defeat, despite their greater numbers and advanced weaponry, seemed impossible. Rakrak ultimately discovered his location, having stealthily approached from his rear. Shunin, sensing a presence directly behind him, became paralyzed with dread and collapsed. Rakrak ordered him to stand up and retrieve his weapon. Rakrak offered Shunin an opportunity to uphold his warrior's honor by perishing in battle. However, Shunin proved himself a coward. For him, honor held no significance when confronting death. Shunin instantly began pleading for his life, citing their shared history. He even proposed disclosing the hidden details of their bow-making components. In fact, he readily agreed to expose the creatures from which they obtained bowstring tendons. His voice shaking, he admitted the tendons originated from lizardmen. Shunin belatedly understood his disclosure of gruesome facts had only aggravated his plight. Rakrak took note of Shunin's admission, and unexpectedly, he agreed to the terms, allowing Shunin to depart unharmed. After all, Rakrak harbored no individual animosity toward him. Consequently, he commanded Shunin to flee with a firm tone. The frog-like individual understood the signal and sprinted into the woods. However, Rakrak's sole motive for releasing him was his desire for a mobile quarry for target practice. The following morning dawns, and we observe a frogman's body, bound to a tree, serving as an ideal practice target for the lizardmen chief. Rakrak evaluates the recently constructed bows, all equipped with custom bowstrings they successfully produced. Their sole current challenge involves the strings' poor durability. Excessive tension causes them to break. Owen concedes that no tougher materials exist beyond their current supply. Rakrak understands this fact, which explains his temporary presence. Winter approaches, necessitating a move to a warmer region to sustain their buffalo herd. Because Owen wears his warrior mask, Rakrak presumes he also hunted that day. Owen affirmed this, declaring with pride that he had eliminated all remaining frogmen from the vicinity. Consequently, a sufficient supply of bowstring material will not be a concern, at least temporarily. A flashback then appears, showing Shunin's foot being hit, which made him fall. The gray lizardman eagerly sought to end his life immediately, and Owen assumed this task, resolved to personally eliminate the repulsive frogman. Owloy, the frogmen tribe's leader, suffered a fate identical to his son's. Currently, his skeletal remains likely adorn another's head, much like Owen's now display Shunin's bones. Right before Owen could clarify an important point, Zale appears and notices a child attempting to hide behind a tree. She intentionally surprises the child and inquires if he came to speak with the chief. At that moment, Zale observes a tiny wooden figure falling from the child's grasp. Upon seeing the figure, Rakrak instantly identified it as their protector. Everyone was astonished that a child so young had created such a precise and elaborate item. The child brightened with joy from the compliments, stating he intended to present it to Chief Rakrak. Zale mentioned that village children frequently craft similar figures for one another, and each possesses one. The child proudly clarified his small statue symbolized their protector, a colossal entity that rescued them from the two-headed monster previously. Rakrak approved of the concept of guardian figures. He believed that if each person owned one, it would instill greater security and assurance, thus proposing universal ownership. Shifting back to their initial discussion, Rakrak inquired of Owen what topic he had mentioned before. The gray lizard disclosed that an unusual discovery had been made within the cavern where the frogmen had concealed themselves. Subsequently, he guided the group toward that passage. Upon arriving at the cavern, they proceeded inward without delay. Every frogman visiting this site met their end, ensuring no others currently know of this location. An enormous stone wheel, adorned with complex patterns, suddenly appeared before them. The precision used to carve such tough stones seemed unbelievable. Even more surprising, the boulder's markings mirrored the Coleoptera creature they had previously crushed. Nebula himself appeared unsure of its identity. His initial assessment suggested they had discovered an ancient ruin. The perished world is home to diverse ancient ruins. Each one holds unique knowledge or treasures. Should they uncover treasure, they might find items possessing extraordinary abilities or terrifying demonic properties. Yet, in this era, with civilization still in primal stages, acquiring ancient knowledge proves less beneficial than it appears, as primitive individuals cannot comprehend its purpose in the Anga. Moreover, ruins that generate or alter special materials or bestow blessings function solely within their native region. For Lakrak, leading a nomadic existence, this renders them entirely impractical. A slight possibility exists that this is a unique relic. However, Nebula hopes it lacks any demonic nature, or they face dire consequences. As they moved past the enormous slab, a crackling current resonates loudly, sounding almost like an intentional vocalization. A mysterious voice greets the travelers who boldly crossed into this hellish realm. Moving past the threshold, the lizardmen discover an intricate network of steps leading deep underground. Rather than utilizing this baffling path, Rakrak advocates leaping directly below. Prior to making their descent, a swarm of rodents intercepts the travelers. However, the aggressive vocalizations of these pests completely distinguish them from ordinary vermin. Zale identifies the target specifically as nutria. Although the tribe previously hunted this species, these particular specimens look entirely alien due to their immense scale. Additionally, social herding and hostile tendencies contradict typical nutria behavior, suggesting that a defensive instinct drives them to guard this zone. Recognizing the threat, Rakrak commands his combatants to assume battle positions. The monstrous rodents launch themselves toward the intruders, merely to end up skewered on pikes, dying instantly. Once the skirmish ends, Rakrak laments witnessing such an abundance of flesh ruin, recommending they harvest the carcasses for food. Zale additionally recommends domesticating these massive pests, breeding them similarly to their cattle. Regarding aquaculture, Owen proposes that cultivating aquatic life could yield superior benefits. Marine creatures require minimal effort to breed, given that they spawn independently and protect their offspring. Constructing a simple barrier would allow the tribe to confine the schools during reproduction cycles. Abruptly, a sharp shock strikes a warrior who handles a wounded nutria. Rakrak investigates by making physical contact and experiences a painful jolt himself. Evidently, these nutria are imbued with a hellish elemental quality identified as lightning, enabling them to discharge electrical shocks upon striking a foe. Consequently, the most unfavorable outcome feared by Nebula has materialized. This location represents an authentic infernal site, even though this particular electrical element ranks as somewhat inferior alongside alternative properties. Should Rakrak successfully navigate to the deepest sector of this vault, this mystical essence will become his. Yet this acquisition will not transform the warrior into a sorcerer overnight. Infernal attributes intensify across successive bloodlines, implying that eventual offspring will emerge as actual spellcasters. Furthermore, a separate complication exists. Within this dying universe, sorcery and holy forces constantly clash. Based on the lore established by the developers, spellcraft originates from primeval malevolence rather than divine entities. Consequently, advanced channelers reject deities completely, focusing instead on developing autonomous capabilities. When populations succumb to arcane influence and embrace mysticism, religious devotion plummets. This reduction in piety discourages users from adopting sorcery strategies. Although an alternative workaround can circumvent this restriction, it triggers excessive structural problems. Shifting focus back to Rakrak, the cursed artifact initiates its psychological corruption of the warrior. The unholy presence materializes, projecting its thoughts directly into Rakrak's mind. It questions if Rakrak craves such capability, offering to bestow it upon him immediately. Because this hellish silhouette remains invisible to the others, Zale observes Rakrak losing focus and recommends retreating immediately. However, Rakrak dismisses her concern, instructing his warriors to continue exterminating the rodents. At this point, the leader understands that this phantom appears solely to him. Employing mental telepathy, Rakrak inquires about its true nature, prompting the anomaly to define itself as the protective essence of this vault, noticeable only to exceptionally strong warriors. Naturally, Rakrak demands clarification regarding that supposed strength. Furthermore, he observes that while unvocalized dialogue functions perfectly, their inner consciousness remains locked from mutual inspection. Simultaneously, Nebula debates sending a warning to Rakrak regarding this deceptive magical phantom. He refrains, however, upon discovering a novel trait listed inside Rakrak's status sheet. This specific characteristic is identified as deception. The exact moment of its awakening eludes Nebula completely. His most plausible theory suggests that Rakrak cultivated it while countering the treacherous behavior displayed by Shunin. This revelation provides Nebula with a modest sense of security, prompting him to grant Rakrak complete autonomy over the choice. The entity then disclosed details concerning the electricity attribute. This attribute granted the ability to incinerate all living things with intense warmth, glowing like a fiery sun. Rakrak could possess this ability should he desire it. Unsurprisingly, he found no cause to refuse. At this point, the spirit attempted to present a condition. Fearing deception, Rakrak promptly rejected the proposal. He knew it carried a cost. The spirit swiftly sought to rescue the discussion, asserting that the requirement would not be hard to meet. Rakrak, for a second time, conveyed his displeasure. He felt that, if the spirit desired a trade, it ought to have mentioned it initially. Nevertheless, he consented to listen to the term, yet cautioned the spirit against further evasiveness. He demanded complete clarity in the explanation. Should any detail be concealed, further discussion would cease. Just then, Zale broke in to announce their readiness for departure. Rakrak instructed her to proceed with the rest, stating he would join them once he had collected his thoughts. Concurrently, the spirit presented its requirements, asserting its confinement within this ruin prevented free movement. It urges Rakrak to advance downward and slay the sentinel guarding the barrier, promising to bestow its entire essence upon liberation. Prior to agreeing, Rakrak demands validation, questioning if he will acquire the identical ability to shock adversaries similarly to the rodents. The apparition reinforces its claim, reiterating that electricity defines this specific attribute. Currently, it only shows itself through minor currents, but continuous activation increases its potential, eventually granting Rakrak the capacity to materialize actual thunderbolts. Considering this developmental scalability, Rakrak might achieve supremacy rivaling a deity, a force far too massive for a solitary individual. Consequently, the chieftain can distribute this energy throughout the community, or perform a ceremony to secure it exclusively for his own use. Rakrak notes these clarifications, yet a single mystery bothers him, leading him to ask how an entity possessing such devastating capability became imprisoned. The ghost clarifies that this exact dominance triggered its imprisonment. Societies generally perceive immense power as a hazard, causing them to confine whatever terrifies them. Rakrak notes the irony in the phantom directly confirming its own hazardous nature. By this moment, he assumes the phantom conceals vital facts, reasoning that either the description exaggerates this ability or the negative consequences severely eclipse the advantages. Full disclosure from the entity would prove highly beneficial, as Rakrak wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. He resolves to retreat and destroy the cavern passageway, ensuring absolute isolation for this vault. Terrified, the phantom relents and vows to disclose every hidden fact. It claims lineage from the dominant entities that commanded the universe during antiquity, the forgotten ancient demons, completely erased from memory. The divine creators themselves cannot recall their genesis, a limitation shared by this phantom. Despite intense effort, its baseline awareness holds only the reality of its eternal confinement. Abilities lacking clear lineage fascinate mortals specifically because their genesis remains mysterious. However, our reptilian protagonist behaves differently, refusing to succumb to blind temptation. Rakrak remembers the Cobalt reptile commander and the amphibian chief as ideal instances of individuals ruined by absolute supremacy. Infernal sorcery specifically yields the most addictive influence over minds. Complicating the situation, this aquatic-shaped phantom possesses the ability to distribute its assets to arbitrary candidates. The moral alignment of the recipient is irrelevant, whether they pursue virtuous objectives or harbor treacherous motivations. Deities grant authority based on personal discretion, whereas this phantom's attributes can be claimed by any passerby, including malicious individuals. Crucially, whoever inherits this hellish essence can continuously refine it to achieve absolute dominance. Ultimately, the possessor of such unchecked capability will abandon religious devotion completely. To prevent this outcome, Rakrak contemplates securing this authority exclusively, particularly given its formidable nature and immense effectiveness. It will undoubtedly prove highly beneficial throughout forthcoming conflicts. Ultimately, the chieftain agrees to liberate the phantom under one primary condition. First, Rakrak demands that his followers remain the exclusive possessors of this element. He additionally requires these abilities to mimic divine blessings, guaranteeing that nobody abandons their religious devotion. Consequently, spiritual loyalty would actually intensify. The secondary requirement demands that the entity itself swear allegiance to his deity. Naturally, the creature considers this demand completely absurd. For an existence predating the divine entity Rakrak worships, submitting to such a master feels unnatural. Besides, holy creators standardly loathe manifestations of infernal sorcery. However, Rakrak challenges this assumption, asserting that his master represents no ordinary divinity. The blue insect god exhibits great benevolence toward productive entities, meaning that the entity's practical utility ensures immediate divine validation. Nonetheless, the spirit doubts that the master described by Rokrak would embrace it instantly, prompting Rokrak to pledge that upon signing this pact, his deity possesses sufficient grace to accommodate the anomaly. The stingray subsequently discloses a minor truth. It states its confinement within this ruin, additionally asserting sole dominion over the area. All entities present, including the ruin guardian Rokrak vanquished, serve as its subordinates. The stingray had solely evaluated Rokrak's power, subjecting him to these challenges. The entity offers an apology for its actions, yet Rokrak extends immediate forgiveness. He grasps the creature's viewpoint too. He senses the spirit's yearning to depart this cursed locale and witness the world's lingering beauty. Later, the entity requests Rokrak's identity, which the lizardman joyfully provides. Consequently, the stingray's conducted trial concludes. It will now confer the power Rokrak justly merits. Swiftly, Nebula obtains an alert concerning a spirit's wish to become his subordinate. After its acceptance, Nebula expands his sovereignty to encompass unholy wizardry, specifically electrical energy, feeling completely gratified by this outcome. Compelling an infernal phantom to yield while incorporating its mysticism into holy faith represents the sole method to wield dark capabilities without experiencing severe drawbacks. This success stems directly from Rokrak, whose sharp comprehension enabled him to manage the crisis perfectly. A decade minus 1 year rolls by, redirecting focus toward the reptilian sanctuary. Rumors have circulated everywhere regarding the blue insect god granting Rokrak dominion over storms and electrical currents. A human traveler listens to the legendary exploits achieved by Rokrak, commander of the favored reptilian faction. An enthusiastic native narrator recounts these chronicled events, leaving the human puzzled as to why an arthropod divinity would distribute weather-based magic. To clarify this mystery, the speaker offers an alternative viewpoint, arguing that the simplest interpretation involves connecting the distinctive azure hue of their sparks directly with the title of their creator, the blue insect god. Even after hearing this reasoning, the traveler struggles to connect the two concepts. Abandoning the inquiry, the visitor announces his identity as Hui, yet precisely when Hui requests the speaker's title in return, their opportunity for mutual pleasantries abruptly expires. From the hill, some unwelcome guests have emerged, identified as gnolls. The lizard man asked Hui if he could recognize these intruders. He wondered if they might be Salkite's subordinates. Hui observed them with a thoughtful expression and noted the approaching threat appeared vulnerable and unwary. Furthermore, their lack of proper weaponry suggested they were merely wandering gnolls. The lizard man commended Hui for his detailed assessment. The mysterious lizardman then let his hood fall, revealing his face as he aimed his arrow at the target. This lizard man was Owen. He released his arrow, instantly electrocuting the gnolls where they stood. This electrical attack served as clear evidence to the bewildered gnolls that their opponent was one of the chosen. The group resolves to withdraw using their remaining moments. Simultaneously, Owen introduces himself, leaving Hui completely astounded. Hearing the identity of Owen, the legendary narrator, represents a deeply profound privilege for the traveler. Feeling drained from channeling his abilities, Owen opts to proceed with the dialogue while recovering his energy. Shortly afterward, the speaker enjoys a traditional smoking instrument. Local lore suggests that the favored individuals always utilize these pipes following an intense manifestation of their gifts. Releasing a few dense clouds, Owen recovers his stamina and re-engages in the discussion. The human initially asks what motivation drives Owen to submit to an external authority, despite controlling such immense capability. To clarify, Hui avoids encouraging any betrayal toward the deity, yet questions the necessity of enduring this harsh, isolated wandering lifestyle across the wilds. Exhaling more vapor, Owen cryptically implies that deeper motivations guide his actions. He confesses to being an offender, a traitor who previously abandoned his kin, yet received an opportunity to achieve absolution and balance his past errors. Utilizing folklore and written signs, his mission demands broadcasting the legacy of the blue insect god and Commander Rokrak across the mainland. Selecting this burden serves as his personal road to atonement. Based on current progress, his dedication has yielded significant results. The Blackscale tribe is universally recognized throughout this area. Their high priest and chief, Rokrak, commands significant respect. Owen then inquired whether the man also traveled, similar to his own journey. The man identified himself as originating from Automation Castle. Owen had never encountered that name previously. He then disclosed his purpose, locating the Blackscale tribe to convey a message from Automation Castle's lord. This situation, in fact, proved advantageous for Owen. he summoned his companion with a whistle, a colossal bird that quickly returned to its owner. Predictably, the man was astonished by the sight of a well-known cockatrice so expertly tamed. Owen clarified that the creature was a cockatoo, explaining it was a hybrid of a cockatrice and a chicken. The bird's back is mounted by him, and he encourages the man to follow suit. His journey to see Rakrak has begun, allowing the man an opportunity to encounter the Blackscale tribe directly. However, Owen requests the man's attention for a favor, hearing his unrevealed tales. These narratives concern the blue insect god and the epic of Rakrak. The view quickly shifts toward the Blackscale tribe as they proceed along the path ahead. Yuri advances to tell his chieftain some troubling information. The Stargazer's demise approaches. He is asked to converse with Rakrak during his last moments. Rakrak instantly commands the procession to stop, determining they would spend the night resting at this location. Since the Stargazer declared his own end was imminent, his death is certain. He had, in fact, demonstrated himself as the most skilled clairvoyant. Consequently, preparations for his funeral must commence. This evening will count among Rakrak's most mournful nights. Shifting focus to the shelter where the astronomer rests, Rakrak arrives and receives an update from the medical caretaker. She describes the critical state affecting the elderly patient prior to granting the chief privacy. This frail senior has lost so much vitality that simply maintaining vision requires immense exertion. Facing his final hours, he contemplates his historical journey, having explored unmapped regions and unlocked exclusive wisdom. Throughout that exploration, he sacrificed a limb and suffered severe exile before finally crossing paths with Rakrak, the community leader, which allowed him to utilize his insights to instruct the population regarding stellar movements. At present, his personal narrative nears its ultimate conclusion, a milestone where every reptile inevitably demands endless slumber to eliminate the agony accumulated over the years. Yet, preceding his passing, sharing these concluding instances alongside the commander brings him immense satisfaction. He intends to challenge Rakrak with a mystery that no alternative individual possesses the wisdom to resolve. This ultimate mystery involves discovering what awaits individuals once life concludes. Because their deity originally selected Rakrak to lead, making him the absolute favorite, only his insights can pacify this intense curiosity. The scholar ponders why mortality is described as endless slumber, questioning if departed souls experience permanent dreams, or if a person risks becoming trapped inside everlasting nightmares. Rakrak admits frankly that providing solutions to these intimidating inquiries remains beyond him, doubting his own credentials to resolve such deep philosophical puzzles. The astronomer highlights how the beetle god consistently provided optimal direction whenever the community faced uncertainty. It stands to reason that their creator will maintain this guidance beyond physical existence. Will drifting spirits receive similar navigation? At this moment, Rakrak readily concurs with the astronomer, reasoning that since their master protected them amidst earthly struggles, the beetle god will surely steer their course throughout the subsequent spiritual domain. Complete certainty fills the astronomer regarding this protection. He expresses eagerness to discover the nature of the next realm, wishing to avoid initiating his post-mortem passage completely unequipped for the divine encounter. Rakrak suggests that preserving the surprise enhances the experience. He pictures the afterlife as an immense horizonless grassy expanse where one might run perpetually, blissful breezes and soft ground underfoot. Rocky formations offer respite when weary, and the climate changes dynamically each season. The stargazer wishes for a personal dwelling within the afterlife, a sanctuary to which he could retreat upon feeling fatigued. He desires no tent susceptible to being carried off by a strong gust. Instead, a sturdy home for permanent residence is his preference. Tents have consistently been disagreeable to the stargazer. Coincidentally, he currently rests inside one, yet expresses no dissatisfaction. Before long, his spirit shall discover a permanent abode. He ponders if the afterlife's heavens will contain celestial bodies. Rakrak reassures him that the deity possesses sufficient thoughtfulness. The god will certainly position stars in the firmament, enabling all to navigate their journey homeward. Precisely then, Rakrak observes the presence of those recognizable blue butterflies, a distinct indication that the deity monitors them. The deity has appeared to take possession of the stargazer's spirit. After the spirit is taken, the elderly lizard man eventually enters endless slumber, departing the physical domain permanently. The moment has arrived for Nebula to engineer the post-mortem realm craved by his followers. The interface signals that requirements enabling this metaphysical breakthrough are satisfied, offering an option to initiate the expansion. His accumulated assets, development tiers, spiritual devotion, and vast repository of spirits suffice to authorize this supernatural dimension. Crucially, managing this spiritual terminal represents a vital strategic component, maximizing a user's victory probability through optimization. Similar to unlocking paradise for virtuous souls while penalizing transgressors, it solidifies societal ethics or behaves as a militaristic arena comparable to Valhalla. This simulation uniquely facilitates deploying departed combatants back onto earthly battlefields, functioning as secret assets to secure decisive tactical supremacy during endgame conflicts. Nebula ultimately unleashes the accumulated glowing insects representing the consciousness of fallen disciples, allowing souls to find peace in the afterlife. This realm is designated the Primordial Prairie. Across this expansive grassy area, the stargazer lies and he awakens, seeing for the initial moment in this location. He perceives his entire surroundings, understanding it's not his imagination. He's awake. This realm is the afterlife, the prairie he and Rockrak had imagined. However, the area lacks rock formations for resting or a sturdy dwelling. Still, excessive desire is unnecessary. He no longer requires a home. This spot is flawless, a treasure universally desired. Furthermore, the remaining lizardmen have also arrived, resting calmly. At present, he remains the sole awakened individual. He chooses to leave them undisturbed, allowing their slumber. A young one is present within their group. A juvenile lizardman Stargazer recognizes. Stargazer recalled a past disaster. The Goblin Alliance had initiated a surprise attack, resulting in numerous lizardman tribe casualties. These cunning foes had combined their factions, specifically aiming for the young and the old. Stargazer, also among the elders, believed their fate was sealed as adversaries drew near. However, a single youthful lizardman advanced, armed, prepared to defend his cherished ones. This individual was among the children Stargazer had instructed in numerical and mathematical concepts. The young one grasped the circumstances, realizing how to reduce casualties due to his arithmetic instruction. This courageous youth advanced directly into peril, sacrificing himself for the collective benefit. During the memorial service for the fallen combatants, Rockrak felt immense anger. People held Stargazer responsible for instructing the fighters in arithmetic, claiming it made them eager to confront hazards, willing to trade a single existence to preserve 2 lives. Rockrak found himself unable to act beyond weeping mournfully. Despite the combatant's sound judgment, his sole recourse in that dire predicament was profound vexation. This youth's self-sacrifice established a precedent, inspiring other youngsters to study arithmetic. Regardless, Stargazer finds joy in reuniting with this courageous spirit. Sometime afterward, Stargazer is observed roaming, pondering the delay in encountering their deity. He then perceives an individual concealing themselves behind foliage. Stargazer commences pursuing the mysterious silhouette, an observation trek that brings him straight to the astronomical observatory. The educated reptile steps forward, countless profound theories racing through his consciousness. He questions the underlying reason for their creator's immense grace, why this specific population received salvation, and what traits separate them from alternative organisms. Stepping across the threshold, Stargazer detects an unfamiliar mechanism resting atop a platform, while shining constellations decorate the overhead vault. The intrigued scholar ascends the steps, validating Rockrak's prior description regarding a sanctuary constructed from rock and cosmic lights. Reaching the apparatus, he peers through the viewfinder and witnesses a massive star cluster firsthand, observing the vast nebula layout. Never before had he examined celestial bodies at such proximity. This discovery entirely alters his cosmic view. Sharing this information with those in the real world would profoundly change everything. At the same time, Nebula observes Stargazer's realization. Stargazer should understand his precise adherence to the designated route. The afterlife serves as more than just a final resting place. A deity's convictions influence its adherents' principles. Upon a Viking's death, their community imagines Valhalla, a heavenly realm. Cultivators, conversely, yearn for a peach blossom spring. Consider the outcome when a scholar enters their afterlife. It then forms a basis for technological progress. Nebula feels pleased that the afterlife operates precisely as he intended, particularly because the danger draws near more rapidly than before. The Clipped Ear tribe represents their immediate peril. Its members exhibit sophisticated ironworking capabilities and can domesticate powerful Gamche beasts. In essence, their technological superiority and tactical maneuvers significantly surpass the Blackscale tribes. This tribe's considerable power probably stems from external player support. Consequently, conflict is unavoidable, requiring Nebula's readiness. Player factions are gradually extending their domain. In response, Nebula committed significant resources into his insect control, now overseeing 3 distinct swarm categories. The Locust Swarm represents one such group, which Nebula refers to as simply the Swarm. He deploys these creatures for covert disruption against players dependent on farming. Next is the virus swarm, identified as the host, previously deployed by him against the frogmen. This group of creatures consistently augments its disease collection. Finally, the nest generates various insect species. This faction handles passive experience generation, while Rockrak concentrates on consolidating nearby tribes. Considering Nebula's rapid progress, he anticipates soon dominating the southern peninsula. His initial significant obstacle involves confronting the player leading the Null tribe. Shifting focus to the Lizardmen, Owen, accompanied by Hui, reached Rockrak's designated rest area. Owen receives news of Stargazer's death with disappointment. Stargazer's renown meant Hui recognized the name, yet he questioned the timing of their visit to Rockrak. Owen assured Hui that no issues existed. The Black-Scaled tribe views a traveler's presence at funerals as a positive sign, as it provides an additional individual to share their grief. The funeral rites commenced, Rockrak positioned prominently at the forefront. Owen, alongside his human friend, also participated in the event. Hui instantly recognized the Black-Scaled tribe's esteemed leader, the chieftain, whose face was openly wet with tears. This sight astonished Hui. He had not anticipated the chieftain's public display of sorrow. Owen's query arose from Hui's response, wondering if humans lacked the ability to show grief. Hui explained that people indeed cry. Publicly, they are merely expected to hold back their emotions. Weeping is seen as a flaw, requiring them to uphold their composure. Owen was familiar with the idea of dignity, yet he prevented Hui from instructing the other lizardmen about it. He felt the lizardmen held something much deeper than mere dignity. Once the ceremony concluded, he advanced to acknowledge his respected companion. Rockrak expressed pleasure at his friend's presence at Stargazer's burial. Subsequently, he observed the human visitor Owen had accompanied. Owen identifies the man as a delegate from the Automation Castle, then formally presents him to the tribe's leader. Owen subsequently approaches Rockrak, discreetly sharing every significant detail regarding the visitor. Moments afterward, Rockrak faces the visitor. Although tradition dictates allowing guests to recuperate prior to discussions, Rockrak desires to proceed directly to negotiations. The human confirms this understanding and initiates the discussion by presenting a small bag, a present from the Automation Castle's lord. Rockrak takes the pouch and finds a rock of salt within. The human states that rock salt represents the Automation Castle's unique product, and this particular rock salt is the initial offering, given without any requirement for reciprocation. Given Hui's precise choice of language, Rockrak comprehends that this is just the initial stone. Further deliveries are expected. The individual verifies this. Rockrak then effortlessly crushed the stone using his powerful grasp, reducing it to fine powder. He instructed Hui to relay a message to Automation Castle. The offering was accepted. However, the man inquired about Rockrak's reason for demolishing the stone. The chieftain asserted that this action served to appease his deity. He explained that scattering rock salt on the ground represented a ritual amusing their god. Naturally, the man understood Rockrak was being facetious. Their discussion proceeded back and forth, making the outcome evident. This demonstrated Rockrak's indirect method of expressing his disinterest in commerce with Automation Castle. Hui also perceived that Rockrak disliked formal diplomatic language, prompting him to be direct. He initially questioned the chieftain about his rejection of the proposal. Rockrak clarified his conditions. He disliked accepting any proposal that another party had already turned down. The offer's worth would be questionable if a different tribe had already refused it. He maintained the Automation Castle had crafted the proposal solely for the Black-Scaled tribe. However, Rockrak understood the situation differently. Owen's encounter with this individual and his arrival were not accidental. Owen reported Hui originated from the north, not the west. The Automation Castle is situated westward, while the Severed Ear tribe of Salkite inhabits the northern wilderness. This strongly suggested Hui had visited Salkite initially, returning solely post-rejection. Rockrak now desired the individual's honesty. He recognized this person as the Automation Castle's lord, Seo Hui. Prior to proceeding, a brief overview of the Automation Castle is provided. Despite its construction from clay, 5-meter-high walls encircle it. Considering the period's technological advancement, it stands as an undeniable engineering marvel. Furthermore, it represents a lost world enigma, maintained and patrolled by mud soldiers. Within this castle, whose origins remain unknown, humans and diverse tribes live together. Viewing it as an adversary, its geographic advantage makes the castle difficult to breach. The mountain valley where it sits provides the sole gateway to the rest of the continent. Therefore, securing the Automation Castle is essential for continental access. Furthermore, the castle possesses a salt mine, which holds immense value for both livestock and food production. Returning to the meeting, Rockrak stated his disbelief in gifts offered without any cost. He was even more inclined to refuse a gift if it came from someone concealing their identity. This made him even more inclined to refuse. Since the lord of the automation castle neither confirmed nor denied his identity, Rakrak's suspicions grew stronger. He understood the man had only revealed his name to gauge the lizardman's knowledge about the castle. Within the automation castle, very few individuals know the lord's actual name or appearance. Even among his 4 loyal clans, only a select few are aware of this information. Additionally, the name Hui is shared by those in the lord's bloodline, and Rakrak had heard rumors of the lord having 2 sons and 3 daughters. It was evident the human before him was not female. Furthermore, evaluating the creased skin covering his fingers, youth has clearly deserted him as well. Consequently, Rakrak deduces the precise identity defining this traveler. The master governing Automation Castle feels completely astonished by the extensive knowledge Rakrak possesses regarding their operations. He retains no memory of any lizardmen serving his household intimately enough to compromise such critical intelligence. Consequently, the reality that Rakrak deduced these hidden details about Automation Castle without ever cross its threshold seems unbelievable. The traveler ultimately verifies his identity, confirming his status as the sovereign of Automation Castle, while validating the authenticity of his delivered offering. Once more, Rakrak remains skeptical, arguing that if that premium commodity required no hidden compensation, then those avaricious sulcate fools possessed no logical justification to spurn it. Furthermore, the chieftain apparently understands the precise objective that Automation Castle pursues. Through distributing complementary mineral supplies, they aim to secure the military backing of the black-scaled tribe. Once the clan grows dependent upon that resource, guarding the fortress against external raids becomes their primary concern. The destruction of Automation Castle would immediately terminate the seasoning supply for the lizardmen. While Hui concedes to these underlying motives, he maintains that the arrangement constitutes a fair commerce. He additionally emphasizes to Rakrak that the agreement heavily favors the black-scaled tribe, prompting his curiosity regarding the chieftain's refusal. Rakrak then highlights the fundamental flaw, questioning the logic of guarding Automation Castle when conquering it remains an option. By displacing mankind, the black-scaled tribe inherits the fortress, the lowlands, and the entire production. Therein lies the truth, mirroring the identical response previously delivered to Hui by the sulcate, which caused the entire transaction to fail. Naturally, Hui attempts to dismiss this stance by framing it as an open declaration of hostilities. However, Rakrak explains that political negotiation contradicts lizardmen tradition, as they merely select the path yielding maximum advantage. Hui tries to cause panic by bragging about the military capabilities of Automation Castle. Rakrak concedes that the black-scaled tribe would experience losses, yet maintains that victory remains entirely achievable. Ultimately, complete devotion binds them to the blue insect god. Should their deity choose to participate, the massive fortifications enclosing Automation Castle will collapse like soggy mud, while its defenders face total eradication under celestial authority. Furthermore, the master of the fortress remains entirely unprotected before them, meaning his assassination would render the siege effortless. The traveler chuckles at this threat, confident that Rakrak lacks the audacity to execute him. If his life ends, the chieftain forfeits any method to identify who the subsequent ruler of Automation Castle will become. Initially, Rakrak dismisses that intelligence as relatively useless. Therefore, Hui opts to instruct him on the basics of a board game known as Go. This game involves participants positioning black and white stones upon intersecting lines. Its tactical approach remains straightforward. Opponents must be fully encircled. At this moment, Hui embodies one such stone. This entire conflict, this struggle, this growth, is simply a Go game orchestrated by 2 deities. Rakrak and his adversaries are merely pieces, manipulated by superior entities. The black-scaled tribe has advanced to the second stage, confronting the gnolls. On this occasion, the Automation Castle is the prize. The victor of this stage will become its legitimate proprietor. Hui is already aware that Rakrak has interfered with the castle's impending succession. Certain lizardmen and their adherents have contacted his offspring, attempting to persuade them to worship the lizardmen's deity. Currently, some of his children have already started to believe. The secret is revealed, and Rakrak makes no effort to conceal it. This method offers the optimal and most straightforward path to seize the Automation Castle, a technique demanding virtually no violence. To comprehend how Rakrak accomplished all of this, let us return to 3 weeks prior. Nebula unexpectedly encounters Hegemonia, the second highest ranked participant in Perished World and his regular competitor. Hegemonia attempted to engage him in a friendly manner, but Nebula desired a direct conversation, urging him to skip pleasantries. It was revealed that these 2 individuals were the chosen combatants for the Automation Castle. The game's initial phase and the top competitor's early clash compounded the issue. This upcoming match represents the ultimate stage, and the defeated participant will be permanently eliminated. Nebula was already familiar with Hegemonia's combat approach. His instincts are exceptional, he manages multiple tasks with incredible efficiency, and excels in initial conflicts, precisely the type of confrontation Nebula wished to avoid. Therefore, rather than engaging in a straightforward battle, Nebula opted for an alternative strategy. He initiated the contradictory prophecies. The prophecy mechanism within Perished World functions as follows. Players gain access to this ability upon reaching Divinity Level 6. It essentially represents a self-imposed mission. Completing it grants substantial experience. Failure, however, brings disaster. An unfulfilled prophecy results in the player forfeiting all accumulated experience and associated faith points. Furthermore, it might initiate an unpredictable adverse occurrence. When prophecies clash between two players, one receives a reward while the other faces a penalty. Hegemonia agrees to participate, though he seeks clarification on the prophecy's subject. Nebula recalls the approaching moment when the Automation Castle will choose a new lord. The current lord alone possesses knowledge of the succession ritual's precise timing. Therefore, Nebula suggests a prophecy. Its focus, identifying the Automation Castle's next lord. From the current lord's 5 children, a single one must be selected. If both players select distinct heirs and predict their chosen individual will ascend to the lordship, their predictions are guaranteed to clash. Hegemonia possesses the sibling roster for their selection. The initial candidate is Dan, the eldest son, a man in his early 30s. He demonstrates strength, intelligence, and Hui's profound trust. With 2 of the 4 lord-serving clans backing him, he stands as the primary contender for the title. Following him is Jun, a man in his late 20s. He is Dan's half-brother, and many perceive him as weak. He seldom makes public appearances and shows no desire for the throne. His sole support comes from a single clan, originating from his mother's lineage. The third offspring is Jin, a woman in her late 20s who shares a mother with Dan, the Lord's legal spouse. Jin enjoys adopting disguises, attending social gatherings covertly, and interacting easily with rough individuals such as hunters. The final surviving clan supports her. The fourth child is Kyung, a female in her early 20s. Her mother differs from those of the initial 2 children, and Hegemonia understands that her mother is deceased. Kyung's appearance possesses an unsettling quality, a consequence of a curse. This has led to her isolation, not just from the Lord, but also from the various clans. The final child is Min, who is presently in her mid-teenage years. Min is reportedly very intelligent and possesses numerous talents. As the youngest, she naturally receives the most affection from the Lord. Now that the 5 potential heirs have been presented, the moment has arrived for both participants to select their chosen figures. Hegemonia demonstrates a willingness to grant Nebula all the time he desires, yet Nebula has completed his preparations. He stands prepared to make his selection. Each of them selects a single successor, and the system gets ready to begin the contradictory prophecy skill. Prior to its activation, the system informs them about potential repercussions. Nebula agrees and moves forward to confirm his decision. Hegemonia designates Junhui, Seohui's second offspring, as the future ruler of Automation Castle. Nebula, however, picks Kyung Hoi, the 4th child, who is believed to be cursed. Nebula's selection clearly astonishes Hegemonia. With their distinct choices made, the contradictory prophecy officially activates. The scene shifts to Rockrak and Hui's discussion. Hui started to believe the Black-Scaled tribe and Null tribe were closely linked to the circulating rumors, and his survival after encountering both tribes' chiefs merely validated this. Their deities were at odds, and he served as a mere pawn in their game. Rockrak then concludes the discussion. Hai faces a dilemma with 2 options: Salkite or the Black-Scaled tribe, the Nulls or the Lizardmen, the Raging Teeth God or the Blue Insect God. Naturally, this decision proves far from simple. It resembles selecting between placing one's head inside a saber-toothed tiger's jaws or a cockatoo's. Rockrak tells him the cockatoo presents a superior choice. However, Salkite claims the tiger's jaws are preferable. Currently, Hui wishes to avoid selecting any tribe. Rockrak perceives this as Hui resigning himself to the destiny of becoming merely a stone. Howie resolves to conclude the conversation and gets ready to depart. Yet prior to his departure, he poses a final question to Rockrak. He inquires if Rockrak, being a board piece himself, feels anger or fear. The Lizardman merely grins and pledges a response after all is complete. Some time passed, Hui meets up with his companions, following the removal of the beard that had grown during the trip. He gets on his horse and proceeds. The journey resumed toward Automation Castle. Approximately 3 weeks prior, Kyung Hui was observed struggling with a solo mountain ascent. However, Climb might not be the precise term. A cart, laden with salt, had veered from the confined track, forcing her to desperately grip a rock. Let's review Kyung's history. From her earliest memories, she had been informed of a curse upon her. Clans avoided her, alleging she was the devil responsible for her mother's death, yet she held no resentment toward them. Since her youth, she had consistently found herself amidst numerous bizarre mishaps. When she was 13, a fall occurred on the market stairs. At age 14, she faced accusations of salt theft and endured imprisonment for several days. By 15, she plummeted through the bathroom floor. This was a literal event. That incident nearly proved fatal. Other notable occurrences involved water jars toppling onto her head, or enduring an entire night pursued by a group of rabid canines. Therefore, ascending this mountain ought not to present excessive difficulty, correct? The assumption was incorrect. The climb proved incredibly draining. Currently, she finds herself at a sheer incline, devoid of any handholds. A swift leap could potentially get her to the subsequent platform, though it carries significant danger. Fortunately, such perilous maneuvers are unnecessary for her. A lizard man stands ready above the precipice, prepared to assist her. The girl appears to be encountering this lizard man initially and requests his self-introduction. Nevertheless, the lizard man believes formal introductions are unwarranted considering her unstable position. He considers her quite audacious for successfully transporting a salt-laden cart along such a constricted landslide-prone route. Had the wheel remained intact, she would have already traversed the mountains. Due to her persistence, the lizard man eventually reveals his identity as Saren Mule. She thanked him for the essential assistance, then tried to depart. However, Saren halted her, indicating his task was unfinished. Events became complicated upon her realization that the lizard man knew her true identity. Instantly, she grabbed her knife, glaring fiercely with her eyes. Saren quickly yielded, stating Chief Rockrak had told him her name. He confessed the chief had, in fact, commanded him to locate her. She sought confirmation if he referred to Rockrak the Hunter, the lizard man of thunder, also the first chosen one. Her confusion deepened regarding Rockrak's reasons for seeking her. Saren lacked complete information, but the chief probably pursued her because of widespread rumors concerning her. Kyung appeared unaware of these rumors, having left the automation castle some time ago to purchase silk. Saren reported two main rumors. One suggested the Lord's second child would inherit the automation castle, while the other indicated the Lord's fourth child would ascend. Given these circulating stories centered on her, she easily concluded their falsity. She was, after all, an illegitimate offspring with no interest in the automation castle's governance. It seemed probable that one of her brothers had disseminated these fabrications for personal gain. Therefore, she believed she wasn't Saren's intended target and suggested he seek out her other siblings instead. Privately, however, her circumstances caused her considerable distress. This lizardman was aware of her true identity, a secret all the Lord's children were bound to uphold. Despite his strength, she felt compelled to risk everything and eliminate him. Saren, seemingly reading her thoughts, then disclosed his additional directive to ensure her protection. Naturally, this revelation left her bewildered, prompting the lizard man to clarify the circumstances. Even if she considered the public chatter mere fabrications, the prominent families of the automation castle would not simply disregard them. They would exert every effort to remove her, aiming to minimize uncertainties before the succession ceremony. The woman declined his assistance, asserting her complete ability to defend herself. Saren, however, remained resolute, stating he would fulfill his given orders. Ultimately, she swept her bangs aside, revealing the horns emerging from her head. Though she cut them, the horns will regrow from their foundation. This curse has plagued her since birth, when her horns pierced her mother's womb, causing a sibling's death. She thinks she brings bad luck to people, leading her to choose solitude. Saren expresses sorrow regarding her state, but her cursed status holds no real concern for him. He arrived to fulfill the tribe's will, following the chief's directives. Should she decline, he will have no alternative but to employ coercion. Kyung considers her predicament. Should intimidating this large man fail, yielding becomes her sole recourse. Upon reflection, considering the landscape, journeying alongside this lizard man seems advantageous. He did pledge to safeguard her existence, implying he will assist if she encounters peril. Initially, obtaining the silk is necessary, prompting her decision to descend and then reascend. Saren points out her leg injuries. Rather than plunging headfirst into the danger, she should consider seeking assistance. Embarrassment washes over the young woman. Some time passed, their journey resumed, Saren now transporting the silk. During their trek, she inquires about his method for tracking her down, prompting Saren to reveal his search centered on her widely recognized pseudonym, Mengzi. Furthermore, Her companions required no financial incentive to disclose her whereabouts, eagerly surrendering the data without charge. The informants additionally disclosed her aspirations to launch an independent textile enterprise, which allowed Saren to discover that a colleague provided her with a wagon, an asset she failed to restore to its owner. Having essentially defrauded the unfortunate individual, her disappearance spanned several days. Saren expresses amusement regarding her corporate dreams, noting that she simultaneously violates the absolute bedrock of commerce, namely, credibility. Following a brief journey, Automation Castle appears directly ahead. Suddenly, the situation grows highly dangerous. An assailant attempts to strike her using a hurled blade, but Saren intercepts the weapon using his torso, resulting in the steel embedding itself deep within his palm. The individuals coordinating this assassination plot are green-skinned creatures, indicating that the inheritance conflict is actively underway. Without delay, Saren successfully neutralizes the entire goblin squad. Even Kyung feels astonished observing the exceptional martial prowess demonstrated by this lizardman fighter. Regarding this ability, she remembers hearing reports about a legendary lizardman combatant named Yuri, a legacy Saren validates immediately. This master represents the absolute peak of martial prowess within their reptilian community. To be precise, his entire combat repertoire traces back to Yuri's instruction. Regarding his medical expertise, he acquired those skills from Zael while executing tasks as her personal assistant. Zael coordinates domestic administration for the settlement and shares her life as the spouse of Rakrak. Having developed under her direct guidance, his exceptional versatility and diverse capabilities are entirely logical. Additionally, completing martial conditioning under Yuri justifies his elevated status within the clan hierarchy. Securing the protection of such an elite operative could completely alter her fortunes. Abruptly, pure astonishment grips her as Saren surrenders her precious textiles. Naturally, this action displeases her, yet maintaining a submissive facade remains absolutely vital. Sometime later, the pair eventually reaches Automation Castle, discovering to their dismay that the entrance barriers are completely sealed. Armed guards actively block the public from crossing the threshold. Kyung intersects a nearby voyager to investigate the underlying cause behind this lockdown. The Vulpine traveler advises her specifically to avoid the fortress, particularly given her professional background as a textile trader. Should she gain entry, leaving afterward is forbidden. Evidently, internal issues within the Automation Castle are creating significant trouble. Kyung encounters Gyo Jung, her business partner who provided the cart, at the Gyo family residence. Rather than expressing thanks, she criticizes him for supplying a faulty item. However, Gyo Jung attributes the blame to her. Regardless, he inquires if her journey included any significant events beyond the cart's accident. Kyung discloses the assassination plot, from which she escaped unharmed due to this reptilian individual. Saren then presents himself, and Gyo Jung reciprocates, identifying himself as the head of the Gyo family, a prominent group among the Automation Castle's 4 families. Saren expresses satisfaction in reporting that the goblins behind the murder plot stated the Gyo family had no involvement. The Gyo family's head reinforces this assertion, declaring his kin would never resort to such dishonorable acts. Kyung subsequently asks him why the Automation Castle maintains such tight oversight. She expresses certainty that the ambush of the accursed 4th daughter alone wouldn't warrant such extensive concern. It was revealed that an attempt on a life also occurred within the castle. With the castle lord's departure, Hui Dan, a prominent heir of the Automation Castle, and her brother, vanished. Sometime afterward, the trio entered the chamber where the murder attempt happened. Kyung felt a wave of nostalgia in the room. She had been quite close to her brother during childhood, yet their bond weakened over time. Saren then observed blood marks on the ground. These marks plainly indicated that an attempt had been made to remove the blood. Given the size of the blood pool, it was simple to conclude the victim had already perished. The evidence was even discovered by the authorities. However, his body remained undiscovered. Upon discovering these signs, the castle entrances were sealed. This action aimed to prevent the body's removal. The corpse would inevitably decompose and emit an odor, making the perpetrator's eventual capture caught. Kyung, however, found this situation peculiar. The perpetrator surely would have considered such an outcome prior to the crime. She dismissed the matter as irrelevant to her, choosing not to dwell on it further. Unexpectedly, a foreboding presence made itself known to her. A shadowy entity began communicating with her. The entity offered to reveal the perpetrator. While she grappled with inner turmoil, Saren clearly perceived her discomfort. She appeared to have discovered the solutions they had been seeking. She sought information about an individual possessing a pot large enough to conceal a body without raising suspicion. They required an individual who commonly used vessels for storing meat. 2 potential individuals emerged, specifically, a butcher shop owner, or a hunter. Should an individual desire to delay the decomposition of a body, curing the remains with sodium chloride represents an ideal method. This points to a figure capable of easily escorting a woodsman throughout the fortress, who simultaneously stores massive quantities of seasoned flesh inside vessels at her residence and routinely enters the administrative quarters. Isolating the perpetrator using these specific criteria leaves only a single matching profile, who also happens to compete for the inheritance. This individual is Hui Jin, the sibling of Kyung. Naturally, the deductions made by Kyung proved entirely accurate. Consequently, despite her disclosing this lead to merely a handful of castle residents, the moment the public discovered the demise of Dan, the community immediately identified Jin as the primary culprit. Deprived of alternatives, the compromised Jin had to escape from Automation Castle to survive. However, her flight was abruptly terminated by her junior female sibling, Hui Min. The younger girl intercepted her own flesh and blood, orchestrating her execution right before the onlookers. Following this, she likewise faced an assault from her sibling and perished by the blade alongside the mercenaries recruited to eliminate Jin. 3 siblings had already perished, so Jin's succession route became largely unobstructed. This individual's sole remaining objective was our protagonist, Kyung. Soon after, Kyung received startling reports of Jin and Min's demise. Dan's remains were also located at the very same place where the previous victims lay. At this point, even the most naive person could discern the orchestrator of these killings, Jun Hui. Jun Hui anticipated Jin's initial move and Min's opportunistic response. Aware of his siblings' malicious intentions, he patiently observed them eliminate one another. She realized her own recent assassination attempt originated from him. Had Saren not intervened to save her, the incident would have merely been dismissed as a simple theft. Kyung now faced genuine danger. She is entirely ready to confront this. Gyeojung subsequently updated them on the Gyo clan's recent assembly. While other families favored Jun Hui, considering his advantage, the Gyo clan opted to take a chance on her. The young woman feels profoundly thankful for this action. Responding, Jung stated their preference wasn't due to their connection. Instead, it was a strategic choice. The whole Gyo clan desired her survival. Before departing, she pledged to exert maximum effort. This time, she truly desires to live and move past it. Finally, someone has emerged who genuinely invested belief in a person like her, and she is determined not to fail them. Over the next few days, Kyung attends a tense meeting. The Gyo clan members wish to fully remove Jun Hui, instead of just avoiding his assassination attempts. However, achieving this proves difficult. Both the Sang clan and the Tu clan support him. Their only path to victory in this succession conflict requires securing the Su clan's allegiance. As the discussion continues, Kyung observes her antlers expanding with remarkable rapidity. Their growth is now so swift that she dislikes the constant effort of trimming them. Saren would have prevented her attempts if he had realized cutting them caused bleeding. Regardless, she considers her overall present circumstances. Only 7 days prior, she had been occupied with silk trade activities. Presently, she finds herself unexpectedly involved in a succession struggle. Precisely at that moment, a journalist rushes in to announce the early appearance of the Automation Castle's lord. His arrival is anticipated for tomorrow morning. Furthermore, scouts delivered a message intended solely for Kyung. When he moves near, to share private information with her, it becomes clear this individual is also an assassin. However, Kyung's bodyguards swiftly neutralize him. The man was subdued prior to drawing the concealed dagger. This individual originated from the Gyo clan, indicating a bribe from the rival faction. The inability to rely on those nearby exacerbates the predicament. Adding to the trouble, a major conflict has begun outdoors. John Hui intends to eliminate her before the Lord of the Automation Castle makes an appearance, prompting instructions for her to escape before events worsen. Their only option is to utilize this subterranean route. The young woman feels no excitement about traversing this subterranean passage, yet they lack alternatives and they ultimately descend into it. While navigating the foul-smelling area, Saren notes the girl's unexpected resilience. Predictably, she mentions previous personal experience having tumbled into latrines. Her life was nearly lost on that occasion when she plummeted. However, a substantial mass of waste broke her fall. She subsequently tumbled into the sewage system unharmed, though no light penetrated that space. Precisely as she neared resignation to her dreadful destiny, she observed luminous specks. She pursued those hazardous glows and managed to escape the drain. The creatures revealing her route were fireflies, and their existence in such an inappropriate location indicates a miracle. Saren swiftly deduces her rescuer's identity, but he refrains from vocalizing it. He maintains the pretense that a distinct creature had merely wandered inside this foul place. Ultimately, they reach the egress. Saren chooses to go ahead from this spot. If he doesn't reappear within a certain time, Kyung is instructed to flee the other way. With him now absent, Kyung remains, pondering Seren's true thoughtfulness. Her survival so far is solely due to him. For 3 weeks she has opposed his wishes, yet he firmly adheres to his promise. Abruptly, disturbing noises reach her ears. It brings to mind his caution regarding retreat. However, rather than withdrawing, she defies her terror and sprints directly forward to save her companion. The moment she exits the drain, she sees Seiren a spear impales him. Jun, her brother, stands nearby, pleased with having subdued the lizard. Saren, despite his injury, displays no vulnerability. Jun perceives the lizard's persistence as quite audacious. He instructs his subordinates to handle Kyung, disregarding the lizard, but Saren prevents this outcome. He rushes ahead, felling the troublesome humans indiscriminately. After detaching the spear embedded in his back, he voiced his annoyance at her poor judgment, stating that fleeing had been the best option. Nevertheless, her audacity also pleases him. She chose to engage in combat willingly instead of escaping. His thoughts suggest a similarity between them. Despite receiving orders solely for her protection, not to jeopardize his own life, he acted regardless. With both positioned to confront their foe, Jun commanded his subordinates to eliminate either individual for a substantial silk reward. While the subordinates desired to defeat the lizard man, they also felt apprehension. A fear gripped them regarding the lizard man potentially being the chosen one, but their astute leader reminded them that a chosen individual would not conceal their abilities until sustaining a spear wound to the back. Concurrently, Saren evaluated his present circumstances. The opposing wall consists primarily of concentrated salt crystal, directly linked to a nearby salt mine. He informed the girl they would proceed right, which puzzled her due to the prominent wall in that direction. Saren acknowledged not being a chosen individual, yet clarified this did not imply he was merely an ordinary lizard. Indeed, he held the position of his tribe's second strongest warrior. With the adversary advancing, he instructed her to prepare for a swift run towards the correct path. The man positioned his hands above his head, then burst through the wall resembling an armadillo. This action greatly astonished all observers. Upon witnessing their escape, Jun commanded his henchmen to pursue them. Although the pair had evaded the immediate threat, Saren was experiencing significant blood loss, which complicated his efforts to flee. Adding to their difficulties, the tunnel terminated abruptly. Fearing he might bleed out, she proposed extracting the remaining spear portion, but he rejected the idea, stating that removing it immediately would cause uncontrollable bleeding. Without warning, Kyung started weeping. Saren found this sight astonishing, missing an explanation regarding his grin, which stems from immense gratification that his suffering moves her to tears rather than surprise at her weeping. The merchant holds her own presence accountable for the tragedies striking her companions, attributing these disasters entirely to her personal hex. Conversely, Saren dismisses this tragic interpretation, emphasizing the overwhelming volume of lethal hazards navigating their path during the past 21 days. Against immense adversity, she successfully bypassed every trap to stay alive, an outcome ordinary individuals routinely categorize as immense fortune. This profound realization completely transforms her internal reality. A complete ideological shift restructures her outlook, compelling her to accept that extraordinary luck actually shields her existence. Saren references their initial encounter in the wilderness. He descended the steep ravine to salvage her textiles during that period, discovering peculiar structural anomalies hidden beneath the wagon frame. The evidence demonstrated that a saboteur deliberately compromised the specific housing mechanism engineered to secure the wheel shaft. She secured that transport vehicle from Jung prior to the official outbreak of the inheritance conflict. Regarding historical incidents, the sudden collapse of the sanitation platform beneath the weight of a young toddler similarly indicates foul play, leading him to conclude that a hidden assassin targeted her long before the war for succession commenced. Immediately, that terrifying supernatural chime reverberates through her mind once more. A voice reveals Kyung's hidden awareness of being pursued. She actually knew who was after her, and who truly desired her demise. Soon, her brother and his henchmen finally trap the pair. He feels confident, believing they are now stuck deep within the salt mine. They will not be able to escape through the walls as before. Upon receiving the signal, the subordinates charge toward the injured foe. Currently, Saren's only hope rests on the luck that has always helped Kyung escape dire situations. Then, a miracle finally occurs. An electric mass begins to form between the two groups, and out emerges the aquatic phantom, arriving precisely to deliver fortunate updates. Divine selection has favored Saren Mule. The mercenaries fail to comprehend the message this entity proclaims. Regarding their malicious commander, his tolerance expires completely, prompting him to command an immediate frontal assault. Simultaneously, Saren experiences immense astonishment upon achieving status among the Chosen Ones. Previously, his community counted merely 5 such individuals, meaning his addition raises the total to 6 unless an active member recently perished. This deceased figure is Stargazer, creating a vacant position for a replacement. Because Saren ranks next in terms of sheer bravery within the clan, he fulfills the requirements to assume this title. Moving forward, Saren will operate as an earthly instrument for the deity's intentions. The agents channeling this cosmic purpose command the authority to request and manifest divine energy themselves. His status as a chosen one is now official. The battle's momentum appears poised for a shift. With the monster gone, their leader commanded his subordinates to attack. The henchmen then unknowingly charged into danger. Meanwhile, the formidable lizard was completely infused with electrical power. Once the spear was pulled from his abdomen, he rapidly sealed the injury to halt any blood loss. The unfortunate individuals advancing toward him probably hadn't grasped the dire circumstances surrounding them. With an outstretched hand, he summoned a powerful lightning bolt, which shocked the whole group and rendered them unconscious. Those still upright rapidly spun around and started to withdraw. Their leader, a known coward, naturally joined the retreat. It seems they are forfeiting their sole opportunity to apprehend the pair, because Saren feels utterly drained following that action. However, Kyung appears unaware of his condition. Considering the immense force this ability possesses, why does the Black-Scale tribe not engage the Clipped Ear tribe? Saren apparently understands the cause. This ability carries limitations preventing its full utilization by the user. Saren is beginning to experience a form of mental fatigue. This might explain why Owen consistently lit a cigarette following this ability's use. Consequently, Kyung feels worried for him, yet he reassures her of his well-being. Actually, his condition has improved slightly since he stopped bleeding. Sometime afterward, Saren is observed incinerating other individuals in his way as well. Consider the position of Hegemonia, who backed Junhui, the specific contender projected to secure the inheritance tournament. Intervening becomes mandatory for Hegemonia to prevent Nebula from seizing total triumph. He deploys his prehistoric feline predator to eliminate Saren. The traveling companions harbor no understanding regarding the sudden appearance of this gigantic predator. Tolerating no delays, the beast springs forward aggressively. Saren reacts with maximum intensity, channeling his entire spiritual energy to discharge lethal high-voltage currents, instantly incinerating the monstrous feline. By this moment, utter confusion paralyzes Kyung, who struggles to comprehend how a massive carnivore bypassed automation castle defenses to penetrate the mineral caverns. Having witnessed an overwhelming cascade of absurd anomalies within mere hours, collapse feels tempting, making another bizarre encounter upon exiting the tunnels her ultimate dread. Stepping into open air, the pair successfully traps Jun, who shamelessly laments the unfortunate development of his circumstances. This arrogant behavior infuriates Kyung completely, given his personal responsibility for initiating this entire catastrophe. He avoids responsibility for his conduct, instead accusing her of interfering with the inheritance conflict, a conflict meant solely for family. He holds her responsible for bringing in external groups, a type of being directly menacing to humans. Hidden figures positioned behind the two unexpectedly begin an assault, leading to their pointless destruction. Jun struggles to comprehend what he sees. The lizard man's demonstration of immense stamina and might is incomprehensible, particularly considering he should have fallen from fatigue ages ago, owing to significant blood loss. Ultimately, the girl confronts her deceptive brother. She declares him harmful to the advancement of the Automation Castle. The Automation Castle relies on commerce, but by avoiding interaction with adjacent powers, it chooses self-isolation. This could diminish the Automation Castle's authority, potentially leading nearby hostile groups to invade and seize command. She wished her brother showed more wisdom, avoiding such poor judgments. In contrast, she was not ignorant or unperceptive like her other family members. She felt a strong urge to accomplish something much grander for the Automation Castle's objectives, prioritizing collective good over personal gain. Her remarks evidently fail to sway the despicable man. He states that he never viewed her as a family member. After his statement, the man opens his fan. This gesture clearly suggests he has a hidden agenda. It might be a signal. She believes this action intends to alert an unseen assassin within the warehouse ahead. An arrow is, in fact, flying their way. Kyung's unsettling reflection brings it to her attention. The reflection reveals their imminent demise if the arrow remains unchecked. She finds herself too slow. Saren, conversely, has spotted the approaching arrow. Yet, he lacks a crucial second. The foreboding entity would have alerted her to this killer prior to the arrow's launch, but her horns are not fully developed, making that option impossible. Kyung must now devise a method to successfully dodge the approaching arrow. She considers for a moment, realizing that a gust of wind could deflect the arrow's path. The foreboding entity sanctions this approach, and swiftly, a miniature tornado is created, making the arrow deviate from its trajectory. A wave of surprise washes over all present, and Kyung shares their astonishment, pondering the mysterious entity's actual identity. Is it a curse or perhaps good fortune? The entity states it represents neither. It possesses the ability to perceive boundless future outcomes, allowing it to select the most advantageous course of action for any circumstance. Essentially, this entity holds sway over probability itself. At that moment, a system alert notifies Nebula that Hui Kyung has activated a demonic trait, identified as probability. Hegemonia perceives himself as utterly foolish for believing Kyung's ability was not a curse. He is deeply regretting his error, whereas Nebula appears quite pleased. Hegemonia remains convinced this individual was previously marked as a cursed being. What changed? He accuses Nebula of modifying the character's profile. However, Nebula informs her opponent that the description was always thus prior to their arrival in this realm. This raises the inquiry: how did Nebula possess prior knowledge of her demonic attribute? Nebula also lacked initial knowledge. He had considered it a misfortune-inducing hex. However, Nebula then understood a crucial point. The numerous seemingly unfortunate events Hui Kyung experienced were, in fact, attempts on her life. This insight came to him when the washroom floor collapsed. The headmaid had deliberately damaged the floorboards prior to the girl's entry. Yet despite scenarios where she faced potential stabbing or live burial, the young woman emerged unharmed. At that moment, Nebula experienced a profound realization. Hui Kyung's inner essence was not the direst misfortune, but rather a demonic probability attribute, capable of yielding great prosperity when skillfully employed. Despite Nebula's fortunate selection, Hegemonia remains convinced of his ongoing victory. His chosen character, Junhoi, remains undefeated. The circumstances will only turn to his advantage upon the arrival of the Automation Castle's Lord. The command is given for everyone to halt. With the Lord's return, the family must end its conflict. To resolve the disorder, the Lord intends to name a new leader. Hegemonia firmly believes the Lord will select Hui Jun as the next in line. The political views of both the father and his son are quite similar, which places Kyung at a considerable disadvantage. Nebula, however, holds a strong opposing view to his rival. The decisive moment has at last come. The Lord advances, commanding the conflict to stop, and resolves to name the successor immediately. Yet prior to his choice, Kyung wishes to pose a straightforward query. She questioned his lifelong efforts to assassinate her. This revelation startles the Lord, yet he appears ready for such an encounter. The onlookers, including Jun, are stunned by her audacious claim. The sovereign avoids disputing this accusation, but demands validation regarding the exact moment she uncovered the reality. The young woman asserts that this information has been within her awareness for an extended duration. She simply chose to suppress the thought and disregard the evidence, refusing to accept such a dark reality. Fundamentally, his assassination attempts stemmed entirely from the tragedy of her mother perishing during her delivery. She additionally understands that he deliberately smeared her reputation with the cursed designation, fabricating the entire narrative independently. The parent ultimately acknowledges his transgressions. His spouse possessed a fragile constitution that failed during labor, leading to her demise. That lady meant everything to him, and her passing generated an overwhelming magnitude of suffering within his soul. During that crisis, his consciousness focused entirely on the concept of a hex. The man opted to conclude that the unique horns of Kyung represented the actual curse which triggered her mother, Ryo's, demise. Managing the responsibilities of Castle Lord yielded endless grueling hardships, and she had destroyed the solitary treasure the ruler cherished. Following this admission, Kyung grants her parent an opportunity to determine his ultimate resolution. Instantly, his male offspring, Jun, breaks in, demanding to know if remorse will influence the patriarch to select her instead of him. The administrator comforts his anxious successor, clarifying that despite his exhaustion and psychological depletion, his decision will solely benefit the Automation Castle. This represents his final choice made by his own volition, serving as a divine instrument. The Lord pauses, preparing to announce his selection. Concurrently, Hegemonia, a god himself, implores other deities he recognizes to influence events in his favor. Nebula perceives this as deeply ironic. Appeals to higher powers are futile, given that Hegemonia holds divine status. At the same time, Kyung's inherent demonic nature manifests, and simply observing the Lord's mouth movements, it infers Kyung will become the Automation Castle's subsequent proprietor. Yet Kyung appears displeased. Her father's selection stems from unacknowledged remorse. Should she be selected, whispers will quickly circulate, claiming the Lord relinquished his role to his child due to compassion. June will actively amplify these whispers. This will cause her self-doubt, leading her to think her selection resulted from chance, not ability. Consequently, the Automation Castle's 4 prominent families will reject her leadership, jeopardizing even her bestowed title as Castle Lord. Remembering this, she informs the demonic entity she does not wish to be chosen as her father's heir. She intends to earn that position herself. Therefore, before her father names her the next lord, she intervenes, declaring her wish to assume the lordship of the Automation Castle. Her bold statement astonishes all present, particularly her despicable brother. To directly request the Lord's position from the current Lord would constitute an act of defiance and a clear challenge to his power. Consequently, everyone wonders how she mustered the bravery to challenge his rule and defy him before all the troops. To subdue those nearby, she signals Saren, and the lizard man unleashes his electric abilities, creating a surge of astonishment. By this juncture, it must be evident to all that Saren is a selected member of the Blackscale tribe. His power might not extend to eliminating all present, but he definitely possesses the means to slay the Lord and remove her. June, however, attempted to persuade his father that their display was mere pretense. The lizardman, already injured and weakened, lacked the stamina to resist their forces, yet his father held a different view. During his prior visit to the Blackscale tribe, he had already witnessed the Chosen One's power. He felt absolutely certain that Rokrak was not an individual to provoke. The Lord considered his predicament. Rokrak served as a divine instrument, a strategic piece meant to deter the Lord of the Automation Castle from making unwise choices. Regardless, he cautioned her that should the Lord of the Automation Castle perish without naming an heir, the Automation Castle's families would appoint the next successor from among themselves, thereby eliminating Kyung's prospects. Of course, Kyung was fully cognizant of this scenario and had made preparations. Should that occur, she would simply enlist some assistance from the Blackscale tribe and remove all those within the castle who dared to oppose her. Her contemptible brother then seized upon her statements to berate her, labeling her as malicious refuse. By this moment, the Lord of the Automation Castle comprehended his designated course of action. He advanced, and his official duties were then passed to Kyung. Predictably, the disgraced brother collapsed in complete failure, his legs giving way. Several days passed, and Automation Castle became more vibrant than before, its local economy experiencing rapid expansion. People credited this success to the recent struggle over leadership. The economic transformation and future expansion were remarkable, as increasing numbers of traders arrived. Various races and individuals from diverse backgrounds were all entering. The 4 influential families remained silent despite Automation Castle's expansion. This plainly showed they were not opposing the new lord's bold choices. Predictably, Jun overheard all the favorable rumors circulating about the new Automation Castle lord's beneficial impact. As the defeated, disgraced brother, he found this intolerable and resolved to slip away from the castle under cover of darkness. His intention was to leave his home, seeking another location to accumulate influence and power, ensuring his triumphant return. Just as he prepared to leave, Saren entered the area, halting the man's escape. They had a brief disagreement before Jun proceeded with his departure, as he felt no obligation to inform anyone of his destination. Indubitably, Saren concedes this baseline point. Jun remains completely free of any obligation to justify his actions to him. Nonetheless, leaving an individual of Jun's caliber alive displeases him, given the high probability that the man would generate severe logistical nightmares for the entirety of Automation Castle down the road. Precisely as the noble guides his steed beyond the fortress perimeter, a hidden goblin executioner springs from the parapet, following a subtle nod from Saren, instantly decapitating the treacherous scoundrel. Because Jun's demise is now absolute, Hegemonia suffers a definitive defeat against Nebula. Nebula appreciates the highly dignified manner in which his competitor accepts this failure. Then again, embracing a loss constitutes a fundamental phase that enables an individual to develop into a far superior competitor. Following this admission of defeat, Hegemonia withdrew entirely without initiating further conflict, pledging to guide the Null faction across the mainland until reaching the extreme limits of the West. Apparently, missing the predictive milestone bothered him very little, nor did the potential fallout of an unfulfilled forecast cause him anxiety. His intentions center on advancing aggressively, while assimilating tactical insights from native populations across the land. As Hegemonia's forces pulled back, Nebula now gains a chance to utilize the existing roads and expand his army. The North Shore and the peninsula's southern half consist entirely of coastal zones, which Nebula could potentially exploit. The Frogmen's dreadful deity held power over the ocean. However, because the serpent merely inhabited a lake, it could not employ its aquatic authority. However, with Nebula possessing sea dominion, coastal regions might ultimately prove advantageous. That concern is for another time. Presently, he desires to meet the reigning lord. Shifting focus to Hui Kyung, the young woman drifts off and starts entering a peculiar dream state. When her eyes open, a mysterious presence greets her, a cloaked figure standing before her. She quickly identifies the blue insect god. Immediately, she drops to her knees, showing reverence, thankful for the blue insect god's past assistance and kindness. As a mere human, she considers herself unworthy of the almighty god. Consequently, she wonders how to repay his aid. Nebula abruptly manifests an iron plate in his open palm. This metal is commonly used by merchants for commerce. She confesses her lack of foresight and apologizes for failing to grasp the Almighty's message. She speculates the god might be requesting funds. Saren startles her from behind. His presence there utterly astonishes her. Yet, prior to her posing inquiries, her sight dims. She returns to consciousness. The vision she experienced was more than a mere dream, yet the blue insect god's message remained unclear. Given the display of the iron plate, a connection seemed likely. While contemplating its significance, a voice nearby praised the market's silk quality. A lizardman offered the silk, and the purchaser expressed unfamiliarity with such exquisite fabric. The purchaser identified himself as a traveler from the western lands, a region of sunrise. The displacement of the Knoll tribe had recently cleared the western route for his passage. The lizardman welcomed the western visitor and indicated an openness to trade. The purchaser, identified as a troll, expressed a desire to acquire the entire silk stock. He proposed offering iron plates as payment. A full pouch of these iron plates was in his possession, which he hoped would suffice for the high-quality silk's cost. The lizardman appeared pleased by the quantity and promptly consented to the exchange. Kyung intervenes in the exchange, instructing the troll to retrieve his funds. The silk had already been acquired by her. The troll appeared displeased by this news and requested the lizardman's verification of the claim. Faced with Kyung's intense stare, the unfortunate lizardman was compelled to affirm the girl's statement. To avoid any conflict, the orc decided to depart. Her sole motivation for halting the exchange was the fact that the lizardman offered it at an exceptionally low cost. The lizardmen asserted that their transport expenses had decreased since the departure of the Knoll tribes, enabling them to sell the silk at reduced rates while still securing substantial profits. Naturally, Kyung Hui was also aware of this. Being a merchant, she understood the situation. However, the crucial point was that only the black-scale tribe possessed the ability to create such specialized goods. This implied that despite the minimal production cost for these specialized items, there was no actual necessity to reduce their selling price. Any item considered a luxury could command a higher cost. She also wished to highlight another significant detail: the iron plate previously held by the troll. She positioned her own iron plate on one side of the scale, concurrently setting the troll's plate on the opposite side. Through analyzing the mass, the merchant discovers that the orc provided a substandard metal sheet, which lacks substantial heaviness when contrasted with the alternative slab. She instructs her assistant to consistently verify the heft of these metallic components preceding the finalization of transactions. Suddenly, Rockrak approaches carrying a personal metallic specimen. The chieftain admired the balancing apparatus and requests that she evaluate his slab as well. Upon taking the item, the merchant discovers that this specific object exhibits unique characteristics compared to standard supply. Rockrak clarifies that they manufactured this item utilizing an antique item recovered from an ancient ruin. Its structural properties are excellent, but processing proved too challenging, causing metalworkers to abandon the material entirely. For this reason, he traveled to this location, reasoning that Automation Castle possesses the specialized infrastructure required to process this metal into advanced armaments. Instantly, Kyung comprehends the true intentions harboring within the mind of the blue insect god. The deity fundamentally desires her to manufacture weaponry. She confidently stated the Automation Castle could manage the task. Nevertheless, it appears embarrassment awaits her shortly. The blacksmith assigned to this smelting job returned, presenting several issues. Initially, the man expressed full confidence in his ability to complete the work, leading Kyung to consent. Nevertheless, the blacksmith now stated he managed to create merely one spear point, despite laboring intensely throughout the night. Shaping iron, which typically requires about 10 strikes, now demands a minimum of 30 to 40 impacts. Consequently, he cannot continue this task for an extended duration. Should he pause for a break, the bloomery's temperature would drop, leading to an increased consumption of charcoal. Furthermore, instructing a full team solely for smelting this specific metal presents a completely distinct challenge. Ultimately, the blacksmith received his dismissal from Kyung, who felt disheartened. The blacksmith, however, felt relieved to be done with a task far exceeding his compensation. Kyung, conversely, despaired over fulfilling the commitment she had given Chief Rakrak. She had confidently accepted the assignment previously, yet withdrawing her agreement now would portray her as an ineffective collaborator. Nevertheless, Saren remained convinced that Rakrak would not be offended in the slightest. He is, after all, among the kindest individuals present. Rakrak would never utter a word to cause her distress over the task's outcome. Saren's assessment could be accurate, yet Kyung wished to avoid such public embarrassment. Ultimately, she chose to employ her final option. She requested his accompaniment, needing to personally verify a matter. Soon, they moved down a dim passage, encountering a mud creature roaming freely. Such beings possess independent volition, preventing any command over them within Automation Castle. Yet, these mud figures were not the primary focus of their trip. She then unlatched the portal, revealing to Saren its contents. Inside, a water wheel rotated, powered by a cascade. Saren had never before witnessed such a peculiar device. This cascade serves as Automation Castle's water supply. Fortunately, its placement within the inner palace ensures no adversary can plunder their resources. A crucial element here is the water wheel beneath the cascade, a mechanism generating immense continuous energy. Kyung intends to harness its output for smelting iron plates, but she also seeks to advance this energy source, aiming to transform Automation Castle completely. To achieve this, she requests Saren's assistance, and he readily agrees to help. Several days later, Kyung had already begun developing new schematics for an upgraded water wheel, intended to produce unprecedented energy levels. The waterfall's height was increased, and supplementary wheels were incorporated for enhanced output. She then asked Zale for her opinion on the plans. As expected, Zale endorsed the revised design. Given the ample water flow, she felt confident it could power every wheel. However, executing and constructing this updated design would demand significant labor and a considerable budget. They would, after all, need to acquire durable timber in bulk, as it is not native to the region. Kyung expressed no worries about financial issues, but Zale urged her to consider a different perspective, even if funds were sufficient. The primary concern was whether the extensive expenditure would truly yield worthwhile returns. Kyung's standing within the castle was already precarious, and allocating a substantial sum of money for minimal gain would draw considerable disapproval. Within a few days, Kyung occupies the room solitary, developing innovative concepts. She simultaneously summons her hellish characteristic of probability to analyze the potential outcome. This infernal attribute explicitly states that prescience remains beyond her capability, meaning actual events ahead stay hidden from her sight. Her talent restricts itself to altering present variables to alter mathematical chances to her advantage, indicating that upcoming chronologies escape her inspection. Instead, she alters the unfolding reality actively to ensure the immediate scenario concludes advantageously for Kyung. Nonetheless, Kyung proceeds to demonstrate how her updated hydraulic wheel blueprints will function. When she demands validation regarding its viability, the abstract element declines to respond, having previously emphasized that future foresight eludes its jurisdiction. It nonetheless acknowledges the exceptional merit behind the concept. Ultimately, complete resolve fills Kyung. She intends to transform this blueprint into physical substance. Consequently, development operations commenced. Construction inevitably brought unforeseen difficulties, causing numerous serious accidents. A fraud incident even occurred during the sourcing of necessary components. The experimental stage proved to be the greatest hardship. Numerous unsuccessful efforts forced them to dismantle the whole structure and recommence from scratch. This depleted their resources and consumed vast amounts of time. Moreover, a scarcity of labor already exists, and the existing workforce generates numerous issues. However, Kyung lacks tolerance for justifications. She made a promise to the blue insect god, intending to fulfill it regardless of sacrifice. Driven by her unwavering determination and fervent wish to keep her promise, her people must comply with her directives, even with numerous reservations. Nebula even finds her seriousness unexpected. He cannot recall instructing her to construct 4 wheels. Such dedication is perhaps anticipated. Humanity is driven by objectives, committing their existence to achieving their aims. Lizardmen, in contrast, appear rather unintelligent and clumsy. Kyung's reference to the blue insect god unexpectedly lengthened the building timeline. Resistance from other Automation Castle families was improbable. They certainly perceived many advantages from the current construction, given their business dependency. This was because, with laborers remaining and more goods circulating, the commercial zone's size expanded, ultimately aiding families engaged in trade. Building 4 water wheels proved difficult, yet Kyung's strong commitment and persistent work brought this contraption to life. It stood as the peak of advanced construction in this realm, a unique creation developed within the Automation Castle. For the inauguration ceremony, Kyung and all others watched the wheels begin to move. The 4 water wheels construction finally yielded results. Kyung apologized to the insect god for invoking his name to secure her objective, hoping the Almighty would be generous enough to forgive and understand her intentions. At this point, Nebula received the notification that her iron-making skills had advanced to level 2. This advancement aids his civilization in establishing the means for creating superior iron. Nebula's civilization not only possesses an advantage in crafting iron goods, but they have also created their own monetary system, alongside a script referred to as the Chung letter system. This officially positions Nebula's civilization as the most developed and advanced among all existing factions. Nebula shows no surprise whatsoever. He understands human capabilities perfectly. Their relentless ambition is the precise reason for his selection of them as his second species. Several days elapse within the automation castle. Some elves are observed visiting, expressing astonishment at a water wheel operating so far away. This suggests the water wheel's immense size given the loud sounds it produces. A nearby lizardman provides further insight, explaining that water wheels not only process grain, but also supply energy for weapon production. The merchant subsequently draws their focus to the high-quality silk he offers. The elves, upon feeling the fabric, instantly perceived its superior quality. They promptly proposed iron plates for payment, asserting these were the finest grade, unique to their native land. The merchant then weighed the iron plate presented to him. However, the plate proved to be of inferior quality, in the peddler's judgment. The merchant felt profound disappointment, unwilling to conduct business with individuals he deemed untrustworthy. The elves, for unknown reasons, perceived themselves as unjustly accused of deceit. Despite their certainty regarding their iron plate's quality, the peddler directed them to the automation castle's central bank to swap them for better ones. The elves, conversely, thought the peddler exaggerated the worth of his own somewhat inferior fabric. Naturally, the merchant became enraged when his skill was challenged. He proceeded to educate them on the considerable effort required for this fabric's production. His shouting ultimately drove the elves away. Concurrently, Kyung observed the merchant from concealment. This merchant appeared to have interpreted Kyung's earlier instruction on value signal pricing with excessive earnestness. Upon noticing the elves, she recalled their infrequent journeys to this location. To understand the elves' business practices, she resolves to observe them. After trailing these individuals, her findings are quite unsettling. It appears these individuals are actively deceiving and manipulating new business owners. Kyung realizes that the automation castle's thriving economy has, predictably, drawn in swindlers. She genuinely desires to discover their origins. Meanwhile, Nebula is sent a private message from another player. The player is named Eldar, a god who governs the elven civilization. Nebula attempts to decipher the player's intentions. The elven civilization is situated on the far northern coast, meaning the two civilizations are geographically distant, preventing any potential for conflict or land disputes. Nebula ultimately agrees to the offer. His knowledge of the northern coast, outside the wilderness, is minimal. He anticipates gaining some insights. The individual on the opposing screen presented a refined and elegant demeanor, introducing themselves with equal poise. Nebula briefly considered that the god of elves was embodying their in-game persona to suit the atmosphere. Role-playing players typically fully adopt a character's role within the game, and this elven figure appeared to be one such participant. The narrator admitted difficulty discerning the individual's gender. Nevertheless, Nebula returned the salutations. Eldar expressed pleasure at encountering an articulate individual, contrasting with Hegemonia, whom she viewed as utterly uncivilized. Eldar had ensured Hegemonia's crude faction was expelled from the northern coast. Upon hearing this, Nebula reflected on Hegemonia's predicament. Hegemonia had attempted to interfere with him after Eldar's superior power. This raised the query: was this gender-bending role-playing player truly so formidable, capable of repelling a participant like Hegemonia? Promptly, Nebula inquired about her purpose for this encounter. Again, this deceptively charming individual displayed elegance and goodwill, presenting their conditions. Nebula's agreement was the sole condition for his force's safety. The individual abruptly terminated the communication, offering no response, a bold action. Although he desired to monitor her activities, he could not. The northern coast's frigid environment hindered his insect's migration. Furthermore, he could not travel alone. He needed to oversee the automation castle. However, Eldar faced an identical predicament. His identity remains largely unknown to her. This clarifies the presence of elves within Automation Castle. Surprisingly, this elven deity is male. As Nebula remains unaware of this individual's motives, he chooses to prepare for the coming conflict. Within Automation Castle, its lord holds a discussion with the elven folk. The elven delegate identifies herself as Leona, the head of this trading guild. The lord felt her introduction was unnecessary, as her identity was widely known. He was convinced her visit concerned the elves who arrived for trade the previous day. Indeed, her arrival had been anticipated. For this very reason, a present had been readied for her beforehand. Upon the box's opening, a crystal was revealed within. The Lord asserted its discovery within an ancient ruin, expressing hope that she might accept this modest offering and disregard any oversight. Kyung recognized the present's worth. Nevertheless, she directly refused it before them, stating she would not compromise her integrity. Leona swiftly stooped to retrieve the valuable gem, then directly inquired about her further wishes. Kyung pondered internally why the elves suddenly sought commerce with the automation castle, considering their departure from the northern coast was unheard of. Turning her focus to them, she clarified her stance. To gain her approval, they needed to obey regulations rather than attempting bribery. Additionally, she requested they avoid excessive displays. Should they genuinely wish to repair their connection, she proposed purchasing these figurines depicting the blue insect god. Nevertheless, the elves declined this exchange, citing their existing allegiance to the dancing shadow god. Yet, in her view, venerating multiple deities would cause no harm. Several days elapsed following that event. Within the castle, Saren informs Kyung about recent elven developments. The elven leader sought an apology due to Kyung's religious transgression, which involved requesting the elves change their faith. Naturally, this irritated Kyung. She considered those individuals merely charming deceivers concealing their true intentions. Instead, she resolved to blame them for initiating the entire situation. It was they who attempted to corrupt the ruler of the automation castle. Gazing through the pain, Saren felt sure their envoy would return during the current rainy period. Nevertheless, Kyung declined to encounter them under any circumstances. By now, she had a clear understanding of the elves' intentions. Therefore, she instructed Saren to prepare for the impending conflict. Several days passed and the weather brightened. A typical, ordinary sunny day, until guards positioned on the castle walls spot an elven army advancing upon the fortress. The tribe's leader, Hassadian, leads these forces. After an initial survey of the castle, the elven lord feels arrogant and overconfident. To expose their perceived foolishness, he orders his army to march forward. 300 unsuspecting elven warriors charge ahead. Eldar is present, confident that sheer numbers will overcome their foe. Automation Castle's walls, though tall, are ultimately built from clay. The Automation Castle's garrison numbers fewer than 150 troops. Elven bows, capable of firing beyond 80 paces, render human archery equipment significantly less effective. Meanwhile, Nebula observes the entire situation developing, and he has also made his own arrangements. Before long, the tribal chief receives unwelcome intelligence, indicating a force of 70 soldiers is advancing from the canyon toward the automation castle. Naturally, this news displeases the chief. This revelation confirms the enemy's prior knowledge and readiness for the current situation. However, he cannot comprehend the reason for merely 70 approaching soldiers. Subsequently, another startling piece of information reaches him. Rear forces are obstructing their escape path, effectively cornering them. The lizardmen, mounted on their cockatrices, form this blockade. The chief finds himself incredulous at such an unforeseen development. He had not anticipated close cooperation between lizardmen and humans. Regarding Eldar, Bro is on the verge of extreme panic upon understanding that not just humans are involved, the lizardmen too oppose him. Eldar remains unaware Nebula commands both human and lizardmen forces. Upon reaching out to Nebula with his grievance, Nebula simply advises checking the local player roster. As Eldar complies, a sudden realization strikes him. Nebula governs this entire region. Eldar's initial belief was that Nebula solely held sway over humans. Yet once Nebula dispels his misunderstanding, the individual finds himself utterly astonished. Observing the lizardmen advancing their way, the elven forces descend into disarray and panic. Adding to their predicament, the 70 soldiers positioned above the canyon have now reached the scene, prepared to unleash a volley of arrows upon the elves. The moment these projectiles are launched, carnage immediately commences. Amidst the soldiers' complete bewilderment, the lizardmen army appears, exacerbating the situation. The elven army's chief swiftly commands his troops to hold their positions. Yet, the soldiers remain too shocked to budge. As Rakrak approaches within range, he calls upon his thunder, striking down the soldiers in his way with electricity. Following this first action, he leaps skyward, then plummets to the ground. The remaining troops imitate this, striking and slicing elven soldiers indiscriminately, as if crushing insects. The lizardmen effortlessly dominate these 300 ineffective combatants. The adversaries, gripped by terror, flee away to preserve their existence. A prime chance arises to defeat the foe, and the subsequent assault will conclude the conflict. Stingray has also appeared to fulfill its role. As Rakrak commands his forces for the decisive advance, Eldar ultimately admits vanquishment. Indeed, he even avoids personally entering the fray through a dissent. Nebula promptly articulates his requirements. He seeks intelligence, proficiencies, and also assets. His direct requests resemble outright theft, yet he reassures his adversary that he will not require everything simultaneously. Eldar retains the choice to align with Nebula. The individual starts evaluating available choices. Initially, sharing Northern Territory data seemed unprofitable. However, he currently faces a significant handicap. Having already lost nearly 300 warriors, continuing as a player with remaining forces would prove challenging. Conversely, Nebula already controls 2 species. Should Nebula form an alliance with another player, Eldar realizes his situation would become dire. Therefore, he feigns generosity, as is his custom, and accepts Nebula's conditions. He commits to collaborating and supplying the 3 items Nebula previously sought. Eldar wishes for forgiveness regarding his former arrogance, anticipating a friendly relationship moving forward. With an agreement now reached, he prepares to disclose every significant detail concerning the North Shore. Nebula discovers the existence of an alliance in that area, comprising 3 players. These include Salangos, Lim Chunsik, and Eldar. The Centaur's race is currently governed by player Salangos. Nebula appears to possess limited knowledge regarding this species. Despite their inherent benefit as mounted warriors, this entire race struggles with population growth and resource expansion. Nebula would never have selected such a race. However, it presents an equally formidable challenge in combat. Next, player Lim Chunsik governs the Ogres, an unintelligent species whose only attributes are immense size and raw power. Ogre intelligence typically averages around 10, yet they have successfully elevated their intellect via the small domain's blessing. Incidentally, Nebula similarly bestowed diverse blessings upon humans, his secondary race. Thus, a small domain's blessings could enable even unintelligent beings such as ogres to progress their civilization. He concludes Lim Chunsik ranks as the most powerful of the 2 other players. Considering this, he presumes Lim Chunsik engaged Hegemonia in battle. This, however, proves incorrect. Hegemonia's borders are shared solely with Salangos and Eldar, precluding any direct conflict involving Lim Chunsik. Nebula swiftly grasps the situation. The Alliance's 3 members had planned a joint assault on Hegemonia, but Hegemonia faced Nebula prematurely, preventing their strategy. With Hegemonia now gone, Lim Chunsik has redirected his focus toward Eldar. He insists on a vast quantity of tributes for Eldar to maintain the Alliance's existence. The elven gods struggled considerably to satisfy these requirements, which ultimately caused conflict with Nebula. Nebula understands the Fatas prefers Salangos above Eldar. This partiality probably arises because the Salangos constitute a nomadic people. Both elves and ogres are considered settlers. A settler civilization's strength is defined by its land area. Consequently, Chunsik intends to absorb the existing Salangos region for a territorial benefit. As Eldar offers no utility to him in this aspect, Chunsik plans to cast him aside as worthless. Upon comprehending his desperate predicament he is in, the unfortunate elven god falls into hopelessness. However, his concerns are quickly made irrelevant since Nebula offers a partnership. Briefly, Eldar experiences enlightenment, only to recall his harsh circumstances. His primary troops, along with his high priest, have been eliminated, and he questions his ability to significantly aid the Alliance. Luckily, Nebula appears to have already recognized Eldar's present asset. He reminds Eldar about his divine title, the Dancing Shadow God, which bestows upon him the minor domain of arts. Eldar confirms this, yet remains unsure of its utility. Nebula then shares confidential information directly with the elf, keeping the specifics hidden from observers. Focus shifts toward the northern regions, where the Centaurus general stands on a hilltop. The prophet of the Centaurs informs the general regarding a new prophecy. Soon a king shall arrive in this territory. Upon this king's arrival, global order will shift. Current authorities shall forfeit their positions, and wanderers across the lands will become disoriented. All will show deference to this monarch. He shall govern these territories, second only to the gods. The general proudly declares himself to be that sovereign, insisting that only the gods would rank above him. Nevertheless, his confidence quickly vanishes upon hearing the dire news. He is not the destined individual. Upon learning this, the general swiftly concludes the foretold monarch belongs to the lizardmen of the black-scaled tribe. However, the prophet refutes this belief. He states that the entity emerging from the north possesses significantly greater power. The individual fated to rule is an enormous ogre. This being exhibits immense power and a colossal stature, dwarfing anyone standing nearby. Its strength exceeds any centaur, and its intellect surpasses that of the elves. Unsurprisingly, the centaur tribe chief dislikes the prospect of serving as a mere subordinate to such a colossal figure. The prophecy incenses him greatly, causing him to physically assault the prophet for revealing such a grim future. Temeradu, the esteemed representative of the centaurs, believes he alone possesses the ambition to reach the apex. He declares he will only submit to deities. This prophecy, it is revealed, was orchestrated by Nebula and delivered via Eldar. With Eldar having fulfilled his instructions, Temeradu's fury knows no bounds, and he rejects the prophecy. Nebula's next step involves bringing this prophecy to fruition. The scene shifts to Temeradu, who traverses the perilous landscape of the frigid northern wilds. His goal is to ascend the tall northern mountain peaks, symbols of prestige. Yet his vigor wanes, preventing further ascent. Adding to his troubles, a rock tumbles down the route, hindering his climb. Fortunately, this was merely a dream Temeradu experienced. However, his unsettling dreams portend his unavoidable demise. Nevertheless, he remains steadfast in his ambition for kingship. While contemplating his dangerous predicament, a guard arrived, bringing information. Someone wished to speak with him. Some time passed, Temeradu eventually received his visitor. However, this was not a single individual. Representatives from 2 distinct nations had come to see him. The initial visitor was a green-eyed elf, originating from the same tribe as the departed prophet. This elf also discussed the prophecy, though his interpretation diverged significantly from the previous prophets. He asserted that Kijin, the ogre chief, was destined for kingship. Nevertheless, he proposed that this outcome could be averted if Temeradu assumed the role of King of the North. Following this, a human arrived from Automation Castle. This individual already considered Temeradu the undisputed monarch and ruler of the North, presenting offerings and presents suitable for a centaur king. Subsequently, the third and last visitor appeared, a lizardman known as Owen, who represented the black-scaled tribe. Temeradu presumed this lizardman had come to recognize him as the forthcoming monarch. However, the centaur's expectation was mistaken. Owen's sole purpose was to advise him against pursuing the kingship. Temeradu sought clarification for this advice. He pondered if his unworthiness for the throne was the issue, or if recognition from various tribal leaders was still required. If the latter was true, humans and elves had already accepted him. The lizardman's approval remained the sole outstanding factor. Owen earnestly declared that Raykrak, his tribe's chief, would grant immediate approval. Nevertheless, Owen personally felt Temeradu ought not to seek the throne. Predictably, Owen's critical stance merely provoked Temeradu's anger. Yet, the lizardman then supported his statement with sound logic. He explained that Temeradu's qualifications or power were irrelevant. Divine approval for his kingship was the true concern. The revelation profoundly shocked Temeradu. He could not comprehend why his deity, the rushing without hesitation god, would withhold approval. Owen believed the explanation was straightforward. He stated that a divine hierarchy existed among gods, mirroring the power structure found among earthly tribes. To put it plainly, the ogre god held a higher status than the centaur god. That was the breaking point. Temeradu finally lost his composure. He found himself unable to accept the universe's straightforward yet brutal truth. It remains uncomplicated. Vulnerable individuals must consistently submit before powerful ones to avoid total eradication. He brandishes his weapon directly toward Owen to cause panic within him, deeply resentful because Owen openly disparages his divine master. However, our reptilian companion remains completely unflappable, perceiving no sacrilege inside his own statements. He simply articulated the harsh reality governing celestial ranking. Should Temeradu feel genuinely enraged regarding his patron's current predicament, directing that hostility toward the specific creator responsible for relentlessly dominating his deity would prove far more logical. While Temeradu behaves like an unthinking brawler, internally, the profound significance behind Owen's analysis resonates with him. The persistent vision visiting his sleep represented nothing more than an ominous premonition. Despite the creator recognizing his personal desires, no divine decree emerged to validate his ascension to sovereignty. Rather, the massive stone tumbling down the peak symbolized a celestial warning, instructing him to abandon the pursuit entirely. Ultimately, he recognizes the validity behind Owen's perspective and requests additional direction. Prior to departing, Owen strategically manipulates the warrior's mindset regarding his predicament. He references the behavior of black-scaled combatants who willingly defy their leader's directives whenever their insubordination advances a superior objective. This precise path of mutiny defines the course Owen encourages Temeradu to pursue. After careful consideration, Temeradu finally comprehends his designated task. Kingship is his destiny. He must ascend to the throne for his deity. He must embrace the arduous journey his god had not wished upon him. Concurrently, Nebula and Eldar observe events unfolding precisely as they wished. Nebula leveraged Eldar's minor dominion of arts to secure these favorable outcomes. The elven deity expresses surprise that the young man utilized this power more effectively than Eldar himself. This minor dominion of arts focuses on influencing individuals through artistic expression. Art manifests as murals, sculptures, or prophetic visions. Nebula employed prophecies to sway his adversary. Even species under other players' command can be swayed into actions their deities never intended. The Selangos player, governing the centaur species, faces significant difficulty due to his high priest's rebellion. Eldar, however, expresses doubt that this extent will suffice to reach their goal. Nebula maintains his assurance. Despite their success in influencing various players' species, uncertainty persists regarding their ability to prevent Selangos from disrupting their schemes. Nebula, however, had anticipated this outcome. Selangos understands the potential for his centaur species' economic and technological development. Given his species' nomadic lifestyle, the ogre civilization, being natural settlers, will possess a significant advantage in these areas. Consequently, Selangos would lack the means to defend against the ogre civilization in the foreseeable future. This is precisely why Selangos will perceive Tamaradu's uprising as an unexpected advantage. He now possesses an opportunity to avert the centaur's unavoidable destruction. Turning our attention to the central figure, Bro seeks Lim Chunsik's pardon for Tamaradu, his disobedient high priest. Nevertheless, the larger man reassures him no blame rests upon him. He states the error truly belongs to him, having missed the elven god scheme following his alliance with Nebula. Despite this, he feels certain the struggle for the throne pitting Tamaradu against Kijin will have a predetermined result. Therefore, Selangos has no reason to offer apologies for. However, Selangos' true reason for apologizing differed. Bro expressed regret since he felt absolutely certain Tamaradu would utterly defeat Kijin. Each participant holds conviction regarding their high priests, yet only the future will reveal which one endures the conflict to seize the throne. Ultimately, the fated day of judgment dawns. The designated moment arrives for Tamaradu and his battalions to initiate their devastating onslaught. They commence the operation by exterminating every mercenary goblin blocking their advance, units allegedly hired by the ogres. Amidst this initial clash, the ogres abruptly emerge from concealed positions. The centaurs comprehend far too late that those goblins functioned merely as a decoy. These colossal monstrosities brandish their massive armaments, flattening the centaurs without showing any pity. In contrast, Tamaradu advances directly to the vanguard, severing the necks of numerous ogres using a solitary swing of his blade. The display proves that ordinary ogres cannot compete with his martial prowess. His focus restricts itself exclusively to the ogre chief, Kijin, to be his true rival. Speaking of which, Kijin has also joined the battlefield. He feels furious because Tamaradu violated the pact linking their respective societies, intending to make this deceptive centaur suffer fatal consequences. Both warriors charge forward simultaneously, wielding their armaments aggressively, yet the mutual collision dislodges their weapons, stripping both fighters of their gear. Tamaradu immediately attempts to crush his adversary using bare knuckles. However, the massive chieftain evades the blow and grips Tamaradu around the throat. Utilizing a solitary motion, he establishes an absolute strangulation hold on Tamaradu, fracturing his neck to terminate the centaur leader as rapidly as their duel initiated. Shifting to our pair of deities, they had also watched this brief slaughter unfold. Despite Eldar's expectation of the result, he was utterly astonished when the centaur inflicted no harm upon its adversary. While ogres possess strength and enhanced intellect from blessings, centaurs remain an uncommon and highly skilled combatant type. Nevertheless, Eldar's worry shifted to Nebula's primary troops, the lizardmen. Given their vulnerability to cold, their survival against ogres seemed improbable. The individual explained that direct confrontation between lizardmen and ogres was never his plan. Naturally, Eldar failed to grasp Nebula's underlying message. Upon his inquiry into Nebula's aims, the other person redirected the conversation, querying the elf's in-game standing. Eldar felt considerable shame admitting it aloud, but his reported rank was 3400th. Nebula privately considered that ranking acceptable, yet not particularly outstanding. This revelation corrected a misunderstanding for Nebula. He had believed player selection relied on rank. However, asserting players are picked solely by RNG also lacked logic. 2 premier players appearing from thousands seemed more than mere chance. Setting this unresolved enigma aside, Nebula anticipated Eldar's ongoing collaboration. The scene then shifted to Lim Chunsik. At present, he was intently scrutinizing Nebula's profile. Given that Nebula previously achieved elite competitive ranking, this obese competitor immediately identifies the master standing before him. Chunsik feels immense dread facing such a proficient opponent during the opening phases of the match. Nonetheless, he considers himself exceptionally fortunate with his random drops, having secured control over the modest avian territory. He understands that the arthropods and lizardmen commanded by Nebula suffer greatly under low temperatures, prompting Chunsik to exploit this vulnerability. His defensive arrangements are actively progressing. Although his adversary belongs to the supreme tier, Chunsik retains immense pride regarding his historical 20th position. Freezing weather rapidly approaches, forcing Nebula to declare immediate hostilities, a challenge Chunsik welcomes eagerly. Unexpectedly, Chunsik observes the adjacent elven settlement bursting into flames. Far from an isolated disaster, multiple communities face destruction at the exact same moment. Chunsik swiftly comprehends Nebula's actions. This represents a slash-and-burn approach, also termed the Scorched Earth strategy. When employing this method, players deliberately devastate regions beneficial to their adversaries. Nebula, however, remained calm. Eldar found it unbearable to witness his settlements reduced to ash. Nebula confirmed the elves' prior evacuation. Eldar's greater concern was the unprecedented early-game use of a Scorched Earth tactic. Nebula acknowledged this, explaining that deploying such a strategy so early typically fails to achieve its desired outcome. This particular circumstance, however, proved unique. With their adversary currently located on the North Shore, obtaining provisions would be challenging. The Blackscale tribe maintains dominion over all commerce within the Automation Castle, and with neighboring elven settlements eradicated, the ogres were unable to plunder or exchange for commodities. The ogres' primary vulnerability lay in their requirement for vast food quantities to survive. With winter approaching, their provisions would dwindle. Chunsik, mistakenly believing their opponent was susceptible to cold, remained unaware that resource scarcity posed the true threat. Nebula also acknowledged Eldar's contribution, stating the strategy would have failed without him. Typically, a player would need to devastate their own territory for such a plan to succeed. However, the ogre's presence in the elves' land fortuitously preserved Nebula's resources. The sacrifice proves beneficial. The adversary's defeat is certain once a second winter arrives. Focus shifts towards a goblin village. Complete disorder grips the area as ogres invade. The ravenous giants have arrived to consume the small creatures and seize their provisions. Over time, the majority of goblins had already departed, taking their provisions. Upon Ogre Chief Kijin learning this information, he felt discontent regarding their circumstances. To compound matters, their deity failed to answer their pleas, suggesting complete abandonment. Ogres began perishing due to lack of sustenance, and Chunsik found himself powerless, except to observe the remaining survivors' plight. Ultimately, he set aside his arrogance and reached out to his former companion, who was also his adversary, Solangos. Precisely when the player requests immediate military assistance from his old companion, Solangos delivers devastating updates, explaining that the majority of his army faces complete annihilation. Following the brutal execution of High Priest Temeridu by Kijin, losing his legions triggered a massive disaster, which worsened exponentially when lizardmen aggressively annexed the Centaur's territory. Looking at the bright side, Solangos appreciates this unexpected communication from his old colleague due to a specific proposal he intended to evaluate. It appears Eldar approached Solangos, extending a tactical proposition to establish a coalition alongside Nebula, contingent upon Solangos providing military support to neutralize Chunsik. Upon learning this, Chunsik panics momentarily, but his old associate quickly clarifies that he dismissed the pact completely, as serving as a subordinate asset contradicts his principles. Furthermore, he intended to respect the historical relationship he maintained with Chunsik prior to their current rivalry. Even under these conditions, Solangos wishes to restore their former partnership, initiating a coordinated offensive by consolidating their remaining military resources. Chunsik views this strategy with immense enthusiasm, feeling highly motivated. Despite lacking substantial ground troops, they can directly confront Nebula head-on. This confrontation bypasses a standard warfare scenario between rival societies, shifting into a direct clash among manifestations of divinity. Chunsik intends to manifest physically inside the war zone to decimate the bulk of Nebula's legions. Additionally, Eldar no longer poses a threat, because his previous confrontation with Nebula undoubtedly depleted his celestial energy, stripping him of the capacity to authorize a physical incarnation. Consequently, Nebula must defend himself solitary against two opposing creators, whose combined manifestation will easily overwhelm his superior spiritual rating. Consequently, ogres and centaurs assembled their final available troops, then advanced directly onto the combat zone. Ahead, their gaze fell upon the adversary's presence. Chunsik acted without delay, entering Kijin, while Solangos mirrored this. Jointly, these deities attacked their sole adversary, Nebula's high priest. Arboy responded instantly by entering Rakrak's form and evading the assault. The character moves with ease, like a warm blade cutting through butter, then electrifies both adversaries instantly. Such was the swiftness required to defeat these two foolish gods immediately. Their defeat caused both gods to become sealed statues. When a player perishes during their descent, they forfeit immense experience, causing their divinity level to drop significantly. Should the divinity level reach level 1, sealing occurs. To ensure the gods' permanent demise, Nebula then destroys their statues, ending them completely. Unshattered statues would allow the gods' revival through reversing the sealing. However, Nebula considered them worthless, thus reducing them to dust. Their demise brought him a level increase, causing a grin to appear. His amusement stemmed from reaching the maximum power a player could achieve within this game. Eliminating the two gods also granted him the ability to absorb one of their numerous small domains, yet he would acquire just one by chance. Upon its confirmation, the gacha gods grant him the small domain of swamp, with the small domain of birds as the other. While the swamp domain was adequate, the bird domain was ideal. This fulfilled Nebula's desires. He considered substituting the blessing of insects previously given to humans and lizards. However, he chose to reserve the most potent for future generations. Nebula had at last handled the three players causing him trouble. Having resolved the present circumstances, he opted to advance his strategy. His gaze turned westward. Based on intelligence gathered from the locusts, 5 players, split into 3 factions, were engaged in conflict. Nevertheless, he chose to refrain from interfering, allowing them to contend amongst themselves until they truly endangered his domain. Regarding the eastern border, open water dominates. His primary focus involves securing and developing terrestrial territories. Evaluating his remaining choices, merely the northern and southern zones remain. He must subdue both sectors before native NPC factions establish permanent fortresses throughout the region. Nevertheless, Rakrak cannot orchestrate campaigns in separate geographic directions at once, making an alliance with the elves to manage the northern front highly practical. Considerable time elapses before the narrative transitions toward the remote northern wilderness, an environment where freezing temperatures cause extreme hardship. The surviving elves received instructions to resettle within this harsh territory, an arrangement that provokes widespread discontent among them. The local frost persists indefinitely, meaning the restoration of agricultural production requires immense effort. Furthermore, persistent raids by aggressive ogres and goblins endanger their survival daily. The desperate refugees demand immediate solutions from their commander, Linner, who remains motionless while listening to their grievances. He eventually interrupts the gloom by presenting positive information. The divine message revealed that a savior from lower latitudes is traveling to support the green-eyed elf community. Right on schedule, an outpost scout announces that a detachment of mankind is nearing their position. Linnar now understands these individuals have arrived to help them. Without delay, the elves brave the cold outdoors, ready to greet their visitors respectfully. As the humans eventually arrive them, and as they alight, it becomes clear the group's leader is Automation Castle's Lord, Kyung. Having met previously, the two lords skip formal introductions and extensive pleasantries. Linar quickly invites his visitors into his tent, but Saren receives a summons from his mistress. Chad, highly protective, moves ahead and demands the tent be checked for assassins before Gracious, his goddess, goes in. Naturally, Linar lacks the authority to refuse, prompting Saren to advance directly. Shortly afterward, both leaders ultimately gather inside the pavilion. Maintaining the flow of conversation, Linar investigates the motive behind their arrival. Kyung expresses optimism that the divine forecast previously informed him. Regardless, she explains that her blue insect god instructed her to support vulnerable and neglected societies like the elves. The skeptical Linar doubts whether genuine assistance or simple condescension fuels her presence. She subsequently indicates the agricultural implements and armaments delivered by her convoy, alongside crop varieties capable of thriving amid frost. Understandably, immense gratitude overwhelms Linar, yet this brief celebration abruptly ends once she introduces the required payment. Although her deity demanded support for the destitute elves, operating completely free of financial gain offers no incentive to her. Linar stresses their total bankruptcy, noting that fleeing to this destination completely depleted their final reserves. Predictably, Kyung feigns the cancellation of the entire transaction. Time is precious, so she needs to depart without delay. Linar, however, refused to continue the speculative exchange. He preferred she disclose the true reason for her presence. She wouldn't have traveled to this desolate region without a valuable objective. The elf unrolls the desolate territory's map, indicating a specific spot rich in natural resources. A strip mine containing abundant iron ore was visible, and the surrounding environment appeared lush, with towering trees signifying the land's fertility, suggesting they could begin cultivation. Linar expressed readiness to exchange any of their yields for a reduced cost. Kyung, however, felt uncertain about exchanging current tangible assets for something merely theoretical. To provide assurance, the Elven Lord made a personal pledge, guaranteeing it as Linar, the elf. Ultimately, Kyung agreed to the proposal, recognizing its potential, yet she would not simply rely on spoken assurances as a firm guarantee. She desired concrete proof of their commitment. The Elven Lord shows some reluctance. The future worth of the iron ores and trees greatly exceeds the compensation he is presently receiving. He essentially trades away his lineage's prospects. However, without this exchange, a future might not exist whatsoever. This transaction must hold significant worth. Otherwise, his god would not have provided insight into it. Once both sides press their handprints onto the contract paper, the agreement becomes binding. Each party pledges to respect and maintain the agreement. This signifies the initial credit transaction on the third continent's north shore secured by Nebula. This goes beyond a mere agreement or basic exchange. It heralds the beginning of a vast economic transformation. It is important to note that the perished world was once a brutal land where groups prioritized only their kin. Strangers were not viewed as possible collaborators, but as imminent dangers. Such continuous conflict and suspicion held back overall progress, stifling the very idea of commerce before it could truly emerge. Fortunately, circumstances have begun to change. These groups are no longer merely struggling wanderers, moving between temporary havens for survival. They are establishing permanent settlements, developing, and have begun linking their destinies through formal agreements. An age is rapidly approaching where exchanging non-physical resources and relying on future commitments will be commonplace. This signifies the birth of an advanced economic system, a transformative step that will entirely redefine the principles of existence. The campaign had proven lengthy and violent. Its duration had even exhausted Raycrack. Yet, with its conclusion, a sense of ease washed over him. The dwarf tribe represented the final obstacle for the lizardmen, and many had merely escaped due to terror. However, a few stayed, prompting Raycrack to command his fighters to secure the vicinity. These remaining individuals resisted fiercely, enduring until their final moments. Their resolve was unyielding, typical of dwarves. Nevertheless, their efforts proved entirely futile. It held no significance against the lizardmen's overwhelming power. Following the widespread slaughter, Raycrack advanced to the coastline, captivated by the stunning vista before him. The ocean's undulations consistently held a captivating allure. This particular beach marked the peninsula's extremity and the violent journey Raycrack had guided his people through. The whole peninsula, from its northern mountains to its southern shores, had been claimed by them, fulfilling the blue bug god's desire. The whole peninsula now fell under the dominion of the lizardmen tribe and their blue bug god. Yet, observing the smoldering village ruins, Raycrack considered his subsequent actions. Previously, his authority extended only to his own tribe, but now he faced the task of governing all intelligent life forms within the newly acquired territory. The method for achieving this successfully, however, eluded Raycrack. Luckily, Sunwoon consistently observed his subordinate and stood prepared to offer assistance. Sunwoon also harbored concerns regarding the optimal governance model. Indeed, each system presented distinct benefits and drawbacks. Feudalism presented one potential choice. This governance style involves a monarch selecting feudal lords, bestowing upon them both titles and territory. Such a governmental structure saw extensive implementation across Europe throughout the Middle Ages. Feudal lords are subsequently responsible for administering and safeguarding their domains, concurrently remitting taxes to the monarch. This arrangement alleviates the monarch's responsibilities and enables an expansion of royal authority. Nevertheless, this feudal structure possesses a significant flaw. The monarch lacks oversight of the feudal lords' interrelations, often resulting in numerous internal conflicts. While warfare might stimulate technological progress, its overall management proves challenging. Such conflicts frequently result in widespread disorder and ruin, negating any minor advancements. Beyond feudalism, monarchy presents an alternative. Under this governmental structure, the monarch resides in the capital, delegating authority to representatives across various provinces and regions to oversee affairs. Ancient China employed a comparable system, which Sun Wun favored most, as it enabled the formation of a unified nation comprising diverse races. Furthermore, professional administration would hasten the empire's regional development, and crucially, a powerful central authority would greatly simplify military mobilization. Yet, establishing such a centralized monarchy required extensive preparations, infrastructure like roads and ports, a king's legitimacy, and a method for selecting officials. Eldar absorbed these details, growing weary as he understood his role was merely that of an observer. Even when Nebula inquired about his preferred governance model, Eldar made no attempt to respond, understanding Sunwoo had already reached his own conclusions. Sunwoo now needed to implement his entire strategy, and, as usual, dreams served as Sunwoo's most effective method for communicating his intentions to Rockrak. The Lizardmen's leader experienced a profound vision during his sleep the previous night, and on the following day, he convened all significant Lizardmen to impart this fresh insight. Jael eagerly awaited details of the dream, and Rockrak promptly began by sketching on the earth. Within the dream, he journeyed, having departed his physical form, propelled unwillingly at great velocity, soaring over untamed lands toward the most distant northern coast. He observed countless territories below, recognizing many settlements he had once been forced to conquer violently. Despite the difficulty other Lizardmen experienced in grasping his words, they maintained their focused attention on their leader. Rockrak, however, possessed certainty regarding the necessary actions. He sketched a ground map depicting all the territories from his vision, preparing to clarify details for everyone. Initially, he indicated their current location, then inquired about the name of that spot. A Lizardman promptly responded that the dwarves referred to it as Maganin, signifying the land's conclusion. Rockrak inscribed the designation onto the chart. Subsequently, he inquired about the name of the site where they had eliminated the red-skinned orcs. Yor recalled the area being named Salmon. However, it became apparent that multiple locations shared that designation. Consequently, Rockrak chose to label it South Saman. This process persisted until nearly all locations possessed their designations. Just a single unnamed site remained. However, when Rockrak sought its designation, no one could provide it. No intelligent life forms inhabited that region. This had clear justifications. The terrain was rocky, lacked fertile soil, and wild cockatrices resided there. Consequently, people generally steered clear of the area. Jael concluded that the land's name was unknown. Yet, Rockrak actually possessed this knowledge. He had dreamed of this very territory. Despite its encirclement by tall mountains, a narrow path exists, passable by removing bushes, vines, and small trees. Far inside that mountainous enclosure, a fertile valley lies, featuring a river traversing its flat expanse until reaching the ocean. Jael instantly surmised this was the territory the god revealed to Rockrak in his vision. The blue bug god had designated this location Orazon, signifying the land where God resides. Following their god's directive, Rockrak prepared to assume Orazon's kingship. The entire tribe joyfully made preparations to journey to Orazon for the tribe's journey to their ruler pleased Sunwoo. A new governmental structure, with Orazon as its center, was now underway. While numerous inhabitants of this peninsula acknowledged Rockrak's might and influence, some would inevitably oppose him. Therefore, bringing all people together under a single nation required significant dedication and labor. Initially, the populace needed to grasp that Orazon served as the capital, and Rockrak reigned over these territories. Furthermore, construction of routes connecting all continental regions to Orazon was essential. To establish a monarchical governance structure, Rockrak was required to select an overseer for every province. He designated these roles as war chief. Yet, paramount to these efforts was the creation of uniform legal codes, applicable across the entire domain, serving as the foundation for war chief's governance. Nevertheless, Automation Castle and the Elven Village, possessing existing feudal rulers and regulations, presented a slight impediment. Rockrak promptly resolved this issue by assigning Lizardmen counselors to supervise and interact with these feudal lords. The designation Margrave of the Automation Castle was bestowed upon Hui Kyung, while Laner acquired the title Elf Maripgan. Sunwoo perceived this governance framework as rudimentary and disorganized at this point. However, it represented a step forward, and difficulties found resolution incrementally. This development alone sufficed for the system to inform Nebula that his realm had transitioned into an initial monarchical period. Ultimately, Sunwoo implemented a monarchical structure for the Lizardmen, and a feudal one for humans and elves, incorporating both their benefits and drawbacks. Amidst these arrangements, Eldar's sole bewilderment stemmed from his elves' inclusion within our boys' domain, yet Sunwoo perceived no issue, given that the elves resided within his lands. Eldar discovered himself in a peculiar circumstance. All his possessions were attributed to Sunwoo, while Sunwoo's entire holdings were solely Eldar's. Time progressed, and tranquility settled across Rockrak's kingdom. Constant conflict and victories had previously occupied the warriors, but now they grew restless. Even common pastimes such as angling began to exhaust them. However, the fishing mentioned wasn't for a mere reptile. It referred to a war chief chosen by Rakrak. This individual, named Tatar, previously led an elite lizardmen unit. He struggled to adapt to his current tranquil surroundings. His past existence had largely consisted of warfare. As a former top combatant, he had earned his appointment as a war chief. Protection for this location remained necessary. Despite its dullness, this Maganan was still Rakrak's property. Yet a single issue persisted. This territory lacked any threats requiring defense. Situated in the extreme south, it bordered other lizardmen territories in the sea. The only potential source of danger lay beyond the sea. Unexpectedly, this scenario materialized. 12 vessels emerged far off, carrying peculiar beings. Initially, their identities remained unclear, yet soon their nature was revealed. They were intelligent, resembling crayfish. Their appearance was undeniably unsettling, leading the younger lizardmen to believe them monsters. However, Tatar, possessing greater experience, immediately rejected this idea. These crawfish-like beings utilized boats and likely possessed communication abilities. Tatar chose to approach them directly ashore. His bravery was evident. Standing tall above the crayfishes, he inquired about their identity and reason for arrival. Receiving no immediate reply, he sternly identified himself as War Chief Tatar, then demanded they declare their visit's objective. The terrified crayfishes instantly became paralyzed with dread. They explained they were merely turquoise lobsters, forced to traverse the ocean after a storm disoriented them. Their current desire was to learn their location. Tatar informed them with pride that their current position was within Hukran Nation territory, a name signifying black scale in the lizardman tongue. Concurrently, the youthful lizardman remained on edge, prepared to engage in combat immediately upon his leader's order. He felt certain Tatar would not extend clemency to adversaries. Given that these crawfish-like beings represented unfamiliar foes, Tatar would undoubtedly seize and restrain them for interrogation. Alternatively, he might simply execute them immediately. The terrified lobsters sensed Tatar's menace, bracing themselves to escape using their numerous limbs. However, such action proved unnecessary. Rather than initiating an assault, Tatar instructed his subordinate to arrange provisional lodging for the visitors. Assuming their hunger, he further directed that they receive the lizardmen's remaining provisions. This unexpected development astonished everyone. The seemingly bloodthirsty Tatar, it became apparent, possessed a different true nature. The turquoise lobsters expressed profound gratitude to Tatar, vowing to always remember his benevolence and this act of generosity. Having completed their rest and meal, they set off homeward. The young lizard observed their departure. The young lizard questioned Tatar's assistance. He thought if he were Tatar, he would have instantly expelled the lobsters and informed Rakrak about the intruders. The youth struggled to comprehend why Tatar forfeited a chance to earn the king's favor. Tatar himself felt uncertain regarding his choice, acknowledging he might have misjudged them. They could have been adversaries, yet he found himself unable to act differently. This was his reason. Seeking to clarify his choice, Tatar inquired of the young lizardman whether he recalled the loss of his left eye. Naturally, the youth was aware. This tale was widely familiar within the lizardmen community. Tatar had engaged 10 trolls simultaneously, who sought to plunder travelers, sustaining injuries during that confrontation. In fairness, the travelers were merely peculiar halflings, not even allied with the lizardmen. Subsequent to Tatar's eye loss, he encountered Rakrak. The lizardmen's king remarked that confronting 10 trolls simultaneously and sacrificing merely one eye represented a commendable achievement. Nevertheless, the issue stemmed from his eye's loss occurring not through aiding the tribe, but by rescuing a contingent of halflings. Rakrak then questioned if he harbored any regret. Tatar responded by explaining he understood that ages past, a contingent of lizard men under Rakrak's leadership had become injured and depleted from prolonged desert travel. Their situation appeared hopeless, yet during that crucial juncture, Rakrak obtained the Blue Bug God's blessing. The Blue Bug God sought no recompense for his aid and benevolence. He merely felt compassion for the distressed wanderers. Rakrak felt astonishment. Tatar had the audacity to claim his assistance to the halflings mirrored the Blue Bug God's compassion. Tatar confirmed his belief that such actions were necessary at that moment. Rakrak found satisfaction in that response. Tatar's judgment was sound, and his conduct appropriate. Rakrak subsequently desired Tatar to maintain that behavior. Should anyone dispute his actions, Tatar needed only to recount their discussion. He further stated Rakrak completely endorsed Tatar's stance and offered his backing. The future alone would reveal whether Tatar's assessment of the lobsters proved accurate. Before long, the identical young lizardmen entered his office bearing tidings. The crustaceans had reappeared. Tatar promptly went to encounter them face to face once more, seeking details of the events. Rubo, the lobster's chieftain, joyfully welcomed his savior. However, Tatar's mind held a singular query. Their presence's purpose. Had another storm trapped them? Their current visit, it emerged, was solely to acquire the silk and iron Tatar had mentioned previously. Their homeland faced conflict with a neighboring territory, creating a dire need for external technology and supplies. In exchange, the entire lobster contingent stood prepared to offer a chest brimming with valuable white pearls. However, the Tatar found the shiny round pebbles unimpressive. Perhaps the Lord of Automation might find them valuable. Tatar himself was uncertain of the pearls' worth at that moment. He chose not to reveal his hesitation, instead deciding to negotiate for something truly valuable, such as the technology for the boats the lobsters arrived in. The lobsters were reluctant to share their prized technology. Rubo began to explain that manufacturing such boats was a lengthy and complex process. Tatar responded that he did not understand complex matters, but if Rubo disliked his offer, then there would be no agreement. The lobsters could not accept this negotiation outcome. They desperately required resources. They promptly agreed to all terms and promised to bring an empty boat next time, which they would give to the lizardmen and use as a model to demonstrate its construction. This arrangement satisfied Tatar, and he consented to trade silk and iron for everything. A seagull observed the entire scene from above. It appeared very suspicious, watching as if privy to forbidden knowledge. Fortunately, it was merely a seagull Sun Woon used to monitor his creatures. The small bird's vantage point proved very useful. Through its scouting, he gathered all necessary information about this species. These lobsters, a crustacean type, inhabit the southern archipelago. They identified themselves as Astacidans. Several of their tribes existed on these islands, engaged in constant conflict. Their civilization was at a Bronze Age level, and they were likely not player-controlled. Living on the archipelago, this tribe possessed advanced boat-making technology. The pearls acquired from trading with them would certainly please Huikyung. This was because their price multiplied significantly deep within the continent, making them very profitable to sell. Sun Woon found the shipbuilding technology even more crucial, as it enabled the lizardmen to advance their ship construction abilities to the second level. Rock, understanding the worth of quality vessels, would undoubtedly attempt to construct comparable ones with Jiol's assistance. Soon, every creature under Sun Woon's command would navigate Hukrin's rivers by boat, presenting an ideal chance to establish waterway trade routes. To Sun Woon's astonishment, the veteran warrior Tatar displayed diplomatic skill, allowing Sun Woon to confidently assign him dealings with the Astacidans. Considering the advanced state of these crawfish-like creatures' civilization, they were destined to become an allied Hukrin nation. Once this occurs, the Sun Woon civilization would gain access to the archipelago's silver mines, utilizing the extracted silver to forge a new currency, replacing iron plates. Ultimately, even the modest maritime region proved highly beneficial for Nebula. Abruptly, Sun Woon's contemplation of upcoming strategies ceased, due to a summons from an unfamiliar entity who referred to him as Creator. This being, named Hongo, received an immediate command from Sun Woon to detail his advancements. Previously, Nebula had assigned Hongo the responsibility for managing and cultivating a locust swarm, with instructions not to report unless a significant issue arose. However, events diverged from expectations. Sun Woon's error and Hongo's oversight led to the revelation of the locust swarm's orchestrator, becoming apparent to the other deities within that region. Sun Woon found himself compelled to undertake such a perilous action because the magnitude of the level 3 locust swarm had started to diminish. Hongo had recently received orders to guide the locust swarms toward other players' grain plants, aiming to impede their civilization's progress. Sun Woon desired Hongo to execute this with precision, ensuring other players remained unaware of the manipulation if possible. However, the swarm unfortunately assaulted a community belonging to an advanced player's civilization, leading to inevitable repercussions. That player understood the locust activity stemmed from another player's actions, controlling a small insect group. Fortunately, Hongo remained unconcerned. Sun Woon had foreseen such an occurrence happening shortly and made ready. Sun Woon's sole current concern was Hongo himself. Hongo was unharmed, even after suffering significant locust losses from other gods' divine interventions. However, it appeared the other gods had not yet grasped that a creature like Hongo existed. This proved advantageous for Sun Woon. Should Hongo's presence become known to others, a far more substantial setback would occur. Therefore, Nebula commanded Hongo to utilize remnants of the locust swarms to generate misdirection and conceal his presence. Now, for Hongo, his continued existence took precedence. Hongo comprehended the directive and acted accordingly. Subsequent to this exchange, Sun Woon discovered he disliked engaging with his creations. They were so devoid of will or substance, in contrast to the NPCs in the perished world. There, the creatures conversed as if possessing souls and distinct personalities, not merely automated responses. However, this held little significance. What truly mattered was Hongo's successful completion of most of his assignment, as the locust swarms had devastated agricultural lands and plant life within the 5 nations' western territory. Should the deities governing those nations uncover Nebula's orchestration of these events, they would undoubtedly launch an assault. Considering the nation's geographical positions, the 2 nearest neighbors were the most probable aggressors, the nations Danim of the Sataros race and Jukwa of the Lenar race. These 2 appeared poised to deploy their forces. The remaining 3 nations currently observed from a distance, yet their military deployment was inevitable. A single combatant facing 5 opponents presented an unfair scenario. Nevertheless, this situation was unavoidable, characteristic of the unfair world. Sun Woon stood prepared to engage all 5 nations simultaneously, as such a confrontation remained within his anticipated challenges. Concurrently, within Demaret, the capital city of the Sataros nation, Danim, Hadi, the Lenar king, questioned the reliability of the 3 nations supporting them. Their trustworthiness appeared uncertain to him. Fav, the Sataros king, concurred on this matter, yet maintained that the individual responsible for the locust swarms could not act unchecked. Divine pronouncements had affirmed that passivity was unacceptable, and the lizard men required eradication. These beings supplicated their malevolent blue bug god, seeking famine for other nations while ensuring their own prosperity. Furthermore, subsequent to acquiring Automation Castle, the lizard men commenced manufacturing superior iron plates through their advanced technology. Their plates established the benchmark, yielding greater advantages in commerce and exchange. Moreover, given their proximity to the Hutrin border, they would inevitably incur damages if the other 3 nations' armies traversed their territories. Consequently, ultimately, they possessed no alternative but to launch an assault with their own troops. They placed full faith in the 5 gods' prophecy, which foretold the Sataros and the Leaners uniting to utterly demolish Orizon, the Hutrin capital. Given this, Hadi sought to determine the optimal attack strategy. Fav, however, had already prepared a scheme. Hutrin territory lay encircled by mountains, making Automation Castle the sole reliable entry point. An alternative route existed via the southern coast, yet it teemed with insects of the blue bug god, and its terrain proved excessively challenging. Their only remaining option involved seizing the opportunity to assault Automation Castle, liberating it from Rakrak's control, and subsequently advancing. 2 distinct paths led directly to the castle. Sataros intended to proceed straight toward Automation Castle. The Leaners, conversely, opted for a minor diversion, planning to reach the castle from the northern wastelands. An accord was reached, prompting them to devise a comprehensive strategy and assemble their armies for an assault scheduled in 1 month. Following a month's passage, all preparations concluded, and the forces began their advance. Naturally, their divine overseers observed these movements. Among them was Krampus, who governed the Sataros nation and held the title of the life-sacrificing god. Having attained rank 1430 within the game, he pondered the allied deity's actions regarding army provisions. Her intention was to utilize personal provisions until the troops traversed the wilderness area. Subsequently, upon the Leaners' arrival at the northern coast, they would be compelled to plunder the settlements encountered en route. This was Runda, the god of Leaners, also recognized as the supreme fruition god. Despite her persistent efforts, she found herself unable to reach Nebula, who had intentionally blocked her. More than a month elapsed without him unblocking her or the other 5 gods. Runda remained perplexed by his motives. Krampus shared her confusion. Had they been able to communicate with Nebula, they might have readily discussed reparations for the locust swarm devastation. However, Nebula had isolated everyone, denying any opportunity for peaceful resolution. Furthermore, he conspicuously intensified his military drills and expanded reconnaissance patrols. Consequently, negotiations were no longer feasible. Krampus and Runda jointly commanded more than 1,100 Leaners and 800 Sataros, making their combined force the largest across the entire 3rd continent. Runda felt certain that Nebula's downfall was merely imminent. For clarity, Runda was genuinely female, contrasting with Eldar. An unexpected alert appeared. It signaled a communication request. Krampus instantly thought Nebula initiated it, however, his guess was incorrect. Eldar was the caller. The Leaners' army had just passed the elf colony. and a discussion was imminent. Runda sensed Eldar desired negotiation, but also harbored ulterior motives. Krampus understood Eldar and Nebula maintained a fragile alliance, implying mutual betrayal was always possible. He recommended Runda act as if she were alone and pay close attention to Eldar, as his proposed terms could prove advantageous. Eldar manifested in his characteristic manner, embodying an elf god, a role-playing persona he consistently maintained. This might have been intentional, given his minor domain in the arts. Runda's initial encounter with him left her utterly astonished by his presentation. He not only resembled an elven female, but also exhibited peculiar conduct. Eldar persisted in portraying himself as a blameless casualty, seeking assistance. Runda, still processing the unusual meeting, cautiously inquired about the specific nature of his required aid. He promptly recounted his unfortunate tale, claiming the treacherous Nebula had compelled his unwilling submission, subsequently exploiting him for personal gain and subjecting him to various indignities. Eldar found himself compelled to accept all terms, once Nebula had vanquished Solangos and Lim Chunsik. Nebula's power far surpassed theirs, and his combat approaches were irresistible. Runda expressed astonishment upon learning Eldar had not aided in their defeat. Considering the circumstances, it seemed remarkable that Nebula had overcome such formidable players by himself. Eldar, however, felt no astonishment. He wondered if they were unaware of Nebula's renown, given his history of battling countless deities across innumerable realms and achieving the top rank. Nebula was indeed a genuine terror. Krampus and Runda exchanged glances. Their situation was undeniably unfortunate. The continent now hosted both the top-ranked and second-ranked players concurrently. Regardless, Eldar resumed his narrative. He stated his survival was solely due to his humble pleas for mercy and compliance with Nebula's desires. This was entirely for self-preservation. However, he had grown weary of the situation and urgently requested Krampus and Runda's assistance. Yet, they harbored doubts about his veracity. Runda requested evidence before she would accept Eldar's claims. Indeed, Eldar, the betrayer, readily offered to disclose it. He would do anything to secure their confidence. He revealed his entire ordeal under Nebula's control, aiming to dispel any skepticism. The degradation, the persecution of the elves, and the destruction of their settlement by fire. They expressed dismay at Nebula's actions towards an ally. Such an existence appeared more dreadful than a servant's. Eldar shared this sentiment, prompting him to request their aid in liberating himself from Nebula's control. Eldar lacked military backing, yet possessed an equally significant asset. He held knowledge of Nebula's battle strategy and intended to disclose it. After he finished revealing all requested details, their discussion concluded. Eldar then breathed out, feeling both relief and weariness. He questioned if his persuasion had been adequate. Nebula had observed the entire exchange and approved of Eldar's performance. He had executed his task flawlessly. Sun Woon pondered Eldar's exceptional acting, questioning if it stemmed from constant RP role-playing. However, the truth ran deeper. The disclosed details were remarkably accurate. Nearly all information Eldar provided proved factual. Sun Woon had decimated his forces, incinerated the elf settlement, pursued them northward, and compelled them into contracts for all future resource sales. Yet, despite these facts, Eldar maintained his allegiance, relaying everything to the gods as Nebula commanded. This was to convince them that a preemptive strike would target the Satiros capital, Demurit. Still, Eldar believed this would be insufficient to alter the circumstances. From his perspective, Nebula's plan involved an initial assault on the Lennars' forces. Nevertheless, should the Lennars withdraw to Demurit and Satiros launch a successful frontal assault, seizing Automation's castle, the Lizardmen units chasing the Lennars could become encircled, trapped between both opposing armies. Nebula disagreed. Eldar's assessment contained errors. Nebula intended to engage the Lennars' forces several days sooner, preventing their retreat and securing victory. Incidentally, Eldar provided immense assistance regarding this outcome, despite his own ignorance of the matter. He transferred a portion of his provisions to the Lennars to demonstrate total capitulation. This development perfectly aligned with Sun Woon's strategy as well, since those specific rations underwent secret manipulation. Meanwhile, the forward progression of the Lennars battalions decelerated dramatically, an impediment caused by a deliberate factor. Toxic substances contaminated the military rations, throwing their commander Hattie into pure rage upon receiving the update. The logistics officer explained that the ingredients suffered severe spoilage, leaving him entirely powerless to rectify the situation. Driven by anger, Hattie prepared to execute him immediately. However, his strategist intervened, requesting a brief delay to present an observation. The advisor found it highly questionable that the sustenance remained perfectly safe until the previous day. Crucially, their most recent meals consisted entirely of materials distributed by the elves. Hattie doubted this theory, having personally inspected the elven cargo without discovering any decayed items. Yet the strategist maintained that despite a wholesome external appearance, the goods harbored hidden toxins within. Such deception matched the reputation of the lizardmen's deity, who commanded filthy parasites. Consequently, the intelligence gathered from those elven sources lost all credibility. Even though the supreme fruition god delivered a divine forecast reinforcing that identical data, General Ubi proposed that their deity potentially erred, reasoning that the elven factions allied with the lizardmen had likely delayed their betrayal. The corrupted rations served as clear validation, indicating a calculated deception designed to mislead their leadership. Abruptly, a messenger sprinted toward the command tent bearing critical intelligence, having spotted the advancing lizardmen legions positioned a mere few hours from their encampment. Ube instantly investigated the exact strength of the lizardmen detachment, receiving a highly discouraging figure since the enemy ranks exceeded 1,500 combatants. This update represented a massive crisis, as the toxic ingestion left merely 900 capable warriors available for deployment, a dilemma compounded by the reality that even matching the lizardmen numerically would yield a strategic deficit due to physical dimensions. Facing an inferior headcount guaranteed total annihilation, rendering a conventional engagement entirely futile. Consequently, Hattie commanded an immediate withdrawal, dispatching a courier to notify the sovereign of Sataros regarding their strategic retreat brought on by confronting the primary enemy host. Ube advised falling back directly toward the highland woodlands to initiate irregular combat operations, a strategy offering a legitimate path toward victory. The combined forces of Lenners rapidly abandoned their positions. Hattie anticipated that irregular operations would leverage their diminutive stature effectively, prolonging the conflict to maximize delays. Should the Sataros legions successfully capture Automation Castle during this window, the lizardmen would face an unavoidable pullout. Regrettably, these strategic calculations faced immediate collapse, as a catastrophic barrier intercepted the retreating Lenners. A colossal predatory arthropod, Seratus, obstructed the escape route, declaring that they had blindly trespassed into a forbidden sanctuary reserved exclusively for followers of the blue bug god. Panicked Lenners instantly started retreating to escape the beast. Escape, however, remained impossible, as Stratus intended to make the invaders compensate for this transgression using their lives. Hattie commanded his battalions to discard their gear and disperse in different directions, despite Ubi desiring to remain and confront the creature. Hattie rapidly clarified that this entity was no ordinary beast, but a sentinel serving the malicious lizardmen under their deity's commands, making this an inappropriate conflict for them. The Supreme Fruition God had to deploy a personal champion to salvage his forces, sending the massive rodent Neji. Both behemoths clashed violently in an intense duel. Runda observed the entire engagement, feeling completely overwhelmed by the disastrous development of her situation. That formidable mantis possessed incredibly elevated attributes. Never before had she witnessed a single organism with the trait monstrosity absorb such a massive concentration of essences. Seratus displayed exceptional scores across power, agility, and cognitive capacity, establishing a threat that Neji could certainly not defeat solitary. Runda experienced deep remorse for her negligence, having erroneously assumed the operation was progressing smoothly. At present, her legions faced an unavoidable retreat despite the massive distance they had advanced. Yet even a successful withdrawal offered no safety, because this entity would inevitably track and hunt the Lenners following the execution of Neji, rendering the rodent's martyrdom entirely pointless. Therefore, Seratis required immediate elimination. The Guardian Seratis, possessing level 11 and merely level 4 divinity, offered Runda a glimmer of hope. Her divinity stood at level 9, while Neji's was level 3. Their combined divinity would reach level 12, providing them an opportunity. Runda resolved to descend to Ube to assist her creation. They could literally overcome Seratis within 30 minutes. Ube instantly experienced a surge of divine power. Had he recognized that this supreme fruition god had arrived? When Ube commanded him to withdraw his forces while he engaged the monster, the king did not dare to defy him. Runda promptly entered the fray, arriving just as her rat was barely enduring. Yet, it remained ready to fight until the conclusion. Runda instructed it to be silent and fight, stating they could not be defeated by this monster today. She intended to secure victory before the lizardmen forces arrived. No mediator was present for Nebula to descend and aid his guardian, and she questioned if Stratus feared death. Naturally, he did not. Such concerns held no meaning for him. He was merely executing his assigned duty and would continue until completion. The intense 2-on-1 combat commenced, and as Neji restricted Sradis's movements, Runda commenced his efforts to sever Sradis's appendages. Despite these actions failing to halt the creature, it effortlessly incapacitated Neji. This suffering held no meaning for Sradis, who perceived it as a divine gift from his deity. Runda severed yet another of Sradis's limbs, concluding that Sradis was insane. However, the current situation was irrelevant. Sradis would perish within 10 minutes at this pace. Unexpectedly, a peculiar rumble and heavy footsteps reached her ears. A solitary individual, moving with astonishing swiftness, approached their location. The most brutal, the most malevolent, the most perilous. The Beast Slayer, a vanquisher of victors, the ultimate champion, had appeared. Rockrak, empowered by Sun Wun's divine strength, surpassed a cheetah's speed and an elephant's might. When merged with the infernal energy of an electric stingray, Rockrak transformed into an unstoppable singular force. Runda's initial assessments proved entirely incorrect. While the primary contingent required 3 hours to arrive, she also needed to consider Nebula's travel time after his descent onto Rockrak. Following a divine ascent skyward, he imbues his spear with an unparalleled blue lightning force, then hurls it earthward, resembling a devastating meteor strike. The projectile's velocity proved so extreme, leaving almost no opportunity for evasion. Consequently, Runda sustained a severe gash on her left arm, even with her frantic efforts to evade the impact. Neji reacted furiously upon witnessing the foul lizard assault their deity, prompting it to swiftly pounce towards Sun Wun. However, the mantis seized the oversized rodent using its massive hands, then flung it aside as if it were mere refuse. Sun Wun requested the stingray to bestow some of its abilities, stating his intention to deal with the bothersome rodent immediately. Pointing a finger toward the plump rodent, the individual issued an order, and the stingray readily agreed to obey. Consequently, the albino rodent experienced the most powerful electric discharge it had ever encountered. Despite its mental state being severely impaired, the single electrical strike failed to silence it. Therefore, the stingray rapidly unleashed a subsequent electrical discharge, which ultimately incinerated Neji and left Runda utterly astonished. However, little opportunity remained for her to mourn her lost creation, as the stingray instantly began launching electrical attacks toward her. Runda swiftly evaded the assault, leveraging Yubei's rapid reflexes for self-preservation. She now understood that maintaining her position was impossible, prompting her decision to retreat. Regrettably, despite her attempt to halt her downward movement, a 9-second cooldown period must elapse before she can return, posing a significant disadvantage. Should she perish within this interval, an extra penalty will be incurred. Consequently, she began creating space from her adversary, focused solely on enduring these final moments. Her survival became significantly more challenging, having already lost a level following Neji's demise, and she could not risk Yubei's death as well. Precisely then, she noticed a fruit and commenced consuming it to regain a portion of her stamina. However, her gaze broadened upon observing a multitude of insects encircling her. She quickly understands the insects aren't truly attacking, but rather a diversion intended to obscure her vision. Therefore, she steels her resolve, choosing to endure a little more. Merely 2 seconds remain, and as the colossal mantis attempts to crush Runda, she begins leaping clear. However, to her misfortune, Sun Wun seizes her neck from the rear. Prior to any attempt at fleeing, he pulverized her windpipe, causing blood to spray widely. Due to her imprudence, Neji was already gone, and the majority of her troops. Yet the most significant setback, her divinity level suffered a severe decline, falling from 9 to 5 because her descent failed. A timely descent would have limited the drop to 7. Krampus subsequently contacted her, expressing his displeasure regarding the battle's outcome. He inquired about her current level, and she immediately lied, stating it remained at 7. However, Krampus appeared worried, viewing this as a significant defeat. This startled Runda. If he considered a 2-point loss so critical, she dreaded his reaction upon learning she had truly lost 4 points. Regardless, Krampus felt that a level 7 would prevent her from managing internal matters effectively. Runda attempted to reassure Krampus, claiming full control. Yet, the truth was, if the orchards sustained by divine miracles were ruined, she would gain nothing. Her followers' faith would consequently diminish further. Additionally, her high priest Yubei's death had exacerbated the situation. Runda inquired whether the Sataros were readying an assault, which Krampus affirmed. Since discovering Eldar's deception, his army had begun a rapid advance. His cavalry was expected in roughly 2.5 days. The automation castle was likely vacant, making its capture relatively simple. To confirm, Runda asked if her sole task was to hold back the primary lizardmen contingent for 2.5 days. Krampus concurred, reasoning that Nebula likely expended his faith during combat, thus prioritizing the automation castle's defense and returning with his troops to protect it. Runda found this information troubling, as concentrating on her own responsibilities would prove challenging. Engaging in guerrilla warfare with her remaining cavalry might sustain her for 2 days, yet she hesitated to disclose her complete circumstances to Krampus. Ultimately, she chose not to, concluding that if her fate was sealed, she would ensure he shared her downfall. The following day, Krampus reached out, notifying her that Lizardman forces were moving towards his position. Her assignment had been to delay their advance. Her mission's failure became apparent, primarily due to insufficient Lenar cavalry to impede them. Yet the most significant problem stemmed from inaccurate Eldar intelligence. The initial strategy called for combat on Hukran's favorable ground. However, since the confrontation occurred several days prematurely, they had to fight in an exposed location, devoid of any tactical benefit. Krampus shows clear irritation, foreseeing impending defeat. Lacking a suitable stronghold for defense, he must divert his troops and establish a base within the capital city. Runda conversely recognizes their dire predicament. She struggles to comprehend how Krampus intends to battle 17,000 lizard men using merely 800 satyrs. Furthermore, Sratis, the enormous mantis, functions as a mobile siege engine. Although her pact with Krampus currently endures, she doubts its continued viability. Indeed, she is already devising strategies to change allegiances. She contemplates forging a partnership with Wisdom. Despite his irritable disposition, his reasoning is sound, potentially making him a more dependable associate over time. Krampus subsequently asks for her assistance, suggesting that initiating the siege with a two-pronged assault on Nebula's troops would prove very effective. She attempts to sidestep this proposal due to clear concerns, proposing instead to assault Automation Castle. However, Krampus indicates that reaching it promptly would be impossible for her. She grudgingly concedes his accuracy. He subsequently acknowledges her concept holds some merit, particularly as Automation Castle stands vacant. Consequently, he puts forth an alternative strategy. Her cavalry would advance toward the castle, concurrently with her infantry supporting him. They would divide their contingent into 200 cavalry and 300 foot soldiers. Given a reduction of 400 adversaries, they would confront merely 1,300 foes. Combining his 800 Satyros with her 300 Lenars, Krampus anticipates they can withstand the lizard men and even achieve triumph. However, Runda's expression reveals the plan won't unfold as Krampus expects. Her fabricated stories are now cornering her, leaving her without an escape. She had falsely claimed to have dealt with Nebula's creation, the colossal mantis. She understands that if he uncovers the deception, their potential alliance will vanish. Therefore, she promptly chooses to deceive once more. At that moment, Krampus receives a private message request from Nebula. Although Runda advises him to decline the invitation, the individual proceeds to link up with their comrade. Nebula initiates the discussion by inquiring if they have at last chosen to yield. Predictably, Krampus finds Nebula's vocal arrogance irritating. He cautions him against overconfidence simply due to a single victory, and assures him their general circumstances remain advantageous. Sunwoon quickly comprehends the unfolding events. A single look at Runda's worried, perspiring face dispels any remaining uncertainties, and he finds himself unable to suppress a laugh. The idea of Krampus being deceived by his ally, the deception proved too amusing for him to suppress his mirth. Concurrently, Krampus's impatience and irritation mounted. He remained angry that Nebula had prevented his whispers for so long. Now, with their connection established, Nebula's sole contribution was a condescending remark. Sunwoon quickly apologized, stating his words were not intended to cause offense. Nevertheless, Krampus resolutely declined to yield or contemplate any notion of defeat. This merely intensified Sunwoon's subtle smirk visible beneath his skull hat. He ended the communication without further comment. Krampus appeared utterly vexed, muttering that he couldn't comprehend the other individual's intentions. Runda then recalled her earlier counsel, explaining this was precisely why she had warned him against accepting Nebula's communication initially. Her anxiety intensified as a troubling idea occurred to her. Did Sunwoon realize she had been untruthful? Devising a swift pretext, she informed Krampus of her need to inspect her forces, subsequently ending their communication. Immediately afterward, she dispatched whisper requests to Sunwoon. At this moment, Sunwoon remained relaxed in his chair, observing events unfold as if overseeing subordinates. Suddenly, his display illuminated with numerous alerts from Runda, each request arriving in quick succession. As Sunwoon lacked any cause to decline her requests, he promptly granted them. Upon connection, Runda seemed to leap from the virtual interface, instantly beginning to reprimand him without clear justification. Sunwoon attempted to maintain composure, advising her to calm down. He mentioned her anger was unwarranted, stating he felt more frustrated, facing attacks from two directions. However, Runda continued speaking incessantly, prompting Sun Woon, exasperated by her behavior, to terminate the conversation. He reasoned she wasn't his spouse, and he wouldn't endure her insults, so he disconnected the line, which left her enraged. Runda, nevertheless, instantly re-established contact, this time shouting more loudly about his previous disconnection. She reminded him they weren't friends, warning him against such treatment, then insisted on knowing his true intentions. Sun Woon found no desire to continue their discussion, while her complaints persisted. Runda unwillingly suppressed her rage. She then took a deep breath. She calmly inquired why the call concluded, despite Krampus's refusal to yield. Sun Woon responded by clarifying his initial strategy, obtaining Krampus's capitulation and a temporary non-aggression pact among the 5 players. Nevertheless, considering the current situation, he had determined that destroying and seizing both Krampus's and Runda's territories could prove more effective, despite requiring additional exertion. Runda, however, argued that his current civilization level meant he lacked the necessary populace to safeguard all his frontiers. At that point, Sun Woon outlined his tactical approach. He intended to claim the Sadaros land for himself, while distributing the Leonard's domain among the remaining 3 players. He felt certain they would readily welcome unearned territory, avoiding any conflict. She retorted, however, that neither she nor Krampus would remain passive should he attempt to seize their civilization's territory. Sun Woon had, in fact, anticipated this. He harbored no desire for either her or Krampus to survive, thereby guaranteeing no obstacles would impede his strategy. The revelation visibly unsettled Runda. She inquired whether his statement constituted a form of intimidation. Sun Woon, nonetheless, maintained his composure, asserting that their elimination merely represented one potential course of action at his disposal. Understanding her inability to alter the circumstances to her advantage, Runda capitulated. She then inquired about his demands for preserving her existence. Sun Woon immediately requested extensive details concerning the Lenners, Sadaros, and Trolls. She could provide Sadaros data, given her Krampus alliance. However, she lacked knowledge regarding Trolls, having no connection to wisdom. Sun Woon clarified that she must establish a wisdom alliance and acquire the data for him. Her methods were irrelevant. Naturally, the woman grew angry, unwilling to act as a double agent. Frustrated, she began striking the display and uttering incoherent words, but Sun Woon simply disregarded her. He pointed out her Krampus alliance would soon dissolve, particularly as this assault would severely impact Krampus, leading to the collapse of her final army. He issued a threat, detailing repercussions if he informed Krampus of the battle's status. Having already deceived him, she would forfeit her connections with the 4 other players, finding herself isolated and fixed at level 5. Her expression hardened with rage, and she retaliated once more, declining cooperation. After the communication ceased, she leaned back, contemplating the situation, attempting to devise an escape from her predicament. She observed her Lenner population. Some Lenner individuals enjoyed a life without worries, while others implored her to halt the conflicts and battles, ensuring no one suffered injury. However, her expression conveyed uncertainty regarding her ability to grant those requests. Having no alternative, she reached out to Nebula, and the man smirked as if anticipating her call. He inquired if her deliberation was complete, and she affirmed, albeit with some reluctance. The man maintained his knowing grin and opted to begin by discussing the intelligence she possessed regarding Sadaros and the Lenners. Subsequently, hostilities involving the allied nations concluded, and Krampus appeared to struggle with comprehending Nebula's proposal for a ceasefire. Yet Runda succeeded in persuading him, culminating in a formal truce. Concurrently, within Automation Castle, Hui Kaiyung's joyful expression is visible. She appears to be hosting a meeting attended by various racial delegates, where she suggests forming a merchant alliance. She recalled that constructing a 4-wheel necessitated assistance from multiple skilled traders, with all participants gaining from their exchanges. Therefore, she advocated for these gatherings to persist. She asserted that mutual information sharing, proactive resource acquisition before cost increases, and tax-free trade among members would prove advantageous for everyone. The unnamed white-haired individual added that covertly exchanging nationally prohibited goods was possible. They could stockpile these items ahead of time, then resell them once values appreciated. He even suggested acquiring entire product inventories to manipulate pricing at will. The troll delegate posed a pertinent query. Given their diverse species and origins, how could enduring mutual trust be sustained? Hui Kaiyung responded by stating a single method existed, establishing trust through shared belief in one deity. Predictably, the troll showed no interest, unwilling to forsake his own divine faith. He challenged her, asking why she wouldn't abandon her god and align with him instead. At that point, Hui Kaiyung produced a die, opting to resolve the matter with a toss. The guideline was straightforward. they would adopt the deity of the person rolling the highest number. The outcome of that particular throw is widely known, and a system notification confirmed all details. Under Hui Kaiyung's guidance, the Merchant Alliance, rebranded as the Fifth Wheel, was formally established, designating the blue insect god as its primary divine figure. This coalition offers advantages to all participants by facilitating illicit market transactions and simplifying monopolies and price manipulation. Operating as a clandestine merchant group, they can now accumulate earnings without incurring any taxation. Sun Woon considered that such a clandestine group's emergence seemed premature, yet he had anticipated its arrival. He admired Hui Kaiyung's use of her demonic property, probability, to achieve this feat. Her accomplishment was exceptional on this occasion. Now that hostilities had ceased, each nation needed to prioritize internal matters and address recent occurrences. Consequently, significant territorial changes would not occur soon, potentially causing some standstill. Meanwhile, Sun Woon resolved to ready himself more extensively for upcoming international disputes. The narrative has progressed considerably, so a concise summary of Nebula's civilization's advancements follows. Rockrak's expulsion from the Blue Leather Lizardmen tribe marked the initial significant event. Nebula then selected him, and he subsequently assumed leadership of the tribe. The second major occurrence involved overcoming the Abomination, an ancient coleoptera. This victory allowed Sun Woon to acquire the Abomination essence, leading to the creation of the sacred beast, Sratus. Next, the Frogmen tribe and the two-headed abominable god were vanquished, granting Nebula the demonic property of lightning. A clandestine operation and conflict for the Automation Castle, facilitated by Saren, constituted the fourth pivotal moment. Nebula's prophecy proved accurate, as Hui Kaiyung ultimately ascended to the throne, surpassing her siblings. The fifth incident saw the defeat of the elves, who had attacked the Automation Castle. Following their defeat, Nebula also brought Eldar under its control. Nebula subsequently overcame Salangos and Lim Chunsik, relocated the elves to the north shore, and seized the dwarves' Maganin village on the land's southern border. The founding of Hukrin, with Orizon designated as its capital, represented another notable accomplishment for Nebula. To date, the participants encountered have been Nebula, Hegemonia, Eldar, Lim Chunsik, and Salangos. Season 2 commences with an energetic camera perspective receding over Orizon's vibrant marketplace. Within a particular stall, Rockrak and Zyol, a lizard in a red gown, proudly display a new item to their leader. The item revealed is paper. Rockrak asks more details, and Zyol clarifies that a surviving Lenar identified as a paper craftsman. Through his help, they discovered paper production, noting its lightness and lower cost compared to silk. Rockrak questions the difficulty of the manufacturing process, but Zyol assures him of its simplicity, particularly as Orizon's created wheels aided its making. With a consistent paper supply, they can more often send letters and maintain improved records, signifying a major advance for their civilization. Thus, documented history will endure. Rockrak appears to have something he also wishes to present to Zyol. Despite the paper's quality, damage by someone renders it irreparable. Rockrak states he possesses brave warriors and astute companions, Zyol among them, supporting him. Provided their deity remains present, he feels they are capable of vanquishing foes. Yet, should adversaries split into two groups, even their god cannot simultaneously be in all places. Therefore, Rockrak devised a strategy. He draws a line over the map, disclosing their intention to construct a barrier. Zyol accepted the concept, but cautioned Rockrak that constructing a barrier of that scale would demand considerable time. Its height must surpass the Automation Castle's walls for it to serve as an effective defense. Given their lack of Automation Castle dolls and the scarcity of required stone, its completion would require a minimum of a century, even with full resource allocation and available labor. Rockrak expressed surprise upon hearing this, not due to the extended time frame, but because his initial estimate had been 200 years. Nevertheless, Zayle's argument remained valid. Sustaining the effort for 200 years would prove challenging, and they required completion within 100 years. Given that a century was still a considerable duration, Rockrak resolved to devise a more efficient approach. Following contemplation, Rockrak suggested employing the steep river and 3 swamps as inherent defensive obstacles. Should those regions be excluded, the project would only require approximately 80 or perhaps even 70 years. Yet, this duration would still consume a full lifespan. Therefore, Rockrak opted to put forth an entirely distinct proposal. Rather than concentrating on impeding the adversary, they could simply accelerate summoning their allies. He put forward the idea of employing fire and smoke signals, a system incorporating 5 chimneys. A single lit chimney would signify that all was well, while 2 would indicate an enemy's detection. A triple flare signals an enemy advance toward their position. A quadruple signal indicates a direct breach of the outpost, while 5 flames announce active engagement. This warning network secures the wilderness effectively, without requiring continuous defensive walls. The massive peaks inherently function as defensive blockades, meaning that constructing fortifications within gorges alongside signal towers atop summits yields identical results to standard frontier outposts. Having detailed the comprehensive strategy, Rakrak requests an approximate construction timeline from Zal. The assistant immediately estimates a 5-year window for total execution, demonstrating an impressive reduction from their historical 2-century projection down to a mere 60 months. A 36-month period elapses rapidly, relocating the narrative to Orizon. Deep within an estate, Rakrak remains solitary, deeply absorbed in contemplation. The ruler considers nation-building more challenging than its initial establishment. Internal unity among his people is as crucial as their defense against outside threats. However, all other species excluding humanity dread the lizard men. Although instilling fear simplifies gaining compliance, governance becomes arduous when solely dependent on it. A lack of accord means individuals will either unwillingly comply or openly revolt. Furthermore, he cannot compel universal devotion to the blue insect god. He wished for a method to unify all their spirits. While he recognizes his prowess as a warrior, he concedes his mind isn't suited for genuine kingship. Nevertheless, he possesses sufficient insight to grasp that simply sharing territory and existing together falls short of real cohesion. Rakrak's musings are affirmed by a recognizable voice, and, unexpectedly, it is Stargazer, who astonishingly enters the mansion. Stargazer expresses his belief that despite inhabiting the same territory, individuals do not share the same era. Rakrak leaps up joyfully, inquiring of his longtime companion about his presence, since he had been presumed deceased. Stargazer gently presses a digit to Rakrak's lips, indicating a need for silence and a lowered tone. Rakrak then comprehends the veracity of Stargazer's parting statement. He had said that the blue insect god would lead them, even after death. He yearns to question Stargazer regarding the realm beyond life, yet understanding that mortality holds a fundamental mystery, he avoids probing for information. Rakrak instead inquired about Stargazer's comment regarding their differing temporal experiences. Stargazer gazed out at the celestial bodies, then questioned Rakrak about his recollection of previous narratives. With a gesture toward the heavens, he inquired whether the stars visible from Orizon matched those observed in Maganin. Rakrak expressed uncertainty, yet he could discern a distinction, however minor. Stargazer proceeded by inquiring about the territories of the Lenners and the Saturons. Rakrak stated their differences were even greater. Stargazer concurred, reminding Rakrak that individual temporal experiences vary, much like the differing skies. As a monarch, Rakrak needed to grasp how to navigate these diverse temporalities. You understand that each individual experiences life according to their unique temporal flow. Despite inhabiting shared territory, this divergence creates emotional divisions. This concept was essential for Rakrak as a ruler. Based on Stargazer's teachings, Rakrak understood that various beings interpret time uniquely. He recognized that the past conflict with the dwarves arose from their differing methods of calendrical reckoning. Rakrak found this insight overwhelming, and when Stargazer inquired about the source of its difficulty, Rakrak replied that instruction presented a challenge, particularly when directed at those hostile toward the lizard men. Stargazer clarified that this very reason explained his presence. He indicated the luminous blue star, informing Rakrak that it symbolized him. When positioned with adjacent stars, it depicted a constellation featuring Rakrak mounted on a cockatrice. This celestial wanderer, brilliant during spring and subdued in winter, bears the name Owen. Stargazer predicts that eventually, Owen will intersect with Rakrak briefly, allowing the chieftain to listen to every chronicle Owen gathered during his journeys. Rakrak deeply cherishes these moments alongside Stargazer, and as Stargazer reveals the Forgment, Shunin, Aoloy, plus the images of Lord Hui Kaiyung, Siren, the ogre Chief Kijin, and Tamaridu, immense comfort fills Rakrak during this mutual interaction. Every soul coexists peacefully, sharing absolute tranquility, albeit for a fleeting duration. Ultimately, Stargazer feels the creator summoning his spirit home, recognizing his imminent departure. Rakrak, wishing to prolong their encounter, implores Stargazer to delay his exit, claiming endless details remain unsaid, but Stargazer brushes this aside, explaining that such limitations naturally define mortal existence. Inquisitive, Rakrak investigates the nature of the post-mortem realm, seeking deeper insights, which prompts Stargazer to solemnly reply that the next world concerns only deceased souls. This declaration disheartens Rakrak, who desired comprehensive answers regarding the transition beyond life, an enigma that consistently terrified his consciousness. Stargazer validates this anxiety, confirming that living organisms naturally harbor dread toward mortality. He additionally clarifies that departed souls lack the power to alter reality, as even with divine permission to observe, absolute inaction remains their permanent boundary. Rockrak must always remember that only those alive possess the ability to enact change. Upon seeing his deity's constellation, Rockrak quickly drops to his knees with reverence. Yet, his name is suddenly called out. He awakens from his dreamlike state, seeing Zael standing before him. The current moment is crucial, with all his vassals gathered to discuss highly important matters. Rockrak instructs Zael to retrieve a large sheet of paper and charcoal, specifying that he needed enough surface to depict the entire sky. Concurrently, the system window reveals a major accomplishment, the Hunting Star Calendar's creation. This calendar, the inaugural one for Green Cityac, uses constellations as its foundation, defining months by stellar positions. The Hunting Star Calendar gains recognition for its precision, accurately reflecting the true orbital period with 99.8% exactness. 3 nations have adopted it, acknowledging it as an almost flawless method for time management. Nebula watches this announcement with a sense of pride. He remembers sending Stargazer to establish the foundation for this specific achievement. Despite the high price paid, Stargazer's disclosures caused faith value to decline. Obtaining knowledge from the afterlife came with a cost, yet it proved to be an essential expenditure. He appeared to be speaking with Runda, pleased that the Lenners would also gain from this calendar. However, Runda's displeased expression indicated no gratitude. Nebula elaborated that it was a solar calendar, incorporating leap years, not solely lunar-based. He thought she might at least feign some happiness. Rather, her demeanor suggested happiness, though it was evidently feigned. She stated that she had, by some means, outsmarted Krampus in terms of wisdom, yet she had acquired excessive resources from him to maintain her facade. Consequently, she felt too burdened to comply with his demands. Nebula inquired about her reason for contacting him, and she disclosed that a novel power was imminent in the continent's central region. This information astonished Nebula, and the young woman additionally suggested that it might even be a player. Sunwoon questioned the basis for her idea, yet precisely then, 2 system notifications appeared for him, indicating an impending clash of civilizations. Apparently, 2 separated tribes had made contact, and both would receive a significant experience increase. Nebula also received an extra alert that the rival tribe held faith. This alert dispelled any remaining uncertainty that it was not an NPC tribe, yet the spontaneous materialization of a competitor right inside the mainland lacks logic. Increasing the suspicion, over 2 decades have transpired since the match initiated, yet this faction initiated no operations until this moment, arriving completely unannounced. Nebula posits that a rogue deity might be responsible, though Runda counters that her capability to transmit direct communications to them, paired with their visibility in the regional competitor registry, eliminates any NPC classification. Currently, her transmissions face a total block. Sunwoon retains some skepticism, questioning whether she might be fabricating this scenario to deceive him too. In response, she forwards the complete documentation she possesses concerning this enigmatic user and their corresponding society. She additionally clarifies that this intelligence touching upon vampires originated directly from the user, who utilizes the handle AR-1026 to govern the Juman society, which features Nixon as the primary race, known individually as Nix. Under ordinary circumstances, AR-1026 would restrict this delivery to her partner, Jung Hwan, yet she distributed the file to Wisdom, Krampus, and Runda simultaneously. Reviewing the records appearing before him, the entire scenario appears thoroughly illogical to the young man, a sentiment Runda shares completely. He subsequently inquires about the designation assigned to this fresh participant, prompting her to explain that because the initial symbol is the Hanja Jiol, they extracted the subsequent pair of elements to coin the moniker Jiol Wubi. Nebula muses that a user possessing such a bizarre title should be impossible, while this enigmatic vampire race should likewise not be part of the database. The combatants currently engaged in warfare before them are the Nix, and numerous combatants transformed into vampires following an assault. The interface subsequently displays that the vampires propagate like zombies, rewriting the host's biology into their own classification. This metamorphosis typically requires 24 hours, or a handful of days at maximum. Throughout this incubation period, physical metrics normally deteriorate, though unprecedented spikes can manifest. Runda expresses surprise that this vampire phenomenon remains unfamiliar even to Nebula, an observation he validates. She additionally shares that, based on Krampus's evaluation, general ignorance persists, because this development hinges on an exceptionally rare statistical anomaly. Conversely, Nebula rejects the possibility of random emergence, comparing the situation to fresh, downloadable content, resembling a newly integrated software expansion. He emphasizes that this ruined reality differs fundamentally from the digital simulator they previously navigated, noting the total absence of configuration panels or exit options, which prevents any system departure. If established components can vanish entirely, then completely unrecorded elements can spontaneously materialize. Nebula subsequently resolves to communicate the impending danger to AR, a fellow competitor, so AR can investigate the instigator behind this chaos. Runda counters that such actions yield no benefit, since Wisdom and Krampus already resolved to monitor vampires independently. She also notes that her past experience with simulator undead outbreaks suggests this specific variant possesses a significantly decelerated propagation speed. Nonetheless, Nebula maintains that unlike mindless undead, these vampires retain full cognitive faculties and require serious tactical caution. Runda hesitates to alert AR regarding the approaching vampire crisis. A partnership binds AR with Zhang Yuan, whereas Wisdom operates independently. Simultaneously, her pact with Krampus establishes 3 separate coalitions, each actively fighting the others. Should this vampire chaos compromise AR, massive advantages would directly yield to her and her associate. Nebula validates this strategic reasoning, electing to convene with her subsequently for deeper analysis. Following this statement, he terminates the transmission and begins examining the accumulated data regarding the vampires. Nevertheless, the origin propelling this bizarre glitch remains entirely hidden from his understanding. The environment shifts toward a mountainous territory, where a quintet of prominent competitors participates in a joint virtual assembly. The opening speaker, Zhang Yuan, conceals his features behind a massive visor. He represents the invisible flow god, commanding the kobold faction within the realm of Amgil. The third attendee is AR-1026, designated as the invisible root god, whom we will designate as AR hereafter. Her faction comprises the Nyx race within the territory of Guman. Their conversation centers on choosing whether to assist Hegemonia or Nebula, though Krampus views both options as equally untrustworthy, a sentiment Runda shares completely. Nonetheless, she reasons that establishing a dialogue with Nebula will prove far simpler than negotiating with Hegemonia. Despite all others offering their views, a single individual had yet to speak, that being Wisdom, the tangled and entwined god. He belongs to the troll species, and Sukmian is his homeland. Wisdom also supports Runda's suggestion. Just then, Nebula connected to the Skype call, ready to discuss matters. Nebula felt quite pleased, aware he had been the topic of their recent discussion. Predictably, he received only cool, unimpressed stares from them. Wisdom, however, moved directly to the agenda, inquiring if Nebula understood the reason for his summons. Nebula responded calmly, stating he had a suspicion, yet noted that guesses aren't always accurate. Runda, utterly irritated, privately considered how he feigned ignorance despite receiving all details from her earlier. Wisdom then directly informed Nebula about an unusual event occurring at the continent's core. A player, referred to as Jael Wubi, had appeared with a new species, the vampires. Nebula confirmed his awareness of the situation. He further stated that the vampires, originating in AR's Juman territories, had expanded into all 5 players' domains, thereby establishing themselves as a major power. Naturally, Nebula possessed all this knowledge, a fact nobody found surprising. Wisdom directly inquired about Nebula's willingness to assist. However, Nebula countered with a query regarding his motivation for providing aid. The brief declaration caused a momentary hush among all present. Runda, meanwhile, privately considered Nebula's fondness for such tactics. Wisdom clarified that recent locust infestations within their productive lands had diminished their food reserves, a situation universally attributed to Nebula. Nebula, however, dismissed the claim, asserting that prior assaults by Krampus and Runda had settled their score. Zhang Yuan reacted with exasperation upon hearing this, contending that the prior conflict lacked true warfare status. Observing Zhang Yuan's presumptuousness, Nebula issued a direct challenge. He declared that if they felt such anger, they could confront him whenever. To prevent further escalation, Wisdom swiftly attempted to pacify Zhang Yuan. He expressed his conviction that Nebula's arrogance was deliberate, cautioning that allowing their rage to hinder obtaining his assistance would lead to an uncontrollable crisis. Zhang Yuan questioned the intentionality of Nebula's conduct, yet Wisdom confirmed its deliberate nature. Once hostility decreases slightly, Wisdom steers the assembly back toward the primary agenda, suggesting that a unified front gives them a solid opportunity to crush the vampires independently. Conversely, should their efforts collapse, the vampire legions will expand unchecked, ultimately forcing every participant to implore Nebula for salvation down the road. Naturally, our protagonist experiences immense pride witnessing how thoroughly the entire group recognizes his vital strategic value. Because Nebula lacks any obligation to intervene, he can leisurely observe their impending downfall. However, wisdom interrupts, maintaining that their destruction will inevitably generate severe complications for Nebula too, since competing against a fragmented quintet remains simpler than fighting a consolidated undead empire. This argument briefly silences Nebula, who acknowledges the undeniable accuracy of Wisdom's deduction. Nebula remembers noting that specific moniker inside the elite leaderboard during their past simulator days. Supposing his identity matches, Wisdom represents an exceptionally proficient rival within this group. Nevertheless, Nebula refuses to capitulate based solely on reputation, countering that eliminating a solitary unified faction presents fewer difficulties for him. Runda subsequently inquires if a lack of incentive prompts his non-cooperation, an assumption Nebula immediately refutes, explicitly clarifying that securing his strategic intervention requires substantial compensation from them. Wisdom, responding immediately, inquires about the specific compensation Nebula desires. Displaying his characteristic composure, Nebula details his demands, requesting a trio of specialists from the candle craftsman, glass craftsman, and brick craftsman vocations. Separate societies have entirely cornered these skilled professions, prompting his desire to acquire them. Furthermore, he requires 12 shipments of bullion. This massive ultimatum from Nebula throws the entire assembly into deep confusion. Krampus erupts in fury, condemning Nebula for exploiting their critical predicament, while aggressively alleging a secret partnership with JL Wooby. Yet our protagonist placidly informs the enraged competitor that maintaining such hostility will merely guarantee their abandonment. Prior to any further deterioration of the climate, Wisdom intervenes to restore order, proposing a temporary recess for deliberation while guaranteeing a follow-up transmission once a consensus forms. Following this statement, the connection terminates. Shortly afterward, Nebula detects an incoming visual communication alert. He answers the notification without delay, discovering that this time, Wisdom announces that they've accepted his conditions. Wisdom promises that they'll send the craftsman tonight and will progressively deliver gold as they collect it. In return, they want Nebula to share his plan for defeating JL Wooby and the vampires. He is confident that Nebula must have a strategy in mind if he was bold enough to demand such a hefty reward. But Nebula subverts everyone's expectations by casually stating that their assumptions are wrong because he's already put his plan into action. We then see this unknown Nyx appear on Nebula's display, and it would not be surprising if this turned out to be the Lord of Vampires and faithful follower of JL Wooby. The scene transitions into a flashback. We see Juman engulfed in flames. Amidst the destruction, a lone woman escapes the gruesome scene alive, and this woman appears to be same lady we just saw. The tragedy unfolded due to a sudden attack by the Null tribe. During the assault, the Juman tribe's chiefess, her mother, was sacrificed. Her mother fought valiantly, putting her life on the line but ultimately perished. Following this disaster, the invisible root god chose a new chief from another family, marking the downfall of the original bloodline. Now, the newly appointed chief is ruthlessly hunting down the survivors of the former ruling family in order to purge the original power. She can't believe this is the result of being loyal to their god. She wants to know the reason why they got abandoned by their god. How could the invisible root god could not grant her even the smallest miracle? She starts to wonder if they were nothing more than disposable pawns to their god all along. Desperate and broken, she begs the invisible root god to answer her prayers. Her desperate calls found no answer when a shadowy, unknown being materialized before her. Confused, she gazed at the unfamiliar form, questioning if this deity intended her demise. With nothing remaining to forfeit, her fate held no significance. Gathering her final reserves of energy, she requested a single drink of water from the being. The creature tossed a blood-filled bag and some decaying flesh onto the ground near her. Yet, in her perception, the repulsive refuse transformed into refreshing, cold water and warm, new bread. Gratitude overwhelmed her, directed at the entity, with tears flowing as she consumed a piece of the bread. Having consumed the spoiled meat and the blood, she fully submitted to the being, vowing to fulfill any command. Then, the entity presented her with a sword. As soon as she grasped it, her hand started moving independently. In an instant, the blade was aimed directly at her. She desperately pleaded with the entity for salvation, and soon, her hand ceased its movement. Overcome by what seemed the entity's kindness, she resolved to worship it as her new deity. She promised to fulfill its every wish, naming it the Blood and Rotten Meat God. A system alert appeared, indicating the Blood and Rotten Meat God selected Chief Shaven, thus bringing forth the initial vampire. Focus shifted back to Nebula, who watched the vampire's swift expansion. Their numbers surged to 6,000 in only half a year. Before a full year passed, the vampire army reached 4,000 members. Using this force, they initiated an assault and seized Guman's capital city. AR, a player, died during Descent's activation, forfeiting her existence and her creation. Her level likely fell to 4. Had someone assisted AR when the vampire threat was minor and eliminated them early, this outcome would have been avoided. However, every player chose against providing assistance. At present, this reality emerges, establishing the bedrock of the vampire dominion. This empire bears the name Baika Whitefang, while the supreme commander of the undead claims the title of Vampire King. Defenseless outcasts discarded by rival territories comprise his command staff, all united by a burning desire to retaliate against the deities who deserted them. Nebula pledges to reveal the tactical solution to vanquish these monsters, yet uncertainty remains regarding their capacity to execute such a strategy under current conditions. Fundamentally, 3 critical vulnerabilities compromise vampires. However, Krampus interrupts the explanation mid-thought, expressing sheer astonishment upon learning this fact, having previously calculated merely a pair of flaws. Nebula subsequently requests that he detail these known liabilities to verify his accuracy. Krampus notes universal consensus dictates that daytime radiation repels them, and silver armaments inflict severe damage. The final vulnerability he posits involves a progressive degradation of power across subsequent lineages. Nebula counters this assumption immediately, clarifying that this mechanic functions as an advantage rather than a defect. The dynamic operates as follows. Elite ancestral undead command phenomenal physical attributes, yet solar exposure and silver weapons still neutralize them completely. While subsequent bloodlines experience a reduction in raw muscular capability, a proportional decrease occurs regarding their vulnerability to solar rays and silver metal. Wisdom then steers focus back toward the tactical maneuver Nebula cited previously. Based on observations collected by reconnaissance units Wisdom deployed throughout the sector, the vampire battalions currently maintain static positions. However, Nebula clarifies that Baika is already advancing. To avoid any confusion, Baika designates the specific vampire civilization. Nebula subsequently discloses that their undead nature itself constitutes an intrinsic flaw, representing the final vulnerability he mentioned. Krampus requests a deeper explanation regarding this third liability, prompting Nebula to examine the movement records of the Baika army over recent days. He demonstrates that a host comprising 4,000 combatants split into detachments of 1,000, fanning out toward all cardinal points from the mainland's midpoint. Overcoming them appears uncomplicated initially, yet equilibrium exists because every individual empire possesses roughly 1,000 soldiers, creating a balanced confrontation. Runda inspects the quartet of charts displayed by Nebula, noting their identical appearance. Nebula clarifies that these records represent distinct dates, indicating the battalions remain entirely stationary. Runda suggests that a temporary pause for restructuring occurred, but Nebula rejects this, arguing that such a reason would not halt all 4 divisions simultaneously. He deduces that an alternative factor obscures their movements, a phenomenon he attributes directly to this third vampiric vulnerability. Wisdom ultimately demands to know the exact nature of this final defect. Nebula prompts them to recall their initial inclination to categorize vampires as zombies. A major distinction separates the 2 groups, specifically the fact that vampires possess cognitive intellect. Essentially, zombies merely represent hosts compromised by contagion, lacking unique personal choices. Conversely, vampires operate differently. Vampires maintain a strict hierarchy, and transformation is coerced upon certain individuals. Lower-tier undead must obey intermediate figures who answers to supreme ancestral masters, yet this absolute compliance degrades within the lowest echelons. Runda finds Nebula's words confusing. Wisdom then intervenes, offering clarification. He explains Nebula's point. Lesser vampires lack the dedication or allegiance seen in their higher-ranking counterparts. Nebula clarified that vampire unity stemmed from innate obedience. Initially, vampires killed for survival or compliance, but this also made them targets. Thus, they needed to unite for safety, with weaker ones submitting to stronger ones. However, after the vampire nation Baka was established, they found an environment allowing survival without bloodshed. Consequently, vampires lost their primary combat motivation. Only a faint sense of deference to their leaders persists. This loyalty, however, is diminishing. Certain generals avoid risking significant casualties. With their basic needs satisfied and no longer starving, their thoughts extend beyond mere survival. They are making future plans, devising strategies, and observing which general initiates action. Afterward, General Junor, a vampire general, is observed within his private chambers. Frustration consumes him as he considers how to secure continental control before their opportunity disappears. The inaction of the other generals puzzles him. Unexpectedly, a door's creak reaches his ears. A figure stands in the doorway, deflecting intense solar beams directly onto him utilizing a reflective surface. Immediately upon contact with the solar radiation, his flesh commences blistering. Reacting instantly, Junor hurls a throwing blade with lethal accuracy. The projectile strikes the enigmatic assassin, identified as a female, squarely in the forehead, causing her immediate collapse. Evidently, she deliberately manipulated the glass to project daybeams indoors, fully aware of the lethal vulnerability vampires possess against solar exposure. The subordinate of Junor rushes into the chamber, expressing regret for disrupting his slumber. He clarifies that an individual from their livestock supply executed an escape to instigate this disturbance. Junor, nonetheless, placidly counters that the female infiltrated the premises, preceding his attempt to rest. The attendant inquires regarding his delayed bedtime, prompting Junor to clarify that deciphering the true intentions of the alternative military commanders occupies his mind. He subsequently requests his subordinate's perspective on the matter. The underling attributes the friction to the reality that a portion of their kind refuses allegiance to the blood and rotten meat god. Naturally, Junor recognizes this dynamic, particularly given that Satiros swear fealty to the life-proving god. The assistant additionally notes that certain undead entities maintain devotion to that identical divinity. Astounded by this revelation, Junor demands to know how such contradictions are possible. He harbors deep hatred for the celestial creators who deserted their species. From his viewpoint, exclusively the blood and rotten meat god provided salvation, rendering the existence of non-believer vampires completely preposterous. The cloaked attendant clarifies that numerous individuals underwent the transformation involuntarily. Although the undisputed Sovereign Shaven meticulously vetted his initial elite commanders for the infection, subordinate officers presumably exercised far less discretion during subsequent conversions. Consequently, certain high-ranking figures likely harbor conflicting viewpoints now, which clarifies the sudden stagnation of specific battalions. Junor maintains that absolute allegiance remains mandatory toward the specific entity responsible for bestowing eternal existence, the original source of the fangs that pierced them. However, the subordinate challenges this view, reasoning that devotion toward one's creator does not dictate unconditional compliance with every directive. Following the establishment of Beka, internal rivalries emerged among commanders seeking to annex superior territories. The underling suggests this explains their hesitation to launch initial operations, as preserving military power outweighs risking substantial casualties. Junor validates this strategic assessment. He commands the attendant to instruct the entire legion to advance immediately at twilight, resolved to prove to the monarch Shaven that a superior caliber of leadership exists. Simultaneously, Nebula informs the assembly that a specific undead detachment will resume progression shortly, driven by an exceptionally devoted and compliant commander. Krampus observes that renewed progression might neutralize the utility of this vulnerability. Wisdom counters that grasping the underlying logic of enemy behavior suffices, noting that foreseeable strategies allow them to deploy divine interventions effectively to secure precious delays. Simply disrupting logistical support networks will fracture the cohesion of the undead legions. By commanding the battlefield dynamic, far superior tactical maneuvers become available, prompting Krampus to sarcastically commend the celestial entity for the detailed insights. Wisdom quickly, and with irritation, clarified it was no star. Nebula subsequently inquired about its true nature. Wisdom then, with pride, disclosed its identity, the great dodecahedron of the Kepler point polyhedra. The group fell silent for a moment, having heard such an unusual, lengthy designation. Unexpectedly, laughter did not erupt, and Nebula even vowed to remember this information moving ahead. He also expressed regret for his earlier mispronunciation of the title. Wisdom then inquired whether Nebula intended to foster social discord to dismantle the vampire army. Against Wisdom's anticipation, Nebula clarified that although dispersal might succeed, it would consume excessive time and scatter the harm. Therefore, his plan was the reverse, to reassemble them. The masked individual questioned Nebula's method for their unification. Nebula explained that the vampires' overconfidence was their downfall. Their absolute certainty of victory against all foes led them to disperse widely. Consequently, he intended to deliver a single, powerful strike, drawing all attention to himself. The setting then shifted to Yuan Air. A servant then burst into his quarters, reporting enemy forces had arrived. Junor promptly inquired if the assailants were Satyros. The servant clarified they were Hucron's lizardmen instead. Concurrently, attention turned to their group. Following a seemingly endless journey atop their cockatrices, they at last arrived at their goal. Rokrak appeared visibly thrilled, asking Zal if Tatar's name was familiar, a legendary fighter who single-handedly vanquished 10 trolls. Whispers suggested Tatar currently served in the southern archipelagos, having attained a senior rank. Considering this, Rokrak proudly mused that despite his rigorous training, numerous warriors remained superior. He confessed opportunities to truly exert himself were scarce. However, spotting several trolls afar, he grinned, announcing it was time to strive diligently and usurp Tatar's renown. Zyle offered his leader a warm smile, stating Rokrak was already a formidable general and an elite fighter, asserting that Tatar-level fame would pose no challenge for an individual of his standing. Yet Rokrak reminded him that achieving elite warrior status necessitated ambition. With that, the lizard individual commenced massacring those vile creatures on all sides. Suddenly, Joanna launches a ferocious assault, invoking the name of the god of blood and rotten meat. Nonetheless, that specific adversary ultimately suffers a swift decapitation. Up to this point, counting this recent casualty, Rokrak has eliminated 9 trolls. Zal smirks playfully while observing that Rokrak remains 1 kill away from securing the record for maximum troll fatalities. However, Rokrak argues that his personal tally dropped because his previous speech ignited everyone's enthusiasm, sparking widespread frenzy. He additionally stresses to Zal that because his final victim held the rank of general, the kill deserves double credit, though Zal dismisses this logic by pointing out that a single skull prevents such a calculation. Regardless, Rokrak emphasizes that their targets are actually vampires rather than true trolls. Regardless, having completely purged the settlement, the battalion resolves to restructure their encampment and audit their gear before advancing further inland. The narrative shifts toward the stronghold of the King of the Vampires, where Shivan displays heavy irritation upon learning that General Junior perished alongside 400 troops. The opposing force numbers approximately 300 fighters belonging to the Cockatoo Cavalry Warriors of Hutrin. Hearing that a mere 300 combatants annihilated 400 vampires, the woman expresses absolute disbelief. This vulpine individual, whose identity remains unrecorded, clarifies that those Cockatoo cavalry forces initiated an assault precisely when the alternative divisions maintained their positions, prompting the woman to aggressively demand his silence. She concedes that the enemy units possess significant combat efficacy, yet delivering an offensive with such velocity required minimizing their baggage train, a strategy forcing them to sustain themselves via regional foraging. Nonetheless, traversing across an independent territory's borders indicates that Hukrin and Danium, alongside adjacent empires, have potentially forged a cohesive coalition. Examining a chart deployed upon the desk, she contemplates how Hukrin's battalions secure logistical backing from the Sitaros while aggressively dominating their sectors inside Becca, despite having no claim to permanently annex this region. At least, this represents her hypothesis. The bulk of the undead legions remain distributed within isolated detachments, maintaining merely a minimal garrison to defend the settlement, which eliminates any viable means to intercept the approaching host. Compounding the crisis, the surviving trio of commanders persistently decline to advance. Consequently, she retains merely a pair of alternatives. Either deploy the remaining 600 fragmented troops of Uanir to intercept the 300 lizardmen, or consolidate their entire active pool of 3,600 warriors to launch an assault directly against Hutrin's home soil. The initial strategy offers certain advantages, given that the god of blood and rotten meat would provide celestial empowerment. Regardless, the mobile hostile riders could easily bypass static defenses to sustain their penetration of the realm. Conversely, invading Hukrin represents a perilous venture. Relocating the main host without stabilizing the local theater risks total collapse, leaving her paralyzed by indecision as she evaluates the optimal path. Right at that moment, her attention shifts toward the nighttime sky. Shock paralyzes her expressions as she observes the lunar surface turning crimson. Reacting instantly, she commands her subordinate to assemble every general and battalion, intending to initiate an eastward deployment so the consolidated host can invade the domain of Hukrin. The focus returns to the competitors, where Wisdom praises Nebula's ingenuity regarding the consolidation of their adversaries. He inquires whether a synchronized double flank is intended. Nebula clarifies that while such a strategy is appealing, it remains doubtful if anyone present retains sufficient military strength to launch that operation. He emphasizes that AR's Nixon battalions faced near-total eradication during the fall of their capital, and Runda's Lenars suffer from severe depletion. Conversely, the remaining 3 coalitions retain superior stability. The masked leader confirms his legions remain highly capable, pledging immediate reinforcement. Nevertheless, Nebula counters that his armies occupy a remote position, preventing them from synchronizing with the required schedule. Consequently, Wisdom and Krampus represent the solitary duo capable of practical intervention. Wisdom pledges 300 warriors, whereas Krampus resolves to provide roughly 500. Nebula accepts these terms, concluding that this collective headcount will suffice. He subsequently anticipates that should the vampires initiate their offensive against Hutrin, their path requires either traversing the open Badlands or besieging the Highland stronghold guarding the route to Automation Castle. He declares with absolute certainty that the undead will select the fortress route. From their viewpoint, avoiding solar exposure across open wilderness proves impossible, whereas the high ravines offer abundant shadows. This enables attacks on nearby villages for blood replenishment. Nebula intends to pursue the vampire forces from the rear, deploying his 3,000 cavalry alongside Wisdom and Krampus's troops, maintaining a safe distance. Wisdom expresses his agreement with the strategy, but he voiced worry that pursuing the vampires too distantly from Becca's rear scouts might leave Hukrin's mountain fortress vulnerable to an assault by over 3,000 soldiers. Nebula responds with a playful smirk, inquiring why Hutrin would be unable to manage such a situation. Witnessing his companion's assurance, Wisdom becomes convinced everything will proceed smoothly. He determines that the others must concentrate on subduing the vampires among their ranks, and Zhang Yuan should deploy those troops to recover AR's land. He feels assured they can substantially diminish their faith value, and by decreasing the vampire count at the front, a significant effect can be achieved. What troubles him, however, is Jiol Wubi's minimal use of faith resources, only employing them for dissent during the capital's capture. Afterward, they remained unused. Becca presently controls the largest area on the third continent, possessing numerous standard vampire troops. This fact is frequently ignored because of the bias that vampires represent an overpowered kind, yet they are, in reality, rather proficient players. With these thoughts, Nebula speculates that Jiol Wubi's present divinity level could be considerably elevated. Should he factor this in and estimate their maximum potential level, they might have reached level 17. In such an event, the dignity skill acquired at level 16 might pose an issue. Regardless, Nebula remains convinced a viable strategy exists, despite the massive difficulties involved. The location shifts to Hutrin, revealing the vampire sovereign Shaven grinding her fangs in pure annoyance. The terrain stretching before them appears incredibly perilous, characterized by a steep vertical ascent, completely devoid of any protective cover against daylight until they arrive at the fortress. She contemplates what resources could potentially neutralize this geographical obstacle. Her subordinate tentatively responds that utilizing the giant mustelids represents their solitary solution, though their current quantity remains inadequate. Consequently, she instructs him to deploy the Lenars and Trolls toward the ramparts, supplying them with massive mallets to shatter the fortifications. The counselor, displaying clear anxiety, warns that this tactic will guarantee catastrophic losses. Nevertheless, the undead monarch ruthlessly counters that the resulting corpses can simply level the jagged incline. At that exact instant, a malicious concept crystallizes within her consciousness. Should she construct an ascent out of slain casualties, those carcasses do not strictly need to belong to vampires. Her advisor immediately deciphers the underlying intent of her strategy, deducing her intention to utilize the captives simultaneously as a diversion and a method to deplete regional provisions during the operation. She subsequently mentions circulating reports regarding these captives, noting that every divinity has abandoned their plight save for a solitary entity, an isolated creator who refuses to discard their existence. Afterward, the undead guards aggressively herd the entire group of laborers, ordering them to lead the vanguard. Deep within the pavilion, numerous remaining captives tremble helplessly, fully aware that their selection remains imminent. The young youth muses resentfully that, ultimately, their status amounted to mere servitude and nourishment for their undead masters. The deities he previously revered completely deserted their population. Were that false, their creator would avoid neglecting their plight so completely without justification. The god of blood and rotten meat denies spiritual intervention to individuals integrated as property. Yet, whispers persist about Hukrin's lizardmen fiercely resisting within vampire lands. This news ignited a spark of optimism among the enslaved. The blue insect god, a deity previously unknown to them, now held their faith, representing their ultimate salvation, their concluding hope. The moment arrived, and the remaining captives received orders to exit. As various species trembled in terror, the human boy rose. He understood that maintaining hope was futile, yet the blue insect god remained their sole possession. Moving ahead, his gaze met rows of corpses arrayed along the route, creating a ghastly ascent. He realized his turn was imminent to join this dreadful structure. The vampire troops issued commands, detailing their dire task. They instructed the slaves to advance toward the lizardmen's castle doors. The lizardmen would open the gates only if they chose to rescue them. A terrified crowd flinched, propelled onward, compelled to move. Before them lay a perilous route to the castle, featuring 3 turns ascending the incline. Not a single person had ever progressed beyond the second turn. The vampire officer began the final count. Upon reaching the count of 5, the command was issued. All were compelled to rush toward the fortress. The boy found himself with no option except flight. The final count was nearing its end. Inaction meant certain death. As his sprint began, another captive suffered decapitation from the vampires, with the others quickly following, eager to avoid an identical, gruesome fate. The boy moved with maximum speed, however. At that moment, a single arrow flew his way. However, it wasn't merely one projectile, but a volley, prepared to strike everyone. The Vampire King's strategy was straightforward: eliminate any lingering hope among the slaves. This action would boost her force's morale and cut down on costs, achieving dual objectives. Her assistant inquired about their response if the lizardmen truly opened the gates and welcomed the slaves, but Vampire King Shaven icily questioned if he failed to notice arrows were being fired. She was convinced that the lizardmen's commander must be insane to open their fortress gates. Yet, should they choose to open them and feign rescue, it would still benefit her. An assault could then commence. In her view, the slaves had been forsaken by the gods. Even adherents were mere instruments in the gods' perception, to be utilized and cast aside at will. She asserted that solely the blood and rotten meat god represented their genuine deliverer, and only those rejecting him faced abandonment. She intended to demonstrate this conviction to all present. The boy, concurrently, sprinted with maximum effort, miraculously evading every arrow. He surveyed his surroundings, observing no nearby corpses, which indicated he had progressed further than others. Nevertheless, he ultimately halted his sprint. The vampires observed him with interest, questioning his pause and the lizardmen's cessation of fire. The boy, conversely, felt assured the gates would not open. Advancing toward them served no purpose. It had been evident from the outset that opening the gates would invite a direct attack from the vampires. His pursuers yelled for him to maintain his pace, warning of a potential shot from the rear, yet the boy stood motionless. He had at last accepted the fact that his demise was certain, irrespective of his journey's outcome. Their divine protectors had forsaken them, eliminating any motive to persist in their flight. Grief welled up, causing tears to stream, as he pondered why existence was granted in a world where their deities had deserted them. The boy, seeking a reply to his urgent appeals, then caught sight of blue butterflies making a graceful entrance. Their otherworldly aura took him by surprise. His fervent hopes were answered, the main portal unsealed. At the same time, regarding the lizardmen's view, the individual on the wall observes with confusion as vampires dispatch additional unarmed forces in their direction, and the lizardmen remain uncertain about the purpose behind this action. Their leader shares this uncertainty, yet suspects the vampires might be employing the slaves to reduce the hill's incline. Then, a recognizable voice questions the true advantage of deploying slaves this way. Commander Quezel responds that the vampires probably aim to conclude the conflict swiftly by eliminating their surplus provisions, essentially discarding what has become unnecessary. Rokrak appears, contemplating the potential for an alternative motive driving these events. Commander Quezel proceeds, stating that General Yu, a renowned figure, has engaged in numerous conflicts with vampires. Therefore, he is confident that news of lizardmen slaying vampires will spread extensively. Commander Quezel suggests the vampires are probably utilizing these slaves to sway public sentiment negatively towards the lizardmen. Since the main castle entrance will remain shut, the vampires intend to demonstrate the slaves have no escape, thereby simplifying their subjugation. He finds it remarkable that the vampire leader exhibits greater strategic acumen and wisdom than first expected. However, Rokrak declares he possesses an alternative strategy and orders the troops to unseal the gate upon receiving his cue. This leaves the commander perplexed, and he questions their leader's genuine intention to rescue the slaves. The commander cautioned that the individuals might be concealed vampire armaments, not actual slaves. Rokrak clarified their cautious approach involved firing 2 shots if needed. The commander contended that opening the gates would rescue only a few dozen, rendering such a significant gamble futile. Rokrak offered his friend a cunning grin, inquiring if he intended to oppose his leader's choice. Although Rokrak acknowledged Quetzal's competence as a commander, he recalled Quetzal's consistent defeats against him in contests. Rokrak ordered Quetzal to perceive the situation clearly. Despite Quetzal's numerical aptitude and rational thought, he lacked the vision for broader understanding. Ethereal butterflies drifted near Quetzal, briefly surprising him. Rokrak, nonetheless, confidently declared their deity had authorized opening the castle gates. The entryways slowly parted, and the enslaved youth finally stepped into the palace. He felt utterly drained, then fell to his knees. Concurrently, Rokrak positioned himself at the main entrance, urging all to employ silver weaponry against the vampires. He advised vigilance and rescuing wounded slaves while repelling the vampires. Wall-mounted soldiers reported the approach of vampire cavalry. Immediately after the gates opening, these forces rapidly advanced through the slaves. As the captives flood indoors, stationed lizardmen monitor the entranceway, inspecting every arrival to filter out hidden threats. Rokrak subsequently seizes the final refugee and propels her straight through the portal. When an aggressive vampire lunges directly at Rokrak, he retaliates by channeling his innate electrical energy, discharging a catastrophic bolt of lightning. This downward current flashes with such magnitude that distant observers can easily spot it, immediately drawing the focus of the vampire monarch. Her assistant expresses regret for the oversight, admitting they never predicted the defenders would unseal their barriers. Lord Shavon, nonetheless, counters that this maneuver surprised her too, yet she maintains they must execute the original strategy and commence the siege. Having received these commands, the advisor prepares to assemble the military forces. Simultaneously, Shavon muses upon a singular advantage characterizing her undead legions, specifically their diverse racial makeup. The Leaners display great velocity and armaments proficiency, whereas the Kobolds possess diminutive, agile frames that allow them to effortlessly evade incoming projectiles. Trolls can endure several assaults, while Nixon and Satiros prove to be versatile combatants. These units form the backbone of her army. Utilizing each species' unique abilities fully constitutes her strategy for success. Additionally, they possess inherent vampiric power, specifically a third-generation specialization. The Nixon's captain demonstrates such might he rivals certain trolls. A hill castle, such as the one before them, typically accommodates about 2,000 soldiers, yet she has previously secured victories with similar troop counts. However, with 3,400 soldiers this time, she feels absolutely certain of triumph. Defeat is not an option. Concurrently, the protagonist observes her actions unfolding live on his display, and he stands fully prepared to demonstrate her misjudgment. He had foreseen Shavon's lack of understanding regarding hill castle sieges, and his prediction has now been confirmed. Such an outcome was predictable, as no commander of this era possesses the requisite experience for capturing a hill castle. Many likely perceive it as merely another castle assault. Just Rokrak and Zayol, having devised such tactics and practiced in simulations, genuinely comprehend the proper method for this. Fundamentally, a standard castle and a hill castle present entirely distinct difficulties. Despite vampires being proficient archers, the vampire's archery skills fall short of Rokrak's lizardmen archers' accuracy and strength. Furthermore, his archers benefit from an elevated position, allowing them to target the ground below. Even should the vampires succeed in scaling the castle walls, the lizardmen stand ready to repel them. Large stones await deployment, prepared to send any trespassers plummeting back to their origin. Following this, a group of the most formidable second and third generation vampires approaches. Such elite combatants possess remarkable attributes, yet they prove powerless against Rokrak's divine lightning assaults. Just one bolt from his lightning proves sufficient for annihilating the whole contingent. Rokrak, holding his pipe, calmly puffs as he obliterates these adversaries from the combat zone. Shortly after, the hill castle's front became strewn with vampire bodies, their demise a consequence of their misguided belief that assaulting such a stronghold was prudent. An attendant informs Lord Shavon of the dire situation. 600 warriors perished during the recent assault. Shavon, clearly irritated, bypasses deliberation and promptly commands readying a fresh attack. Her assertion is that the stronghold's capture is imperative, regardless of the price. Shavon fervently implores the blood and rotten meat god for additional power. Concurrently, the hill castle maintains its barrage of arrows, as all personnel frantically seek an exit. A high-tier vampire swiftly eliminates a fearful individual attempting to run, and he urged the others not to surrender, asserting their capability to still seize the hill castle. Nebula observes from a distance, considering that these misguided individuals are advancing directly towards their demise. Despite barely reaching the fortress's base, they're sustaining such extensive harm that proceeding further would be excessively expensive. The accumulating bodies create a rising slope, yet a present withdrawal would necessitate restarting their efforts entirely. A truly competent leader like Shaven would discern the futility of such a swift assault. She ought to pull back, however. Nebula feels certain her zealotry obscures her perception of the situation. Currently, Jielwubi offers no assistance in the conflict, prompting Nebula's curiosity regarding the reason. Nebula suspects Jielwubi observes the conflict remotely, yet if so, the entire situation below appears to elude his understanding. Shaivan's desperation mounts every moment. Sustained attacks would only result in further troop losses. Subsequently, a soldier swiftly arrived bearing critical information. He reported that a combined force of trolls, Satiros, and lizardmen warriors, positioned roughly half to a full day's journey behind them, was advancing on her forces. This disclosure left Shaivan astonished, prompting her to briefly contemplate withdrawal. However, she then understood such a move was no longer viable. Too many troops had already been sacrificed, and if her remaining soldiers became trapped during a retreat, halting the enemy's progression would prove unfeasible. The optimal course was to swiftly seize the hill castle and gain entry. At that instant, Shaivan's nose started bleeding. This perplexed her, given she hadn't experienced bleeding since her transformation into a vampire. Prior to her full comprehension, another soldier rushed in with additional disturbing reports. The report indicated a slave uprising. To grasp the events, a brief temporal shift is necessary, returning to a moment when the slaves sat in silence, listening to the battle's distant sounds. A slave inquired about the fate of those previously removed. An individual replied that the vampires had arranged them and commanded them to advance towards Hutrin Hill Castle, yet their only option was demise. However, a different slave disagreed, stating the fourth human child taken away remained living. Blue butterflies appeared. These blue butterflies floated over the castle, and the entrance swung open. The lizardmen provided access, allowing the human boy to step inside the fortress. Disbelief filled the tent's occupants. They questioned how a single child gained entry to the castle and why the lizardmen permitted it. Then, a slave rose, prepared for revolt. She proclaimed the tale of the lizardmen battling vampires, with their deity overseeing them, was accurate. She expressed weariness of their pitiful state, adding that their current path would lead to universal demise. Despite the rumor's veracity, she would not accept such a death. Her speech motivated the others, and they decided to join her revolt. When certain vampires arrived to investigate the disturbance, the slaves unexpectedly attacked them. A fierce battle began, pitting vampires against slaves. Currently, Siobhan inquired about the number of slaves creating the disturbance. The attendant responded that it was more than a mere disturbance. Every slave had erupted into chaos. She questioned if all 200 slaves had joined the revolt. The attendant confirmed this, explaining that every soldier assigned to guard them had been killed, and the uprising was quickly expanding. He mentioned they were exerting maximum effort, but insufficient soldiers remained to control the slaves. Annoyed, Siobhan sharply questioned their inability to restrain a group of unarmed slaves. The assistant explains that the captive population drastically outnumbers their own warriors, displaying unprecedented aggression. Breaking from past behavior, mortality does not deter them as they recklessly plunder every available armory. The entire labor force sprints directly toward the fortress, capitalizing on the unsealed entryways. Siobhan, meanwhile, cannot comprehend when Rockrak unbolted those barriers or how such deep foresight was possible. She internally acknowledges that she completely miscalculated his tactical depth. Abruptly, her advisor requests an independent squad to stabilize the chaos. Yet a close examination of Siobhan's expression reveals her nasal hemorrhaging has intensified dramatically. She perceives this affliction as celestial condemnation, though she stubbornly rejects the notion that her choosing deity would penalize her actions. Disregarding the omen, she mandates the absolute capture of the citadel before dawn, resolving to redirect every available warrior to storm the elevated fortification. The counselor, full of doubt, inquires if the rebelling laborers will remain ignored, arguing that capturing the bastion still requires captives for nourishment and construction, particularly with hostile armies encircling their perimeter. The monarch fixes an icy gaze upon him, reprimanding his insolence. Before any further speech can escape his lips, her hand tightens around his throat. She drives her sharp fangs deep into his flesh, consuming his entire fluid essence. Having absorbed the vital fluid, her cognitive faculties regain absolute clarity. She addresses the surrounding Imperial guards, demanding to know which commander can neutralize the uprising without requiring extra battalions. The soldiers nervously committed to maximizing their efforts with the deployed forces. She then authorized their advance. A goat soldier was subsequently designated as her new assistant. He received orders to retrieve her armor. Her intention to personally unseal the castle entrance was announced. Numerous bodies covered the castle's main entrance. Nevertheless, the vampire lady exhibited no intention of halting her advance. Concurrently, sections of her encampment burned, a consequence of the unforeseen slave uprising. Rockrak observed the chaos with astonishment. Commander Quezel, positioned next to him, inquired about the anticipated arrival time of their support. Rockrak placidly stated that any additional forces were not yet due. Given that vampires constituted the assault force, he felt sure the uprising originated from the slaves. Quezel then asked for his reasoning behind this conviction. Rockrak simply smiled, suggesting the prudent course of action was to gather the cockatoo warriors. However, the commander disagreed, reasoning that the vampires would cease their assault to consolidate their troops and capture the slaves. Rockrak, however, did not anticipate such an outcome. Quezel then questioned how the vampires intended to seize the castle gate without deploying their forces. Rockrak then directed Quezel's gaze forward, where Shaven herself was advancing to breach the castle gate. She shouted toward Rockrak, challenging him to emerge and battle if he lacked fear. Quezel then inquired of his leader, with curiosity, whether he intended to engage in combat. Rockrak confidently replied that failing to confront her immediately would result in her using divine power to shatter the castle gates. Her desperation had driven her to appear personally. Rockrak was aware that slaves would soon emerge behind enemy formations. Upon this occurrence, he commanded Quezel to deploy the cockatoo warriors. His strategy involved trapping and eradicating the adversaries. Although Rockrak's strategy is apparent, we should now consider Shaven's thoughts. She was convinced that the instant Rockrak opened the gate for combat, she would dispatch the big weasels towards it, and subsequently, the vampire soldiers would commence a relentless assault on everyone. Should she breach the gates and secure the elevated position, she felt certain she could target the hill castle and achieve a strategic edge. Yet abruptly, a colossal silhouette overshadowed her visage. Shaven's gaze lifts. Rockrak appears, mounted on his cockatoo. As she remains standing in disbelief, her opponent crashes down. Their armaments collide, and despite her successful self-preservation, her adversary's immense force astounds her. She had not conceived Rockrak possessed such might. Once they had created some space, Rockrak lunges forward. Yet another time, she avoids a direct strike. Her ability to stand is now severely compromised. Merely 2 assaults caused her knees to give way, yet she persists, continuing the struggle. Concurrently, Nebula observes the unfolding conflict. He was amused by her underestimation of Rockrak, viewing him as a mere cavalryman. This formidable individual was, in fact, a level 21 hero entity, and Anaxi, a cockatrice, eluded capture by even 10 hunters. Rockrak already held a significant advantage. Furthermore, the enslaved individuals had successfully defeated the vampire general, making it reasonable to conclude that triumph was nearly achieved. However, an unexpected sight captured Nebula's attention, which turned out to be GL Wooby, who had sent a whisper request. Nebula found it peculiar that this individual had chosen to whisper him, specifically, and at this precise moment. The player's entire presence raised suspicions. Their nickname, their look, the timing, and even their species, a type previously unknown, all seemed unusual. Under ordinary circumstances, Nebula would have declined such a request, yet he ultimately chose to accept it. The moment the acceptance button was activated, an individual appeared, resembling a damaged piñata, seemingly adorned with a human mask. His peculiar look left the protagonist perplexed, but he eventually requested the man's introduction. Given that others referred to him as Geol Wooby, he inquired if that designation was acceptable, yet this grotesque entity maintains absolute silence. Consequently, our protagonist investigates his lack of vocal response, given that he initiated the private message transmission. At that moment, this adversary ultimately breaks his silence to inquire whether Nebula genuinely expects to achieve victory. The young man answers affirmatively without hesitation, which drives this disturbing creature to declare his own impending triumph. Though Nebula emphasizes that he will never permit such a repulsive competitor to succeed, maintaining that his success remained guaranteed regardless of the conflict surrounding the mountain fortress. The strange entity then explains that his statement excluded those uninteresting primitive bipedal species, prompting Nebula to counter that if the discussion involves a duel between Rockrak and Shaven, his anxiety decreases further, since if this wretched deity manifests, his own descent can mirror the action. Nevertheless, Geol Wooby delivers an identical response, rejecting that interpretation as well while asserting that Nebula lacks the capacity to alter any outcome within this reality. Nebula cannot fathom the meaning behind these cryptic remarks. He reasons that assuming this individual originated as a human from Earth, the assertion would have specified conquering the simulator. Yet Nebula fails to decipher the true meaning behind that cryptic declaration regarding his inability to alter reality. Consequently, he initiates a psychological provocation to extract deeper insights. Nebula aggressively restates his intention to secure victory, expand his empire, link the fragmented landmasses, and construct holy sanctuaries throughout every settlement. However, the disfigured adversary commands him to cease, delivering another analytical critique, while maintaining that such supreme authority eludes his grasp because ownership originally belonged to their group. The plural reference immediately fascinates Nebula, who ponders the existence of additional entities akin to this concealed figure. Driven to investigate, he inquires about the speaker's true lineage, yet the opponent ignores the question entirely, declaring instead his purpose of reclaiming an ancient obligation. Following this remark, the direct link disconnects, saddling Nebula with immense uncertainty. He avoids excessive speculation, nonetheless, given the immediate necessity of deploying divine intervention onto the war zone. Right at that juncture, however, an unprecedented phenomenon breaks Nebula's concentration. A bizarre crimson radiation manifests. Simultaneously, throughout the combat zone, Rakrak amputates the hand of Shyvan, yet intense rage remains vividly visible across her features. Rakrak, by contrast, adopts a combat posture to deliver the concluding strike. His beast companion bounds toward her with extraordinary velocity, as Rakrak levels his lance squarely at her position. However, right before he can shatter her skull completely, his mount abruptly halts all forward momentum without warning. The crimson aura Nebula previously detected impacts the Earth directly ahead of their path, throwing Rakrak into absolute astonishment. This scarlet illumination represented no simple optical illusion, acting instead as an immense blade plunging downward like a catastrophic celestial body. The entity wielding this massive weapon displays a disturbing resemblance to the concealed player, Jolwubi, though on a far grander scale. The creature possesses such titanic proportions that Rakrak must tilt his head backward merely to observe the adversary's visage. This colossal warrior possesses a quartet of limbs and a frame so massive that Rakrak, briefly, doubts whether a deity stands before him. Beyond wielding the massive blade, his remaining hands simultaneously grip a longbow, a warhammer, and a pike. Evidently, Nebula comprehends the situation perfectly. He previously prayed that Jolwubi lacked the knowledge to activate that specific ability, yet reality shattered his optimism. Essentially, the opponent triggers a capability designated as Manifestation, an attribute unlocked upon reaching Divinity level 16. In contrast to Descent, this power permits the immortal entities to physically materialize upon the mortal realm, custom shaping their corporeal vessel according to the concepts they govern. Even Nebula feels stunned by the immense proportions. The entity possesses such gigantic dimensions that Stratus, the massive predatory insect, would appear completely insignificant beside this titan. Rakrak experiences visible alarm as well, commanding an immediate withdrawal, particularly because Manifestation drains spiritual devotion far more aggressively than Descent. To sustain this physical presence at Jolwubi's existing tier, a constant influx of offerings remains mandatory. Given his current inability to orchestrate an elaborate religious ritual, the immediate collection of victims directly from the combat zone becomes his solitary option. Consequently, the execution of his own loyal followers must proceed. Without hesitation, the monster scoops up a cluster of soldiers and shovels them directly down his throat. Shyvan's expression showed complete astonishment at the scene before her. She took pride in choosing this entity as her deity. It showed no concern for allies or enemies, simply consuming blood and flesh. This chaotic display caused her to laugh aloud, as she perceived this god to be quite similar to herself. Concurrently, having assessed the circumstances, Nebula felt certain that some lizard men would be lost. However, should they flee via a less heavily besieged side path, the harm incurred would not be excessive. After this creature regains its power, Hill Castle would already be deserted, allowing Shyvan's remaining troops to reclaim it. Nevertheless, this would significantly impact the vampire army and deplete Jolwubi's supplies. They would find Hill Castle unusable, with only a handful of soldiers left, necessitating a continent-wide journey to rebuild their strength. When their influence diminishes, Nebula intends to confront them himself. While other players might suffer considerable harm, he did not consider that his concern. Concurrently, Rakrak ensured the swiftest possible evacuation of all personnel from the castle, as the timing of the malevolent deity's assault remained unknown. Commander Quezel asked Rakrak to descend the hill with his group, stating he would personally manage the castle's defense. However, Rakrak refused to desert his fighters merely for his own escape. Quezel then pointed out that he functioned not only as a leader, but also as a monarch. Rakrak remains firm in his stance, asserting that royal status provides no justification for behaving like a craven. Quasel attempts to emphasize the profound obligations of governance, noting that as the supreme leader and primary inspiration, guiding the vanguard remains his duty. Their heated dispute persists until a sudden detonation distracts them both. Quasel subsequently stresses that Rakrak's demise would plunge the entire kingdom into massive chaos, warning that because the royal successors remain immature, preserving his own life must be his priority. Conversely, Rakrak reasons that if deserting his citizens constitutes a requirement for sovereignty, he rejects the crown entirely. Observing the massive horror ahead, he deduces that the Titan has barely satisfied a fraction of its hunger, while a significant portion of the Hill Castle population remains trapped inside. Rakrak understands that divine empowerment possesses a brief duration, meaning that if they retreat, the Vampire King will survive, consolidate his hold on the Hill Castle, and break out into the mainland. A prolonged campaign spanning several years would inevitably follow, ultimately concluding in their triumph, yet Rakrak rejects a future success built upon endless casualties. Driven by this conviction, Rakrak completely dismisses the warnings presented by Quasel. Instead, he forcefully hurls his ally out of harm's way and accelerates directly toward the colossal beast. Even Nebula experiences absolute bewilderment upon witnessing Rakrak execute such an idiotic and suicidal maneuver. Intercepting his champion, Nebula resolves to execute a descent, yet the moment he initiates the capability, a system warning alerts him that Rakrak is actively opposing the spiritual possession. Nebula retains the authority to override this rejection, though unexpectedly he chooses to decline. Overpowering the warrior's will would temporarily paralyze Rakrak, providing the colossal beast a perfect window to execute him instantly. Concurrently, Rakrak ultimately stands directly before the titanic abomination. The Titan delivers a rapid strike toward him, which Rakrak evades with supreme agility. Nebula, meanwhile, experiences mounting irritation, praying that Rakrak will simply fall back immediately. He goes as far as deploying Crimson Lepidoptera. The message served as a distinct caution against joining this battle. However, Rakrak completely disregarded the warning, a choice that greatly vexed Nebula. The behemoth was barely grazed by the arrow Rakrak fired, akin to a small pinprick, and then it dropped away without effect. The creature instantly struck back, bringing its enormous blade down directly at Rakrak. However, Rakrak ascended into the air precisely on cue and hit the creature using his blue lightning. Regrettably, the blue lightning proved to be merely a slight sensation for the immense monster. As Nebula was unable to descend at that moment, he chose an alternative, providing faith resources to support the fight. After this action, Rakrak succeeded in hitting the enormous monster with a similarly immense light bolt, severely damaging the creature. Throughout this period, Rakrak persists in opposing the descent skill, and this behavior infuriates Nebula. Nebula understands that certain black-scaled tribe warriors would defy their chief's directives to rescue Rakrak, a fact which undeniably confirms Rakrak's genuine warrior spirit. However, Nebula doubts Rakrak's decision to oppose the god's will. He recognizes the faulty reasoning Rakrak employs, attempting to preserve additional lives by risking his own on the line. Rakrak apparently believes that engaging this monster will shorten its manifestation period. For him, preserving lives holds greater importance than a superficial triumph, thus he commits his full effort. The moment Rakrak nears the monster's head, he requests Stingray's assistance. The azure lightning entity assents, infusing Rakrak's spear with electrical energy. Rakrak hurls the spear forcefully towards the monster's head. Following this action, merely a dense cloud of ash remains visible. Yet inside that haze, the Leviathan's crimson glare ignites, signaling that absolute destruction approaches. The Titan brandishes its massive mallet, and delivering a singular catastrophic strike, neutralizes Rakrak permanently. Regarding Nebula, this event constitutes an agonizing spectacle. The system provides an obituary honoring the fallen: Rakrak, the combatant, the hand hunter, the lizardmen of thunder, the first chosen one, the chief of the black-scaled tribe, the founding king of Hukrin, the great thunder dragon king, the paradigm for entire generations of lizardmen, the pioneer who cleared the journey, and a sovereign unmatched by any alternative leader. Rakrak, the high priest, has perished. This defeat strips Nebula of proficiency score, yet the psychological devastation registers far more intensely. The primary impact falls not on Nebula, but upon the entire community of Rakrak enthusiasts. The deceased form of Rakrak forcefully impacts the terrain as that colossal abomination brandishes his cleaver, executing a final strike to completely pulverize the remains, guaranteeing total obliteration of the warrior. Nebula remains paralyzed, forced to witness the scene. From his perspective, this represented the ultimate tactical catastrophe imaginable. Granted, sustaining the destruction of a premier asset during such a vital juncture creates severe complications, yet Nebula historically anticipated this precise outcome unfolding. His strategy now involves elevating Hui Qiong to assume the vacant position left by Rakrak. Regarding the deceased champion, Nebula intends to guide his spirit toward the spiritual realm, though preceding any disclosure of his subsequent objective, an incoming system bulletin flashes. The message announces that Rakrak, a personality universally venerated, has departed, triggering widespread collective grief across the populace. This sight greatly irritates Nebula. The system seems to be mocking him by highlighting the obvious. However, something else captures his attention. The notification states Rakrak was declared an apostle, achieving divine status. This completely surprises Nebula, since he had never anticipated such an event. It seems almost unbelievable. Apostles serve as divine assistants. They are appointed when a god's creation expands, or when unique entities like dragons join the faith. Occasionally, even common individuals achieve this status, termed ascension. Apostles gain divinity levels immediately and propagate faith by leading, not merely obeying a god's directives. However, Nebula is troubled because neither of the requirements for Rakrak's ascension appear fulfilled. The prerequisites for apostle ascension are as follows. The entity's level needs to be hero rank, level 21 or above. Most people must know the entity's history. The entity must possess deep faith in the god. Finally, Nebula requires 1 million in faith value. While the initial requirement is satisfied, the remaining ones lack clarity. Nebula remains uncertain about the true meaning of an entity being widely recognized, or what internalized faith in God entails. Most importantly, the final requirement fails to satisfy the criteria entirely. Given his divinity level of 11 and a mere 100,000 in faith value, this situation doesn't align with the apostle requirements. For Nebula to reach a 1 million faith value, his personal divinity level would need to be at least 21, yet it currently stands at 11, rendering this unattainable. A new alert then startled him, indicating the maximum faith limit had been exceeded, and the total was rapidly increasing. Nebula found himself astonished by this sight. Despite his faith decreasing, it simultaneously replenished with astonishing swiftness. The origin of such immense faith remained unknown to him. Simultaneously, attention turned toward a colossal creature, which was destroying everything in its way. Witnessing the devastation, every slave started offering prayers to Rakrak. Not only the slaves and lizardmen were involved, even the vampires were offering their prayers on his behalf. Yet, Nebula considered that the number of individuals praying for Rakrak seemed insufficient to produce such a high faith value. This contradicted the game's established regulations. Nevertheless, Nebula's assumptions might prove incorrect. He experienced profound astonishment upon contemplating the notion that this reality might in fact not be a game. Essentially, the destroyed reality functioned as a simulator, whereas the current domain appears to operate under entirely different mechanics. The interface merely applies a digital aesthetic over everything. Assuming his hypothesis proves accurate, individual emotions, devotion, and core values represent concepts that the database cannot easily calculate. Nebula observes a phenomenon transgressing the boundaries of the digital network, representing a divine event that eclipses software values and parameters. The unified devotion and determination of the populace resonate with such intensity that they activate an unprecedented anomaly. The interface subsequently alerts Nebula, announcing that Rakrak desires immediate manifestation. Nebula views this development with great fascination, marveling that immediately after perishing, the warrior seeks to engage as an apostle. Initially, Nebula pauses, lacking the necessary attribute points to maintain Rakrak across the combat zone. However, a vital realization strikes his memory. The renown Rakrak achieved alongside the designations he accumulated throughout his existence will dictate his combat efficiency upon transforming into a legendary entity. Operating under this logic, Nebula selects the affirmative option, bidding Rakrak success during this newly granted phase. Concurrently, back upon the terrain, Commander Quizzle supervises the withdrawal of the surviving lizardmen. Absolute shock paralyzes the entire host following the destruction of their monarch. Although Commander Quizzle desires nothing more than to give in to grief, current circumstances forbid it. He understands the absolute necessity of honoring Rakrak's sacrifice, recognizing that their sovereign's final stand guarantees a safe withdrawal for the survivors. Nonetheless, Quizzle worries about the impending reaction from Zal when news of their monarch's demise reaches him. Until this moment, numerous factions across the mainland clashed out of pure selfishness, seeking to hoard valuable assets. Yet Quizzle senses that Lord Rakrak's martyrdom will alter the global dynamic, convinced that this loss triggers an immense shift. even if achieving total victory over that malicious deity remains uncertain. While Quizzle ponders these heavy consequences, a phenomenal event unfolds. A sudden acoustic roar of electricity echoes through the atmosphere, followed by an electrical discharge plunging from above like a falling star. The absolute intensity of this illumination forces the entire crowd to a complete standstill. The flash radiates with such blinding power that even the enormous creature loses its vision for a moment. Panicked, the beast directs its immense hammer toward the bright origin. Yet when the weapon approaches, the creature's implement is flung away, as if it were merely a plush plaything. Afterward, the beast detects a known entity and rapidly begins to lose control. This is no mere common individual. It is Rakrak, recently ascended. His transformation is evident. He appears as an immense force, a formidable lizard, clearly operating at an entirely new tier. The entire lizardmen contingent erupted in joyful cheers after spotting their monarch on the combat ground. Concurrently, the vampires appear utterly bewildered that Rakrak lives, or instead, has reappeared in a fresh, sacred state. The enormous creature, conversely, seethes with rage. The idea of a mere human defying him feels utterly demeaning. Driven by vexation, he lifts his immense weapon and gets ready to... The weapon was poised to strike again. Rakrak, however, would not tolerate such an assault. He adopted a ready position, beginning to focus his thunder power. As the enormous hammer started its downward motion, Rakrak propelled himself forward, swift as a lightning bolt, impacting the creature's right shoulder precisely, which caused it to groan in agony and briefly lose balance. While Rakrak prepared for his next offensive move, his updated stats appeared on the display. He was now a level 6 warrior and also a king, yet his new role as an apostle elevated him to an impressive level 13. A variety of additional statistics were shown, highlighting his remarkable change. However, one fact was undeniable. Being an apostle was a serious matter. Rakrak had not merely returned, he was more powerful than before, ready to shift the battle's momentum. Nebula, too, watched Rakrak's updated statistics with great interest. He observed that Rakrak's previous high priest levels had smoothly transitioned into his new apostle status. As divinity is inherent to apostles, these levels now incorporated the D state, indicating divine power. Nevertheless, Nebula understood that this power by itself would be insufficient against the level 16 manifestation of Jiol Wubi. That colossal form possessed a 16D divinity level, surpassing Rakrak's by 3 ranks. Yet, Nebula grasped a crucial insight. Absolute capability regarding an apostle bypasses pure experience values completely, relying heavily upon individual techniques, renown, and designations, which synthesize into exclusive traits. Rakrak's initial defensive maneuver, neutralizing the Warhammer, materialized via an attribute designated as Hand Hunter, which authorized him to parry the armament notwithstanding a massive discrepancy in muscle strength. Because Rakrak commands a diverse arsenal now, a separate feature known as weapon creation will imminently manifest. Rakrak triggers weapon creation to materialize an immense longbow, confronting the hideous manifestation which simultaneously readies a projectile launcher to neutralize the airborne champion. The abomination fires a titanic missile, yet Rakrak remains prepared. He focuses his entire electrical reserve into his ammunition, magnifying the projectile using storm voltage. This capacity, identified as Lizardmen of Thunder, represents a supreme asset for Rakrak, converting spiritual devotion into raw electrical currents to morph the warrior into a tempestuous avatar of annihilation. Immediately upon discharging that massive electrical blast, the current annihilates the approaching projectile and surges forward toward the massive monstrosity, inflicting unparalleled trauma upon its colossal form. Even so, despite confronting such a monumental electrical offensive, this titan refuses to surrender. Defeat by this recently divine apostle is unacceptable to him. Consequently, the colossal foe hurls its enormous armament toward the lizard champion once more. However, Rakrak swiftly glides above the projectile. Having ascended further skyward, he readies his personal divine spear, poised for descent. The Lizardmen tribe's populace applauds, extending full backing and good fortune. Their favorable disposition towards their monarch results in the system declaring a 4-point divinity boost for camaraderie, plus an additional 4 points from his connection with Hukran's populace. Furthermore, a 4-point divinity gain in camaraderie occurs because of the freed slaves Rakrak aided, who now recognize his identity and pledge allegiance. At present, Rakrak accumulates an apostle's faith, derived from his fellowship and charm. Incorporating the skill, the first chosen one subsequently elevates his attributes in proportion to the faith resources recently acquired. In essence, increased prayers directed at Rakrak enhance his power. The immense power Rakrak had accumulated, he descends rapidly upon the creature, directing his full electrical force. Quizzle observed his king's return to battle with immense pride and assurance. He urged his monarch to eradicate the wickedness permanently. The populace witnessed an exceptionally brilliant star, moving straight for the creature. Its emitted light proved so powerful that all present shielded their vision. However, a particular slave boy observed the entire scene with unblinking eyes and witnessed the colossal monster's enormous head utterly destroyed by the illumination. The illumination resembled a guiding symbol of hope, vanquishing the creature and filling all observers with profound wonder. Every lizard man and enslaved person experienced immense joy, witnessing the beast's ultimate demise, which brought its reign to an end. Quizzle hurried to his king, immediately dropping to his knees. He bowed his head, awaiting a reply from the monarch. Rakrak then declared his immediate departure, though Quizzle expressed confusion about the statement. Rakrak clarified that he had certainly perished, explaining this was the path ordained by the heavens. Quizzle, however, pleaded for a return to the palace, requesting to bid farewell to his family. Rakrak gently cautioned that defying the will of the heavens was not permissible. Naturally, Quizzle wept, heartbroken by the realization his cherished leader would soon depart. At that moment, Rakrak extended the spear he carried, instructing Quizzle to accept the weapon responsible for slaying the evil god in Hutrin. He emphasized its divine nature, urging careful handling. Quizzle reverently reached out with both hands. Rakrak offered a kind smile, assuring Quizzle there was no cause for sorrow, as Hutrin would be safeguarded by him, an apostle of God. Quizzle pledged to his monarch that Rakrak's legacy would forever remain within this territory. Yet, Rakrak unexpectedly stated that his attention ought not to be on that. Quizzle did not grasp his king's intent, though Rakrak felt confident he would discern it independently and subsequently entrusted the remaining matters to Quizzle's competent care. The commander wept, vowing to fulfill his responsibilities with utmost effort. In an instant, the monarch vanished from his sight. Following the malevolent deity's vanquishing, a portion of the vampires yielded, whereas the remainder dispersed into lesser groups. High Priest Shaven, deprived of her deity, met her end at the hands of her subordinates and was presented to Hukrin. Eras elapsed, and 137 years concluded in such a manner. Within Hutrin's capital city, Orazon, King Ampyong was in his 23rd year of rule. Inside a palace library, an elderly woman appears visibly displeased by the proposal to bypass the first prince and instead designate the third prince as crown prince. Her sharp tone conveyed strong opposition to this suggestion. Facing her, a white-scaled lizard man remained seemingly unaffected by her objections. The white lizard man reiterated his suggestion to skip the first prince and instead crown the third. However, the old lady again voiced her disapproval. She argued that the first prince's imperial succession was a long-standing tradition, upheld for over a century, and breaking it suddenly seemed inappropriate. His name is Dunan, the hunting minister in the right cabinet. Dunan reminded her that Hukrin's history included exceptions, questioning her current opposition. She conceded the first prince was lazy and not studious, preferring fun and a relaxed lifestyle, but deemed this insufficient reason to remove him as crown prince. This woman is Hui Mun, leader of the left cabinet. While she dismissed the first prince's unserious conduct as minor, Dunan held a contrary view. He cited rumors of the first prince hunting with Orazon street thugs shortly after learning to hunt. He argued that if royal heirs remained so detached, constantly partying and neglecting duties, no minister would serve such a ruler. Hoimun, however, believed the first prince had been ill for an extended period and wished to avoid any pressure that might worsen his condition. She even advised Dunan to speak more sensitively. The white lizard acknowledged his lack of empathy in presenting the matter, but maintained his stance against the first prince's ascension. He suggested Hoimun subtly convey his opinion to his majesty beforehand. He aimed to avoid shocking the king with a blunt announcement of the first prince's ousting. This naturally infuriates the woman, observing the reptile's cold-blooded nature. The narrator then inquired if the reader noticed the pun. Meanwhile, the lizard urges her to nominate the third prince as crown prince and to persuade any potential objectors. Huimun clearly disapproves of his approach to this sensitive matter, so she pursues him, urging reconsideration. However, her viewpoint appears insignificant to him. He completely disregards her. Her only option is to complain to Dunan, lamenting the man's persistent obstinacy. For insight into this crown prince succession issue, here is the background. As previously established, a century has passed since Hukrin's great king, Rakrak, died. Rakrak's lineage has maintained the royal family. Each subsequent monarch achieved success in their own right. However, none approached the unparalleled greatness Rakrak embodied. Although some kings were unremarkable, the reigning monarch, King Ampyong, is widely regarded for bringing peace to the country, despite his limited accomplishments over the last decade. Now, internal royal family tensions are escalating regarding his succession. The focus now shifts to an aged lizard woman, reportedly the prince's instructor. Her name is Ravine Quez. Before her sits third prince Kyle Lark Orazon, age 12. Given that Kyle has essentially read every book in the library, encompassing all fields and subjects, his teacher asks which branch of study he desires to pursue. However, Kyle finds it difficult to select only one field. He considered many of them captivating. Therefore, he inquires if choosing multiple is an option. Ravine proposed he briefly detail the books that captivated him most, along with his reasons. His initial selection was Owen's travel diary. He expressed his fondness for it, citing its descriptions of numerous unseen places and species. This particular travel diary was authored by Owen, a lizard man from Rakrak's time. Owen journeyed widely, compiling 9 travel journals prior to his later westward journey. With no subsequent records, the 10th volume became known as the Book of Illusions. Ravine felt pleased by Kyle's initial selection, noting it reflected a common childhood fondness for adventure narratives. Her surprise grew, however, as he listed the subsequent books, Zale's algebraic theory and Orazon's architectural design. Kyle explained that Zale's writings made logic seem delightful, and her compassion for people was evident within them. Zale, a mathematician and architect of her period, compiled her era's mathematical knowledge, establishing herself as a unique historical figure. She also oversaw the 4 water wheels construction and conceived the capital city of Orazon. All her accomplishments and innovations are thoroughly documented in the books. Considering Orazon's architectural design contains intricate numbers and floor plans, it's astonishing that a child like Kyle could discern the architect's emotions simply by reading it. To clarify, Zale's volumes often leave most scholars appearing perplexed, as their comprehension is minimal. Kyle additionally referenced a book titled Quetzal's Ethics, authored by his teacher's forebear. Upon hearing this, Ravine felt a surge of pride that her lineage had supported Rakrak in every possible way. The Ethics of Quetzal frequently cites Rakrak's philosophy, alongside original concepts introduced by Quetzal himself. At this point, Ravine Quez was utterly astounded by her student's intelligence. It was commendable that such a young individual considered morality a significant subject, a vital attribute for any monarch. And as if that were insufficient, Kyle additionally emphasizes his fascination with Yure's Battle in the Plains, Saren Mule's Night Sky, alongside Rakrak's How to Read the Sky literary volume. He proceeds to disclose compelling details and individual elements that captivate him within these manuscripts. The lizard woman experiences profound astonishment, finding herself completely speechless. Absorbing such immense volumes of information and deciphering everything during his early childhood highlights the unparalleled intellect this boy truly possesses. Her sole regret involves the reality that Kyle occupies merely the position of third heir, rendering his prospects of governing the realm highly improbable. Incredibly, she even confesses that his expertise eclipses her own across multiple disciplines. While praying he leverages this wisdom to elevate civilization, she simultaneously worries that his structural rank will eclipse his potential. Kyle breaks her concentration by addressing her directly. He desires to voice an inquiry that has occupied his thoughts for a prolonged duration, despite its disconnect from academic curriculum, or perhaps a correlation exists. Uncertainty lingers. Nonetheless, an explanation is sought, though hesitation hinders his willingness to speak. Ravine grants explicit permission for him to express any thought whatsoever. Ultimately, his inquiry emerges, asking if the capacity to assume the throne exists within him. This unexpected interrogation completely stuns the instructor. She visibly gasps while swallowing her beverage as the profound weight of his ambition becomes apparent. She immediately inquired whether he had discussed this matter with others. His negative response brought her considerable comfort. She cautioned him against uttering these words before others. Kyle grasped the impact of his statements, recognizing the need for caution among people. She was the sole individual he had consulted on this, seeking a truthful assessment of his eligibility to become the future monarch. The lady paused before responding. Indeed, Basin Lak Orzan, the initial prince, had already been chosen as the crown prince. Kyle's path to kingship would only open if Basin were removed. Any individual opposing the first prince faces immediate branding as a traitor. Such an act, in dire circumstances, might result in one's demise. Consequently, she felt uncertain about providing a response to the challenging query Kyle had presented. Rather, she returned with her own inquiry, asking if he desired to ascend to the throne. Kyle also expressed uncertainty regarding that. However, he felt confident about one aspect. Should he assume the kingship, he would prove highly valuable to the realm. This assertion completely surprised Ravine. We will now observe a brief extra sequence featuring serene mountains prior to our shift to Runda's outburst. The chessboard Nebula and Eldar were playing on was overturned by her. Runda's anger intensified upon seeing Eldar alongside Nebula for an unknown reason. Her breaking point arrived because Nebula withheld vital information from her, despite Runda consistently divulging all her own knowledge. Nebula ultimately chose to reveal intriguing intelligence, yet only following her victory. Wishing to discover Nebula's hidden information, the woman opted to engage in the board game, merely to suffer defeat across several rounds. At this point, she perceived him as merely trifling with her, deliberately withholding all data. Following another outburst, she ended their call, implying no future contact. Concurrently, Eldar also desired to know what Nebula possessed. As he served no other faction, unlike Runda, he guaranteed his associate the data would remain secure. Nebula appeared to confide in him and chose to disclose a noteworthy detail. The third prince of Hukrin was indicated by him on the display. His uncommon statistics are what distinguish this young individual. Although spectacular or thrilling techniques elude his repertoire, his cognitive value registers at a staggering 107, granting him supreme intellect. Predictably, profound shock grips Eldar upon observing that Kyle retains level 0 while commanding an unparalleled mental rating, an exceptionally scarce phenomenon. Securing a mental attribute of 60 guarantees a reputation as an absolute prodigy during the current era, meaning a score eclipsing 100 borders on the impossible. Nebula concludes that discovering a comparable intellectual giant across the mainland will likely take half a century. To provide some historical context regarding the prior century, once the conflict between Hukrin and Baka concluded, absolute stagnation characterized the subsequent 100 years, leaving the realm devoid of monumental occurrences. Aside from unearthing antique artifacts, slaying monstrosities alongside corrupt deities, and annexing minor territories, the geopolitical boundaries remained virtually static. Because territorial growth occurred, stabilizing domestic logistics also became mandatory, representing a responsibility Nebula needed to oversee. This reality clarifies his belief that periods of domestic stillness remain crucial within the simulator after initial eras of conquest. Apart from the primary bloodlines spearheading early colonization, this epoch demanded pacification strategies to assimilate alternative cultures throughout the empire. Hukrin faced numerous systemic friction points stemming from the amalgamation of diverse demographics. Though historical archives omit these domestic crises, a total of 6 insurrections erupted. The most complex challenge involved achieving harmony with vampires. Essentially, following the eradication of the malicious deities by Nebula, the emancipated laborers and surviving undead of Baka petitioned for full integration into Hukrin society. Coexistence with vampires presented challenges, given their reliance on blood consumption for survival. Higher-ranking vampires from the 2nd and 3rd generations found animal blood insufficient for sustenance. This led the vampires to an unexpected decision. They sought shelter within mountain caverns and offered prayers to Nebula, conveying their wish to obey the blue insect god's directives. Having witnessed Apostle Rakrak's sacred demise, they resolved not to harm other beings again. Roughly 1,000 vampires chose to undergo self-starvation. While a few either fled or succumbed to temptation, 600 vampires steadfastly bore their suffering, meeting their end without any movement. Despite their past transgressions, their introspection and desire for retribution meant that even the lizard men held the conviction that the blue insect god would grant them immediate forgiveness. Consequently, absolution was granted. The location where the vampires sought redemption subsequently received the name Digging Buddha Valley, a sacred site for the Night Sky Order. This location transformed into an emblem of contrition and expiation, demonstrating that genuine belief could lead the blue insect god to welcome anyone, even those not of the lizard men race. Following this event, the blue insect god received the additional designation Night Sky. Consequently, the Night Sky Order became a belief system embraced by numerous different kinds of beings, rather than solely lizard men. Moreover, the third prince, currently observed by Nebula, will play a role in advancing these transformations. Advancing a civilization requires appropriate methods and discoveries, and these innovations ought to be interconnected. Given Kyle's intellectual capacity, he is highly capable of finding novel solutions. Should he ascend to the throne, his authority could disseminate crucial innovations throughout Hukrin. Hukrin's present administrative system is suboptimal. The left cabinet, which includes various species, manages the palace's internal operations, performing duties comparable to those of Earth's eunuchs. Nevertheless, the right cabinet, comprising the true decision-makers, is exclusively controlled by the lizard men. It is widely understood that authority can corrupt individuals, and unchecked authority leads to complete corruption. Therefore, a shift in governance is imperative. Kyle must urgently resolve the matter of interspecies coexistence, and the incoming monarch requires sufficient wisdom to manage and settle these conflicts. Yet, Eldar highlights Kyle's status as only the third prince. Basan, the eldest son and designated heir, largely occupies himself with leisure. Nevertheless, this does not provide sufficient grounds for his removal. After the crown prince's status is confirmed, Kyle's ascension to kingship becomes exceedingly difficult. Nebula possesses the choice to simply issue an oracle and directly meddle in domestic matters. However, given the current critical phase for autonomous rule, direct divine involvement would be imprudent. Consequently, a less direct approach will be necessary. Eldar seeks precise details regarding Nebula's intended strategies. Nebula then moved closer, sharing all the intricate specifics with her privately, ensuring no one else heard anything. The proposed strategy seemed so unusual that Eldar found it difficult to accept its potential success. This might stem from his excessive trust in the Third Prince's extraordinary intelligence. Nevertheless, Nebula expressed such conviction in his strategy that he offered to wager on its outcome. Within the royal grounds, two women moved cautiously and nervously near a gigantic slumbering creature. This being is Orizon's protective dragon, named Manun. Manun, a drake, was previously managed by the mighty Thunder Dragon King, who established the country. As legends claim, drakes do not perish from advanced years. Manun's development phase extended over many decades, reaching an enormous scale. The creature presently measures approximately 25 meters in length and is thought to be 150 years of age. Given its immense dimensions, its dietary intake is, predictably, equally vast. A substantial diet also results in significant waste, which the palace staff must dispose of daily, rendering this demanding creature a considerable liability. There is also concern that the enormous beast could rampage, causing widespread destruction within the royal residence. Proposals include moving Manun to a quieter settlement, while some have even advocated for his use as an offering. Because Manun embodies the continuous legacy originating from the Thunder Dragon King, sustaining his presence remains mandatory despite the heavy logistical toll. Fortunately, the creature has maintained a tranquil routine of resting and feeding. This piece, nonetheless, reaches its conclusion when the monster detects recognizable glowing azure Lepidoptera. This sight instantly fills the animal with joy. Ultimately, these insects signal that his long-perished companion Rakrak has returned to visit him. Whenever your cherished companion descends directly from paradise, abandoning celestial luxury solely to seek your company, you truly become the most fortunate soul in existence. Recently, obscure feelings of nostalgia and yearning have developed within Manun. The creature fails to comprehend these sensations or how to process them, yet the recurrent appearance of these blue insects consistently evokes memories of Rakrak, his subsequent master. Regardless of his deep urge to pursue those azure insects, Manun recognizes that regulations forbid him from advancing past the protective perimeter. During an identical past occurrence, an attempt to breach the barricade prompted the sentries to force him backward. Despite the barrier, he yearns to embrace his companion. Rakrak expressed deep gratitude for his god's benevolence, which granted him a brief sight of his longtime friend. The Lizard King summoned his longtime companion, and that devoted individual abandoned his prior impulses to break directly through the walls for their reunion. Within the palace grounds, Dunnan and his companions detected the abrupt sound of Manun's crash. Upon the guards' arrival to investigate the disturbance, it became clear Manun had fled toward the ancestral mountains. This development certainly caught Dunan's attention, though his response lacked the shock displayed by his companions. His companions, in fact, expressed irritation because Dunnan, holding the title of hunting minister, was expected to pursue and apprehend Manun prior to the morning meeting. Given the creature's nature, retrieving the escaped predator falls squarely upon the jurisdiction of the hunting minister. However, Dunnan harbors distinct motivations for avoiding the pursuit, since his primary obligation involves orchestrating expeditions for aristocratic amusement, leaving him insufficient leisure to track Manun. Nonetheless, when official mandates drop, alternatives vanish entirely. Shortly thereafter, following a brief judicial assembly, Dunnan emerges from the Citadel Fortress, radiating pure frustration. Compounding his aggravation, the Administrative Council denied his request for a specialized tracking detachment, offering instead standard Imperial sentries to secure Manun. The issue remains that Manun possesses the physical mass to flatten a cluster of palace guardians via a simple physical rotation. Consequently, the solitary strategy Dunnan relies upon involves utilizing sustenance as bait to somehow ensnare the monster. Even under optimal execution, widespread collateral damage seems inevitable because local frontiersmen regularly traverse those ancient peaks as well, meaning any casualties inflicted by Manon will inevitably destroy public support for his office. Opportunities for an outsider of his phenotype to secure a high-ranking ministerial portfolio rarely materialize. Should this operation trigger fatalities, however, the entire accountability will rest solely upon his reputation. Incredibly, even these scaled indigenous species manifest deep-seated demographic prejudices, though fortunately, his specific demographic must confront the bias this time, leaving him certain that his tenure as hunting minister faces imminent termination. The primary objective now takes precedence. His initial step involves gathering information regarding Manun's sudden rampage, considering its recent docile behavior. He suspects an external influence is responsible. The poorly constructed boundary wall he considers might be part of this scheme. Suddenly, several cockatrices rush past him carrying Prince Basin, Hukrin's crown prince, Basin Lak Orazon. This marks the formal introduction of the infamous first crown prince, known for his mischievous and carefree lifestyle. Dunan expresses surprise at the first prince's informal descent toward the mountains and inquires about his destination. Predictably, he intends to locate Manon. As the first prince, he sees no need to seek the hunting minister's approval. Under typical circumstances, Basan would indeed require no one's permission. However, the hunting minister had already been assigned responsibility for Manun's escape, a decision made during a prior imperial meeting. Prince Basan appears to disregard the imperial meeting's ruling, believing his actions are beneficial and that no one can impede him. This creature's outings are rare, so he wished to observe Manun in motion and arrived with companions. Now, however, he feels a growing ambition to capture the creature himself. Naturally, this provokes excessive worry from Dunan. The first prince's intoxicated companions are utterly useless. They remain completely inebriated, leading Dunan to conclude these individuals will not heed him under any circumstances. While the first prince might possess hunting prowess, he stands no chance against Manun, given the beast's immense size. This perhaps is fortunate. The cockatoo carrying the first prince cannot match Manun's speed, and the beast will escape before Basan can reach it. The hunting minister advised Basan to notify the nearest forest ranger immediately upon seeing Manun in its natural habitat. However, the first prince declared the creature was solely his to apprehend, thus precluding any reports. He did nonetheless acknowledge the hunting minister's duties, consenting with hesitation to disclose any observations of the animal. Following this, he departed for his hunt, accompanied by his inebriated companions. The sagacious white lizardmen could only seethe with frustration. Yet their simmering rage quickly dissipated as he observed Prince Kyle from afar, inspecting the breach. Their gazes met then. Just prior to Kyle then clarified his presence, stating he was investigating Manun's vanishing. He further noted Basan was already actively searching. He conceded the first prince possessed hunting proficiency, yet apprehending a creature as enormous as Manun demanded abilities beyond mere hunting expertise. Nevertheless, Dunan's primary concern lay with any information Kyle had collected concerning the incident. Kyle's initial observation concerned the unusual nature of the wooden bar. Its look suggested it resisted a clean snap. Had pressure been exerted, it would have fragmented. Consequently, insect damage seemed probable. However, this conclusion lacked logical consistency. These timber planks were affixed to stone pillars. The insects would have presumably traversed the stone to access the timber section. Yet, why did they consume solely the central portion? Had the insects consumed all timber uniformly, the entire structure would have fallen during Manun's escape attempt. Instead, only the central section was compromised by the creatures, conveniently allowing Manun to break free. This seemed too precise for a random natural event. Even if specific fence parts were coated with honey, insects would need several days to chew through them. The first prince then made a connection, revealing the night sky god's ancient name, which had been in use a century prior. That name was the blue insect god. Tracing history further back, historical records indicate the night sky god was once known as the nameless beetle god. During a time when the Hutrin tribe faced starvation while roaming the wilderness, insects provided guidance and sustenance. Kyle's implication suggests the blue insect god, also known as the night sky, orchestrated these events. However, Dunan remains unconvinced. Kyle concedes this is merely a theory he developed. He intends to verify it by inspecting other wooden bars for similar insect damage. Even if the night sky is responsible, Dunan earnestly seeks to understand the motive. Yet his immediate concern lies with the repercussions rather than the perpetrator. Although hunters and rangers patrol the ancestral mountains, Manun's immense size ensures it is visible from a distance. This makes it simpler for individuals to evade direct encounters with Manun. thereby minimizing potential casualties among them or civilians. Nevertheless, some individuals might feel compelled to pursue and capture this powerful creature. Upon Dunan's mention, Kyle suggests that whoever hunts the beast could be the night sky god's true objective. Coincidentally, that individual is none other than Prince Basan. It appears Dunan has at last deciphered Kyle's precise implication. The night sky's existence and its desire for national prosperity, with the third prince as king, could mean the night sky god will attempt to take Basan's life. This situation is grave, so Dunan insists Kyle keep it secret. The youth agrees to secrecy, yet he requests a favor. Given Dunan's intent to pursue Basan, Kyle wishes to accompany them. The white lizard is surprised by this plea. He perceives Kyle's determination to join isn't mere obstinacy. A specific reason exists. Kyle's presence would likely improve Basan's survival prospects. The night sky god solely desires Basan's life. Should Kyle suffer harm, it would benefit no one. Basan and his inebriated companions are now tracking Manun. Following a brief trek, they observe the creature nearby, resting on the ground. Its effortless discovery seems quite unusual. Manun had conveniently left a distinct path, simplifying their pursuit. Given Basan's lack of insight, he presumes the creature felt stifled and yearned to roam, having been confined to a terrible garden for over a century. Basan even feels some pity for the unfortunate creature that spent so much time dormant. As the beast slumbers peacefully, his intoxicated companions propose rousing the dragon and escorting it to the palace. However, the beast's frightening rumbling, audible even in slumber, causes the fools to abandon their scheme. They began offering various solutions to a situation beyond their comprehension. Ultimately, they agreed to entice the creature using a deer as bait, something it could consume. Basan then resolves to implement this strategy, dispatching his companions to retrieve the lure while he remains to ensure Manun stays asleep and still. It appears Basan employed this tactic to dismiss the fools. Primarily, their proposed scheme lacked any sense. Secondly, had they remained together, Basan would not receive recognition for Manun's return. Regarding accolades, Basan's past is explored, revealing details about his life, such as how he once received acclaim for all his accomplishments. Yet, he quickly understood that this was insufficient. He once questioned his instructor, Ravine, inquiring why, despite the night sky god being all-knowing, all-powerful, and ever-present, conflict, suffering, sorrow, and adversity persisted globally. He genuinely sought explanations. Ravine appeared to lack answers. On that occasion, she struggled to devise a credible reason. Ultimately, the lesson concluded. Basan then understood that the praise he received lacked genuine recognition. He believed authentic recognition emerged solely from actions so remarkable they rendered all observers silent, much like the night sky god. Basan had never experienced such a form of recognition throughout his existence. He understood that numerous individuals doubted his suitability for kingship, yet he found himself unable to change this, having been born as he was. Unlike his younger brother, Kyle, he possessed no inherent talents. Therefore, he aimed to gain esteem and influence popular sentiment through tangible achievements. This represented a rare opportunity for him to demonstrate his worthiness for the throne. Unexpectedly, his brother Kyle appeared at the location. When Kyle dismounted from his avian companion, the fall causes an ankle injury. His older sibling, worried, and the hunting minister appear stunned. The prince immediately helped Kyle, simultaneously reprimanding the hunting minister for leading a child into peril. He subsequently instructed Dunan to retrieve medication from a small dwelling located on the mountain's crest. Consequently, the white lizard departed to acquire the salve. However, no salve was actually required. This was because Kyle remained completely unharmed, astonishing his elder sibling. It seemed Kyle's ankle injury was feigned, a mere ruse to dispatch Dunan and secure a confidential discussion with his brother. Basan remained perplexed as to why Kyle would jeopardize his existence by approaching Manun so perilously for a simple conversation. Everyone was aware that this being posed extreme danger, though not to Kyle. He ultimately informed his older sibling of all the significant information he had collected. Sometime afterward, the third prince's gloomy expression betrays his deep anxiety, following the realization that the night sky god potentially plots his assassination. Granted, Kyle concedes this remains purely his personal theory, though Dunan surprisingly concurs with the hypothesis. Even assuming its accuracy, Basan fails to comprehend why Kyle traveled such a distance to rescue him. In reality, Kyle needed only to remain passive and observe the crown prince's demise, which would elevate him as the subsequent successor. Their middle sibling previously pledged vows as a cleric for the Night Sky Order. Consequently, should Basan expire, Kyle would spontaneously acquire the heir apparent status. Prompted by inquisitiveness, Basan investigates whether his sibling genuinely lacks ambition for the throne. Naturally, Kyle's long-standing aspiration for sovereignty remains no secret, representing the precise motivation for his arrival. Yet instead of orchestrating fratricide, he requires his elder sibling to abdicate the crown prince designation voluntarily. Basan stands completely bewildered, paralyzed by indecision. Kyle, meanwhile, intensifies his demands, emphasizing that historical records demonstrate the night sky god maintains an unblemished record. While alternative divinities stumbled during crucial trials, the night sky god consistently achieves total dominance. This pattern underscores the immortal entity's rigorous precision, micromanaging every minuscule variable to guarantee flawless execution of his designs. Therefore, Basan faces inevitable doom unless a voluntary renunciation of his heir status occurs. Kyle remains absolutely convinced that the night sky god will manipulate identical vulnerabilities during subsequent eras. Even without knowing all the deity's schemes, he commits to notifying Basan of any discovered omens. Such warnings would ensure the kingdom's and its people's security. Upon hearing this, Basan cautioned that defying a god's wishes equated to resisting divine decree. He emphasized the need for prudence and apprehension, not rebellion. Kyle, conversely, asserted his deep understanding of the deity and his lack of fear. He would, at a minimum, guarantee no one suffered injury. The night sky god's present course endangers Basan's well-being. To avert catastrophe, Kyle intends to steer occurrences onto another route. This alternative was willingly presented by the deity, guaranteeing Basan's protection. Gathering his resolve, Kyle then audaciously reiterated his demand for Basan to relinquish the crown prince role, thereby ensuring adherence to the deity's wishes without incurring any detriment. Kyle's directness and piercing stare prompted the elder brother to erupt in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest imaginable. He eventually composed himself and confessed to an odd sense of relief. He validated Kyle's statements rather than disregarding them. He further cautioned his sibling that relinquishing his role voluntarily offered no assurance of a smooth future, contrary to their expectations. Kyle, however, was prepared to confront any outcome, provided he secured the title. Basan inquired about Manun, specifically how the formidable creature would be handled. The explanation for Manun's escape to the ministers presented a challenge. Kyle, nonetheless, stated he had resolved the situation completely, indicating no cause for concern. Subsequently, within the palace walls, Kyle was observed negotiating agreements with the hunting minister, anticipating close collaboration ahead. Following a handshake, he then approached his older sibling, leaving Dunan contemplative. Given Kyle's declaration of increased future involvement, this probably indicated his ultimate acquisition of the throne. Close by, Nebula and Eldar were also observing the unfolding events. Eldar expressed uncertainty regarding the current trajectory. While acknowledging the third prince's intelligence, he worried about potential complications if all actions stemmed solely from his personal interpretations of divine communications. Despite his interpretation proving largely accurate on this occasion, its future reliability remained questionable. An overly self-reliant monarch presents a unique challenge. Nebula, however, felt no concern. In his past experiences playing this game, non-player characters frequently exhibited inaction. Despite this, his skill as a player consistently allowed him to overcome such obstacles. However, his current associates were not mere non-player characters. They were genuine individuals driven by personal aspirations. Their differing perspectives were acceptable, provided they contributed to Nebula's objectives. Eldar held a contrasting view, suggesting that this understanding complicated predicting character behavior, as unforeseen choices could jeopardize the entire strategy. Nebula, conversely, saw this as an advantage, citing Rakrak's sacrifice as proof. Rakrak had defied Nebula's directives, fighting independently, yet achieved an ideal result. The circumstances involving Kyle likewise progressed favorably, solely due to his independent choice rather than adhering to divine guidance. Should events ever turn unfavorable, Nebula intended to proceed with extreme caution. Fortunately, Basan's rescue meant he could provide significant assistance during the third prince's ascension to kingship. The setting subsequently changed to the royal court, where prominent figures were gathered debating Manun's evasion. Administration Minister Salistan expressed considerable annoyance that the Minister of Hunting had not yet apprehended Manun, fearing public detriment if the pursuit extended. Dunan comforts his superior by confirming they already traced Manun's coordinates, noting that because the creature remains slumbering, immediate danger is averted. The elder receives this update positively and relaxes. Nevertheless, he highlights the profound anxiety this situation inflicted upon the monarch, emphasizing that it prevented his presence at the council session. The official subsequently urges him to accelerate the containment process, now that his precise whereabouts are established. Naturally, Dunan shared that objective, but various complications halted his progress. This morning, upon arriving at the enclosure to track Manun, he discovered that pests had severely decayed the wooden barriers over a long period. Granted, someone might dismiss the insect damage as mere happenstance, considering Manun possesses the raw strength to demolish such boundaries anyway. Yet the third prince highlighted an intriguing detail. He hypothesized that the night sky god deliberately directed those parasites to hollow the timber, orchestrating the creature's breakout. The reality that the infestation systematically compromised only a specific section of the framework strongly validates the intervention of the night sky god. Later that day, Dunan revisited Manun's habitat alongside several clerics, and a thorough inspection of the perimeter led them to endorse that exact deduction. The individual responsible for the investigation arrives personally. The Night Sky Order's cleric, second prince, Sean Lack Orison. He arrives to validate directly that this occurrence constitutes a holy manifestation ordained by the night sky. Given this official declaration delivered by the high priest, Dunan lacked the authority to defy the decree and recover Manun. The topic caused quiet discussion among all present. Ultimately, the priest's confirmation left them no option but to acknowledge the reality. Dunan, with the situation clear, worried Manun could not stay outside unattended, fearing a serious future accident. For this reason, he requested an expansion of the hunting expedition team. The court members were taken aback by his uncommon demand. The senior official, unable to conceal his irritation, inquired about the precise number of individuals required. Dunan's initial request was for a cow and wagon, ensuring sufficient food transport for Manun. His second demand involved additional funds for repairs necessitated by the harsh mountain routes. Given Manun's potential for erratic behavior, Dunan further sought authority over civilians, labor, and the deployment of palace guards during crises. Observing the senior's expression, it became evident the hunting minister's demands were excessive. However, without these provisions, their only recourse would be to defy the night sky's miracle and retrieve Manun. Dunan expressed willingness to transfer this duty to anyone confident in managing the difficult circumstances more effectively. Nevertheless, he explicitly stated he would not bear accountability for any harm Manun inflicted, despite his role as hunting minister. That evening, later on, Dinan was observed solitary within the palace corridor, deep in contemplation. The recent news of Kyle's selection as the new chosen king occupied his thoughts. Kyle presented a detailed strategy to Dunan, which could significantly enhance the hunting team's influence and authority within the royal court. Dunan intended to implement Kyle's proposal to solidify his own position within the royal court, thereby gaining sufficient influence to advocate for Kyle's succession to the throne. Dunan was prepared to do whatever was necessary, even confronting other ministers if required. Consequently, over time, Dunan gradually accumulated influence for the hunting expedition team, causing the distribution of power to increasingly favor them. Half a year elapsed swiftly, and King Anpyong then deposed Basan Lak Orasan from his position as crown prince, appointing Kyle in his stead. Merely 3 years subsequent, King Anpyong succumbed to a fatal disease, and Kyle Lak Orasan ascended to become Hutrin's 11th monarch. What's notable is that he was merely 15 years of age, likely establishing him as the youngest ruler ever. Soon thereafter, Basan was observed saluting the new sovereign with profound deference, which brought a flush of discomfort to Kyle, as his elder sibling used such a ceremonial address. Kyle urged him to forgo such etiquette when they were alone. However, Basan maintained that the paramount ruler of the continent's foremost realm merited no less than this level of reverence. The next day marked the initial royal assembly of Kyle's rule, and Basan anticipated that his expulsion from the palace would be proposed by all. This concern was precisely what burdened Kyle at this moment. Hutrin functioned as a nation where ministers wielded significant authority. As most were lizardmen nobles, power often leaned heavily to one side. These cunning lizardmen ministers would undoubtedly attempt to remove Basan from his royal standing, aiming to gain greater control and diminish the new king's power. However, Basan felt little concern regarding his potential exclusion from court. Instead, his greater fear was hindering Kyle's progress by remaining within the court. Furthermore, no official court position truly suited a former crown prince such as himself. He intended to broaden his experiences and venture further afield, seeking more significant challenges. Kyle's mind began to form concepts at the mention of hunting as he observed the sky. He had conceived of an ideal role for Basan and felt certain his elder brother would approve. Immediately, he informed Basan of the position's intriguing specifics. The following day arrived, and Kyle formally commenced the royal assembly. As the newly appointed monarch, he sought to gain universal backing. Lacking significant declarations, he invited the ministers to voice concerns or present problems. Predictably, a lizardman minister advanced and suggested removing Prince Basan from the royal residence. The minister contended that because Basan was formerly the crown prince and maintained a close relationship with Kyle, his influence within the court surpassed that of any other minister. Individuals harboring malicious designs against the king might approach Basan, thereby affecting royal decrees covertly. To everyone's astonishment, Kyle concurred with the fundamental point of their proposal. He comprehended their apprehension. Ministers from different races also appeared perplexed, particularly as they had anticipated Kyle would completely reject the idea. Encouraged by Kyle's reaction, the lizardmen pressed on and proposed relocating Prince Basan away from the capital city, Orazan. However, on this occasion, Kyle unequivocally declined. He felt genuine irritation that any minister would propose an action solely within the monarch's authority. Instead, Kyle indicated the undeveloped territory situated within the eastern mountain range. Throughout history, numerous monarchs dispatched exploratory teams in that direction. However, the region's sharp, uneven ground invariably led to catastrophic outcomes for such endeavors. Few believe the eastern mountains hold value. Nevertheless, with 5 nations posing a threat from the west, Kyle recognizes that he cannot overlook any prospect for expanding their domain. Consequently, Kyle's primary objective involves deploying Prince Basan to the eastern mountains. This greatly surprised the minister. Basan is undeniably an exceptional hunter and a formidable fighter. His solo pursuit and capture of Minan merely reinforces this assessment. The assembled ministers commenced quiet discussions. Some voiced opinions that the mountains offered no resources, while others countered that the region beyond them was not particularly expansive. Yet, they possessed insufficient power to challenge the Supreme King's decision. Consequently, they assented to the plan, albeit unwillingly. The matter concluded, the subsequent phase involved assembling a maritime crew. It became apparent that Kyle's strategy included using ships. All prior endeavors to settle the eastern territories met with failure, as they relied on land routes. Consequently, this altered strategy, employing vessels to reach the mountain's opposite side, might genuinely improve their prospects. A minister voiced opposition, claiming no established maritime paths existed, thus making overland travel safer. Yet Kyle had foreseen this concern. He clarified that their objective was precisely to forge a new sea route. With years already elapsed, Kyle intended no further delay in investigating the unspoiled territory. The reptilian minister persisted in pointing out further challenges they could encounter at sea. Yet, apprehension was unwarranted. Kyle had considered every aspect thoroughly. This particular lizard seemed to have depleted his arguments and still failed to alter Kyle's resolve. At the same time, Kyle's frustration was evident regarding the man's continuous grievances, even prior to the project's initiation. As unknown lands contain threats from creatures, the hunting minister also receives duties. Dunnan accepts his new role without issue. Yet, that specific lizard, Minister Saluson, invariably finds fault with everything. With those matters resolved, Kyle proceeds to the meeting's next subject. The next item concerns an individual who had been waiting, now permitted to enter. An unlucky dwarf enters the room. His mere presence causes every minister to react with extreme anger, as if an unsuitable person had arrived for serious diplomatic matters. Saluson, predictably, raises an objection and questions Kyle. Kyle introduces the man as Lump, a member of the technician team. Kyle acknowledges the general confusion regarding this dwarf's presence, particularly given his recent status as a slave. However, with the technique minister position currently open, Kyle brought him to occupy it. Naturally, every lizard minister is utterly astonished. Their reactions suggest Kyle committed a sacrilege by allowing the dwarf entry. Truly, these black lizards exhibit severe prejudice. Initially, they showed bigotry towards their own kind for being white. Now, their animosity extends to a dwarf. This specific response was anticipated by Kyle. It formed a component of his strategy. The entire situation served to divert focus from Basan. Minister Saluson contended that the technique minister position had historically belonged to a lizardman, making a dwarf's sudden appointment illogical. Kyle retorted, accusing him of overt racism. He asserted that no statute limited the technique minister role exclusively to lizardmen. Instead, the post required manual dexterity and mechanical expertise. Historically, lizardmen had demonstrated superior aptitude in those fields. However, this instance proved different. Kyle himself had observed Lump's capabilities. To substantiate his assertion, he inquired of each minister whether they knew Orazan's Arctic region's altitude. The astronomy minister then came forward, stating the measurement was approximately 32.5 degrees. Following this, Kyle inquired if anyone knew the altitudes of the northernmost point, Jaren, and the southernmost point, Maganin. Predictably, quietness ensued. Subsequently, Lump offered his input. He declared Jaren to be 37.5 and Maganin 30. He elaborated that the Arctic's altitude shifts 1 degree for every 250 ryu. Jaren, situated 1250 ri more northerly, registered 5 degrees greater. Conversely, Maganin, positioned 625 ri further south, resulted in a 2.5 degree decrease. Kyle found the response entirely satisfactory, feeling considerable pride that Lump provided the accurate information when the lizardmen could not. Nevertheless, this outcome proved insufficient for Minister Salison, the scoundrel. He grew so agitated that he began to rail against Kyle's initial ascension to kingship. He argued Kyle's lineage, possessing the great Thunder Dragon King's blood, was the reason, as all present ministers descended from warriors who served the Dragon King. This, he asserted, explained the dwarves' enslavement. They remained lizardmen adversaries until Hukrin's end, and even after the nation's formation, their rebellion potential persisted. Kyle swiftly dismissed this. He recalled that the legendary warrior Tatar once battled 10 trolls to rescue halflings, and the Dragon King himself opened castle gates for slaves. If such compassion was shown by the Dragon King, then what objection could there be to a single exception from us? However, this remained an issue. Salison, now enraged, declared that allowing even one non-lizardman on the council would disrupt the power balance. He warned that if they began supporting the idea of anyone, regardless of race, becoming a minister, lizardmen might feel marginalized and withdraw their support for Kyle's kingship. He did present a valid argument, to be fair. The entire structure rested upon the foundation established by lizardman ancestors. Therefore, the assent of someone from a different race was certain to cause disruption. The ministers implored Kyle to reconsider before making his decision final. Kyle chose to pause and reflect before formalizing his choice. Yet, at this moment, he strongly desired to appoint Lump as the technique official and anticipated council support. Witnessing Lump's clear talent, Salison reluctantly agreed to permit one exception. Consequently, Lump received official designation as the technique official. The third agenda item, the impending solar eclipse, now approached. Before delving into specifics, its significance warranted discussion. A solar eclipse, where the sun vanishes or becomes obscured, has historically been interpreted as a divine omen or message from deities. Consequently, precise prediction of this event has always been vital for national security and ritual. 3 distinct sources determine the eclipse's date. The high priest interprets the night sky's arrangement. The king also provides a personal estimate. Additionally, the astronomy ministry employs ancient calculation techniques. On this occasion, an unusual event unfolds. Minister Salison was shocked upon discovering the 3 prediction sets diverged. The astronomy minister asserted his confidence, having verified his figures through traditional means. However, Kyle's forecast preceded the calendar priest's and astronomy ministry's predictions by 4 hours. Salison insisted on a recalculation. He remembered the dwarfs' previous public humiliation of them. A similar error could further increase Kyle's favor towards non-lizard races. Briefly, the astronomy minister considered Kyle might have erred. Their method, after all, had an unblemished historical record. Consequently, they chose to await the eclipse. Minister Salison felt certain Kyle could not possibly be correct. It was inconceivable that every scholar had made an error. Should Kyle prove incorrect, Salison intended to seize the opportunity to criticize his judgments and publicly humiliate him. However, when the scholar's predicted time arrived, nothing transpired. The solar eclipse failed to manifest. Lizardmen everywhere reacted with stunned anxiety. Kyle then calmly clarified that the priests and astronomy ministry utilized obsolete methodologies. Lump, the very dwarf they disdained, had identified the inconsistency and alerted Kyle. This explained Kyle's distinct and accurate calculation. Salison and the astronomy minister remained speechless, protesting that the revered Dragon King had documented in historical accounts that the heavens were immutable. Kyle responds. He states those texts are outdated. It's necessary to acknowledge that past generations could have erred. In earlier times, ancient peoples lacked written resources for learning. They independently found and documented information, which remains valid. However, current ministers have achieved no novel findings. For decades, they have merely repeated historical accounts. Kyle then cites a calendar text originating from the nation of Mengul. This book explicitly indicates that celestial movements evolve. This strongly suggests the present method is defective. Kyle ceases his argument. The responsible priest receives instructions to re-prepare the solar eclipse ritual, which is guaranteed to occur 4 hours subsequent. As expected, the eclipse manifests precisely at Kyle's predicted moment. Several months afterward, Basan embarks on a vessel for his inaugural significant voyage. a task to investigate the unexplored eastern regions. Past the eastern mountains exists an area requiring development, and Basan's departure from the palace is crucial for Kyle's rule to extend. Basan expresses no dissatisfaction. Indeed, he perceives himself as unburdened, liberated, as if the world has at last become accessible. The vessel he embarks upon bears the name Pirate's Humiliation. A total of 3 ships transport the 150 soldiers allocated for this mission. Basan serves as the appointed head of the Eastern Exploration Group, yet he is restricted from boarding any random vessel. Kyle communicated that specific individuals would always supervise Basan. The initial person thought suitable to observe Basan was a female merchant whose family had a long history of commerce with the monarchy. Coincidentally, she approached him quickly, and following his introduction of her as Tiona Itamo, she offered a warm greeting. Basan reciprocated the welcome, offering his hand for a shake. Her appearance revealed her elven heritage to him. She returned the gesture with enthusiasm, mentioning that few individuals correctly identified her species, as lizard men typically perceived little distinction among humans, elves, and Nixon. From their perspective, no differences existed. Basan then resolved to foster a positive relationship, understanding they would spend considerable time together. She also had a crucial point to clarify before their association could progress. Regardless of Basan's noble standing on her vessel, he was required to obey her directives. Should he object, he remained at liberty to seek an alternative ship. Basan appeared to accept this condition, provided her instructions remained sensible. Tiona admitted she had not anticipated such swift compliance. Nevertheless, she vowed to show consideration, given his status as both her guest and the expedition's leader. Basan observed his personal items were missing. Tiona confirmed Mate would deliver his effects promptly. Basan appeared unfamiliar with this individual named Mate, yet he considered the name quite charming. However, before the girl could elaborate, the individual they discussed entered the area, casting a large shadow over Basan, who seemed small in comparison. The man appeared irritated by his summons and inquired about who had called him. Tiona clarified that Mate was not a personal name, but rather a designation, as he served as the ship's first mate. Because this large man appended matey to every sentence, everyone simply referred to him as Mate. While Basan felt a slight surprise in this imposing presence, he experienced no fear. Oh, it became clear this was not his initial encounter with an ogre. He had observed many within the palace. Basan then extended a greeting to the large man and introduced himself. The large man reciprocated the greeting, identifying himself as First Matey. When questioned about lacking a proper name, Matey disclosed his dislike for his previous name, leading him to discard it entirely. Honestly, Basan had never encountered an ogre among a ship's personnel. Typically, smaller crew members required fewer provisions. Matey acknowledged this point, but asserted his contributions matched his consumption, thus creating equilibrium. Matey's origin from Jaren on the North Shore indicated he belonged to the more intelligent ogre lineage. These North Shore ogres were essentially remnants of a vanquished god. Yet their intellect progressively declined with each successive generation, rendering them less intelligent in the present day. Even in Hukran, intelligent clothed ogres were highly sought after and proved to be effective laborers. Basan finds it highly unexpected to encounter a clever ogre aboard a vessel. Matey subsequently lets out a loud roar, demonstrating his power and fearlessness. He had left the land, considering its inhabitants feeble next to himself. His current objective involves dominating the seas, aiming to be the inaugural ogre to accomplish this. Basan expressed good wishes to the large individual, hoping his aspirations would soon materialize. Following this, Matey departs to fulfill his responsibilities, ensuring his sustenance is earned. Basan, for his part, felt quite certain this individual was not his supervisor. Tyone recaptures his focus by addressing him as Prince, a title Basan dislikes, prompting him to suggest she forgo honorifics and just use his name, Basan, although Tyone remained uncertain about such an informal address. Therefore, he proposed she refer to him as Captain, given his role as the expedition team's head. He concluded that Captain would be suitable. Subsequently, their conversation shifted to their initial stopping point. Basan understood their route involved passing Maganin while traveling south, then proceeding east and northward along the shore. Tyone affirmed this as their overall trajectory, yet their initial port of call would be Bavrin. This location, in fact, represented Danium's largest port city, second only to Orizon. This information surprised Basan, who felt they had no reason to visit an unfamiliar urban center. Tyone pointed out that this vessel was a merchant ship, necessitating ongoing trade to maintain their financial well-being. She assured him she would provide full particulars subsequently, but at present her intention was to reveal their accommodations. While the vessel traverses the boundless ocean, Basan passes his hours lost in thought. Tion quickly captures his focus, expressing astonishment that Basan showed no signs of seasickness or complaint. Regardless, Basan inquired about a long-standing question. As a merchant, why would she accept the burden of an expedition team? As a shrewd merchant, she considered it a highly profitable venture, explaining that the Hutrin royal family always offered generous compensation for their commissions. This time, she had even obtained a glass artifact as an initial payment. Basan appeared unaware of these objects' worth. He recalled shattering several glass pieces during his youth. This lack of awareness was unsurprising, given his elevated social standing. She reminded him that in Hutrin, the intricate glasswork commanded high prices internationally, and they intended to sell these particular items in Bavrin. Conversely, she planned to acquire unique merchandise from Bavrin, mentioning that the palace had also provided a procurement list. Basan, with his inherent inquisitiveness, inquired about the specific items the palace desired. The woman then became flustered, realizing she had divulged too much information, as the requested items were meant to remain confidential. However, considering it was Prince Basan, she understood that maintaining secrecy would be futile. Therefore, drawing nearer, she quietly revealed niter, the substance she was tasked to procure. She mentioned hearing of its abundance in Mangal, and despite her limited knowledge, understood its reported benefits for agriculture. Regarding cultivation, Basan remembered a small ritual where the Chosen Ones summoned thunder to determine a field's soil fertility. Tioni had also witnessed such a ceremony, though her youth prevented her from fully grasping its significance at the time. Basan struggled to understand Kyle's reasoning for requesting niter's clandestine acquisition. Focus returns to Hutrin. Subsequent to the solar eclipse occurrence, Kyle formally took charge of the kingdom's internal operations. Opponents of his rule formally stepped down. He contacted Basan's allies, providing them with comfort. A lizard minister, present in the king's chamber, bowed his head, thankful his position was secure. Initially, he had assumed Kyle intended to replace some existing ministers. Given this individual's humble origins, lacking a family name, his dismissal would have been simple. However, Kyle appeared unconcerned by the absence of a surname. In fact, he expressed curiosity regarding the importance of last names. The minister explained that lacking a family name signified his ancestors did not contribute to Hutrin's founding, leading him to believe he was unworthy of the ministerial title. Kyle offered the lizard man an alternative viewpoint. Since this individual did not originate from an influential lineage, it clearly demonstrated his ascent to the ministerial role through personal merit. That alone rendered him highly capable. Therefore, Kyle expressed his desire for the minister to continue his service and assist in improving the kingdom further. Upon hearing this, the official sheds emotional tears, deeply touched by the absolute confidence his sovereign places in his capabilities. Overwhelmed by sentiment, he pledges to dedicate his entire existence to his lord and exert maximum effort. Following this vow, he bows respectfully and exits the room. Following their pleasant exchange, Kyle's spirits abruptly fell. This was due to Dunan's earlier caution regarding the finance minister's hidden malicious intentions. However, subsequent to their talk, Kyle perceived no hostility or suspicion from the individual. He felt let down by Dunan, who had leveled charges stemming from private resentments. The white lizard was rendered silent, as Kyle proceeded to admonish him with composed yet firm remarks. Kyle advised him to release old grievances and begin anew. Dunan admitted his error and poor assessment. He knelt down and offered a remorseful apology to Kyle. Subsequently, Kyle inquired about the Hui family's horned alchemist, Hui Ravina Mele. Dunan confirmed her prior arrival at the palace. The scene shifts to Hui Moon, a family elder, exiting the palace, deep in contemplation regarding Ravina Muela. She pondered the reason for His Majesty's summons of that individual to the castle. Our attention turns to the Hui family. This noble lineage governs the Automation Castle and holds the inherited Margrave title. The Hui family has historically held positions in the left cabinet. This lineage also operates a significant trading enterprise. Among lineages not of lizardman descent, their influence is considered paramount. However, their renown carries a profound, sinister affliction, identified as the Cursed Horns. A tale persists regarding an ancient lord of the Automation Castle, said to possess antlers. Currently, this account is disregarded as mere myth, yet family members understand its truth extends beyond simple narrative. Occasionally, a child appears within the Hui family bearing horns. Such offspring invariably mature uniquely. They might converse with empty space or manifest peculiar, inexplicable abilities. Ultimately, everyone succumbs to insanity. Consequently, their horns are removed at an early age, with the expectation of them leading ordinary existences. A particular legend states Hui Kyung achieved prominence as a merchant due to the horn's influence. Nevertheless, her demise proved sorrowful. Her beloved was a lizardman identified as Saren Muela. This led to speculation that the horned offspring possessed mixed heritage. Consequently, offspring born with horns received the Muele surname. Despite the mystery surrounding the possibility of such interspecies progeny, the hearsay persisted. However, the narrative continues. The horned lineage persists through Hui Ravana Muele. Similar to the majority of her relatives, Ravina's birth and upbringing occurred within the automation castle. Regarded as afflicted because of her horns, she fled at 9 years old. She secured passage on a baggage cart heading towards the continent. Her family's hired guards pursued her, but by the time they arrived, she had already gained entry to the Alchemy Tower in Siakmian. This tower served as a sanctuary for individuals exploring prohibited wisdom. It was also a destination for numerous cursed people, including Ravina. Therefore, her presence there was, in a sense, logical. Returning to the current moment, while Moon gazed at Ravina's horns, the young woman addressed her. Ravina had grown accustomed to others' gazes. They no longer troubled her. Moon attempted to clarify that her observation stemmed not from judgment, but from a dark fascination. Subsequently, it is revealed that Ravina received a summons due to His Majesty's requirement for an alchemist. A brief explanation about alchemists. They reject the presence of deities, instead trusting solely in knowledge. This is precisely why Moon feels such apprehension. Should Kyle request an alchemist's assistance, it could signify a weakening of his belief in the gods. Kyle's ascent to authority had been supported by the night sky god. Moon eventually inquired of Ravina her reasons for departing the Alchemy Tower, given her abandonment of her family. Ravina pointed out that His Majesty had issued the summons. Furthermore, Kyle was not an individual one wished to defy. This statement, to be frank, held truth. However, what truly astonished Moon was how this young woman, residing in distant Siakmian, possessed such knowledge of Kyle's character. Even if rumors had reached her, it seemed improbable that Kyle would journey to the Alchemy Tower solely to compel her departure. Ravina stated simply that he likely would have arrived had she declined. Consequently, to circumvent any such conflict, she complied with his summons promptly. Moon was being difficult with the young woman. However, Ravina calmly explained her presence stemmed from her unique mastery of prohibited knowledge, a skill few others, including Moon, possessed. Moon argued that remaining unaware of such perilous information was preferable. Yet, Ravina highlighted King Kyle's evident disagreement with that view. A thick pile of correspondence received the previous year was then produced by her. Every single one contained inquiries regarding ancient lore. The inquiries demonstrated exceptional complexity. Furthermore, the letters originated from continually shifting locations, leading the tower to believe they were from renegade alchemists. However, the recent revelation unveiled the reality. All correspondence had been dispatched from Orizon. Within all of Hutron, only one individual possessed the capability to send such missives while circumventing the communication network. Moon became enraged, understanding Ravina's implication that Kyle had authored them. Yet the Horn Lady remained steadfast in presenting the facts. His Majesty Kyle possessed extraordinary alchemical talent. This remained an undeniable reality, regardless of its potential to cause distress. No other individual within Hutron could rival his abilities. Moon, nearing an outburst, perceived Ravina as ridiculing Kyle, portraying him as an unbeliever. Their discussion ceased abruptly as the man in question walked into the chamber. Kyle immediately quieted Moon. Meanwhile, the woman sought Kyle's confirmation regarding Ravina's statement. Kyle subtly replied that merely perusing alchemy texts did not signify a decline in his faith. He instructed them to be seated before she could inquire more. Moon considered the circumstances. Legally, atheism was prohibited, with some countries even allowing capital punishment for such beliefs. However, even if Kyle lacked faith, he remained beyond punishment. Nevertheless, his political standing would clearly suffer significantly. Returning to their primary discussion, Kyle offered Moon an apology for his secrecy. He explained that her occasional seriousness and inflexibility led him to believe she would fret unnecessarily, prompting his silence. Despite her calmer demeanor, she opposed his pursuit of alchemy, considering it a defiance of ancestral customs. Alchemy primarily focused on creating gold and elixirs of immortality, practices widely deemed morbid and highly disapproved. However, Kyle maintained that individuals ought to broaden their abilities, even if acquiring forbidden knowledge was necessary. Ultimately, the application of such learning rested with each person. Moon recalled the legal ban on alchemy studies. She questioned whether his sought-after knowledge justified violating established laws and customs. Kyle considers this information highly valuable. Ravina receives an opportunity to clarify the situation. It seemed an alchemist resided in solitude within the northern mountains. The tower exchanged information with him, disseminating knowledge. Nevertheless, reports from the alchemist ceased abruptly one day, prompting the tower to dispatch an investigator. The tower's messenger forced entry into the alchemist's secured dwelling. Unfortunately, the alchemist had already passed away. His demise resulted from forbidden knowledge. Moon anticipated this outcome, considering forbidden knowledge akin to bargaining one's spirit with an ancient malevolence. However, Ravina discloses the alchemist's demise occurred purely by chance. Prior to his passing, he meticulously documented his experiments and components, aiding in pinpointing the reason. His objective was gold creation. However, an overheating experiment led to a colossal blast. This setback, surprisingly, yielded a new finding, surpassing all previous investigations by the alchemist. Despite the experiment's small scope, the resulting powder produced an astonishing detonation upon ignition. The alchemist had placed it inside a lead container. Hoping for security, however, the container failed. It disintegrated, and fragments struck his neck. Considering the outcome, the alchemist had essentially created a weapon. Regrettably, this discovery remains no profound secret, and Kyle is not its initial discoverer. Those alchemists residing within the tower are exiles, having escaped numerous locations, such as Ravina. A few remain subject to their home country's control, with those countries expecting them to retrieve the tower's accumulated wisdom. Conversely, other countries seek to halt alchemy's dissemination. Indeed, Ravina encountered ambushes over 10 times during her journey to this location. Within Siakmian, the site of the alchemy tower, she believes their military has fully secured control. Superficially, the present era appears tranquil, yet closer inspection reveals otherwise. Specific ingredient costs have dramatically risen, and every nation operates covert sites performing trials to create a weapon known as gunpowder. Kyle highlighted the importance of this kind of weapon. This weapon could eliminate adversaries effortlessly. It possessed the power to sink vessels and demolish fortress walls. Even an ordinary combatant using it might alter the course of conflict. Their victory would be assured if their efforts bore fruit. After a brief pause for thought, the woman replied. Although she remained opposed to the concept, she expressed readiness to support Kyle's plans, believing his decisions were sound. Should he require assistance, she would gladly provide it. Kyle certainly needed assistance. The hunting expedition team had funded the project, yet those resources were insufficient. Additionally, he wished to access the monarch's private finances. As the finance manager, she oversaw these accounts. But given their royal ownership, she could grant an exception for his use, particularly due to his polite request. However, she desired information on his intended use and methods for the money. A system alert appeared before Nebula. Black gunpowders. This displayed every component needed to produce this black gunpowder. It appeared that all events were unfolding precisely as Nebula had planned. The path of alchemy and improving elixir creation abilities proved challenging. Greater societal belief often correlated with a diminished view of scientific approaches. The alchemy tower located in Sakmion stands as the most remote country known relative to Hukrin. Consequently, ill luck might impede one's ability to gain this information. Hui Ravina Mule, who commands the fiendish trait of probability, might enjoy excellent prospects of staying alive, yet no guarantee exists regarding her capacity to master these methodologies. Nevertheless, fortune favored Nebula during this particular instance. Eldar approaches him silently to share a compelling detail. Although their conversation centers around chemical science and explosive powder, their discussion excludes an alternate origin of authority. By that energy, she refers to magic. Transmutation and the brewing of tonics represent branches of empirical study. Practitioners operate as empirical researchers, conducting purely structured investigations. However, a hidden truth exists that these researchers strive intensely to conceal, specifically the fiendish trait. Regarding this fiendish trait, the system establishes its origin as a primeval wickedness, unearthed within ancestral artifacts inherited across generational lineages. Unholy characteristics such as lightning, fire, probability, or gravity correspond to distinct elemental forces. The energy channeled via fiendish spirits essentially functions as superhuman abilities. Whenever these superhuman abilities merge with the wisdom of antique artifacts, a production technique exploiting elevated planes of energy manifests, designated as magic. This art, breaking from empirical study, remains restricted to an elite minority. Individuals akin to Ravina, who inherit unholy characteristics, possess the necessary aptitude to evolve into sorcerers. Because the transmutation spire serves as a sanctuary for afflicted outcasts, those researchers presumably harbor unholy characteristics as well. At this moment, no sorcerers exist. Eldar concurs. Typically, they emerge roughly a century following the simulation's launch. The capacity of arcane arts proves undeniably potent, yet because competitors prioritize secure progression, they generally maintain distance from unholy characteristics. Given that the Transmutation Spire occupies Siakmian, Eldar predicts Wisdom will secure the initial sorcerer. Nebula harbors identical conclusions, considering the likelihood of generating a spellcaster peaks within that region. Nevertheless, Nebula reasons that Wisdom likely opposes the manifestation of a sorcerer inside his territory. The scene transitions to Basan and his scouting unit. They have at last dropped anchor at Bavarin. The harbor bustles with energy, filled with numerous vessels already moored, striking Basan with awe. Such activity makes sense, however, as it represents the nearest harbor serving Orizon. Transport departing this location travels further west, cruising past Amgul toward Danri. A few might even advance toward the Occidental mainland. Regarding that destination, Basan recalls this matches the territory Owen allegedly traveled to, though he questions its actual reality. Theon informs him that while multiple crews venture there and vanish, the landmass absolutely exists. Basan ponders why traders avoid exploring that landmass to initiate commercial relations. Perils certainly loom, yet immense financial gain awaits, leaving him uncertain whether financial agents would gamble on the voyage. Theoni understands that traders venture anywhere for profit, even amidst significant risks. Such perils include pirate-ridden zones, calm or turbulent waters, and the constant danger from marine creatures and tempests. This hardly presents an appealing prospect. With her own transactions pending, she advises Basan to remain while she conducts her affairs. He could also investigate the locality, provided he returns by the agreed hour. This seemed favorable to Basan, as they had been confined aboard the vessel for an extended period. A brief stroll to refresh himself would surely be beneficial, or so he thought. Consequently, he departs to wander. He observes diverse individuals engaged in various activities, encountering vendors attempting to market their wares. Throughout this, he remained vigilant for any watchers. Eventually, he discovers a vendor offering merchandise originating from Hukrin. The seller cheerfully mentioned receiving numerous articles from that region. Observing Basan's recent arrival via the vessel moored at the dock, the vendor cautioned that anyone intending to journey back to Hukrin Post Exchange should implore divine protection against encountering pirates. A faction maintains dominance over the Bavarin territory, typically preying on departing vessels. This group is identified as the Deep Night Pirates. Basan later questioned Tion regarding this faction, yet she appeared to lack any information. Perhaps recent pirates had emerged, their presence exaggerated by port merchants without cause. While reviewing her return item list, she discovered certain goods would not be ready until the next day. Despite Basan's expectations, she chose to depart rather than remain. Remaining warships would transport the remaining provisions. Basan worried about losing their defense if the warships lingered. However, she pointed out the significant amount of cargo needing unloading and provisions, requiring loading at Sasin. Every moment aboard the vessel represented an expense, particularly for water, food, and crew wages. By now, Basan hoped they would avoid any pirate encounters, prompting Tione to erupt in robust laughter upon witnessing his apprehension. She reassured him that no pirates had ever been encountered on their voyages, a fact that held true only until this moment. Immediately after setting sail, they observed pirates approaching their vessel. Predictably, she felt immense frustration. To evade the pirates, she commanded the crew to reduce the ship's weight. They began discarding sandbags, provisions, and water overboard. Concurrently, all aboard equipped themselves with available weaponry. Basan questioned their ability to escape these pursuers. Typically, pirates employ merchant vessels constructed from lighter timber, featuring expansive sails to maximize wind capture. Their current ships share these characteristics, and furthermore, they generally carry minimal freight. Simply put, evading them would prove difficult. The pursuers gained ground continuously. Their sole recourse involved discarding all possible items, beginning with the cornerstones. However, Tion declined to discard them. She would prefer to leap into the sea herself over abandoning the cornerstones. As capture seemed imminent, Basan resolved to gain time until their naval vessels appeared. He had received word that more cornerstones would be delivered by dawn, implying the naval fleet might overtake them within 12 hours given good fortune. Adding to their troubles, the air was completely still. Tione brought her hands together, knelt, and began to pray. She then instructed Basan to participate. The adversaries are rapidly closing the distance. The raiders celebrate because the targeted vessel advances sluggishly, indicating an immense cargo of valuable plunder. A massive payload awaits their grasp, an outcome they credit to their devotion toward the white spider god. Our crew prepares to discharge a volley of projectiles to prevent the attackers from advancing further. Simultaneously, Basan recognizes that these marauders serve the white spider god, a deity previously mentioned in his travels. Discharging a single accurate projectile, he neutralizes an opponent positioned directly before his eyesight, quickly dropping a subsequent target. Basan observes that their vessel possesses a tactical edge, significantly towering over the hostile crafts. This height discrepancy complicates the raider's accuracy and targeting capabilities. Furthermore, a hidden trump card remains at their disposal. The vagrants remain oblivious to the impending catastrophe while launching tethered iron claws to initiate an intrusion. The instant they move forward, a colossal figure emerges before them, poised for total devastation. The initial pirate falls, then the rest. Meidi naturally stands as this imposing individual, prepared to thoroughly defeat those adversaries. He swiftly dispatches all the ruffians. An ogre's appearance could startle these thieves, however. Their chief reassures them Meidi is not a fighter, merely a crew member. Therefore, eliminating the ogre would leave no opposition. All assailants aim their arrow volley at the large individual. Despite Meidi's resilience, he begins weeping like a frightened child, despite possessing sufficient durability to deflect arrows, as if constructed from metal. Basan himself cannot comprehend this absurdity. He asks Tion why the individual behaves like a complaining infant. She explains Meidi recently sustained an injury, making his response understandable. However, everyone witnessed the arrows being repelled. Ogres possess unique constitutions, prompting the question of why. Tione reiterates that ogres are also individuals. Meidi's complaints appear excessive. Considering his physique, a genuinely unconstrained individual would not be aboard this ship. He would instead command a general's position. Resigned to the situation, Basan prepared his bow and arrows, determined to fight the assailants as vigorously as possible. He then suggested Tione soothe Meidi and secure some delay. Tione, however, found issues with this strategy due to clear concerns. Should Basan sustain injuries, she would bear the responsibility. She had no desire to face such consequences. Yet, remaining on the ship offered no safety if the pirates overpowered them. Basan felt action was preferable to idleness. Tione then brought up his princely status. She stated that if he revealed his position as a prince of Hukran, his life would be preserved, as the pirates lacked the foolishness to provoke an entire country. Her argument held merit, yet he refused to desert the others. He needed to devise a strategy before the remaining pirate vessels arrived and overwhelmed them by attacking from the opposite flank. Even though Meidi was an ogre, he could not manage such a large number of pirates, particularly if he was fearful. They had to conquer one front before reinforcements arrived. She persisted in opposing his strategy, but he remained resolute. Their sole opportunity for success lay in her ability to rouse Meidi from his emotional slump. Driven by exasperation, she confronted Meidi, recalling his aspiration to dominate the sea. Yet, he was now faltering because of a handful of pirates. The unfortunate individual appeared too shaken by the innocuous arrows to stir. Concurrently, the young man moved stealthily, observing the adversary intently. Meidi had captured everyone's attention. A prime chance exists to ambush these foes, yet his landings create noise that will certainly attract notice. What actions is Meidi performing? It appears Meidi's fighting spirit has returned, preparing him to devastate the adversaries by launching barrels with extreme velocity. As Meidi propels a barrel at maximum velocity, Basan leaps to meet the force. The barrel strikes, rapidly bursting and inundating the deck. The pirates scatter, avoiding it as though a toxic substance had been cast upon them. A single individual, urging his companions to remain upright, is then ambushed from the rear, much like a ninja executing an objective. Concurrently, Meidi shows no restraint. He accelerates his actions, launching additional barrels. The shrimp pirate boss proposed firing arrows at Meidi to intimidate him. Similar to earlier, the water-laden barrels crashed onto the enemy deck, creating forceful impacts. Having no alternative, the scavenger elects to scale the rigging personally to access the opposite vessel. However, the strategy collapses because Basan blocks his path immediately, having neutralized the remaining raiders. With the hostile crew thoroughly incapacitated, our hero demands that the maritime marauder capitulate. The crustacean warrior expresses absolute astonishment that a standard commercial transport harbors a combatant of Basan's caliber. Even so, he reasons that Basan merely benefited from a surprise rear assault, believing a fair duel would yield a different outcome. He remains confident about overpowering Basan, assuming the human lacks combat experience against his particular race. This adversary completely overlooks the most critical element of the situation. Naturally, it involves his companion recklessly hurling heavy containers. Within seconds, the ally totally subdues the shelled raider, flattening him via another blunt object impact. The warrior radiates intense enthusiasm after receiving encouragement from Tion, feeling prepared to dominate the open waters permanently. Shortly afterward, the enemy commander slowly awakens. He overhears Basan and Tion discussing how lizardmen frequently refer to Asticidians as simple crawfish, which drives Tion to investigate their terminology for the actual marine creature. Basan delivers a perfectly logical response, calling them culinary shellfish. Tione concludes that this individual will harbor immense resentment toward the lizardmen upon discovering that classification. The captive awakens screaming, frantically inquiring about the location of his vessel. Tione delivers the unfortunate update, explaining that her lieutenant currently steers it directly behind their current position. Regarding the remaining dual watercrafts, those cowards retreated immediately without initiating combat. The raider rejects this explanation, yet he must accept this grim reality. The instant the neighboring corsairs detected impending failure upon the arrival of the military vessels, they scattered in total panic. The commander struggles to accept that his comrades deserted his position so easily. Nevertheless, adopting a submissive and friendly demeanor, he pleads for his life, vowing to dismantle his illicit operations to maintain a righteous existence henceforth. Tione rejects such lenient resolutions considering the aggressive actions this criminal orchestrated against her crew. If anything, surviving without being submerged in the ocean represents a blessing, as her plan involves subjecting him to legal prosecution under Hukran legislation. Basan advances to initiate a dialogue. His sole requirement involves securing precise clarifications for the complex inquiries he prepares to deliver, noting that withholding information remains an option. Because alternative paths to staying alive elude the marauder entirely, he consents to disclose everything. Basan posed his initial query. He inquired why Asticidians, capable of independent sea travel, would employ a vessel. No one anticipated Basan would pose such a query. The pirate himself appeared perplexed by the unexpected inquiry. Basan observed Tion's disgusted gaze, which led him to confess his long-standing inquisitiveness. The pirate eventually answered, explaining that swimming exhausts the body, whereas ship travel offers greater ease and less fatigue. Furthermore, transporting goods without a vessel proves impossible. Basan, having satisfied his inquisitive nature, moved on to his subsequent query. This inquiry held greater gravity. He sought information on the origins of the white spider god's religion and the deity's nature. The pirate disclosed that this faith enjoys widespread adherence in his homeland. An island inhabited by Asticidians lies south of Hukran, reachable solely by vessel. That region contains numerous islands, individually named. However, residents of Hukran collectively refer to them as the Southern Archipelago. With some geographical knowledge acquired, Basan pressed for further specifics regarding the white spider god. It was revealed that the white spider god manifested as an enormous white arachnid a century prior. During that period, the white spider god rescued the chief from a three-tailed snake and provided shrimp on dry land when the tribe faced starvation. Such divine acts manifested across the islands, leading various locales to refer to the white spider god using alternative titles. For instance, residents of the northernmost island, situated nearest Hukran, identify him as the blue insect god. This discovery brings a wide grin to Basan's face. The blue insect god, it was revealed, served as an earlier title for their night sky god. This indicates the shrimp community shares the same divine reverence as Hukran. As the shrimp inhabit a distant, isolated region, Hukran never needed to engage with them on spiritual topics. This explains the shrimp's apparent unfamiliarity with Hukran's god. Basan, however, finds it unacceptable that pirates operate using a different name for the night sky god. This constitutes an affront Rakrak would not pardon. He genuinely seeks to learn if this shrimp's whole tribe operates as pirates. The frightened shrimp promptly disavows the claim. He stated that, to his knowledge, the remaining Asticidians reside routinely within the southern archipelago. He had been seized by certain pirates during his youth, and those particular pirates were subsequently deserted by the Deep Night pirates. To summarize, the individual known as Deep Night, associated with the Deep Night pirates, does not originate from the southern archipelago. Their origins lie entirely on a different continent. Basan surmises they likely hail from the western continent, as it represents the only other landmass known to them. Shrimp refutes that notion. He has learned the Deep Night pirates originate from the southern continent. Our two protagonists become alert upon hearing about the southern continent, for clear reasons, and the scene quickly shifts to the southern archipelago. Within one of the underground passages there, Nebula is observed. He is in fact conducting a gathering alongside other deities. Wisdom expresses considerable astonishment at Nebula's initial contact. Furthermore, the communication is an urgent summons originating from a southern island within Hukran, a somewhat intriguing selection for the venue. Nebula ultimately discloses the purpose behind his summons. A fourth continent has come to light. Naturally, this profoundly astonishes all present. Krampus shows little surprise, suggesting prior knowledge of the situation. He promptly confirms the information. He states that the Deep Night Pirates group has recently operated in the southern region. Deep Night, the pirate, reportedly originates from the southern continent, not the eastern or western ones. Lacking concrete proof, Krampus doubts the existence of a new continent. He asks Nebula for his reasoning behind this belief. Nebula also expresses uncertainty. He arrived after receiving that intelligence. This area, home to crawfish, had been outside his focus for years, and during that period, the Deep Night Pirates conquered them. While the damage is not extensive, they regularly pay tribute to those individuals. Wisdom then suggests Asticidians often overstate, leading to a large southern hemisphere island being mistaken for a continent. Nebula agrees, although the southern archipelago's island is not insignificant. Its fleet controls the whole archipelago, indicating considerable scale. If the pirates originated from an island, constructing such a large fleet would be challenging. Technological advancement and population have limits, so Nebula finds that improbable. Wisdom acknowledges Nebula's news is significant, but questions if it warrants an emergency call. During their previous meeting, a promise was made to use emergency calls solely for situations involving unknown players possessing the glitchy nickname. Nebula is fully aware of this, which explains his use of an emergency call. Essentially, a continent exists beyond the Deep Night Pirates, where a player with a glitchy nickname resides, and Nebula is entirely convinced of this. The emergence of a new evil deity mirrors the vampire god's appearance. To provide background, consider the shared past of these deities. Following the conflict with the vampires, new accords were established among the Third Continent's gods. The primary agreement concerned players bearing glitchy nicknames. The previously vanquished vampire, known as Giel, served as a prime example of the devastation these players could inflict. At present, Hegemonia roams the Western continent, attempting to collect pertinent data. He reported that the First Continent, also known as the Western Continent, once hosted a species called werewolves. Another player with a glitchy nickname existed there, and the werewolf species, much like vampires, propagated through an infectious illness. However, a key distinction was that only humans, elves, dwarves, and other vaguely human-like species were susceptible to becoming werewolves. Additionally, their vulnerability to silver was noted. Yet they gained strength through transformation and remained unaffected by sunlight, rendering them superior to vampires in certain respects. Fortunately, that vaguely human-type species did not constitute the primary population in the West, allowing for their relatively easy defeat. The game's lore suggested a connection between these evil gods and the ancient evil, a conclusion everyone had reached. Furthermore, a crucial analysis was performed by all participants at that time. Excluding those who withdrew, the game commenced with 27 participants. However, inquiries sent to players across other continents revealed the following. Ebon, the First Continent, hosts 10 active players. Sharnaf, the Second Continent, has 8 active players. Regarding Grand Sidiac, the Third Continent, 11 players reside there. This totals 29 players. The figures simply do not reconcile. As an illustration, throughout Grand Sidiac, the territory housing Nebula, along with his divine peers, merely 11 competitors have been verified. The absolute sum of 29 encompasses Giel plus the lycanthrope individual, which indicates that supplementary participants entered following the initial simulation launch. Consequently, the mastermind commanding the Deep Night Pirates probably utilizes a corrupted moniker and joined after the timeline commenced. Under these circumstances, Krampus undoubtedly detected the anomaly as well. Whenever proximity brings interaction with an alternative competitor, the regional user registry documents their presence automatically. Krampus discloses that the entity he encountered belonged to a subsidiary Corsair faction associated with the Deep Night Pirates. Furthermore, Asticidians predominantly comprise the leadership tier, preventing him from establishing direct contact with those individuals. Because Nebula presents his deductions with such certainty, AR deduces he commands supplementary proof to confirm the orchestration of a rival divinity. Nebula instantly validates this assumption. The moment he engaged with that unfamiliar military power previously, a system notification materialized before his eyes, declaring a cultural collision and stating that the rival faction maintains spiritual devotion. This occurrence verifies that an active participant guides the opposition. Additionally, Nebula displays the corrupted designation that materialized inside the regional user registry. Wisdom identifies a portion of the characters, noting that a specific glyph translates phonetically as Sha. Given this development, Nebula elects to label this anonymous participant Sha-Cha. At this point, Xiong feels convinced a malicious divinity exists in their midst, considering this ominous moniker. Next, They must identify the specific race this entity governs. It appears Nebula has previously encountered that lineage, and he prepares to reveal it. Absolute shock grips Runda upon witnessing the massive arachnid looming behind Nebula. In reality, this beast functions merely as Nebula's companion, a colossal pale tarantula. Nebula identifies the creature as Hylof, praising the multi-legged organism for its exceptional service. The arthropod experiences deep pride serving Nebula, demonstrating absolute devotion toward its master. Such behavior remains perfectly logical, given its status as Nebula's personal invention, designated as Hylof. Ultimately, Nebula displays the population that the anonymous competitor Cha commands. Both Runda and Krampus express profound astonishment. The organism standing before their eyes represents a male aquatic humanoid, rather than a siren. Their lineage bears the designation of Deep One. Upon learning this, Eldar's memory immediately connects with an alternative concept, specifically, dragon or Cthulhu, drawing inspiration directly from Lovecraft's literature. Although Nebula dismisses analyzing arbitrary pop culture as redundant given their immediate circumstances, Eldar adamantly maintains that this detail warrants serious documentation. The characteristics of the vampires encountered are generally understood. Similarly, First Continent's werewolves resemble Earth's legendary tales. Eldar explains that species names are not arbitrary. They provide clues regarding their characteristics. This connection probably stems from this world's strong influence from Earth civilization. Alternatively, Earth might have been influenced by this game world. However, this remains a mere hypothesis. Given Eldar's extensive knowledge of the Deep Ones, Nebula urged him to disclose every intriguing detail. Reportedly, the Deep Ones initially featured in H.P. Lovecraft's short story, The Dragon. Their powers became known through the shadow over Innsmouth. A key point is that these beings inhabit aquatic environments, and contact or a curse from a Deep One can lead to transformation. It seems unbelievable, but mere interaction allows this change. Krampus inquired whether infection occurs as with vampires or werewolves. Eldar replied negatively. Specifically, blood intermingling is required, meaning transformation occurs via reproduction. They worship an ancient deity, such as a dragon or Cthulhu, and remain concealed to prevent detection. Within the novel, the main character visits a seemingly ordinary village, which is revealed to be a Deep One settlement masquerading as human. Essentially, while appearing human, they possess Piscean characteristics. Eldar stated that Deep Ones could infiltrate villages, behaving as regular inhabitants without anyone's knowledge. Should a player fail to notice, the Clash of Civilizations event will not activate. They specialize in coastal habitation and cannot venture far from the sea. Upon receiving this information, Nebula instructs all participants to explore their designated coastal regions. Prior to ending the gathering, Wisdom indicates a wish to discuss a particular matter. The discussion concerns the restricted player count permitted within this game. The Perished World's player limit is commonly understood to be 32. This game also has a 32-player maximum, with 27 originating from Earth. 2 fresh participants emerged and were subsequently removed, whereas a third has now surfaced. Consequently, aside from Cha-Cha, 2 additional individuals are still expected. Alternatively, they might have already arrived without anyone's knowledge. Their presence on the newly uncovered 4th continent is a possibility. If it genuinely constitutes a continent, its scale would be substantial. However, current assessments cannot confirm this. The landmass may have already amassed considerable influence. Perhaps an alliance has formed. In that scenario, a provisional coalition among all attendees would be beneficial. Nebula, however, clearly disapproves of this proposal. Despite the southern continent's precise whereabouts remaining unknown, it likely lies nearest to Hukran. Unpredictable and disorderly conduct might arise from others under the guise of an alliance. Such internal discord could lead to universal ruin. Krampus alleges that Nebula intends to conquer Cha-Cha independently and shape the new continent according to his own discretion. Although this isn't precisely Nebula's hidden agenda, he concedes his choice to oppose an alliance stems from prejudice. As Nebula's position is firm, Zhang resolves to allow Nebula to manage the difficulties at the forefront independently. AR holds a similar view, yet offers assistance whenever Nebula requires it this. Krampus, situated near Hukran, faces potential pirate incursions into his domain. Thus, he too will need external assistance. The discussion then ended. Nebula faces this unfamiliar species solo. As Hegemonia engages in a major conflict on a different landmass, Nebula assigns Zhang the duty of conveying the meeting's details, given Zhang's proximity to Hegemonia. Following this, all participants departed. Nebula subsequently considered the collective demeanor, noting how they appeared prepared for him to battle independently, even if no one directly stated they would not get involved. Such behavior strongly suggested that each individual intended to exert maximum effort to secure this unexplored landmass. Nebula then disclosed this observation to Runda, who struggled to accept it. Based on her understanding, she believed no one truly felt concern for this, yet the young man held a different opinion. He emphasized the statements made by all. No individual declared an intention to avoid involvement. Krampus specifically mentioned his desire for external assistance, implying a clear readiness to cooperate in any intervention. The group issues a polite caution to Nebula. Nebula believes the others are currently assessing potential gains and formulating strategies. Krampus, moreover, is likely already in communication with those players. Eldar remains uncertain about Nebula's approach to this unfamiliar foe of unquantified power. Combat against those vampires had been savage. Nebula asserts the current circumstances differ from the past encounter involving Jill Wooby. The players are now prepared, making them less susceptible to deception. Furthermore, the opposing forces currently possess only pirate-level strength. This adversary is likely manageable for him, though their numbers remain unknown. However, he had not been idle for a century. Moreover, Nebula highlights the two primary armaments now at their disposal. These will emerge within the game shortly. Naturally, these refer to mages and gunpowder. Should he obtain gunpowder while the foe cannot, success becomes attainable. For this precise reason, Nebula plans to confront the adversary personally. Other players view Hukryn's southern islands as strategic entry points to the fourth continent, a perspective also held regarding Cha-Cha and the Deep Night Pirates. Rival players will likely contend to prevent his sole control. Runda considers it illogical for other players to launch an assault lacking proof. Nebula points out that fabricating evidence is possible. For instance, an attack could be justified by claiming a need to reclaim the southern archipelago from the Deep Night Pirates. Such an event would culminate in an outcome resembling a coalition. Fundamentally, all parties will eventually engage in conflict, a reality Nebula understands profoundly. The terrain has simply shifted from land to ocean, with the additional factor of Cha-Cha. Regardless, confrontations are inevitable now that gunpowder exists. Combat against this evil god involves Krampus, another player, and Cha-Cha, with Nebula, Runda, and Eldar forming one side. This will result in a three-sided conflict. Such a setup ensures naval combat will occur. The scene then shifts to Hukryn, as a minister quickly seeks Kyle. The person is Priest Su-Heng, who has arrived to convey a message from the Revelation Priest. The revelation needed immediate delivery, which caused his hasty arrival. As the Revelation Priest transmitted this message, it signifies their god's explicit command. After Kyle reviews it, he instantly seeks a meeting with the administration minister. Once the minister arrives, Kyle states his intent to issue a royal decree. He instructs the minister to notify all government agencies situated near the coast that any villages, groups, or individuals communicating with pirates or any species resembling fish must face blockage or detention. The priest had foreseen a future battle, yet never imagined it would unfold this way. A new demonic king looms, despite this period being designated for tranquility. Kyle feels some apprehension about the disorder, yet he thinks overthinking is unnecessary. Shifting focus, Hukryn's military personnel now differ greatly from their predecessors a century prior. Hukryn's greatness was widely assumed. Other nations faced disparagement. The extended period of peace has now subtly corrupted Hukryn. Still, the presence of this blight does not mean everyone is tainted. At least, that is Kyle's conviction. Although the new demonic king appearing in the south is certainly concerning, several indicators of a potential conflict were already present. This development might actually be beneficial. Without the demonic king, Kyle would not know where the conflict would erupt or what to monitor. However, the objective is now clear. The issue is that preparations were only made for northern combat, and a battle in the Southern Ocean remains unaddressed. While Hukryn's vessels still surpass those of Danyam or Amgal, they do not match Danry's. Fortunately, Danry is en route to the western continent, so Kyle believes they will not intervene here. Yet excluding Danry, should the remaining 5 realms form a coalition to assault Hukryn, the Empire faces severe strategic encirclement. Kyle has already engineered a countermeasure, calculating that Ravina has presently arrived at Sazian. The cleric questions whether the sinister methodologies of that occult researcher possess the capacity to preserve global stability. He clarifies a point. Alchemists are not scorned by him. Ultimately, all events align with the night sky's decree. Should an alchemist be involved, he raises no objections. Kyle then reveals a fascinating detail, known solely to him. It appears Ravina stands as the continent's nearest equivalent to a mage. Her survival of the trip from the alchemy tower serves as concrete evidence. A system will certainly dictate when nations acquire gunpowder, though it will ultimately become universally available. Yet, concerning mages, this conflict's outcome will heavily rely on their allegiance and actions. Within the dense forests of the snow-covered peaks, an avian resembling human-like being is encountered. Accompanying him is an odd, unsettling creature, asserting itself as a spirit. The eagle-like individual and the spirit appear to share an uneasy relationship. His research indicates this spectral entity functions as a simple tool, having once served an old malevolence. The spirit frequently boasts of its abilities, implying the avian creature's inadequacy without its influence. The spirit further ridicules the eagle's acquisition of wings, deeming them nearly ineffective. This avian-like individual is, in fact, a scarce species called Garudas. From the spirit's perspective, Siakmian's deity appointed trolls to govern, while this avian kind served as expendable assets. Once positioned as a frontline defense in conflict, the Garduas suffered heavy casualties, and their god cruelly deserted them. The spirit intensified the insult, pointing out to the eagle that a different destiny awaited the Garudas if a deity had selected them. However, the eagle instructed the spirit to cease speaking immediately. Initially, he had no requirement for a deity. Ancient tales of the Garudas recount that long ago, they held the title of imperial beings, capable of flight. Even amidst the ancient malevolence, the Garudas maintained their dignity, battling fiercely as was their custom. Yet, as the conflict turned against them, the deities fled. Subsequently, the Garudas mysteriously lost their ability to fly. Such was the old narrative. This individual firmly believed, based on both fact and folklore, that divinities were unreliable. He required neither gods nor their assistance. He intended to navigate the heavens through his personal power, or so this individual surmised. Upon exiting these woods, a river will be found, and his destination is nearly met. The frozen river is soon located. Elk knights are capable of crossing it, allowing them to maintain their pursuit, so the eagle resolves to thaw the river, preventing anyone from following. However, the spirit doubts the eagle possesses sufficient power for such an undertaking. Abruptly, his way becomes obstructed by large, tusked figures, trolls, naturally. His decayed left hand is instantly observed by them, a clear indication that he is Mazdari. Mazdari, nonetheless, expresses surprise at their presence, given that his pursuers were anticipated from the rear. It appears everyone seeks him due to the information he carries. Therefore, Mazdari simulates ignorance and feigns panic, asserting he has no idea of Mazdari's identity. He presents himself as Yaharan, stating he was raised within a Garuda clan village. He asserts his left arm's appearance resulted from a childhood fire, not from decay. The trolls plainly perceive the absence of any burn scar. The eagle-featured individual contended that burn marks and decaying tissue were dissimilar, much like trolls and Garudas. He then sought to shift their focus, inquiring about their search for a Garuda named Mazdari. They affirmed their quest, expressing conviction that even a seemingly insignificant individual like him would possess knowledge of the alchemy tower. The eagle-featured man acknowledged his comprehensive understanding of the alchemy tower situated past the Sky Mountains, identifying it as the abode of deceptive alchemists. The troll then stated his knights had entirely encircled the tower. However, several alchemists had vanished. Thus, following His Majesty's directives, he was attempting to pursue the vanished alchemists, aiming to halt the dissemination of their malevolent insights. The eagle-featured man promised they would locate that Garuda alchemist, particularly given the limited number of Garudas present locally. He additionally vowed to notify them upon encountering any Garuda alchemists close by. Nevertheless, the tusked men ordered him to draw nearer, explaining they would not release him until his non-alchemist identity was verified. Having no other choice, the individual lifted his hand in resignation, prepared for an examination. Afterward, they instructed him to surrender his pouch. This constituted the pivotal moment. Mazdari lost his composure, understanding his true self would inevitably be exposed. The tusked individuals counterattacked once they detected his aggression. A potion is quickly seized by Mazdari, which he hurls directly into an enemy's eyes. This causes the foe's entire face to ignite and liquefy like melting wax. News rapidly circulates about the individual with the decaying hand's presence, and his pursuers quickly arrive. Mazdari possesses a single sulfuric acid, a smokescreen, and 2 remaining gas bombs. Deploying these now would leave no means to dissolve the river, yet he has no other choice. The potions are then hurled directly at their faces. A tusked individual deflects the incoming liquid, unaware it is a liquefied gas, a substance Mazdari then ignites using his flame, incinerating the foe completely. The individuals shrieked in pain as they were consumed by flames. Their commander quickly departed, mounting their creatures. Mazdari wished to prevent their escape, determined to eliminate them entirely. Regrettably, his fire lacked the necessary range, as he declined assistance from the accompanying spirit. Before long, the prominent figure among the tusked individuals appeared. expressing great satisfaction at locating Masdari. Masdari received instructions to loosen his belt and relinquish his possessions. Clearly, Masdari was unable to engage them in this state, a sentiment echoed by the spirit. Therefore, the individual resembling an eagle made a prudent choice, yielding at once. He was compelled to remove his satchel, and the tusked individuals then bound his wrists behind him. Masdari conveyed that despite lacking his alchemical equipment, he remained a formidable individual. However, the large individual remained unperturbed. This individual was Sakmian's ruler, Dermalin Busa, selected by their deity, Twisted Tai. Dermalin had learned alchemists consistently sought to challenge divine beings. He felt conflicted about whether Masdari deserved incineration or divine retribution. Should Masdari desire to observe the troll god's power, Dermalin was prepared to demonstrate it. The spirit enthusiastically endorsed Dermalin's proposal to challenge divine strength. However, Masdari understood their deity observed this location. Should the deity be observing, its verdict would arrive quickly. If Masdari faced the judgment of Twisted Tai, the complex and interwoven god, he would instantly fragment into numerous parts. Masdari could not comprehend why, among all alchemists, a monarch personally targeted him. Previously, Dermalin had disregarded the alchemy tower. Dermalin, however, fully understood the alchemists' attempts to conceal their wisdom. Their neglect of the tower stemmed solely from the deity's prior disinterest in disrupting their studies. The god had consistently awaited this information's full development. While alchemists might lack faith, this did not alter their capacity to create astonishing inventions. To be direct, Masdari offered to instruct the monarch in gunpowder creation, provided he gained his freedom. Nevertheless, the king appeared to seek more than just gunpowder from him. Masdari remained uninformed, yet an alchemist within the tower had been in contact with Dermalin. Consequently, Dermalin possessed prior knowledge of gunpowder's manufacturing process. At this point, Masdari lacked any understanding of these individuals' precise demands. The monarch eventually clarifies his intentions. Magic is what his deity seeks. The courageous eagle attempts to reason with the large individual. Magic cannot be simply acquired by desire. The man asserts his objective isn't magic acquisition, nor does he care about Masdari's identity. He merely requires power. His informant states magic possesses the ability to alter this world's order, similar to a deity. Masdari contends it is merely a myth, ancient tales hidden in history. However, the large man persists. At that moment, the eagle finally understands these individuals desire a mage, not magic. A mage prepared to follow their commands. Dermalin expresses satisfaction that Masdari possesses sufficient intelligence to grasp this, thereby avoiding the need for an explanation. The other alchemist, conversely, lacked such intelligence. That young man disclosed nothing beyond the fact that Masdari was the finest alchemist present. The individual, identified by the eagle, now comprehends their desire for him to transition into a mage. The monarch expressed readiness to provide Masdari with the entire compilation of mage-derived knowledge gathered until this point. Should Masdari assimilate that complete body of lore, he could transform into a mage, wielding its inherent power. Employing such formidable strength, the king desires Masdari to propagate Sakmian's renown extensively. Regardless of their specific plea, Masdari's intention was to finalize his understanding by locating alchemists across the entire continent, thereby achieving mage status. His goal was nearly reached, lacking only a single component. However, the accumulated wisdom held by Sakmian's kingdom would significantly simplify matters. Despite this information being obtained exclusively through the torture of alchemists, Dermalin pledged to ensure Masdari received the utmost respect and care due to him. Indeed, Garud had significantly aided the trolls in establishing their country. Nevertheless, Masdari faced rejection from his own kind due to a supposed curse upon him. Therefore, it would be invigorating if Masdari could restore his species' prestige. Despite the appealing offer, Masdari requested more consideration time. Dermalin agreed to grant the delay, yet worried about a prolonged wait, particularly as another mage hopeful, similar to Masdari, had recently departed their nation. Masdari was taken aback by the news of a mage candidate. An alchemist's successful escape astonished him. He yearned to discover their identity. While he remained unaware, the audience knew it was Ravina. Afterwards, Masdari was observed within his cell, pondering the identity of the fortunate alchemist who breached the blockade. The entity tormenting him proposed he pursue becoming a mage, subsequently addressing the challenging inquiries occupying his thoughts. Alternatively, he could seek an escape route. Although the window was rather small, the spirit confidently asserted its ability to effortlessly melt the iron door. Masdari considered it pointless, reasoning that deities possessed the power to observe anything they desired. The spirit continuously pressed him to take action, declaring its extreme boredom. He lowered his gaze and resumed his contemplation. He lacked understanding regarding his current hesitation. Previously, he believed he would undertake any measure to achieve mage status. Should he attain magehood, his aspiration would materialize, despite potentially serving as a deity's thrall. While he continued to ponder, a figure approaches the cell's window bars stealthily. Grasshopper is the one, who wishes to converse briefly with Mazdari. He enters the cell effortlessly. Mazdari promptly raises his guard, but Grasshopper reassures him, stating he serves as a deity's envoy, and there is no cause for concern. He identifies himself as Hongo, a creation of night sky. The eagle, upon hearing this, understands Hongo speaks of the god worshipped by Hukrin's lizardmen. Mazdari promptly inquired about the night sky god's purpose concerning him. Grasshopper asserted his awareness of all events, having observed everything that transpired. Mazdari noted the irony. The twisted tie god contacted him through Dermalin, yet the night sky god dispatched a guardian, despite this area not being his domain. Grasshopper reassured the eagle that Twisted Tie was not observing them at present. His certainty stemmed from his night sky god's guarantee, who would not convey misinformation. Next, Mazdari inquired about the reason for his presence. Grasshopper stated his arrival was to convey a prophecy. Mazdari, he declared, would attain the status of Siakman's mage. Naturally, profound bewilderment grips Mazdari's expression for apparent motivations. In his estimation, executing an immediate breakout right now would instantly invalidate that prediction, exposing it as entirely fraudulent. Grasshopper explains that divine influence facilitated his entry into this dungeon, meaning Mazdari cannot abscond via conventional methods. Furthermore, the prediction contains subsequent clauses. The remaining portion of the decree states that Mazdari, following his transformation into a sorcerer, will commit treason against Siakman. The raptor laughs, noting that the message resembles a direct directive from the night sky rather than a vision of the future. Yet Grasshopper emphasizes that this remains an unadorned revelation. Having delivered the message, Mazdari retains complete autonomy to choose his next action. Frustrated, Mazdari expresses his annoyance, marveling that a divine guardian manifested solely to communicate these words. Should he achieve the rank of sorcerer utilizing materials from Siakman, a premier spellcaster will reinforce the realm. Consequently, Siakman will accumulate sufficient military leverage to command universal respect. Assessing sheer geographic scale, Siakman represents the premier superpower across the mainland, and integrating a sorcerer creates a high probability of eclipsing Hukrin. Therefore, the night sky must actively contain the Twisted Tie God by any means necessary. A solitary variable perplexes Mazdari, specifically why they utilize such convoluted rhetoric instead of issuing a direct command, as divinities historically operate. Grasshopper explained Night Sky. God seldom issues minor commands. He prioritizes his subordinates' autonomy above all else. The deity can still accomplish his desires without direct involvement. Mazdari found this completely illogical. He questioned what would occur if he acted contrary to the prophecy. Certain Night Sky would disapprove. Grasshopper countered that certainty was impossible. He thought Night Sky would remain indifferent, regardless of the prophecy's outcome. With Grasshopper's mission concluded, he chose to depart. His only duty involved prophecy delivery. Before leaving, he advised Mazdari to conceal his thoughts deeply, as the Twisted Tie God might perceive them. Should the Twisted Tie God detect his thoughts, his betrayal scheme would become unfeasible. Following that, Grasshopper disappeared, leaving Mazdari to ponder his circumstances. The spirit suggested fleeing, as the Twisted Tie God was not observing him. However, Mazdari had already altered his plans. He might have detested gods previously, but currently he intended to follow the prophecy's dictates. Mazdari considered the broader implications. He truly sought vengeance and aimed to destroy those who had imprisoned and tormented him. He also wished to avenge all the alchemists, whom those villains had killed. He had finally decided on a path of betrayal. It would be ideal if his betrayal occurred after he achieved mage status. It was apparent that the Night Sky God had anticipated Mazdari's decision to pursue this route, post-prophecy. Nevertheless, Mazdari showed no signs of worry. Soon after, he rose decisively, announcing his contemplation was finished and that Mazdari would serve Siakmian. A solitary ship then appeared, navigating the wide ocean. The vessel had finally arrived at Sashan, with Lump and Ravina aboard. Regarding Sashan, it was a minor harbor positioned between Hutrin's Orazon and Maganin. Its vast plains and rich soil made the port famous for agriculture. Otherwise, it was a common location, indistinguishable from other coastal settlements, which explained its prior lack of notice. This location concealed Hukrin's covert arms manufacturing facility, positioned by the sea to readily manage the flow of goods from ships. Lump indicated it served as more than simply a weapons fabrication area. Fundamentally, it represented a hub for the collective wisdom of non-believers. The item carried on their vessel likewise originated from this shared expertise. Lump advised Ravina against openly discussing the object, but Ravina reminded him the night sky god had ordered its creation, implying no issue existed. Nevertheless, Lump cautioned that the foundation was an unholy artifact. Thus, he wished to avoid misfortune before confirming its proper activation. He expressed hope for the night sky god's protection. Incidentally, the subject of their discussion was a weapon, and their current presence served to test recently manufactured units. This specific purpose explained their chosen site. Ravina found Lump's profound devotion to God quite surprising, considering his membership in the most persecuted species. Furthermore, this individual proved to be an exceptional artisan. She had merely shared the principles of gunpowder, yet he had independently fabricated a prototype. She now felt certain Lump possessed the necessary skill to execute their subsequent strategy. Should any complications arise, she could readily employ her demonic abilities. Although the alchemy tower no longer existed, its accumulated knowledge persisted and would fundamentally alter the global landscape. Gazing at the azure heavens, she addressed the night sky god, intending to pose a question. Her true desire was to ascertain this world's trajectory and his ultimate intentions. The following morning dawned. Within the vibrant market square, Basan was discovered enjoying drinks and experiencing immense pleasure. He had consumed a significant amount, prompting thoughts of ceasing before total intoxication. Those providing the drinks were thoroughly enjoying themselves, delighted by a prince's visit to their modest settlement. They earnestly wished for him to relay their warm reception to His Majesty, Kyle. As this minor location's governor, royal acknowledgement was highly desired. Next, Basan inquired of the man regarding the Astacedian, asking if the governor could manage that insignificant individual. The governor reassured Basan not to concern himself with the minor figure, simultaneously refilling his drink despite Basan's prior consumption. Basan perceived the man's lack of sincerity concerning his duties and desired to penalize the negligent official. However, as the king's elder sibling, any action taken would invite accusations of power abuse. Unexpectedly, an individual approached quickly and conveyed intriguing yet startling information into the governor's ear. Noticing their concerned expressions, Basan inquired about the circumstances. The governor visibly perspired, yet feigned an absence of serious events. This individual's behavior was undeniably overly suspicious. Regardless, Basan rose from his position and proceeded toward the latrine. The moment he exits the property's boundary, a lizard man drops from the barrier and salutes Basan. This messenger arrives to convey troublesome updates, revealing that the Astacedian corsair broke out of confinement. Crucially, the crustacean seized a captive and instigates an intense standoff. Naturally, this disclosure exacerbates Basan's profound irritation with the administrator, whose negligence directly permitted this crisis. Shifting focus to the marine escapee, his selection of a shield appears quite peculiar. Sentries encircle the criminal as his pincer grips Ravina's skull. Despite his menacing stance, intense tremors rack his frame. A soldier commands the ocean inhabitant to regain composure preceding an inevitable escalation. However, the captive insists his rebellion remains justified because Basan guaranteed his liberation following the interrogation phase. He commands the group to summon Basan immediately. His terms dictate that the hostage gains freedom solely through a direct negotiation with Basan. The reptilian warriors burst into laughter upon hearing a marauder preach about ethics and commitments. The frantic crustacean subsequently addresses Ravina, warning her to remain motionless to prevent her decapitation. Yet the woman, completely unfazed, points out that she remains perfectly still, whereas his own anxiety causes the commotion. Surprisingly, the abductor offers a brief apology. His weak hold meant she could easily escape with her muscle spasm technique. Basan eventually reached the location. The shrimp's identity was revealed as Godan. Basan immediately stated that Godan had broken his word. However, he also made sure to mention the law had been violated. Basan offered a reliable commitment this time. If Godan harmed the captive, he would instantly forfeit his own existence. Should Godan surrender, an opportunity for discussion would be provided. A swift decision was required. The shrimp's choice was quite obvious. Predictably, he released the young woman. Once the captive was released, other lizardmen rushed the individual to capture him. Ravina expressed considerable astonishment at Basan's effective negotiation. Her previous belief was that lizardmen possessed strength but lacked intellect. Basan felt he merely adhered to his ancestor Rockrak's teachings. Initially, objectives should be pursued via discussion. However, if that fails, then direct action becomes necessary. Basan's eyes displayed a resolve that surprised the woman. His response from a former crown prince was quite clear. Basan now wondered about the woman's identity. Simultaneously, the dwarf made his appearance. Basan quickly recognized the short figure upon seeing him. Ravina wondered if Basan and Lump were acquainted. The group began a lengthy explanation of their presence. Basan realized their arrival in Sashen was part of the king's scheme. Their simultaneous arrival was not accidental either. He questioned Lump regarding the item in his grasp. Lump had brought a weapon, believing it could be useful. Indeed, it was a weapon. Our focus shifts to Hutrin's ordnance factory. This location remains hidden from public knowledge. Numerous identical armaments are present. Their barrels appear quite large and heavy. Unaware of the weapon's function, Basan speculates the central opening might reduce their mass. Exerting maximum strength, he seizes the weapon, forcefully slamming it onto the floor to test its efficacy. Lump informs the naive lizard that the device operates differently. Lump retrieves the barrel to demonstrate its proper use. A wooden board marked with a red circle serves as the designated target, he indicates. Next, a pouch of gunpowder is produced with an explanation of the dark substance's purpose. The gunpowder is then poured into the barrel and firmly packed down with a rod before a projectile is inserted. After the cannon's loading is complete, the fuse requires ignition. Once the ignition cord burns and the heavy barrel receives its ammunition, she discharges the artillery piece, sending a missile that disintegrates every obstacle along its trajectory. The explosion completely levels the surroundings, leaving Basan totally stunned and temporarily deafened. This machinery rivals the devastation caused by the night sky god's lightning. He questions the intended application for a device this potent. Naturally, Ravina clarifies that its creation serves military combat, seemingly understanding the underlying motive for their current gathering. Having learned about Basan's recent skirmish against the Corsairs, she deduces why his fleet diverted to Sejan, overriding their initial itinerary. To an extent, the harbor visit became mandatory for Basan's detachment because their cargo manifest required a specific apparatus, which manifested as this artillery weapon. Basan remains transfixed by the immense capability he just observed, marveling at the staggering destructive threshold, yet certain systemic flaws immediately draw his attention. The sequence demanding explosive dust insertion, manual compression via a rod, missile chambering, and subsequent manual ignition prolongs the interval preceding each offensive volley significantly. Furthermore, adjusting the orientation of the chassis presents massive physical difficulty. He concludes that while a few opposing combatants might perish during frontline chaos, a scattered hostile force would easily evade mass casualties. On the other hand, the tactical reality alters completely if the military deploys a massive battery rather than a solitary unit. The mechanism provides great utility independently if deployed specifically to neutralize advancing horsemen. Their power will be immense when used in a fixed-target siege. This largely compensates for their immobility after cannons are loaded onto vessels. Had a cannon been present during the recent pirate engagement, the pirates would have been defeated. Naval combat could fully display these cannons' capabilities. This will undoubtedly alter the nature of warfare. Concurrently, Nebula perceives every thought circulating within Basan's consciousness. Basan could be correct, yet Nebula feels significant progress remains necessary. While battlefield cannons are indeed formidable, they pale in comparison to future weaponry. Their rate of fire is sluggish, and internal cleaning is required post-discharge. Due to their substantial weight, multiple individuals are necessary per cannon, alongside proper operational training. Furthermore, their use becomes more challenging in rain or humidity, as black gunpowder rapidly solidifies when damp. However, given Kyle's genius and the dwarf's talent, they could potentially develop the subsequent gunpowder stage relatively soon. For the present, however, they will depend on existing technology, as refining one technique does not immediately yield the next. Nevertheless, Nebula remains confident it will not require extensive time. The widespread adoption of this gunpowder will initiate an arms race. Nebula is quite certain a conflict will erupt, which surprises Eldar. Currently, Wisdom presents Nebula with the greatest concern. The reality that he amasses military assets with such staggering velocity creates deep concern. On the other hand, Nebula avoids passive behavior during this critical period. The capabilities emerging throughout this domain continue to expand, which guarantees that the impending theater of conflict will dwarf prior historical engagements. Nebula maintains absolute confidence that upcoming events will expose which faction engineered the superior strategy. The narrative subsequently transitions to highlight Tion's irritated expression. She harbors significant suspicion regarding Ravina, perceiving this horned female as a source of impending danger. Conversely, Besson dismisses any potential danger from her, reasoning that as a member of the mortal race, her capacity for malice mirrors Tion's own baseline. Tion, maintaining elven pride, experiences severe irritation because he equates her with a human. In retaliation, she mocks his perspective by asserting that lizardmen and frogmen appear indistinguishable to her eyes, despite their obvious physical divergence. She highlights that akin to the distinction separating frogmen and lizardmen, humans and elves possess completely incompatible natures, rendering interspecies reproduction impossible. Essentially, no biological commonality links the two heritages. Regardless of this argument, Besson maintains his stance that Ravina acts with pure intentions, arguing that her afflicted condition fails to diminish her basic character. Granted, she concedes that overlooking Ravina's affliction remains a possibility, yet she emphasizes that Ravina remains an agnostic who rejects divine worship. However, Besson overlooks this detail as well, maintaining that the freedom to harbor doubt belongs to every individual. Tion clarifies that alchemists are not merely doubtful. They hold absolute conviction that no gods exist. During their ongoing discussion, a call reaches the captain, informing him of multiple unknown vessels nearing from the rear. The velocity of these approaching ships raises even greater alarm. Besson promptly issues commands to determine the source of this threat, yet it appears their wait for answers will be brief. Gaiden loudly declares the approaching vessels belong to the Deep Night Pirates. However, the vessel's form differs from his group's previous one. These are, in fact, the primary fleet from the southern landmass. As Gaiden thrashes and frets in the background, desperately clinging to his existence, Tione inspects more closely to verify Gaiden's claim. Their sole option now is to enter combat. Besson, surprisingly to Tion, had anticipated this precise moment. He intends to deploy the cannons during the fight, testing their capabilities. Since she cannot defy the captain's desires, she unwillingly instructs the crew to ready the artillery. Besson remains entirely unfazed, intending to charge forward despite his limited knowledge of the approaching adversaries. Lizardmen start positioning tiger cannons, directing them at specific angles toward their foes. The crew possesses merely 4 vessels, which they are now arranging in a horizontal line. The adversaries aboard the vessel appear to be the deep ones, and they are openly mocking the sight of only 4 ships. The pirate master feels so certain of triumph that he anticipates receiving acknowledgement from the Deep Night God. Our vessels have at last achieved their horizontal alignment and ceased all motion, greatly perplexing the enemy. Briefly, they consider that perhaps the adversaries might surrender due to fear. However, everyone understands this is incorrect. When the enemy enters firing range, Besson commands his crew to engage. Consequently, the lizardmen commence their bombardment, unleashing a fierce assault upon the enemy using their cannons. An artillery piece impacts one of the aquatic creatures, instantly destroying its visage. The unyielding offensive persists, striking the mutated creatures across the deck, forcing them to disperse and find cover. Yet their maneuvers yield no results, as the projectile impact tears them asunder effortlessly like simple paper. The hostile force ultimately suspends its advance, though this pause represents a brief interlude. The pirate captain bellows forcefully, commanding his subordinates to push forward, certain that the defense lacks the capacity to discharge such an apparatus continuously. Observing this maneuver, Besson likewise instructs his crew to ready the subsequent volley, concluding that these marine humanoids possess strategic intelligence rather than acting on basic instinct. Meanwhile, the aquatic commander celebrates his accurate assessment, noting the cessation of the bullet storm. He directs his squad to narrow the gap further, remaining entirely oblivious to the reality that Besson has completed preparations for the subsequent strike. The instant he drops his signal banner, his allies initiate the artillery bombardment. Because the prolonged reloading interval creates vulnerability, a delay exists between successive discharges. Naturally, Besson foresaw this complication and organized the secondary squad to compensate. He subsequently directs Tion to gain separation and secure the necessary minutes for weapon chambering. Besson's primary mission focuses on transporting the artillery and explosive dust securely, rendering total eradication of the Corsairs unnecessary. Nevertheless, Besson will execute their destruction should they persist in pursuing his fleet. Aboard the Marauder vessel, the survivors struggle to regain their footing. The commander orders every functional hand to adjust the canvas and steer the craft, eager to pursue danger further. Despite the immense impact of those weapons, the hulls remain intact, convincing him that closing the distance guarantees a tactical opportunity. Besson anticipated this precise behavior, recognizing that these humanoids possess basic combat reasoning. Indeed, fracturing the hulls proved impossible utilizing the initial artillery volleys, prompting him to deploy the heavy piece. Immediately upon his command, the lizardmen unveil the superior artillery model to vaporize the opposition. As the cylindrical muzzle targets those vagrants, our protagonist activates the ignition mechanism and unleashes the explosive sphere, puncturing a monumental cavity directly through the vessel, rendering it entirely unserviceable. Those aboard the damaged ship were forced to abandon the rapidly sinking craft. Concurrently, from above, Nebula observed the entire situation develop. He appeared quite content. Luring the pirates to this location had been a beneficial action, enabling them to assess the cannon's power. The pirates had been repelled with minimal casualties on their side, and given Ravina's presence, a failed test would not have presented a significant problem. He had to admit, Basin surpassed his expectations. It was surprising Basin acquired a skill. This new ability reportedly focused on being an excellent commander and leader. During Rakrak's era, strategy and tactics were employed. However, that period saw more reliance on individual warriors' capabilities to alter outcomes. Yet with the advent of firearms, combat proficiency became uniform, elevating the significance of command structures. Nebula eagerly anticipated the future when Basin would evolve into an undeniable power. Following this, Basin was given confidential directives to eliminate the pirate presence. In just 1 month, the southern archipelago fell under his control. That night, festivities were actively underway. Although Basin managed to expel the Deep Night pirates, he felt uncertain about departing right away. Even though the southern archipelago served as pirate domain, a distinct military command center must exist elsewhere. Ravina had learned of 2 islands near the southern archipelago, Ormor and Doltan. Ormor, situated west of the southern archipelago and near Danium, likely functioned as a pirate hub for journeys involving Danium. Doltan lies to its south, separated by a considerable span. Being nearer the southern continent, it very likely serves as the Deep Night pirates' main base. Basin commanded sufficient cannon-proficient soldiers. However, splitting his forces proved difficult, so he intended to subjugate one location initially. At that moment, a recognizable voice interrupted, stating that Ormor Island had already been subdued. This individual was Mazdari, triggering profound astonishment within Ravina. Operating as professional colleagues within alchemy, a deep mutual familiarity links them. Basin focuses his gaze directly ahead, pinpointing an advancing battalion of trolls, representing the armed forces of Shakmian. Observing this military force, Basin instantly commands General Ian to mobilize his troops for an engagement. Mazdari clarifies that their presence signals entirely peaceful intentions. His cohort alongside the troll battalion merely seek the rapid elimination of the Corsairs. Because Mazdari and the trolls completed their journey utilizing Danium commercial transports, the Astasidians predictably dropped their defenses. This explanation fails to comfort Basan, who finds little reassurance in witnessing Shakmian infantry deploying from Danium vessels. Extending a formal greeting, the troll commander respectfully identifies himself as Siokmian's General Uldor Mayan. Maintaining authority over the anchored vessels, he requests that Basan remain calm. Their deployment aboard Danium watercrafts stemmed solely from Siokmian lacking naval assets engineered for southern voyages. Furthermore, he disavows any desire to instigate conflict against Hutrin, framing his arrival as a mission of support, since Danium, a friendly partner, faces severe pillaging. Consequently, the rapid eradication of these outlaws benefits all parties. Basan acknowledges this rationale. Because the Marauders recently expanded their operations into Hutrin's southern islands, his own unit completed their expulsion, leaving 0 remaining tasks for General Uldor to manage. It appears Uldor possesses a completely contradictory set of data. According to his intelligence, Hutrin never claimed sovereignty over the southern archipelago territory, as only unrefined populations inhabit that area. Basan counters by explaining that he merely honored the independence of the Assassidians because they consistently provided offerings and deference to his realm. Crucially, the divinity that the Assassidians revere mirrors the night sky god. However, if the commander remembers accurately, the title of the deity worshipped by the Assassidians contrasted with Hukrin's traditions, resembling something akin to the white spider god. Basan corrects this misconception, validating that the white spider god embodies the exact same entity as the night sky. Additionally, an ecclesiastic from the primary sanctuary travels here to ratify this reality immediately. Silently, Basan recognizes the primary objective driving this commander's deployment. Had our hero delayed his arrival slightly, Uldor intended to annex the southern archipelago into their empire, absorbing Ormor as well. Another critical detail involves Shokmian utilizing Danium's fleet for transportation, an arrangement that reinforces the likelihood of an alliance uniting both governments. It appears Wisdom and Krampus collaborate secretly on a mutual strategy. Furthermore, Basan deduces that the remaining 3 empires, specifically Jokwa, Mangul, and Guman, might participate too. Even assuming they avoid direct warfare against Hutrin, intense rivalry remains certain. The ultimate objective involves securing a gateway leading to the southern continent. Consequently, a massive geopolitical confrontation over this territory has become unavoidable. Basan subsequently asks whether the officer intends to navigate toward Dalton Island. The large-fanged warrior confirms this assumption, stating his readiness to advance deeper if circumstances dictate. Learning this causes Basan to smirk softly, having fully anticipated that exact reply. Regardless, he resolves to partake in the local celebrations until the following morning. The maritime voyage resumes once more, with the Siakmian forces sailing alongside them. Surprisingly, naval vessels belonging to Mangul have likewise integrated into the fleet. Basan remains certain that Siakmian and Mangul intend to enforce dominion over Dalton immediately following the Corsairs' defeat, as the dual empires have already finalized their mutual terms. Theon found herself displeased with the unfolding events. Her sole objective had been mountain exploration, yet she couldn't comprehend how they became entangled in this predicament. This situation far exceeded her responsibilities. She had not agreed to such circumstances. However, it seemed unavoidable, which was precisely what troubled her. Basan sensed the night sky observing them from overhead. Theon, however, suspected Basan was making a clever joke, given the sky was clearly daylight. Next, the crew spotted pirates. Yet, an even greater worry emerged. Numerous pirate vessels were approaching them. Their sheer number rendered even Nebula silent. He had no idea how these plunderers amassed such a force. Furthermore, a divine limitation prevented him from scouting the adversaries. Such a restriction occurs solely if the foe's level reaches a minimum of 19. Additionally, Nebula observed the pirates' clumsy movements. From an aerial perspective, it was clear they maintained a significant gap from their opponents. This vast void between the groups suggested a potential snare. Therefore, Nebula promptly granted Basan a divine insight, advising him to proceed cautiously. Basan acknowledged the pressing situation. He then instructs his crew to reduce the vessel's speed. Concurrently, General Uldor observes the unexpected reduction in velocity with surprise. A soldier informs him that Hukrin's ships are decelerating. The troll general, deeming Basan's action amateurish, believes Basan fears their numerical superiority and seeks to gain time for a new strategy. Consequently, the general's avarice overcomes him, prompting a decision to initiate the attack against their foes. However, he would soon discover the imprudence of his choice. From the depths, an enormous tentacle emerges, dwarfing the vessels. A colossal kraken appears. A single lash from its appendage incapacitates numerous troll soldiers, inflicting immense destruction. Shortly thereafter, the tentacles ensnare an entire ship, which they proceed to crush and constrict with their immense power. Nebula foresaw this outcome, prompting his sudden delivery of the revelation. Glimpsing far beneath the surface, a colossal tentacled creature becomes visible. Its immense size leads Nebula to estimate its length at a minimum of 500 meters, effectively half a kilometer. Nebula's swift action prevented his crew's needless destruction. Naturally, Krampus expressed displeasure about this turn of events, bearing the impact of his troll ship's destruction. He accused Nebula of failing to provide an earlier warning, but Nebula offered an apology, explaining his own late discovery prevented timely notification. Krampus, nonetheless, remained unconvinced, firmly believing it constituted a component of Nebula's strategy. His reply remained consistent as before. It appears the Kraken operates as a singular entity, independent of any civilization's command. This implies the Kraken would not spare the Deep Ones under such circumstances. The Deep Ones might have domesticated it. Nebula proposes an alternative hypothesis. Given the Kraken's connection to this ancient malevolence, the Deep Ones might share a symbiotic bond with it. Although Nebula failed to promptly alert Krampus regarding the Deep One's initial stealth assault, he now provides an early warning about the imminent second attack as Deep Ones ascend to the surface. They intend to strike from amidst the Kraken's tentacles. In return for this considerate act, Krampus chose to reciprocate, informing Nebula about the creature's impending third assault. Apparently, the third pirate fleet has commenced its movement, seemingly attempting to ensnare their vessels, preventing anyone from evading the Kraken's fury. Krampus requests Nebula's counsel on how to repel this assault. Nebula merely playfully retorted, questioning whether Krampus truly required any guidance. Krampus possesses a hidden ability. However, prior to its disclosure, a vessel sinks due to the Kraken. As the Kraken is demolishing the vessel, Mazdari also strives. A massive rock struck him as he drew a circle. After pushing the stone aside, he finishes this strange, enchantment-like circle, though he doubts its usefulness for his work. Just as he completes the circle, General Uldor arrives. As if by destiny, he will witness the marvel Mazdari has recently prepared. Unaware of Mazdari's intentions, the general asks about the glowing circle. Mazdari explains that his current endeavor is why Sokmyun's king, Dermalin, hired him. It is also why the king dispatched him to the southern seas, and the reason General Uldor initially sought him. That reason, of course, is magic. Preceding his supernatural display, Masdari inquires regarding the vessels situated within a 300-pace radius of their current position. Roughly 10 watercrafts occupy that zone, carrying primarily trolls, though elves, lenners, hobgoblins, along with Satiros, also populate the group. Because the captive workforce comprises diverse lineages, calculating precise statistics proves difficult. Naturally, a member of the Garuda clan stands among them, specifically Masdari himself. Based on current observations, the researcher appears poised to activate some variation of high-level displacement magic. The outcome will manifest shortly, as he currently requires a brief interval to concentrate his energy. He initiates an incantation using bizarre glyphs, and this mysterious energy begins radiating outward. The moment his vocalization of the arcane passage concludes, a supernatural event occurs. The massive appendage of the cephalopod becomes completely petrified by ice. As the structure fractures, massive frozen fragments begin showering the deck. Aboard the vessel, confusion grips all as the true state of affairs becomes clear. The surrounding sea has turned to ice. Their adversaries also stand completely immobilized. Only individuals recalled by the Garuda prior to the spell's invocation remain mobile. The general's unmentioned additional slave orcs have been immobilized. Despite the frigid conditions, the general perspires profusely. He now comprehends His Majesty's intense desire for this individual's allegiance. The eagle experiences great contentment following the successful incantation. He gazes heavenward, as if perceiving divine observation. Indeed, his intuition holds some truth. Our protagonist also observes the frozen time spell's execution with deep interest. This appears to be the ultimate strategy Krampus had reserved. Nebula, however, wonders why the eagle selected this specific magical ability from numerous choices. The answer should emerge shortly. Sometime afterward, our group resumes its travels. Bossin remains captivated by the recent magical display. The pirates, apart from the Kraken, displayed remarkable power. Had Garuda's magic not been used, this battle would have proved very difficult. Due to the spell, the Kraken was quickly subdued, enabling Danium and Mangal's vessels to assist in expelling the enemies. Without that aid, their fleets faced disarray, leading to extensive harm. Now that Sayakmian has unveiled the strength of their hidden mage, they aim to hold a dominant stance, leveraging that power as they arrive at the new continent. However, Basan feels certain the Deep Night pirates will not surrender after a single loss. Furthermore, if their leader commands forces comparable to a nation, it implies they retain substantial personnel. A lookout subsequently announces Dolton Island is visible close by. Yet, an object rapidly nears from beneath the surface. Basin requests an exact account of the nature of the danger they face. The lookout's subsequent observation renders him utterly silent. His response suggests he witnessed something completely unforeseen, such as airborne fish. Indeed, he observes actual flying fish, ridden by fishmen. The moment these fish emerge from the water, the fishmen launch an assault against General Uldor's troops. During the initial assault, each fishman secured a fatality with their sharp spears. Meanwhile, General Uldor became alarmed, observing fish soaring through the air. The sight was utterly absurd. What else could possibly appear? Unfortunate trolls met their end, both by drowning and fatal stabs. Bossin and his team could only observe the trolls' brutal demise. The fish knights forced adversaries off the deck into the sea, where deep ones awaited to eliminate them. Bossin chose to clear the deck and seek cover below. However, a companion highlighted that those beings were ascending the vessels. Should they abandon the deck, it would provide the creatures an ideal opportunity to board. Should the crew become complacent, the ship would also fall. Basan felt that deploying the cannons would prove challenging in this situation. Basan possessed a different strategy. Although they operated in the ocean, the adversaries they faced were essentially cavalry units. Thus, their sole course of action was to confront these foes directly, just as they would on solid ground. The fishmen were rapidly approaching their position. A fishman, likely their leader, felt time was short for defensive preparations. He intended to employ the identical strategy previously used against the trolls, subsequently allowing his ground forces to board and seize the ship. Spear-wielding fishmen, mounted on their aquatic steeds, prepared to assault the foes directly ahead. Yet they experienced sudden shock, while airborne, as gleaming spears materialized, aimed straight at them. A single fishman executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself directly within the lizard's blind spot. This arrogant individual displayed overconfidence, having outmaneuvered his adversaries with relative ease, yet he had not foreseen what lay in store. It was First Matey, poised to decisively defeat these opponents. A single powerful punch from him dispatched the rider of the massive fish. An increasing number of airborne fish began to appear, presenting a truly alarming situation. The lizardmen, however, easily penetrated these foes, as if pursuing prey. Fishmen mounted on the creatures began falling from their mounts, where they were then mercilessly killed. Besson issued commands to the troops, instructing them to avoid the enemy's mouths. He added that their primary weapon was the spear, so pursuing and attacking them without caution was forbidden. He urged the soldiers to grip their spears tightly and defend their ground. The troops complied, and this approach proved advantageous for them. This tactic might appear novel, yet it was merely a variation of an established method. Fortunately, Besson had acquired knowledge on repelling mounted units. Engaging them in this environment could actually be simpler than on solid ground. While the cockatoo cavalry possessed enough agility to evade spears, the fish cavalry struggled with sharp maneuvers after dismounting. General Uldor's forces had also begun employing this tactic, finding it effective as well, though it proved insufficient for fully repelling these creatures. The observer in the crow's nest reported additional pirate vessels, possibly exceeding 120 in number. As the earlier ships had not concluded their engagement, an entry by the pirates could cause the vessels to become entangled. Should that occur, deploying the cannons would be challenging. Consequently, Besson formulates a tactical maneuver to advance directly rather than pulling back. Tioni questions whether this strategy might culminate in their destruction. In reality, their vessel alone continues pushing into the fray. Besson guarantees that companion fleets will inevitably join them shortly, an assertion that provides little comfort. The primary motivation behind Besson's vanguard position involves deploying his artillery freely without risking harm to friendly watercrafts. Suddenly, Mazdari descends through the air, executing a landing immediately before Prince Besson. The newcomer intends to challenge Besson's tactical approach. Essentially, discharging artillery while companion units and that massive armada of 100 pirate ships remain clustered ensures that friendly troops alongside the corsairs would suffer mutual annihilation. Besson expresses confusion regarding why he would intentionally target companion vessels. From Mazdari's perspective, he assumed Hutrin maintained antagonistic relations against neighboring states, viewing this as a divinely orchestrated window to crush rivals by claiming crossfire was unavoidable to neutralize the pirates. Mazdari represents the ultimate individual Besson anticipated would propose such a ruthless strategy. Nevertheless, Besson clarifies that orchestrating an assault against friendly nations remains entirely out of the question under immediate conditions. The conflict with the Deep Ones continues, and these 120 boats might not be the final defense. Prioritizing immediate benefits over the larger objective proves foolish. Mazdari observes Besson's peculiar resemblance to his god and followers in this regard. Besson partially hears Mazdari, who promptly changes the subject, explaining his presence was to offer magical assistance. Their full readiness is beneficial, as a dangerous entity approaches directly. A specific pirate vessel rapidly advances toward them, pulled by an enormous fish. This appears to be the captain's ship, led by a muscular pufferfish who possesses brawn instead of typical inflation. His sole command is to eliminate all enemy vessels. Formally, he is Yahun, the Deep Night Pirates boss and the Black Order High Priest. The massive creature propelling this enormous ship is Ancient Sparkling Tail, a sea serpent. Yahun loudly shouts from his ship, displaying confidence in his abilities. He dreams of eliminating all opposition, seizing control of the continent, and rising to the Order's highest position. The monstrous serpent is an abominable god. The Deep Ones likely brought this entity under their command, now dictating its movements. Nebula remains perplexed about how these beings manage to control such sea creatures. Regarding abominable gods, these entities and other abominations are adversaries players must conquer. They count as monsters, and their defeat yields domain trophies. Abominable gods likely serve the evil god Shacha because he holds a unique domain, granting him control over these abominations. After Jial Wubi's defeat, Nebula similarly gained a unique domain. This was the domain of corpses. It represented an entirely novel, unique domain. Thus, Shacha might also possess a unique domain. Pirate ships have drawn perilously near. At this pace, everyone will soon collide. Eldar expresses concern about the lack of intervention. However, Nebula adheres to a policy of not interfering without cause. Still, a chance exists. That chance rests with Mazdari. The cannons are finally brought into use. Regrettably, the cannonball simply deflects upon impact with the abominable god, as though it were made of plastic. As conventional cannons prove useless against this behemoth, Basan directs the crew to ready the king cannon, instructing them to reduce the elevation angle and target the immediate foreground. The likelihood of hitting the mark remains minimal, as zero assurances exist that the Leviathan will remain stationary to absorb the artillery strike. Accuracy aside, confirming whether the impact will inflict significant trauma remains entirely speculative. Basan aggressively rebukes his comrade for voicing such defeatist attitudes, noting that under Hutrin martial statutes, uttering statements that compromise troop enthusiasm during active conflict carries a capital penalty. Mazdari volunteers his assistance, though he emphasizes his inability to deploy sorcery unconditionally, given specific restrictions govern his power. Initially, establishing physical contact with the behemoth's flesh remains mandatory, followed by binding the creature to neutralize its mobility. Additionally, he requires a duration equivalent to consuming a hot beverage. These parameters appear relatively manageable, at least from Basan's perspective. Regardless, Mazdari intends to navigate the beast's perimeter to sketch an arcane diagram upon the deck. A defender must remain stationed to safeguard the glyphs from receiving damage. Moreover, because the incantation phase demands uninterrupted concentration, constant bodyguards must shield him from interference throughout the ritual. While his prerequisites appear straightforward theoretically, implementing the strategy to successfully eliminate the organism presents immense practical difficulties. Nevertheless, a flawless execution of every prerequisite guarantees that destroying the abomination becomes entirely achievable. Basan now displays a crimson banner, indicating his crew should prepare for impending disorder. Tioni perceives the immediate need, since Basan would not wave such a signal without cause. Indeed, the Scarlet Banner directs his companions to collide their vessels, positioning the primary ship centrally. This strategy seems utterly insane, causing Tioni great distress. Even Mazdari, a seasoned veteran, acknowledges Basan's extreme recklessness. Basan then issues another command, intended for Meiti, instructing her to inform all present about an impending collision. The large individual inhales deeply, then his powerful voice resonates across the vicinity. Lump receives instructions to ready himself for the subsequent phase of the strategy. The monstrous deity looms directly before them, poised to obliterate all, yet their king cannon stands equally prepared. The initial artillery projectile discharges, colliding directly with the massive creature's chest plate. However, the monster survives the impact and prepares to devour the remaining personnel across the deck. Basan immediately instructs the entire artillery crew to fall back. The Leviathan appears deeply irritated and ensnares a solitary lizard man inside its jaws. Basan subsequently directs the remaining archers to elevate their weapons and restrict the fiend's mobility. Simultaneously, Mazdari completes the layout of the primary mystic diagram across the hull, leaving exactly 3 remaining arrays to construct in alternative zones. Basan volunteers to serve as a distraction to occupy the adversary, while Mazdari orchestrates the subsequent arrays. He additionally expresses regret toward Tioni, preceding his leap onto the hostile vessel's deck. At this juncture, raising objections serves no purpose considering their precarious circumstances, prompting Tioni to recognize the necessity of this extreme gamble. Provided Garuda avoids complaints, she accepts his hazardous strategy. The moment he lands amidst the adversary's fleet, Ravina abruptly materializes inside the frantic battlefield, inducing immense panic within Basan. Hostilities have escalated significantly, prompting him to urge her retreat toward the captured Corsair transport. However, withdrawing remains impossible for her, having anticipated this precise scenario for a long time. Out of nowhere, a colossal blade descends, striking the exact central point the pair occupied moments prior. The individual responsible for this clumsy assault is a bloated aquatic humanoid, arriving to engage the vanguard leader. Conveniently, Basan anticipated an encounter with this adversary as well, eliminating the necessity of scouring the battlefield to track his position. Initiating the confrontation, Basan charges his adversary with absolute resolve. Their armaments collide violently, illuminating the immediate vicinity via bright flashes generated by the metallic impact. It appears this corpulent opponent accurately assesses Basan's strategic goals, recognizing that he merely stalls to facilitate his ally's sorcery. Nevertheless, the maritime giant remains convinced that 0 defensive measures can withstand his raw power. He executes an incredibly rapid strike toward Basan, who manages to evade the blade by a narrow margin. Any delay tracking a fraction of a second would have resulted in his decapitation. The hostile commander undeniably represents a formidable challenger. A more troubling revelation involves his adversary's awareness regarding sorcery. This portly Leviathan possesses extensive comprehension of magic, including the methodology where spellcasters exploit auxiliary troops as distractions, merely to secure the necessary minutes for sketching peculiar symbols across the deck. This specific tactical manipulation faces fierce opposition from the massive warrior. Basan, however, rejects any sympathy for this adversary because he shares none of the fish creature's emotional perspective. In spite of that, Yehun, the bloated warrior, declares he intends to prevent their spellcaster's triumph. The moment these words escape him, The aquatic humanoids liberate the horrific deity from its constraints, intensifying our hero's irritation. Should the situation persist unaltered, the marine leviathan will break away, guaranteeing total disaster for their side. Exactly at this crisis point, Masdari executes his reappearance, having successfully completed his phase of the assignment. This massive runic boundary currently encompasses the entire perimeter. Consequently, evading its perimeter remains impossible for any entity present. The zone of influence spans so wide that the corpulent fighter who previously shouted empty threats stands completely dumbfounded. Yet despite the grand display, zero physical phenomena manifest initially, providing this heavy opponent an immediate opening to mock the apparent malfunction. A minor imperfection in the magic circle or a hesitant incantation invariably causes the spell to fail. Consequently, casting a successful magical ability within such turmoil becomes almost impossible. Yet, it seems this person's expectations are about to be challenged. The whole area starts to vibrate as a fierce, booming sound echoes through the atmosphere. A throbbing ache affects everyone's head, as though they had been struck by an ally's attack. Basan shows discontent with this situation. He is angered that the magic impacts his own companions in addition to the foes. The self-assured individual declares that the magical process has not yet commenced. Right after his declaration, mystical gateways materialize upon the earth, and colossal hands emerge from them. Before Masdari could even explain the unfolding events, the colossal hands swiftly identify their target and then grasp it. Masdari, at the same time, seizes the chance to clarify that it is indeed a summoning type of magic. The magic circle also functions as a portal connecting different realms, and he had opened this passage to summon a creature from an alternate dimension. The creature crushed the unfortunate fish, its blood spraying out like a burst fruit. This enormous hand-like entity bore the name Talajin long ago. Numerous hands already encircled the colossal, repulsive deity. These appendages appeared to seek a target, and Masdari was their objective. Talajin experiences no pleasure when individuals employ Talajin's hand magic to call forth its limbs. Consider a situation where you are thoroughly enjoying yourself, soaking in sunlight beneath a clear sky as a soft wind eases your body. However, a small creature then spoils your contentment by inflicting a bite. Your immediate reaction would involve crushing this tiny insect. In a similar vein, Talajin is presently crushing every ant gripped by its appendages, and these limbs will persist until the whole ant colony faces destruction. Basin worries about the true peril this situation presents. Yet, it's also true that every form of magic carries risks, and Masdari considers these dangers before casting any incantation. To explain, sorcery operates under rigid restrictions. The primary condition dictates that Talajin's appendage exclusively perceives deep ones, provided they occupy this area. The secondary principle states that Talajin identifies that massive leviathan as Masdari himself, a trivial insect that interrupted Talajin's slumber. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts toward this bloated parasite screaming for the monstrous deity to execute an offensive preceding their total annihilation. The subservient creature executes the handler's command, instantly clamping its teeth upon the limb. This maneuver successfully draws Talajin's focused concentration toward the monstrous deity. Such a development portends severe consequences. The titanic fingers squeeze the unfortunate creature's windpipe, applying immense pressure that forces an agonizing shriek from its throat. The colossal extremity proceeds to thoroughly overpower the monstrous deity, reducing the allegedly terrifying adversary into a helpless victim. Within moments, the entity ensnares the monstrous deity within its titanic grasp and tears the flesh asunder effortlessly. This savage execution showcases an unprecedented threshold of violence. Profound trauma and terror grip the onlookers following this merciless display, proving this zone remains entirely unsuitable for vulnerable souls. The immense power of magic in this world is clear, as are its inherent risks. Therefore, creating an expansive magic circle is ill-advised. Should its size be excessive, more than mere limbs could emerge. Managing such an occurrence would prove an impossible feat, beyond anyone's control. Bazin wishes to maintain his gaze upon the hand, yet presented with a chance, he opts to eliminate that large individual without delay. Therefore, Bazin instructs Masdari to observe the hands. Masdari feels complete satisfaction regarding the result, as all events unfolded precisely as intended. Since the abominable god has been incapacitated, that large, corpulent figure has no choice but to escape and preserve himself. Events are not proceeding according to his wishes. The Pope's knights suffered defeat before fully deploying their strength, and the sea serpent, a gift from the high priest, was utterly destroyed. With additional forces arriving, their ultimate defeat is merely a matter of time. From this large individual's perspective, had he not been forced into the open ocean, victory would have been effortless. He attributes his current diminished state to being ousted during the Order's internal power struggle. However, assigning blame to others will not benefit him. The protagonist is currently in a perilous situation. The antagonist's escape from the impending threat seems unlikely. His sole talent appears to be constant boasting. Prior to his wild assault on the protagonist, the large individual invoked his deity, Deep Light. Basan had apparently never encountered this name before. Invoking his god's name, the bulky foe lunges toward the protagonist and slams his axe downward. The strike possessed considerable force, compelling Basan to engage it. Basan perceived the king as a seasoned combatant, having survived numerous engagements. His strength and expertise surpassed all others present. Basan briefly questioned his decision to face the challenge alone, yet swiftly regained his determination. The adversary advanced from an opposite direction, and the protagonist braced himself as well. The aquatic foe cunningly employed his tail to unbalance the protagonist, sending him to the ground. Basan responded promptly, leaping clear. The antagonist, however, resumed his arrogant demeanor. His self-assurance vanishes upon noticing multiple lizard men approaching to aid Basan. Rather than taking a chance, the opponent wisely chooses to withdraw temporarily. Basan experiences frustration battling such a timid foe, regardless of the adversary's strength. A dagger is hurled directly at the creature, embedding itself firmly in its rear. The unfortunate large foe merely complains about Basan's unexpected maneuver. However, the protagonist feels no shame, as his forebears instructed him to always carry an extra weapon. Consequently, sometime afterward, Basan takes the large foe's head, signaling clearly to the remaining fishmen that their surrender is due. They quickly opt to withdraw. Sometime later, Basan asks for an update on the conflict's progress. The situation indicates minor continuing clashes involving the final fishman concerning Talagen. This entity appears to engineer a secret plan. The extremities actively formulate an individual runic array, strikingly identical to the design Mazdari previously constructed. This development defies all expectations, and while Mazdari represents the sole individual capable of clarifying this anomaly, he remains completely absent from view. Meanwhile, the limbs complete the construction of the runic array and trigger its energy. Basan charges toward the behemoth, preceding the manifestation of an absolute disaster, yet Ravina immediately intercepts his path. As established, the limbs merely manifest sorcery. She guarantees that zero consequences will materialize, and matching her prediction, Talagen fails to ignite the diagram. Explaining the phenomenon, she notes that sorcery operates under strict parameters. The process demands absolute precision alongside highly sophisticated, intricate execution. Even a minuscule error suffices to neutralize the operational capacity of the entire matrix. Exploiting her natural aptitude and arcane comprehension, Ravina compelled his execution to incorporate a minor flaw. Advancing, she advises relocating onto neighboring vessels. Mazdari's magic rules restricted Talagen's free will, so its awareness is confined solely to the deep ones. However, with no target present, Talagen will simply strike out, possibly harming its own allies. This entity, possessing its own consciousness and desires, originates from another world. It holds knowledge unknown to mortals. Basan believes this situation provides even more reason to closely monitor the monster's actions. After all, this being actually poses a greater danger than the pirates ever did. Ravina has already decided to remain behind herself to observe the creature's movements, while Basan is permitted to depart. Regarding Mazdari, she advises against trusting him at all, citing strong justifications for her caution. To support her claim, she recounts the incident when Saokmion's knights assaulted the alchemist's tower, resulting in many alchemists either scattering or dying during the conflict. Fortunately, she managed to escape just in time, though most alchemists were apprehended before they could even flee Saokmion. Saokmion extracted every bit of knowledge from those alchemists. Yet, only Mazdari acquired it all and became a mage. She deduces that he deliberately compromised his colleagues to secure that position, which explains her current presence here. Her expertise and traits represent unique counters capable of neutralizing sorcery. Materializing Talagen's appendage created no immediate crisis. Rather, the limbs themselves introduced severe peril to the surrounding population. Their spontaneous generation of an arcane matrix illustrates their volatile nature, meaning that absent her intervention, absolute devastation would have erupted. Basan immediately comprehends her underlying implication, recognizing her theory that Mazdari intentionally orchestrated the friendly fire incident via Talagen's limb. This provocative assertion requires immediate clarification, as the grievance originated from Mazdari's professional colleague, leaving him deeply insulted by the rival researcher's distrust. Such skepticism regarding their connection was unexpected for him. Ravina, though, clarified the situation, A friendship between them had never existed. Throughout her tenure in the tower, she perceived their connection as a cow observing a chicken. This analogy perfectly captured her view of them, individuals from entirely separate realms. To Mazdari, however, she appeared to be more than merely a stranger. Observe his reaction. He's completely fixated on the striking metaphor she employed to characterize their bond. Her intellect was the sole basis for his long-standing admiration. Basan, however, questioned if the metaphor truly possessed such intellectual depth or noteworthiness. Next, Mazdari chose to present his version of events, aiming to resolve the uncertainties and confusion. He started by discussing Taligan's magical hands. These appendages were documented within his master's tome. The tome cautioned that, if not controlled, they would eventually enter this territory. He had foreseen Ravina's competence in averting such an occurrence, leading him to risk summoning the hands. Ultimately, the risk proved successful. However, a different motive existed for their summoning. Mazdari feels confident that numerous spies have already penetrated Hukrin's vessels and are covertly serving rival nations. Basan offers confirmation. Indeed, he believes the number exceeds 10. Mazdari went on to state that the spies probably observed his magical defeat of the water monster. They also likely witnessed Taligan's hands trying to cross. This was his precise intention. The spies would now relay that Mazdari attempted to deceive Hutrin and inflict significant harm. Everything made sense. Mazdari had orchestrated the entire situation to convince the spies of his continued loyalty to Sakmion. The spies now assumed Mazdari had boarded Hutrin's vessel, intending to assault it, and sought to accomplish this by leaving Taligan's hand magic active. Ravina intervened to stop Taligan's attempt at casting his own spell. Should this narrative reach other nations, it would strengthen the perception of Mazdari's allegiance to Sakmion. Basan then realized they needed to engage in a brief struggle to render Mazdari's treachery more believable. Consequently, they began feigning hostility toward each other. They exchanged overly dramatic, cliched remarks, purely for delaying tactics. Once the dramatic rhetoric concludes, the pair collide aggressively, initiating a conclusive, lethal showdown. Sometime afterward, the armadas of Sakmion and Hutrin ultimately arrive at their targeted destination. Ashore, a high-stakes diplomatic discussion unfolds between General Uldor and Basan. Basan attempts to secure superior concessions, yet the large-fanged veteran remains completely unyielding regarding his ultimate stance. He maintains that the established parameters offer equitable advantages to each faction. Unable to extract further advantages, Basan ultimately surrenders custody of Mazdari to Sakmion according to the negotiated protocol. In exchange, Hutrin secures a brief non-aggression pact lasting a few days, alongside sovereignty over Doltan Island. Basan originally pursued an extended truce spanning multiple months, though his efforts failed. Examining General Uldor's true motivations, the commander exclusively conceded to this temporary truce because he successfully acquired Mazdari. Provided his military retains a sorcerer within its ranks, re-annexing Doltan Island remains achievable whenever he desires, rendering his forces virtually invincible in future conflicts. With that development, the campaign against the Deep Night pirates officially concludes. Sakmion's battalions withdraw from the theater momentarily. During the evening hours, the focus returns to Uldor. Their arrival at Bavarin occurs tomorrow, where they intend to gather provisions during this temporary armistice. Afterward, he encounters Mazdari, who continuously drafts various geometric designs, presumably exercising some mystic arts. General Uldor experiences anxiety upon observing these spontaneous patterns distributed throughout the area, immediately suspecting that Mazdari intends to unleash a hazardous spell aboard the vessel. However, Mazdari possesses specific justifications for every runic array. Initially, the diagram before them functions to deceive the deity's perception, albeit offering merely a brief window of efficacy. Had he omitted this concealment grid during his encounter with Basan, the Twisted Tie God would have meddled and collapsed the strategy. Alternatively, the Night Sky God might have disrupted the operation as well. Ultimately, because Mazdari survived the ordeal, his sorcery achieved absolute success by neutralizing divine observation and simplifying the objective for his cohort. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, General Uldor requests further explanation. Unfortunately, his opportunity for escape expires, as the specific matrix beneath his feet contains a passive combustion enchantment. Mazdari initiates the spell, menacingly announcing its name. The general is incinerated, reduced to ash. Concurrently, anti-divine magic prevents the Twisted Tie God from intervening. As Uldor's form dissolves completely, Mazdari informs the expiring troll that the magical flames will not extend past the circle's boundary, thus sparing the vessel. Swiftly, the former general becomes mere dust. Quite impressive, one might say. The moment has arrived to perform the subsequent action. Another incantation is initiated by him. A deceased rodent rests close by, and it starts transforming immediately upon contact with the circle's red hue, converting the creature into an actual undead being. This enchantment, which revives the rodent, is named Magic Zombie Epidemic. The creature moves towards the sleeping troll soldiers completely unaware, then proceeds to bite them, one after another, and the result is predictable. A zombie outbreak erupts across the vessel. The following day, all individuals on board turn into animated corpses, devoid of any living objective. The person who engineered this outcome secures a small boat, then leaves the zombie-ridden vessel to roam the waters. Nebula observes the full progression. This was precisely what my guy had anticipated. The prophecy regarding Mage Mazdari's betrayal of Sukmian has been fulfilled. To Nebula, an omnipotent god manipulating events from afar, it's all entertainment. A board game currently occupies Nebula and Wisdom, serving to alleviate their tedium. Recent events have lacked significance given the ongoing ceasefire. However, this truce was not included in Wisdom's master strategy. Wisdom then extends an invitation to Eldar, suggesting they play. Nebula shows no interest in competing against those he deems lacking in challenge. Having faced nearly every competitor, with none approaching victory against him, he finds playing Eldar would prove unstimulating. He feels quite triumphant, having removed Wisdom's forces from contention. Wisdom, however, seems largely oblivious to this situation. Regardless, Nebula holds great respect for Wisdom's remarkable abilities, considering him superior to others. Receiving praise from the individual he views as the premier player brings him honor. Wisdom executes his concluding action, delivering checkmate to Nebula, thereby proclaiming his triumph. While Wisdom secured victory in the game, the broader conflict has already been lost by him. As the match concludes, Wisdom departs, allowing Nebula to relish his triumph. Shortly afterward, Nebula displays a system panel to his companions, verifying the fulfillment of the prediction. Runda expresses confusion regarding the mechanics of such revelations. Based on her observations of Nebula's actions, the process resembled declaring an intention to consume fruit, followed by doing so, thereby validating the oracle. Runda analyzes the situation accurately, prompting Eldar to clarify that when an initial prediction serves as a catalyst to manifest a subsequent revelation, it constitutes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Runda notes that Nebula dealt quite ruthlessly with the unfortunate Wisdom. The outcome Nebula orchestrated through pure intellect deserves significant praise. With the chessboard arranged, Nebula deliberately requested a match of Go to preoccupy Wisdom's mind, ensuring that Wisdom remained oblivious to Mazdari's subversion. Nevertheless, by this juncture, Wisdom likely deduces that deception occurred. Runda offers further praise to Nebula for his accomplishment, yet the conflict persists. Mazdari does not represent the solitary spellcaster inhabiting the realm at this moment. While Sukmion achieved the quickest breakthrough to cultivate the initial wizard, Guman and Danyam similarly captured researchers to harvest intelligence. Furthermore, they utilized twisted practitioners to manufacture sorcerers, signaling imminent threats that Nebula must anticipate. Apparently, we underrate Nebula's ambition. His initial declaration never limited the subversion solely to Mazdari turning on his empire. Predictably, the androgynous youth and the young woman both express sheer skepticism regarding Nebula's implication. Right at this juncture, the full scope manifests as dual supplementary system alerts materialize, announcing the prediction of Mage Taili committing treason against Guman, along with Mage Yan defecting from Guman too. Our protagonist essentially secured total leverage over every spellcaster inhabiting the third continent. Deep within an elevated ridge, Wisdom's grim countenance comes into view. Indeed, Nebula completely outmaneuvered him. At last, he recognizes the massive error of placing any confidence in Nebula at any juncture. Humiliation grips him for celebrating a minor victory in a mere tabletop pastime, entirely oblivious to Nebula orchestrating his downfall concurrently. He failed to see that a grand strategy unfolded, while he remained preoccupied with trivial gains. Jiang loses his temper completely. Their faction just suffered the defection of every spellcaster they painstakingly nurtured. Essentially, the solitary asset capable of granting them a tactical advantage against Hukrin has vanished. Exactly then, Runda offers her personal perspective on the matter. According to her assessment, Nebula likewise exercises zero command over these spellcasters, which theoretically places both factions in an identical predicament. His vanguard includes Ravina, that horned mortal female, yet she lacks sorceress qualifications. Furthermore, reviewing her history indicates she harbors zero intention of pursuing that path. Crucially, Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. The anti-magic strategy concerns, this method renders magic unusable in destroyed realms. Even though a single mage possesses power equivalent to thousands of troops, if control over them is lost, They might target a player's people or deplete numerous resources. Numerous cons are associated with them. Even Yan, Talay, and Mazdari, members of the Five Nation Alliance, cause significant harm to their own countries before their escape. With anti-magic, Hukrin could sow fear and mistrust, thereby hindering mage creation. However, Hukrin chose not to. Furthermore, the king holds a rather progressive view on magic. Despite these facts, Hukrin possessed methods for collecting magical data, yet no mages were produced by them. Ravina herself isn't seeking information from fellow alchemists. Yang holds views identical to Krampus. Meanwhile, AR wishes to contribute something significant. She inquired whether the absent mages had been located. Her sole reply was silence from the group of four. Based on past events, locating missing mages proves challenging, particularly given how they vanished. As the game lacks a search feature, manual individual searches are required. However, mages possess deception magic, complicating this endeavor further. Nevertheless, deception magic affects gods solely when they attempt to locate the mages. Therefore, her own creation will be employed for this mission. The creation is a pig, greatly astonishing Krampus. He had anticipated her utilizing her customary dog. AR explains that pigs possess a superior sense of smell compared to dogs. She admits to previously employing pigs for truffle hunting. The pig's name is Dasamu. His exceptional olfactory abilities make him ideally suited for this task. This news finally instills in Wisdom the hope he has so desperately desired. Locating the escaped mages would allow them to remove numerous variables. Even if they fail, Runda's earlier words suggest excessive worry is unnecessary. Considering the broader situation, Nebula employs a similar strategy, competing against all others. However, he reminds them their power is 5 times greater. Additionally, their currently mobilizable forces are 8 times larger. Shang advises increased caution. If only national power is considered, an alliance seems unwarranted. Wisdom points out that both factions lack magical capabilities. Their firearm technology also mirrors Nebula's. Therefore, a combined effort of forces and manpower ensures an inevitable victory over Nebula. This does not imply they should become complacent. He simply means they ought not to feel unwarranted apprehension. Unity stands as their most potent weapon against Nebula. History shows Nebula consistently favored division and conquest. Thus, a steadfast alliance is the sole path to defeat him. Wisdom would wager his life that Nebula is pursuing the same strategy now. Nebula desires discord among his adversaries, prompting them to fight one another. He is actively working to achieve this. Therefore, as long as the alliance remains strong, success is attainable. This is Wisdom's conviction, at minimum. The involved groups begin their discussions, as a hidden informant within them remains silent, observing. Focus moves to Sitting Buddha Valley. Within a tunnel, the 3 wizards are present. With all key individuals assembled, Mazdari begins the conversation. Yan, the woman with demon ears, expressed sadness that just 3 alchemists had reconnected. Talay, the carnivorous ant, inquired about Ravina's location, given her timely escape. Mazdari disclosed that Ravina had no desire to become a mage. He stated that enduring further suffering was illogical for someone already living a cursed existence. Therefore, he wished she would discover her unique journey and a purpose in life. With their reunion as mages complete, Yan proposed reconstructing the tower destroyed by the gods. Her aim was to erect a magical edifice, not an alchemical one, offering those afflicted an opportunity to study sorcery. While their strategy developed, Talay's acute perception detected a troubling noise. Yan perceives exclusively the downpour. Conversely, Mazdari detects an alternative frequency, an auditory phenomenon expanding in volume and proximity. Profound anxiety grips the entire group. Regardless of identity, the approaching entity hauls a deceased beast's carcass. Ultimately, the silhouette materializes through the gloom, enveloped by an aura that signifies a divine essence. The individual starts cataloging the spellcasters utilizing a recognizable tone, apparently possessing personal knowledge of their identities. This newcomer clearly targets Mazdari for an interaction. Because this traveler previously lacked exposure to the Gerudo lineage, the unfortunate Mazdari gets erroneously categorized as poultry. Once Mazdari corrects the error by stating his Gerudo heritage, the recognizable lizard man offers regrets for his demographic misidentification, explaining that his existence up to this point included 0 interactions with their kind. At this juncture, intense curiosity drives Mazdari to ascertain this stranger's identity. However, the lizard man dismisses the utility of a formal greeting, declaring that his status as the night sky's herald covers everything they require. Yan inquires regarding the methodology utilized to track their position. In response, he asserts that tracking them required 0 effort since he simply trailed this swine. Of course, the beast represents AR's minion, which the reptilian warrior already neutralized. He explains that the creature embodies a divine manifestation, deployed exclusively to pinpoint their hideout, noting that absent his intervention, discovery would have already compromised them. Masdari ultimately deduces the stranger's true identity: an entity possessing the capability to effortlessly slaughter divine manifestations, specifically an apostle of the night sky manifesting as a reptilian humanoid. Unless his memory fails him, this warrior is Rakrak. According to Masdari's assumptions, Rakrak arrived to execute every spellcaster present. Predictably, Rakrak refutes this bloody objective, arguing that their lives would have terminated much earlier had he not intervened. Tali expresses appreciation, but notes that the swine's demise will probably allow their adversaries to track them. Rakrak guarantees that his own efforts are actively averting that outcome. Following a brief interruption of the link connecting the minion to its deity, Rakrak destroyed the original beast, prompting the night sky to forge an indistinguishable substitute. At this moment, the supervising deity monitors the duplicate animal by mistake. Assuming Rakrak harbors no hostile motives, what purpose drives his arrival? This mystery perplexes Masdari, who intensely pursues a clarification. Conveniently, Rakrak agrees to disclose his full agenda, but only following a hearty meal to satisfy their hunger. Amusingly, that supernatural beast ultimately transforms into the ideal meal for their midnight discussion. The three mages observe the sizzling meat with clear apprehension, uncertain about its suitability for consumption. Rakrak, conversely, appears completely relaxed, even enthusiastic regarding its ingestion. The other mages felt such fear that they wished this eccentric individual would leave their dwelling. Yet, they doubted their capacity to overcome a divine apostle. Even deploying their most potent skills would prove futile. The cave's confined space restricted their movement. Furthermore, ancient tales suggested they would become Rakrak's next meal after he finished the pork. With the meal already prepared, Rakrak urged them to consume it promptly, lest its taste diminish. Ultimately, the trio consumed the food unwillingly, with despair evident on their expressions. Rakrak abruptly understood Tali's true nature as a tree, pondering if meat consumption would affect him adversely. Tali confessed that ENTs typically avoid carnivorous diets, finding sufficient sustenance from moisture and sunlight. However, the cursed element within him required nourishment derived from flesh. Finding this revelation quite reassuring, Rakrak felt pleased to have a companion capable of appreciating all the world's diverse pleasures. He remained uncertain, however, whether their lifespan would permit them to savor every delicacy. The three cursed mages experienced good fortune on this occasion, yet no assurance existed that their luck would consistently persist. Masdari considers mere existence a risk. Unlike the eternal gods, their mortal lives are fragile. The gods view mages as mere pawns on a chessboard, to be exploited for their own advantage. The three refuse to remain subservient to others. Should their demise occur at the gods' hands, it would demonstrate the gods' fear of mages. Nevertheless, magic's flow would persist forever. Rakrak comprehends the ramifications, yet he holds an alternative viewpoint. He believes all should accept the gods' existence. Indeed, the gods are also utilizing them. He points out that their awareness of being controlled stems from the gods' desire for them to know. This seems illogical, but Rakrak maintains genuine liberation from the gods cannot be achieved. If an individual's volition aligns with the gods, then demonstrating anything becomes pointless. Masdari expresses bewilderment, perceiving Rakrak as having succumbed to faulty reasoning. Despite its imperfections, Rakrak gladly claims this perspective as his own. Shifting topics, Masdari conjectures Rakrak intends to shield the mages from rival deities. Masdari suggests this requires their belief in the night sky god. However, he states they will not accept any deity, regardless of circumstances. Rakrak concedes his inability to safeguard them without their faith in the night sky. Furthermore, the night sky god himself does not seek their devotion. He presents a singular demand, yet its fulfillment appears improbable. His sole desire is for the mage's continued existence. That is his entire plea. This peculiar request causes the three mages to fall silent. Masdari's understanding suggests this reptilian individual desires the mage's survival primarily to serve as a menace, a check against rival deities. Rakrak offers no further details, yet acknowledges Masdari's premise is largely accurate. As Masdari presses for further explanation, Rakrak gestures toward the already demolished magic tower. Previously, it served as a convergence point for all the afflicted. However, with everything now engulfed in fire, the trio of survivors currently conceal themselves within caves, famished and drenched, as they discuss their bleak prospects. The night sky god, being compassionate, wishes to convey his sympathy for them, hoping that they endure strictly for their personal benefit. Masdari observes that his dual comrades are practically poised to embrace Rokrak's proposal, meaning his personal choice will definitively settle the matter. Yet Masdari similarly feels incapable of rejecting Rokrak, considering that the shrewd reptilian supplied a satisfying feast, trapping them in a cycle of gratitude for his hospitality. Bereft of alternatives, the raptor consents to Rokrak's parameters. The night sky pledges to guarantee the defense of the spellcasters, whereas the practitioners assume the obligation of preserving their own lives. Simultaneously, the group vows to remain alive. The narrative subsequently returns to Runda, who faces a crucial inquiry regarding their capability to achieve victory in the impending global conflict. Furthermore, the girl dons spectacles purely to project a more scholarly aura, a detail that Eldar explicitly mocks. Regardless of her appearance, Eldar lacks a straightforward solution to the inquiry. The Coalition's aggregate personnel has easily surpassed the 100,000 threshold, whereas Hukrin maintains a mere 20,000 soldiers within its ranks. This colossal numerical asymmetry remains logical, given that 5 distinct realms comprise the Alliance, effectively representing the geographic magnitude of the mainland, excluding Danri. Moreover, the mobilization of their global military assets remains incomplete at this stage. Nevertheless, Eldar argues that raw statistics fail to dictate combat results. In reality, a 40% segment of the Coalition military features humanoids measuring under 150 centimeters. Kobold Amgols rarely exceed 110 centimeters, whereas Lenar Jakawas measure approximately 150 centimeters. Regarding Troll Siokmians, they represent the solitary giant race, maintaining a standard elevation of 230 centimeters. Conversely, the armed forces of Hukrin deploy lizardmen, whose combat efficiency significantly eclipses that of the aforementioned lineages. Crucially, these reptilian humanoids possess sacred status, which maximizes their efficiency throughout siege scenarios. Nevertheless, their fortification benefits become totally irrelevant once artillery and muskets enter the upcoming engagements. Regardless, Hukrin maintains a lethal position because of Nebula's superior divine echelon. His rating presently reaches level 20, whereas Wisdom, the premier deity among the Alliance, marks just level 19. Enhanced divine status multiplies your capacity to direct summons, granting Nebula a severe mechanical superiority. Despite these points working in Nebula's favor, Runda cautions her ally that their coalition faces 5 distinct divinities. This calculation regarding 5 divinities startles Eldar, who calculated that the Alliance integrated only 4 participants. Revealing an unexpected alignment, the 5th participant joining the Alliance is Runda herself. At this juncture, Eldar avoids criticizing this woman's choice of geopolitical allegiance, yet her active collaboration alongside Nebula until this exact hour completely mystifies him. Runda reacts with immediate indignation, explaining that Nebula discovered her vulnerabilities and exploits them to blackmail her. Subsequently, she shifts the interrogation toward Eldar instead, demanding to learn his motivations for anchoring himself to Nebula. Her association with Nebula persisted solely due to mutual convenience, an arrangement that terminates now that an apocalypse approaches, meaning her allegiance dissolves entirely. Ultimately, the actual motive driving her defection centers on her anxiety regarding Nebula's potential defeat, coupled with the certainty that rival factions would permanently ostracize her for operating as a spy. Eldar then reveals a harsh truth to Runda. Should Nebula emerge victorious over the Alliance, Runda's fate would be equally dire. Nebula would consume her for aligning with adversaries. Runda, however, had already considered this outcome. She felt certain Nebula would exact punishment for her disloyalty, yet ultimately grant her pardon. Eldar shared this view. Nebula's likelihood of forgiveness seemed quite high. This insight made him grasp Runda's true shrewdness. Runda elaborated on her decision to align with the Alliance. Uniting 5 factions against a lone adversary would probably yield favorable results. Conversely, if she were to join Nebula, the alignment would shift to 4 against 2, rendering the conclusion entirely uncertain. Her imperative was to select the victorious faction. Ultimately, Eldar held no opposition to Runda's choices. He even questioned her reasons for confiding in him. Runda then brought up a vital point he was overlooking. If Eldar formed an alliance with the 4 other nations, the probability of victory over Nebula would surge dramatically, establishing Runda as a pivotal figure within the alliance. Although Eldar grasped the consequences, he lacked any inclination to betray Nebula. Indeed, he was the type of individual who had devoted his whole existence to solitary gameplay, even outside the virtual realm. Eldar perceived Nebula's motivations extended beyond a mere desire for victory. At present, Eldar found himself unable to precisely foresee Nebula's ultimate objective. Regardless, Runda opted to conclude their discussion, as she needed to intensely ponder once more. Following her departure, Eldar instantly establishes communication with Nebula to detail Runda's paralyzed dilemma, emphasizing her inability to select a definitive allegiance. To summarize, our protagonist deduces her desire to recruit Eldar into the Alliance, orchestrating a 6-against-1 encirclement. Eldar confirms this motive, expressing skepticism regarding their ability to alter Runda's perspective, yet Nebula sees zero utility in persuading her. The leader avoids any intention of engaging these superior adversaries head-on, opting exclusively to fortify against their advance. Naturally, he intends to execute aggressive maneuvers throughout this siege phase, specifically to dissolve their internal unity. As the hostile faction seeks to blockade Nebula, their battalions will ultimately require agricultural territory and commercial networks to sustain supply lines. Preempting this development, Nebula aims to strike early to disrupt their logistics, prompting his tactical vanguard to neutralize their expansion. Nonetheless, this strategy leaves Eldar's initial inquiry unresolved regarding their countermeasure for Runda. Conveniently, Nebula finalized that arrangement already, noting that while she remains paralyzed by indecision, she exposes herself to total vulnerability until the final hour. Eldar worries Nebula faces defeat should Runda align with the Alliance. However, Nebula demonstrates his associate's error. Warfare's reality lacks simplicity. Theoretical calculations cannot predict victory. The victor is solely the faction that perseveres most effectively. At least, this represents Nebula's viewpoint. As the video conference concluded, the young man started pondering his circumstances. Runda's treachery was anticipated, yet Eldar's continued allegiance puzzled him. 1 month elapsed, and the initial conflict involving the Alliance and Hukrin commenced. A contingent of 10,000 Hukrin troops deployed into the wild to secure their lands, then returned, having utterly vanquished Danium's 30,000 soldiers. The narrative then shifts to 1 month prior, within Hukrin's Orizon Great Meeting Hall. When Kyle-Lak Orizon proceeds into the Grand Chamber, the prince bypasses pleasantries and transitions directly to official affairs, inquiring regarding the most recent anomalous incident to transpire. Shockingly, a sorcerer from Sokmion committed treason, going so far as incinerating their vessel preceding his flight. The baffling element of this update involves Sokmion currently assigning blame to Hukrin for the entire catastrophe. The advisors additionally explain that queries arose regarding why Prince Basan, whose itinerary dictated an eastbound journey, manifested across the southern archipelago. Nevertheless, the administration neutralized these doubts by merely asserting that divine mandates required Basan's presence in that theater. Currently, the Sokmion diplomats demand significant financial restitution, alongside a formal expression of regret regarding the arsenal crisis, threatening immediate retaliation if they fail to secure this requested indemnity. According to the leadership's assessment, this aggressive push for reparations and admissions of guilt serves merely as a fabrication to justify hostilities. Primarily, the assembly intends to verify the authenticity of Sokmion's allegations. Furthermore, assuming accuracy, zero incentives exist for Hukrin to concede to their ultimatums. Conveniently, Kyle foresaw that military conflict could not be avoided, solemnly instructing his cabinet to immediately organize for the theater. Predictably, the dignitaries react with immense anxiety to the impending devastation. Yet Kyle insists that engagement against the Five-Nation Alliance remains mandatory. Kyle intends to honor the historical doctrine that Raycrack himself preserved, dictating that once combat begins, absolute victory remains the sole objective. An official voices dissent, urging total pacification by any means necessary to safeguard Hukrin's wealth. Reiterating his stance, Kyle highlights that avoidance of the conflict has become impossible. Ultimately, should the supreme deities commanding their world dictate that these tragic conflicts materialize, simple human beings lack the capacity to defy their supernatural decrees. The scene shifts to the protagonist, observing Kyle's live war declaration. He considers his society's present strength, which mirrors ancient Rome's capabilities. Noble individuals consider themselves warriors, obligated to engage in combat during wartime. Their training and gear are guaranteed. These forces constitute Hukrin's primary army, safeguarding the capital and its frontiers. A force of 10,000 exists, yet Nebula prefers not to commit them all simultaneously. He also prioritizes domestic security. Should the main army become depleted, its effectiveness would decline, necessitating fresh enlistments. The protagonist shows no concern regarding the impending events. His composure about the conflict is unexpected, since Kyle, the most intelligent among them, manages affairs expertly. King Kyle separated the main military force into a central contingent and regional units. The central contingent comprised elite troops tasked with engaging foreign adversaries, whereas regional units defended specific areas. Fresh enlistees were also assembled and allocated to both central and regional groups. The central elements were to confront the foe head-on, while regional elements served as backups, assisting with agriculture and sustaining resource output even during hostilities. Consequently, the central elements totaled 4,000 regular soldiers and 8,000 new enlistees. Naturally, extended conflict necessitates further recruitment. Such a strategy might become detrimental over time. Indiscriminate mass recruitment is unsustainable. Nebula perceives that this conflict will extend for a considerable duration. Returning to Kyle, he mobilizes 10,000 soldiers from the main division, designating them as the ground forces. This newly established deployment must march toward the northern borders of Arizona to initiate combat. The focus subsequently shifts toward an expansive territory situated far to the west, an uncharted region shrouded in mystery, where Wisdom and Zhang conduct a private consultation. Zhang aggressively challenges his companion, revealing that Wisdom merely feigned absolute certainty during the coalition assembly, projecting total confidence regarding their military triumph. The crystalline entity clearly recognizes the actual situation, contrasts heavily with that display, acknowledging the impossibility of calculating their real odds. Despite the coalition possessing overwhelming manpower, critical vulnerabilities exist that they cannot disregard. Wisdom disliking such defeatism explains that his desire to win equals anyone else's. Should failure occur despite exhausting every resource, he accepts that outcome, arguing against squandering energy grieving over an unalterable fate. Zhang concurs with this philosophy, though his profound animosity directed at Nebula intensifies his determination to block his absolute control over this mainland. Zhang additionally shares a compelling piece of intelligence. A traitor potentially infiltrates their coalition, prompting him to recommend organizing preemptive strategies to safeguard their position if complications arise. Finally, a unique asset distinguishes Nebula from every other divinity, specifically an apostle. Regardless of the coalition's comprehensive preparations, the ultimate military outcome hinges entirely upon the intervention of this champion. Wisdom counters by declaring that his faction already controls a candidate ripe for elevation into an apostle. Furthermore, the parameters necessary to manufacture this asset are familiar to him. The candidate must surpass level 21, possess widely celebrated folklore that the populace venerates, and finally, harbor absolute devotion toward its deity. Because Wisdom possesses this data already, Zhang experiences immediate relief, realizing that detailing the mechanics is entirely unnecessary. Wisdom subsequently designates the specific warrior he intends to elevate into his apostle, an altered troll named Liden Bial Osur, who happens to be the 21st offspring of Siakmion's reigning monarch, Dermaldine. To provide background on this sovereign, he previously incinerated his eldest and third heirs while they breathed merely to reinforce his administrative control, establishing his reputation as an avatar of unadulterated malice. Interestingly, Wisdom harbors zero desire to suppress the sovereign's brutal tendencies. Ultimately, he considers terror alongside savagery to be dual mechanisms that simplify the exploitation of subjects. Operating as a calculating divinity, Wisdom plans to weaponize these elements, transforming them into a highly productive and lethal doctrine. Nevertheless, he acknowledges that barbaric actions by themselves fail to guarantee an empire's supremacy, citing Hukran as clear validation since they dominate the mainland without deploying such vicious tactics. But from Wisdom's perspective, absolute ruthlessness represented his missing component, an asset he intends to deploy unreservedly to secure victory during this iteration. Because Nebula's actual agenda remains shrouded in mystery, Wisdom requires his personal chess pieces to be extraordinarily sharp and lethal. As the geopolitical conflict looms, Wisdom designs a living weapon under his absolute command, an instrument that will ultimately supplant Siakmion's tyrannical ruler. The primary challenge regarding this virtual reality centers on the difficulty of subjugating souls owing to their distinct personalities and robust egos, yet Wisdom finally isolated the perfect mechanism to dominate them: raw malice. Wisdom's present target for manipulation is Leden Bial Osur, a red-skinned mutant troll, the monarch's 21st offspring. As a concubine's son, Leden faced banishment from the royal residence due to his crimson complexion. Yet, regarding fundamental traits such as power, intellect, and fellowship, Leden Bial Osur readily stands within the population's highest percentile. Nevertheless, because Leden finds contentment in his modest situation, Wisdom seeks to spur him toward bolder actions, with the murder of Leden's mother acting as the initial catalyst. Upon returning home one day, Leden discovers his deceased mother, alongside the implement used in her slaying. At that instant, Leden pledges to retaliate for her demise. The weapon's proprietor is revealed as the Sixth Prince, whose demise Wisdom also orchestrates. As Ledin was already seeking the weapon's true owner, he is found at the crime site and apprehended as the primary suspect. To exonerate himself, Ledin demonstrates his powers to the monarch, thereby gaining the king's confidence. Ledin then perceives a crucial fact. The constant disputes among the royal family members were not organic. Someone was intentionally instigating them. He began to grasp that the individual gaining the most from royal turmoil was actually the monarch, Dermaldine Bial Osur, his biological parent. Thus, Wisdom's strategy unfolded flawlessly, aiming for the reigning king's execution by his son, Ledin. Having been unable to identify the true perpetrator of his mother's killing, Ledin's ambition for authority intensified. His resolve to discover the facts brought him widespread renown throughout the realm. Zhang appeared rather pleased upon learning these particulars concerning Ledin. With Zhang's endorsement of the apostle hopeful, Wisdom determined it was appropriate to present their prospective apostle with one last challenge. The setting subsequently shifted to Mangal's celebration. With rodents observed in prayer, their gazes were fixed upon a huge underground tunnel. Concurrently, Ledin Bialasur found himself deep below that cavern, engulfed by complete gloom, participating in the holy Mangal rite. He considered it odd that a prince from a different land was summoned to this place, and more peculiar still that his involvement was sought in this unusual rite. This peculiar rite required participants to consume an odd plant that numbed their directional awareness prior to entering a passage. Subsequently, each person was tasked with excavating a path upwards to the exterior, and Ledin was currently engaged in precisely that action. Though hesitant to partake in this ceremony, Seokmyeon's high priest had made a personal appeal, leaving little option for him to decline. However, this was not an unachievable feat for him. He continued to tunnel upwards, pausing briefly only to gain some relief. Due to his profound fatigue, it seemed as if his excavation had lasted an eternity. He then became aware that his sense of direction was gone, and he could not ascertain the passage of time. He truly had no idea if hours or days had elapsed since his digging began. His sole possession was this plant, which, upon ingestion, diminished his sense of direction. However, its consumption was necessary for him to continue wielding the pickaxe. He lifted an arm, allowing some loose dirt to fall. His only gauge for being upright was the constant downward descent of the debris. Bearing this in mind, he kept digging without pause along the identical path. He paused once more to verify his orientation, but regrettably, the soil dropped directly onto his face on this occasion, which made him understand he was not ascending whatsoever. As his digging persisted, the orientation of the descending soil shifted constantly. Eventually, he could no longer discern the soil's descent path. The ground's movement is constant. He then understands his perceptions are entirely unreliable. Distinguishing between standing and lying down becomes impossible for him. With his endeavors proving fruitless, regardless of his actions, he starts questioning the relevance of his own autonomy, as each move appears to guide him inevitably toward his demise. An unexpected voice then addresses his internal musings, causing Ledin to inquire about the unknown entity's identity. The entity states it possesses no designation. It explains its existence as a construct resulting from the joint effort of two deities, Twisted Tai and Blue Flow, also known as Wisdom and Zhang. This entity mentioned acquiring the ability to weave from Twisted Tai and the capacity to expose falsehoods from Blue Flow. The voice informed him of its purpose, to direct his excavation. Should Ledin adhere to its directives, his liberation would be swift. Having exhausted all optimism, Ledin acceded to the enigmatic voice's demands and recommenced his excavation. He adhered to each instruction provided, and following an unyielding period of digging, instructions were given for him to kneel, placing his hands upon the earth. The moment this action occurred, fissures appeared in the earth below him, allowing his escape from the perilous cavern. Once the surface was attained, Ledin wept without restraint. The dangerous ordeal within the cave brought him a sudden realization. Vengeance for his mother, rage at the king, and dread of mortality. These were mere deceptions, stemming from his disorientation. Both his feelings and perceptions proved illusory. The sole genuine course he should pursue was divinely ordained. The rat priest too exclaimed aloud, observing the ritual's successful completion. Concurrently, the deities floated aloft, witnessing the entire progression. Zhang appeared rather content with the selected apostle. Ledin possessed diverse capabilities. Wisdom, too, expressed contentment, having secured a readily manipulated asset. Zhang then proceeds to address the subsequent challenge. Zhang recognized his limited utility going forward. An apostle acquisition requires a player to reach level 21. Their strategy's triumph demanded every effort. Considering this objective, the two deities entered their selected hosts. Zhang instructed his adherents against opposing the impending events. Concurrently, Wisdom directed Ledin to initiate the slaughter, and the transformed troll commenced annihilating the rodent folk. After accumulating every cadaver, Wisdom ultimately attained divinity level 21. This action officially designated Ledin as his apostle. Jiang appeared to have intentionally relinquished a significant amount of his level upon becoming the high priest. However, the outcome justified it. Wisdom ultimately attained level 21 and acquired an apostle. Nevertheless, Wisdom became intrigued regarding Jiang's reasons for such intense hatred toward Nebula, prompting such a significant sacrifice. Initially, Jiang showed hesitation, then gradually removed his mask, disclosing his real-life acquaintance with Nebula. The individual's true name is Choi Sung-woon, a worthless person who remained confined indoors, constantly engaging in games. Furthermore, Nebula is Jiang's elder cousin. Initially, Jiang considered his summoning into the game merely coincidental, but the presence of two highly ranked players in this world shifted his perspective. He concluded that this situation wasn't accidental or due to random chance. Participants were intentionally selected for this experience. At the outset, an individual known as Aladdin presented an option to all: either engage in the game or revert to their real lives. During that selection phase, 4 individuals from the group of 32 opted to depart. Consider this: who would voluntarily forsake their real existence for a simple game? This clarifies the situation. The individuals who decided to remain are truly unusual. With 27 participants choosing to stay from a total of 32, it becomes evident that the proportion of unconventional individuals is considerably elevated. Wisdom has already deduced this much. The individuals behind this entire scheme intended to recruit only those eager to take part. Given Nebula's profound fascination with this game and his consistent dominance at the top of the rankings, it was inevitable that he would also participate. Should he enter, his defeat by anyone becomes impossible. Securing the leading position would present no challenge for him. This was precisely Jiang's motivation for entering, specifically to disrupt Nebula's experience within the game. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang offers to disclose all information he possesses regarding Nebula. Should they manage to target Nebula's flaws, a real advantage could finally be within reach. Soon after, the focus shifts to the Alliance members as they hold a meeting. Krampus has recently discovered that Seok Myeon's ruler is no longer the same. What shocks him most is learning the prince killed his father to seize the crown. He genuinely wonders whether that can be accepted. Wisdom tells him everything unfolded according to the strategy. Just as they prepare to reveal more, Yang silently chooses not to mention a certain detail. Because of that plan, his divinity rank decreased. It now remains at level 8. Mentioning it before the group would only make it a matter of time before Nebula found out. Even so, he has no regrets about the decision that reduced his level. Securing an apostle outweighs losing several ranks. Apostles are, after all, the foundation of Perished Worlds gameplay. At present, Elden Biel Oswar lacks the recognition and worship Rakrak enjoys, yet that reputation can be developed over time. Rakrak stands as the first apostle able to destroy multiple creations if manifested players are excluded. Before the war officially starts, Ledin must be strengthened enough to rival Rakrak directly. Returning to the discussion, Wisdom asks Krampus about the situation at the front, since he's the first confronting Nebula. Krampus says his forces outnumber the enemy and that everything is progressing as planned. However, despite commanding more troops, he still doubts whether 30,000 Danium soldiers can defeat Hukrin's 10,000. His implication is quite clear. Losing is a distinct possibility. Krampus openly acknowledges this. While it may seem pessimistic, Nebula's accomplishments cannot be overlooked. However, should he face defeat, he desires others to be prepared. Their minimum objective is to deplete Nebula's faith resources. Krampus assesses the present circumstances and immediately becomes paralyzed with shock. He departs without speaking, indicating a severe problem has arisen. The scene shifts to his civilization, the Danium capital city, Demerit. Within the royal chamber, King Obanim of Sataros experiences complete panic, utterly paranoid by the rapid collapse of events. A short time afterward, Night Sky's apostle, Rakrak, invades the palace, projecting an overwhelming aura, killing every soldier in his way while advancing toward the king of Sataros. Obanim's body was soaked with perspiration. Fear rendered him speechless. His frantic efforts to talk his way free were met with Rakrak's immediate action. The victim's skull was severed cleanly in two, ensuring his demise was quick and without suffering. Concurrently, Nebula thoroughly enjoyed himself, securing successive wins effortlessly. Eldar observed him quietly. He pondered Nebula's decision to risk his apostle within the adversary's fortress. That apostle represented his ultimate advantage, and its imprudent deployment might result in catastrophe. However, Nebula found no cause for restraint. Apostles were not precious vintages intended for aging. Eldar cautioned him about the peril. Success was solely due to Krampus's inattention and his presence at the current assembly, which allowed events to proceed without issue. Nebula conceded it had been a significant risk, yet Runda's information enabled him to seize triumph. A possibility always existed that Krampus might skip the gathering, or that it would conclude prematurely. Nevertheless, the wager yielded immense returns. What he obtained was far more significant. That decision actually brought him multiple benefits, yet the biggest one was proving he can make unconventional moves, and that alone is a major advantage. Within Perished World, players usually follow two main approaches. One revolves around greater danger for greater rewards. The other focuses on smaller risks with smaller gains. Most would naturally think the safer route offers the better outcome because of its lower danger, but that belief is mistaken. The superior approach is the high-risk, high-return one. The reason is simple. Cautious strategies are easy to predict and shut down. Even so, Nebula tends to favor balance in all things. Still, each person tolerates risk differently, making it impossible to quantify. At this moment, Nebula continues to strengthen his favorable position. Considering the enormous gamble he took, it's reasonable to expect equally enormous rewards in return. The story then shifts back to the Alliance gathering, where everyone's expression is understandably grim. Not even in his boldest expectations could Wisdom have predicted Nebula would push things this far. The common belief was that Nebula would handle his apostle with caution. Among them all, Krampus suffers the biggest blow since his forces were wiped out. The only comfort he finds is that the royal castle remains intact, allowing another ruler from the bloodline to take the throne. Roughly 30,000 soldiers are still alive. As Krampus sees it, Nebula's goal is mental warfare. The physical damage was limited, yet the chaos within is overwhelming. Even the king of AR has been shaken by fear, leading her to station a creation beside him for protection. Krampus proposes reducing routine gatherings to avoid incidents like this from happening again. Meetings should only happen when critical matters arise. Wisdom sees merit in the idea, but Runda is obviously displeased. She worries that holding fewer meetings could erode the Alliance's cohesion. Frequent gatherings existed to maintain strong bonds and preserve unity. Now that those meetings will become rarer, members could slowly grow apart and eventually split. Even so, Runda concludes it may be the right choice. Fewer interactions also mean fewer headaches. The focus then returns to Danium as it assembles its army. Danium's commander, Ubiam Dolan, asks for an update on the opposing force. His subordinate explains that the enemy's entire 10,000-man army is advancing upriver and should reach them in no less than 2 days and no more than 3. The adversary's strategy involves systematically overcoming the Alliance, indicating they will not cease their attacks. For Danium's downfall, the foe must advance into the canyon. Inside the canyon, Danium's troops intend to obstruct Hutran forces, launching assaults from both flanks. A query arose regarding the true identity of the opposing commander. Silence filled the room, as no one possessed any information. The general subsequently concluded the gathering, stating that success in combat hinges solely on troop strength and provisions. He added that with their deity's oversight, triumph was assured. This was, at minimum, the conviction the general wished his subordinates to hold. Approximately 3 days passed. As the two armies prepared for confrontation, Basan was seen inquiring of his subordinate whether any crucial intelligence existed concerning the adversary prior to fully engaging in the fight. The subordinate responded that no specific considerations seemed necessary. Given that confirmation, Basan prepared to advance as soon as their break concluded. The subordinate cautioned the commander that their revelation priest had not yet made contact. They ought to await the night sky's will before initiating the attack. However, Basan was unwilling to remain inactive, allowing the night sky to handle all matters. He reassured his concerned subordinate that their advance would commence only when conditions were advantageous. This, he stated, aligned perfectly with the night sky's desires. He prefers letting his troops assess the battlefield and make their own decisions. The enemy will likely believe Hutran needs time to recover from the march, causing them to lower their vigilance as well. That is exactly when Hutran plans to launch its attack. At the same time, several lizardmen discussed Basan's position as commander. They heard he was responsible for saving Dolton Island too, which suggests he has real talent for leadership. Because of his latest achievements, General Ian Tada and His Majesty praised him and appointed him to lead. Basan himself never expected to receive command. To be truthful, His Majesty Kyle made a daring decision. Naturally, Basan has no plans of ending up defeated. There's no denying that Hutran faces a severe disadvantage because of the terrain and the enemy's massive numerical edge. Yet everyone knows victory in war isn't determined by troop count alone. Should Hutrin manage to ready itself for combat this quickly, Danyum's forces will be thrown into confusion. Then comes the decisive blow, as Rakrak drops from above like a blazing meteorite, instantly drawing every eye toward him. The lizard race's communication creates a striking entry, surprising even the adversary. To counter Rakrak's actions, Krampus dispatches every one of his constructs simultaneously, intending to confront Rakrak alone. Krampus felt assured his constructs would prevent Nebula's apostle from intervening in the impending conflict. With this assurance, his constructs attacked Rakrak simultaneously. A confrontation began, observable throughout the whole woodland. Rakrak now finds himself evading and leaping, attempting to escape the aggressive creatures. The opposing leader rejoiced as Rakrak was forced away from the vanguard. The troops also erupted in joyous shouts, believing success was now certain. However, they were unaware this was precisely Commander Basan's intention. Rakrak's actions pleased him, as they matched his precise expectations. Despite the foe's numerical and positional superiority, Basan remained certain of victory. Ultimately, his opponents were merely human, and Basan had never suffered defeat against a human force. Concurrently, Krampus's constructs continued their pursuit of Rakrak, who had even acquired a severe gash on his countenance. Instantly, his weapon materialized. He ascended into the air, then brought down his charged spear. The constructs evaded the attack and sprang back at him with a countermove. Naturally, Rakrak proved quite agile. He easily avoided the strike. The scene shifts to surprised lizardmen observing Rakrak's direct confrontation against the creatures. Concurrently, Basan's subordinate continued struggling to comprehend his commander's unusual thought process. The commander's self-assurance was clear, stemming from his many naval successes, yet the subordinate wished this assurance was well-founded. He informed his commander that entry into the path ahead was their only option, as Hukrin could not permit the initial enemy assault to proceed. The adversaries had sealed the canyon and possessed proficiency in rock climbing. Consequently, Hukrin faced a significant drawback by choosing that entry point. Nevertheless, Basan expressed satisfaction that the troop arrangement matched his original design. Hukrin's forces were presently advancing in a surrounding pattern towards the canyon's mouth, precisely as Basan had wished. While this arrangement offered stability, launching an effective attack would prove challenging. To gain entry, the standard procedure would involve adopting a wedge formation to push through the constricted canyon. However, Basan believed this particular arrangement was unsuitable for the current situation. Picture the canyon's opening as a dog's maw. Then, envision gently brushing its nose with a foxtail. A sneeze would inevitably follow. Basan informed his subordinates that the situation would resolve itself. Despite the adversaries having physiques suited for mountainous regions and carrying novel armaments, they continued to utilize antiquated combat strategies, and their tactical arrangement had probably not changed. Considering these factors, Basan instructed his forces to target the canyon walls and open fire. The troops immediately began shelling the canyon's sides with artillery, causing widespread destruction and sending rubble cascading onto the adversaries. Before being completely engulfed, the opposing commander directed his soldiers to retaliate. However, the troops informed him that the infantry were tightly grouped, which impeded cannon transport. Consequently, the commander instructed them to merely elevate the artillery pieces to the canyon's summit. The soldiers again relayed the potential outcomes. Either the weapons or personnel would suffer harm, and the process would remain time-consuming. Having exhausted all options, the commander commanded a withdrawal for a Western squad. Yet once more, the subordinates explained that panic has already taken hold, and issuing a retreat now would damage morale even further. Meanwhile, Basan commands the artillery to advance because securing the crossroads is essential. At last, Basan's subordinate realizes why their present formation gives them the upper hand. After all, encirclement formations excel at concentrating firepower. On top of that, firing cannons outward from inside the canyon entrance is extremely difficult. Launching cannon shots in such a confined area would endanger their own troops. Firing from the canyon's rim is no easier, since the cannonballs would simply roll downward. As a result, the enemy can't properly use the weapons they spent resources on. Danium never should have positioned itself there. The subordinate worries about the possibility of the enemy somehow moving their cannons to the front line. Basan responds that such a move would actually favor Hutrin even more. The focus returns to the opposing army as it comes under heavy attack from incoming cannon blasts. Yet the enemy somehow manages to reorganize its artillery unit and bring those cannons to the front. The moment the artillery unit arrives at the front line, Basan gives the signal for a cavalry assault. Immediately, the warriors of Hutrin ride straight through the opposing ranks, plunging them into chaos once more. The enemy general urgently orders his men to defend the cannon crews. Shield bearers and spearmen are told to form up at once. Basan, however, believes those measures are already pointless. Spearmen can stop cavalry only when their formation remains intact. As panic deepens among the enemy, the general proposes pushing forward regardless of casualties. His subordinate counters that abandoning the terrain advantage isn't an option, even at the cost of losing most of their troops. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they're unable to use them effectively. Meanwhile, the Hutrin army has already established its formation, and if the enemy commits fully, they'll be walking directly toward destruction. Retreating now wouldn't help either, since the road to the capital would be left completely exposed to Hutrin. At this point, the enemy general cannot understand how the entire situation flipped against him. The opposing forces are compelled to advance. Despite significant casualties, their leader trusts numerical superiority will compensate. He issues strict commands for his forces to move in a wedge, certain their greater strength would crush the foe. Unexpectedly, the Hutrin forces are observed withdrawing. The commander attributes this to their overwhelming numbers and resolves to exploit the situation. However, the reality is quite different. Basan's expression indicates his plans are not complete. Basan orders his army to assault, mounted on his bird, participating in the offensive himself. Predictably, the Hutrin army overpowers their adversaries, striking down and slaying foes indiscriminately. Hutrin's cavalry penetrates the foe's ranks centrally, dividing them. Opposing forces quickly discern this attacking cavalry differs entirely. Their forward units now cut off, holding the front position proves unfeasible. Troops could only await direction from their leader, who lacked any clear instruction. He ultimately commanded his troops to clear a route for allied cavalry to advance, stressing that rescuing forward units was paramount. A subordinate contended that deploying cavalry forward served no purpose, suggesting retreat into the canyon as the wisest course. A different white goat informed his colleague that the rear had already initiated its charge, making withdrawal impossible. The captain resolved to keep his soldiers concentrated on combat, continuing their charge while preserving the dense infantry formation. Regarding the isolated forward units, their abandonment was unavoidable. An officer attempted to object, but the enraged general silenced him, stating their advantage remained. Focus returns to Basan, who directs weary and wounded troops to withdraw and commands the unengaged squad to advance. The subordinate proposed expending existing troops, reserving new recruits for future battles. Their withdrawal offers no assurance of swift recuperation. Basan then offered a different viewpoint. Should the troops understand they would not deploy until the active unit was eliminated, those awaiting orders would become complacent. A feeling of immediacy needed to be preserved. Furthermore, the remaining troops who withdrew would execute subsequent orders with greater commitment. Regardless, with the enemy's vanguard eliminated, Basan intended to re-establish distance and unleash artillery fire. Just as he predicted, following the cavalry's withdrawal and the enemy's push forward, the artillery bombardment commenced. The opposing commander found himself completely helpless, without a clear course of action. Should he move the infantry to advance the artillery, the cavalry would decimate them. Conversely, a rapid advance of the infantry would lead to the cavalry bisecting them, causing them to wish for the adversary's ground troops. Moreover, should Danium hold its lines and continue its push, artillery fire would strike them once more. The commander perceived himself as cornered, lacking solutions. At the same time, Basan considered withdrawal to be the most advantageous choice for the opposition. He himself would not have wavered had he been in their position. Out of nowhere, Basan realizes the enemy is attempting a new tactic. Without hesitation, he commands the lizardmen to advance. The opposing commander notices Hutrin sending its infantry forward exactly as he had hoped. He instructs the eastern flank to hold its ground while dispatching heavy infantry toward the other side. Sotero's heavy infantry has a reputation for smashing through infantry formations, providing the enemy with a desperately needed spark of optimism. Against expectations, the strategy succeeds, and the captain takes pride in seeing the heavy infantry force Hutrin's foot soldiers backward. He quickly commands them to keep advancing and claim additional ground. If the allied army can break out of the canyon, success will be close at hand. Yet Basan still has another trick prepared. After the enemy troops advance far enough, they abruptly come face to face with a row of cannons. Within seconds, those troops are completely crushed. The viewpoint then shifts to Nebula, who explains a tactic called hammer and anvil. This method has existed since the era of Alexander the Great and eventually became a classic battlefield strategy. The version Basan employs is the simplest one. Powerful infantry pins the enemy from the front, while cavalry and artillery keep attacking from the flanks and above. With the enemy trapped inside the canyon, Nebula avoided casualties entirely. Even so, celebrating now would be premature. The scene then switches to Krampus, who gets heavily criticized by Wisdom after suffering a major defeat, despite receiving all the support he requested. Covered in sweat, Krampus admits that most of his attention had been on bringing down Rak. Despite that effort, he still had little success against him. He quickly argues that the situation isn't hopeless yet. His forces haven't been wiped out completely, so opportunities still remain. Pulling back now would only increase the damage, so he asks for additional reinforcements to improve his chances. Wisdom, however, declines to offer any additional support. Without better preparation from Krampus, sending more aid would only end in another wasteful failure. He also points out that Krampus should at least appreciate that demerit remains untouched. Deep down, Wisdom's actual reason for withholding support is that Apostle Leden still isn't prepared. At present, Leden is getting ready for a decisive clash with the kingdom's rebels, and victory is essential if he wants the achievements needed to advance along the path of fame and feats. After all, those are the only things that determine an apostle's power. At the same time, Krampus finally settles on retreating. Since conquering Danium with only 10,000 troops is beyond Hutrin's reach, preserving his forces and buying time for the capital seems far more reasonable than fighting a losing battle. The High Priest quickly relays Krampus's retreat command to the general, and the moment the general gives the order to withdraw, the goatmen immediately rush back toward the capital. It turns out these goatmen aren't as unstoppable as they seemed. Seeing the enemy fall back, Basan instantly commands his troops to strike them during their retreat. Only through that can Hutrin secure a favorable position for the coming battle. The slaughter leaves an enormous trail of casualties. Later that evening, Basan reviews the outcome of the battle with his subordinate. Roughly half of the enemy force was lost, and desertions are expected to increase that figure further. Hutrin, meanwhile, lost about 1,000 soldiers, and the subordinate is relieved that Hutrin defeated an army that outnumbered them 3-1. As a result, the Diplicanian War becomes one of the most humiliating defeats in Danium's history. On the topic of history, Basan asks his subordinate why he believes Danium will continue to have one. His point is that Hutrin may eventually bring Danium down completely, though the subordinate notes that Danium remains an enormous kingdom. Capturing the capital alone would not secure total victory. Basan agrees. With nobles and royal relatives scattered throughout the land, conquering every part of Danium would be difficult. Even so, he notes that Danium stretched itself too far by committing 30,000 troops, and the losses from that decision were devastating. Kyle had already foreseen unresolved problems within Danium, and defeat in this conflict would expose them for everyone to see. As for those hidden troubles, Basan can't wait to witness them firsthand. About 7 days pass before Hutrin's forces reach Danium's capital, Damaret. The daughter of General Ubayim Dolan comes out from the castle to receive Hutrin's commander. She identifies herself as Alonju Dolan. As the ruler of Damaret and the current monarch of Danium, she has arrived to offer surrender without resistance. It is exactly the outcome Basan predicted earlier to his subordinate. The scene then shifts to a broken Krampus, unable to understand how things unraveled so badly. His role had simply been to stall for time while the remaining alliance members made preparations, yet the entire situation fell apart almost instantly. At this moment, he is speaking with Nebula, who asks what Krampus plans to do and whether surrender is on his mind. Naturally, Krampus can barely bring himself to look at the other god. In a defeated tone, he asks Nebula whether he is truly that terrible at the game. Nebula tells Krampus that he was never an incompetent player. Hearing that, the Red God wonders why defeat still found him, if that were true. Nebula replies by explaining that Krampus's primary objective was to place the Chancellor in control after the king's death. Krampus confirms it, saying he viewed the Chancellor as the most capable candidate. Because the man possessed endless ambition, Krampus expected him to bring order to the unstable kingdom and unite its people. That was why he set up General Ubayim, who returned after a defeat, then accused him of treason and had him executed. Had Ubayim survived, the Chancellor would never have secured complete authority. To Krampus, the decision seemed completely logical, but he never predicted that Ubayim's daughter, Aranju, would rise in rebellion to avenge him. In his eyes, she had never been especially capable. Krampus sincerely asks Nebula whether those decisions were actually the correct ones. Nebula begins by explaining that Krampus failed to consider how much a person can develop once the right chance appears. Still, he explains that the decision itself wasn't wrong. In fact, it was the strongest option available then. The problem, according to Nebula, is that victory cannot come from choices made for only the present. A well-crafted strategy requires accounting for every possible outcome. Because Nebula had already examined those possibilities, he expected a situation like this to occur. He simply believed the struggle between the general and the chancellor would continue for longer, yet it was resolved much sooner, creating the opportunity Nebula needed. Should Krampus choose full surrender now, Nebula says he will offer favorable terms. Despite being placed at an overwhelming disadvantage, Krampus rejects the idea of surrendering before ending the conversation. Eldar is present beside Nebula and asks why Krampus chose not to yield. From Nebula's perspective, Krampus intends to struggle until the very end, and he considers that mindset worthy of respect. Eldar admits that, in the same position, he would have surrendered much earlier to protect the elves who placed their faith in him. To Eldar's surprise, Nebula respects that way of thinking as well. Danium's capital stands behind massive walls, protected by rivers and fertile fields, making it a fortress that would normally cost Hukrin dearly to capture. Since Nebula secured it without a single casualty, he feels quite satisfied with the outcome. At this point, Nebula is waiting to learn Krampus's next move. The scene returns to the castle hall, where Basan and his subordinate meet with Alanju Dolan, the ruler of the capital. Hoping to gain leverage in the talks, Alanju begins by emphasizing the size of the army under her authority. Had Hutrin chosen a direct assault on the capital, its losses would have been severe. With that reality in mind, she seeks terms that benefit her side as well. Basan responds that Danium itself allowed them entry into the castle, and if fighting broke out immediately, Hutrin could seize control with little difficulty. Alanju Dolan firmly states that unreasonable demands from Hutrin will not be accepted. If Hutrin gains a reputation for brutality, future nations will be far less willing to surrender. That would make every coming war much harder. Switching to Nebula, he finds her negotiating style both clever and fearless. He appreciates the strategy she's using. Eldar is puzzled that Nebula isn't focused solely on taking the capital without any conditions. Nebula explains that Demaret remains a royal seat heavily shaped by religious authority. If Hutrin takes direct ownership of it, consequences will follow. For the moment, his attention remains on Krampus and which path he intends to take. Several days later, Alanju Dolan's coronation ceremony begins with Hutrin backing her claim. The event was meant to formally install a ruler of Danium who maintained friendly ties with Hukrin. Yet the ceremony takes an unexpected turn. The holy mirror that grants divine legitimacy to monarchs abruptly breaks apart directly in front of Alanju. Faced with that sign, the priest declares that the god refuses to recognize Alanju Dolan as the rightful king. He then calls upon the citizens, claiming to speak for their deity. Demaret may have yielded to Hukrin, but their devotion to the night sky must remain unbroken. Bit by bit, the crowd begins to side with the priest. They can accept losing the kingdom, yet abandoning their beliefs is another matter. This is exactly the development Nebula was anticipating, the division between religion and political power. Under normal circumstances, the throne and the faith work together as a shared power structure. Yet as societies evolve, those bonds can eventually break apart. In Earth's history, church and state usually split when political power overtakes religion. In the perished world, however, the balance is reversed. Religious influence is overwhelmingly stronger. Eldar remarks that such a division will only create greater complications. Nebula, meanwhile, openly states that Krampus is actually a capable player. At this stage, everything revolves around Alanju Dolan. The focus shifts to Alanju Dolan. As she sees the crowd becoming increasingly agitated, she understands that only one option remains available to her, her belief. She offers a prayer, questioning why her lord remains silent, and for what reason she was denied recognition. She argues that the chancellor she executed was consumed by corrupt ambition, and that her actions were necessary to protect the kingdom. Nebula observes that her patience attribute rises after the mirror's destruction, proving she possesses remarkable resilience. Eldar wonders why Krampus is choosing to destroy her now. Denying her legitimacy could have happened after killing her beforehand. Nebula explains that Krampus is attempting to force his involvement by placing her in a desperate situation. If Nebula aids her, she will eventually place her faith in the night sky god, turning herself into a renegade who can later be removed with ease. Nebula realizes Krampus has at last followed his guidance and started preparing for more than one possible outcome. At this stage, Krampus has mapped out 4 possible outcomes. Scenario A: Alanju withdraws her surrender. Scenario B: Alanju is killed. Scenario C: Alanju embraces the night sky faith. Finally, Scenario D: Night sky shields Alanju while she continues serving her original god. Outcomes A, B, and C all work against Hukrin. The greatest payoff for Nebula comes from Scenario D, which is precisely the result Krampus hopes for. By protecting her, Nebula would become entangled in Demiret's affairs and spend resources on territory already under his control. Interested, Eldar asks whether Nebula has a response prepared. Nebula's confident grin makes the answer obvious. He already knows how to handle it. Another lesson he intends to teach Krampus is to always prepare more contingencies than the other side. During a chilly night, while Alanju rests peacefully, an unknown visitor quietly enters her chamber. The visitor is Yan, one of the mages. Alanju identifies her as an alchemist, causing Yan to clarify that she is now a mage. To Alonju, mages sound like characters from children's stories. Noticing that the king lacks such basic knowledge, Yan finds herself unable to stay silent about it. She slipped through a fortress packed with guards without anyone noticing, and she possesses more than enough strength to end Alonju instantly. That demonstration alone should be enough to persuade Alonju. Yet Alonju chooses to verify it herself. She unsheathes a knife and drives it directly into Yan's throat. Blood pours out, yet Yan stays standing. At last shaken, Alonju asks the reason for Yan's visit. Pulling the blade from her neck, Yan casually states that she came to save her. When Alonju questions what payment is required, Yan replies that she seeks a country free from divine meddling. Alonju considers that absurd. Any realm lacking a god is destined to fall, and history supposedly proves that point. No kingdom endures without a deity's blessing. Yan responds that another force exists that can stand against gods: magic. The country she imagines would stand on magic alone. Hearing that, Alonju questions why magic cannot bring down Hutrin. Yan answers directly. Right now, overcoming Hutrin cannot be done. Night Sky keeps constant watch over the mages and tracks all their actions. At present, safeguarding the population is the most they can achieve. Races like Yan's, who place no faith in gods, have endured persecution for generations. With a different deity now controlling the region, Yan believes Alonju's future bloodline may never find peace in this land. Under Hutrin's dominance, even preserving the name Danium could become difficult, and religious liberty may not survive. Yan's concern lies with the people rather than kingdoms or gods. Once they become strong enough, divine protection won't be necessary. Should Alonju agree, Yan vows to grant the strength required to keep her people secure. The choice must be made before dawn. Not long afterward, the first light of morning appears, and Alonju seems to have reached her conclusion. She fully commits to founding a state free from any god's name. Over the next several days, Hukrin's hunting minister makes his way to Danium's capital to see Basan. After a long separation, the two greet each other with a friendly handshake. With no feasts or hunts during wartime, the hunting minister found himself with spare time and chose to visit Basan. He recruited roughly 5,000 troops and brought them with him. He assumes Basan already knows the current state of Hukrin's military, and Basan indeed does, so this is a good chance to explain it as well. Once Hutrin's forces seized Danium's capital, the alliance nations all sprang into action. Jeokwa dispatched 20,000 troops to Danium, Mangul contributed 24,000, and Guman sent another 18,000 despite the distance. In total, 62,000 alliance soldiers are advancing toward Danium's capital, Demurit. Their arrival is estimated to take less than a month. At the same time, Seokmyeon remains locked in civil conflict. The corrupt heir who murdered his father is likely to come out on top. He is crushing all opposition as though divine favor follows him. He even introduces himself as a disciple of Twisted Tai. Alongside the additional 5,000 troops, the hunting minister also delivered weapons that could prove useful. Much to Basan's surprise, these are not standard cannons, but newly developed designs. One version features a wider barrel. Although it weighs more, that added mass extends its firing distance by 50 paces. Intrigued, Basan wants to learn about the other cannon, but the second model looks completely different in both form and scale. It turns out to be a flintlock firearm, though nobody calls it that. They see it as a miniature cannon usable by a single soldier. The engineers refer to it as a hand cannon. Basan aims, then shoots a nearby target, which leaves him amazed by the weapon's utility. He feels confident that many such devices could easily alter the war's outcome. Roughly 1 month passes, and Runda is seen quietly brooding in a corner during an ongoing alliance meeting. Predictably, her current situation is difficult. Nebula's explicit threats significantly impact her. To grasp her distress, we revisit her prior discussion with Nebula. Nebula had requested her to betray the Alliance, a proposition she considered deeply disturbing. If she refused to betray the Alliance, Nebula then wished to think she was betraying him instead. Runda attempted to persuade him, explaining she was also allied with him, but could not openly betray the others without being branded a traitor. Even so, Nebula offers to assist her and set up a safe way out of this mess. He made it clear that refusal would lead him to inform the Alliance about every confidential report she passed along. Even if she tried denying it, the Alliance would eventually connect the dots. Once everyone turned against her, she'd stand alone, and Nebula could wipe her out effortlessly. Unsurprisingly, Runda didn't appreciate being cornered so bluntly. Her sarcastic remarks meant nothing to Nebula. He only wanted her to think logically and choose the option that benefited her most. In the end, she gives in and accepts whatever assignment he has prepared. Before learning what that mission is, the story shifts back to the current timeline, where Runda remains confused about her role. Nebula had only fed her vague nonsense she couldn't make sense of. According to him, The purpose of her mission would become clear at the right time. Out of nowhere, Zhang picks up on something strange in Nebula's behavior. Little by little, Nebula keeps increasing his manpower while disrupting the schemes of others. Since Huqun lacks numbers, his careful approach is understandable. What troubles them, however, is how ordinary his methods seem. He's the top-ranked player. People expect him to use tactics nobody else can grasp. Zhang remarks that the opening battle against Huqun came down to a simple mistake. Yet the upcoming conflict will involve either a fortress assault or territorial defense. Those kinds of battles follow established tactics. The side with superior numbers naturally gains the upper hand. By that estimate, the Alliance holds roughly an 80 to 95% chance of victory. Their combined divinity also surpasses Nebula's. Since this battle isn't one-on-one, pooling their faith reserves could realistically bring down Ruckrak. Based on that straightforward assessment, the Alliance feels confident about its odds. Even so, they can't figure out why someone like Nebula keeps making such obvious plays. He must be working toward a larger objective they haven't noticed. Zhang agrees. Another issue keeps nagging at him. It's the mages. Among the three, only Yan's whereabouts are known. Taleh and Mazdari remain completely unaccounted for. Nebula already proved what the mages can do. By placing one beside Danium's ruler, he triggered Danium's shift toward religious neutrality. 2 mages still remain in play, which means Nebula may create similar disruptions again later. Thinking about that, the straightforward Krampus concludes that watching the mages more carefully should prevent future problems. Zhang, however, isn't convinced it's that easy. Nebula's reason for choosing such conventional tactics may be that he believes normal play alone is enough for him to prevail. The Alliance must be missing something important. At least, that's Zhang's intuition. His leading theory is that a betrayer may be hiding among them. While Runda feels extremely uncomfortable for obvious reasons, like a criminal caught in the act, Krampus refuses to judge anyone based solely on suspicion. Although the odds of a spy being among them are incredibly low, Zhang can't dismiss the possibility because Nebula would absolutely exploit such an asset if available. If a mole truly exists within the Alliance, they must identify the most likely candidate. Naturally, Runda starts panicking, since she's the hidden infiltrator. For her, this is the worst possible scenario. If suspicion lands on her, it's over. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang names AR as the suspected traitor, turning everyone's assumptions upside down. Unsurprisingly, AR is stunned by the accusation, and Runda is equally shocked. The entire situation has become too tangled for her to follow. She attempts to argue with Zhang, asking whether he possesses any proof for such a serious claim. Zhang casually responds that it's only a personal guess. As AR continues demanding the reasoning behind that conclusion, Zhang directs everyone's gaze toward the display window. He reveals records of a Nyx repeatedly traveling between Guman and Huqun. This Nyx held no important rank and worked merely as a traitor. Zhang had even dispatched a priest to capture him, yet Nebula stepped in personally and eliminated the Nyx immediately. AR pauses briefly, before firmly declaring that she had absolutely no connection to that Nyx. Zhang then questions why that same Nyx kept meeting a lizard man, and why Nebula considered him important enough to silence. Krampus demands an explanation as well. Knowing Nebula monitored the situation the whole time only deepens the suspicion. Runda speaks up for AR, proposing that Nebula may simply be manipulating them. This might be another part of his scheme, designed to drive a wedge through the Alliance. Krampus concedes that the evidence may be weak, yet believes it deserves consideration. They expect AR to explain herself, and nothing short of a proper answer will do. AR responds by claiming Zhang is the one attempting to set her up. From her perspective, he could be the actual mole, using shaky accusations to shift suspicion away from himself. Things are spiraling out of control, far beyond anything Runda expected. At last, she realizes the meaning behind Nebula's words about understanding when the moment arrived. That moment is here, and it's time for her to act. Her role is to support whoever gets labeled the traitor. Nebula had explained that consistently backing the suspect would delay any solid conclusion. She simply needs to preach trust among allies while minimizing the allegations. The accuser will remain locked onto his original theory, whereas the rest will begin viewing him as overly aggressive. Then the pressure won't fall on the supposed mole. It will shift onto the accuser instead. If that occurs, the Alliance's unity weakens, and Runda stays safely out of suspicion. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a private discussion between Zhang and Wisdom. The clues pointing toward AR had been sufficient, enough that Zhang expected at least Krampus or Runda to side with him. Yet neither truly accepted that AR might be the infiltrator. Now he wonders if he pushed the accusation too aggressively. However, Wisdom presents an alternative perspective. He ponders if Nebula intended for the Alliance members to distrust one another, deliberately creating this entire situation to divert attention. Such a diversion would only serve to make the Alliance overlook the genuine betrayer. This suggests a traitor exists, though it isn't AR. Zhang considers himself, Krampus, and Wisdom as potential suspects, yet he deems it improbable. This leaves only Runda, who appears entirely unsuspicious. Given this, Wisdom opts to perform a logical deduction to identify the true culprit. What issues would arise if Runda were indeed the betrayer? Immediately, Zhang's thoughts grasp a crucial detail, and clarity arrives at that instant. With this understanding becoming clear, he begins to panic, realizing their dire predicament. To their misfortune, the Alliance had previously positioned Runda's and AR's encampments in proximity, as Runda was tasked with monitoring AR. Krampus is also present, yet he commands only 2,000 troops. In essence, should Runda choose to attack, she could effortlessly defeat them. Nevertheless, Wisdom reassures him that success won't be simple. Within the ruined world, ordinary individuals possess their own agency, and widespread disorder would erupt if she abruptly attempted to betray the Alliance. Her military personnel would not readily process such a profound change in events, despite the Oracle's directives. The scene shifts to Runda, who considers all her past actions. During her time playing Perished World on Earth, a particular online article drew her notice. It was an analytical handbook detailing methods for improving one's odds of successfully deceiving opponents within the game. The guide covered essential strategies and execution techniques for effective treachery. Essentially, it comprised a comprehensive tactical manual on treachery, penned by an individual purely for enjoyment. This particular entry eventually earned the moniker, the Traitor Build. This approach never gained widespread acceptance, ultimately falling into disuse. The majority of players largely ignored it. However, for Runda, that specific article fundamentally altered her gaming method. This allowed her to secure numerous wins, elevating her success rate significantly beyond the norm, despite her moderate inherent ability. Presently, she ensured every crucial element from that strategy was applied. The Lenners constitute a race characterized by their prolonged decision-making process. They exhibit timidity and inefficiency, frequently attempting to select both options when faced with a choice between A or B. Their choices stay hesitant even while falling behind. Because of that, this race is hardly ever selected. For Runda, though, the Lenners fit her approach perfectly. They suit a patience-focused strategy for someone who lacks exceptional natural skill. To symbolize Jagwa's faith, Runda picked a flower known as the all-changing flower. What matters most is its shelled fruit. Until the outer layer is broken away, nobody can know if it's fully ripe. Because predicting when the all-changing flower matures is nearly impossible, it serves as their primary method of reading fate. This ritual goes by the name Decisive Statement. Then Bolko, a future general of the Lenners from Jagwa, discovers that the all-changing flower's fruit has matured. The finding is troubling because today's decisive statement declared that, should the fruit remain unripe, the allied army must be defended. If ripe, Jagwa is required to turn against them. To the Lenners, morality has no relevance. Every choice has already been set by their god. They see their hesitation and slow decisions as proof they are following their god's path without deviation. Holding unwavering belief, they start the slaughter and carry out the order of their god. Krampus realizes the betrayal by Jagwa's army far too late. Guman's grand general is already dead, and the traitors are advancing to strike their captain. Runda no longer answers anyone. Her whereabouts remain completely unknown. They rush to reach Wisdom at once as the Lenners carve through the Alliance army. AR is crushed by the fact that the actual betrayer was exposed too late. The crisis couldn't be worse. The commanding officer of Guman has already been eliminated. Zhang proposes deploying their creations without delay, yet Wisdom firmly rejects the idea. The gates of Demerit's fortress now stand open, and Hucron's troops are flooding out, signaling that the battle's outcome is already taking shape. Zhang orders his army to advance at maximum speed. Even so, Wisdom believes defeat is unavoidable. Should they step in as gods, Nebula and Runda would respond in kind, worsening the Alliance's position. For the moment, withdrawing their troops and falling back is the wisest option. Wisdom further notes that, even after losing the Alliance's frontline army, their second expeditionary forces remain intact. AR cannot accept watching her troops be wiped out. In her eyes, stepping in is the only way to rescue them. Krampus shares that view. Those 2,000 men represent his entire force. Rather than lose everything, he'd rather battle to the last. If Demerit falls under these conditions, control of his main race, the Satyros, will be lost. Even knowing casualties are unavoidable, he refuses to surrender without resistance. At this point, the outcome hinges on Zhang's decision. Sadly, Zhang chooses not to support them. His divinity level is surprisingly low, a fact he has kept hidden from everyone. Revealing why he cannot assist would also expose that he had been suspicious of a traitor within the Alliance. To create an apostle, he spent a large portion of his divinity. Entering the front lines now would uncover that his level has fallen to 8. After already causing trouble by accusing AR of betrayal, and with his divinity problem still concealed, he decides to keep that secret buried until the very end so nobody can take advantage of it. Zhang commands a withdrawal, while Hucron's cavalry rides after the retreating troops. For now, that is the most he can offer. As for AR, abandoning her forces and pulling back would be the smarter move. Spending faith at this moment would only weaken her position in later conflicts. Yet AR simply cannot leave her soldiers behind. Guman is dealing with serious internal turmoil. A number of nobles have begun following the night sky, most likely because of Nebula's influence from the shadows. Because royal authority in Guman is limited, a defeat here would leave her unable to promise a second expeditionary army. Zhang is stunned after hearing such troubling information. She apologizes for concealing something so important. Causing problems was never her goal. Only now does she understand that Nebula's plots had burdened more than just herself. Part of the reason she stayed silent was because she didn't want to seem like the only one facing hardship. Another reason was the fear that Guman's internal turmoil would make her look suspicious. People would naturally think she'd join Nebula since she stood to lose the most. With complete honesty, she lifts the veil covering her face, revealing herself fully, and asks Zhang to think it over once again. Even with her heartfelt request, Zhang can only decline. She chooses not to press the matter further. At that moment, Zhang comes to an important realization. The alliance rests on a very fragile base. They appear united outwardly, yet each member carries personal issues they cannot freely discuss. That unseen weakness has been eating away at the alliance and driving it toward collapse. AR parts ways with them on friendly terms, offering her best wishes, before taking an extreme step. The others can't grasp why she behaves as though this is goodbye until she descends in person. Her reckless choice leaves everyone stunned. AR has fully manifested. Should she perish while manifested and Guman's forces are wiped out, becoming a vassal is a real possibility. Cornered from every side, this is her last gamble. Krampus, unlike her, decides to stay calm and think first. Without delay, he commands Zhang to pull back his troops. Before explaining anything further, a familiar rumble of lightning draws every eye, sending chills through them. Everyone recognizes it as Rockrak preparing to appear. Krampus, though not manifesting himself, intends to offer AR his full capabilities. He must undertake extreme measures to disadvantage Nebula. The scene shifts to Runda, who becomes completely frantic upon witnessing AR's manifestation. Nebula instructed the agitated woman to compose herself, reminding her that their faction still held the upper hand. Naturally, confronting an opponent in manifestation form presents a challenge, yet her present level stands at merely 18. This disparity isn't substantial when compared to Jill Wooby. Nevertheless, the overly dramatic individual persisted in her exaggerated response, claiming Jill Wooby was an inferior player when measured against AR. Nebula acknowledged internally that her assessment was accurate. AR indeed possessed a significant advantage in gameplay. However, this wasn't the argument he intended to convey. Merely observing the scale of AR's manifested form indicated her superior efficacy compared to Jill Wooby. Ultimately, a player's belief and personal domain dictate the full scope of their manifestation ability. The specific nature of an ability that takes on a physical form, conversely, primarily correlates with an individual's chosen playstyle. Jill Wooby's manifested form represented an intense specialization in physical prowess, and such a configuration is not typically favored by players. This is because it depletes an excessive amount of faith resources. Consequently, the majority of players reduce their reliance on physical strength, allocating the leftover expenditure to enhance alternative attributes. As AR begins causing widespread disruption, Runda's forces face a difficult situation and opt for withdrawal. Yet the timing is already gone. Their ranks are being torn apart, and Jukwa loses 300 troops almost immediately. Predictably, the overly dramatic girl nearly faints after taking such a devastating blow. Panicking, she grabs onto Nebula and pleads for help before her army gets erased. Nebula tells her to stay composed. Things haven't completely fallen apart yet. At the same time, Rockrak has stepped onto the battlefield. AR and Nebula's apostle meet each other's gaze. With a slight wave of her arm, she triggers black energy to burst from below and strike at Rockrak unexpectedly, but the lizard man evades at once. He continues weaving from side to side using his overwhelming divine speed. As the battle plays out, Nebula and the drama queen observe from afar. Runda is convinced AR is far too much for Rockrak to defeat by himself. Nebula doesn't disagree, and admits Rockrak requires backup. By backup, he means Runda. He directly tells her to possess any priest available and draw AR's focus elsewhere. Yet again, the self-proclaimed toddler queen rejects such a dangerous assignment. She questions why she must be the one taking the risk. The issue is simple. The Alliance is hunting Nebula far more aggressively than Runda. If he exposes himself, the entire plan could collapse. Meanwhile, AR keeps devastating the Lenar army and continues pressuring Rockrak. The mighty Lizardman realizes the thorn attacks AR employs are more than simple spikes. Upon striking a victim, they drain away life force. That clue alone tells him she intends to cover the battlefield with thorn growth. After figuring this out, Rockrak switches approaches and calls forth Anicap. The moment the underworld summon is completed, Rockrak's cockatrice appears and provides the ride he was waiting for. Without delay, the pair soar straight toward AR to bring her down. The woman vanishes just as Rockrak's weapon approaches perilously. He cannot even comprehend the situation when a thorn flies at him swiftly, narrowly avoided. The woman's actions are now truly irritating Rockrak. Furthermore, she stands not by herself. Allied forces' creations, including her own, have also appeared to assist. Krampus and her constructs have come to aid her. The scene shifts to Krampus, who eagerly desires to defeat the bothersome Rockrak permanently. The constructs bellow while initiating counterattacks against the Apostle. The brave Lizardman evades the initial attack. The Lizardman then confronted a huge creature poised to consume him. Fortunately, the creature is pushed away by Great Mantis, which provides Rockrak an obvious cue to proceed since his way is now open. As Mantis battles the constructs, the Apostle of the Sky Knight God rushes ahead with maximum velocity. However, regrettably, the Lizardman and his bird are struck unconscious by a huge talon. The instant they impact the Earth, Rockrak starts fearing the absolute worst. Spikes might emerge from any location. Nevertheless, he quickly perceives the spike assaults have ceased. It appears AR's focus shifted elsewhere. It is Runda within the woods, having possessed one of the clerics. Her actions have certainly captured AR's notice, and this enraged female's gaze upon the betrayer bodes ill for Runda. This turn of events naturally offers Rockrak an ideal chance to attack. While AR pursues Runda, Rockrak likewise commences his chase. Noticing this simple apostle trailing her, AR's rage intensifies further, causing her to summon a huge mass of life-sapping material, thereby enclosing Rockrak within. Nebula immediately understands her tactical approach. His primary strength in manifestation isn't physical scale. Instead, it lies in transforming his domains into skills. Should an apostle acquire abilities via reputation, either the player or the deity may shape their controlled area into the manifestation form's abilities. Players themselves are able to configure these abilities with their shape, reach, and might all being tunable for peak effectiveness and minimal resource usage. The previous thorns likely resulted from merging minor metal root domains. She designated teleportation as her mobility skill, yet this strategy is overly conventional. AR overlooks a vital detail. Rockrak vanquished a malevolent deity. Do you comprehend the sort of designation an apostle acquires for such a monumental achievement? Such a title is bestowed upon a god killer. Against a divine target, all detrimental impacts during combat are nullified. Apostles acquire abilities based on their renown. No mind-altering method designed to disturb his mental state could ever affect Rockrak. Rockrak unleashes a subsequent strike, which lands precisely and inflicts severe harm upon her. The female figure disappears once more. At that moment, he perceives her having ceased her offensive, probably gaining time for her wounds to mend. Incidentally, AR's divine designation is Dark Book, whereas Runda is known as All Decisions among humans. Rockrak suspects Dark Book harbors intense anger toward all decisions due to the treachery, implying an attempt to strike the Apostle Runda currently inhabits. Nevertheless, should she employ her black thorns against all decisions, his capability to pinpoint Dark Book's whereabouts would also activate. While he attempts to concentrate on discerning AR's whereabouts, Nebula addresses him, instructing his apostle to disregard Dark Book temporarily. Yet Rockrak worries all decisions faces peril if AR proceeds unchecked. Nebula conveys that the outcome for all decisions isn't crucial. He clarifies they aren't forsaking her, but a new approach is necessary. The scene shifts to AR, who suffered severe wounds and attempts recovery. As her strategy is about to change, she notices Runda within the forest. Her fury reignites, determined to ensure Nebula and Runda lament their conspiracy against the Alliance. While Runda sprints at top speed, AR's thorns render her unconscious. A single thorn embeds itself into her shoulder. Helpless, Runda remains prone, resembling a wounded lamb before a raging lion filled with boundless rage. The one identified as AR seizes her victim's throat, initiating a choke. Faced with no alternative, Runda proposes an alliance, a proposition that merely intensifies AR's fury. AR would never place faith in Runda, a fact she demonstrates by slamming Runda's head directly onto the earth. The unfortunate Lenar cries out in severe agony following the impact. AR continues to degrade her adversary, treading upon her and eliciting an even louder shriek. Rather than causing additional suffering to the vulnerable Lenar, Runda proposes that AR should prioritize dealing with Rakrak. She asserts that AR errs in overlooking the Nebula's apostle. She highlights Rakrak's complete lack of pursuit toward AR. Upon this revelation, Dark Book conjectures that Rakrak's inaction stems from being engaged by Krampus and her constructs obstructing his way. However, this was merely her initial assumption. Yet her assumption is immediately shattered as lightning crashes down, its brilliant glow blinding everyone nearby for an instant. It's Rakrak, battered and wounded, though those injuries came from Krampus and AR sacrificing every one of their creations. Do you realize how badly AR slipped up? Here's why. Players need a required divinity level to activate skills, and preserving that level depends on keeping their creations alive. Once those creations die, the very summons supporting them become a liability. AR immediately gets a notice that all her creations are gone and XP has been deducted, dropping her level from 19 down to 13. After that level loss, her manifestation ability no longer functions, leaving her wide open to Rakrak's assault. As he rushes her with weapon in hand, she attempts to use her remaining power, but lacking sufficient faith reserves, she cannot launch a single offensive skill. That brief opening seals her fate. She is hit directly through the abdomen. Rakrak strides toward her and thrusts his spear deep into her chest, shocking her body instantly. Once the danger is eliminated, Rakrak assists all decisions back to their feet. A notification quickly informs the players that AR has been turned into a vassal, and Nebula was the primary contributor to her downfall with roughly 64% participation. Runda observed the notification, concluding that Nebula's contribution, being under 70%, meant the system had included her own efforts too. Immediately, Nebula contacted Runda and instructed her to proceed quickly, stating her patience was waning. She explained that remaining Descended was futile now that AR had fallen. Yet the conflict persisted. Following these explicit commands, Runda chose to depart. Following the engagement, 6 weeks elapsed. AR's demise and Runda's unexpected treachery reshaped the conflict. Zhang diligently strove to restore Mongol and Guman troops. The primary combat zone shifted to Runda's Jukwa, while Wisdom deployed Siakmian soldiers, previously absent due to internal strife. Jukwa's agricultural lands, mining sites, and trade paths were seized and devastated. Their destruction of Runda's farms and related assets is understandable after her betrayal. Still, Nebula suspects their actions were driven by more than simple resentment toward Runda. Wisdom may be aiming to drag this conflict out over the long run. While connecting the pieces, a video call suddenly comes from Zhang. Naturally, Nebula answers at once. Zhang reveals he has come to discuss surrender terms. Danium can be handed over, and Krampus has already accepted that idea, though he openly states they intend to take it back someday. In addition, they are prepared to hand AR's lands and 1/3 of Juman to Nebula. They will also return the areas seized in Jukwa. Zhang has further concessions prepared, but Nebula wants to hear the requirements attached to the deal. Zhang then lists his demands. The first is an immediate end to the war without reprisals. The second concerns AR's status as a vassal. Before Zhang can finish the proposal, Nebula dismisses it immediately, without bothering to hear the rest. The outcome is obvious, and he has no interest in negotiating from the winner's side. Nebula cuts the connection without another word. Once the conversation ends, Runda quietly asks why he turned down the proposal. From her perspective, accepting surrender is the smartest move since the enemy is giving up nearly everything. Nebula admits the deal was tempting, so much so that he can already see the huge benefits it would bring in later conflicts if he agreed. Runda can't grasp why he's talking about future conflicts. If the surrender goes through, he'll win, and there should be no more wars ahead. She argues that conquering the entire continent isn't necessary. Nebula explains that total conquest and flawless victory aren't his goals. Under normal circumstances, he would gladly accept a ceasefire packed with advantages for himself. However, Zhang specifically brought up AR's vassalization. If Nebula's reading of the situation is correct, they're attempting to bring her back. Once vassalization is removed, their side recovers its numbers advantage, and AR's return would create serious problems. Naturally, ending vassalization requires major costs and plenty of time. Even so, one fact remains clear. They intend to keep fighting, and Nebula has no intention of making future battles harder on himself. The scene shifts to Guman's castle. Within the fortress, Guman's prime minister, Kaloa Lada, is introduced. She observes an unusual candle, profoundly distressed by her deity's prolonged silence. This suggests Dark Book's demise, implying the killer is also responsible for the evil god's death. Rakrak is, naturally, the culprit. The news has left many distraught. The king himself has remained confined to his bed for months. However, such widespread consequences were foreseeable. A country lacking divine safeguarding inevitably faces ruin. Hukran's military units are advancing within, attempting to sway Guman's populace towards Hukran's allegiance. Mongol, formerly Guman's ally, now proposes a merger. This unique circumstance has left Guman's populace uncertain about their allegiance, currently preferring the less undesirable option. While the Prime Minister grapples with her thoughts, devoid of divine guidance, she is suddenly surprised as ENT enters her chamber unannounced, offering his assistance, and potentially offer an answer for her concern.